Shi Xi, support my new film. If the box office fails to surpass 500 million, I shall be compelled to return and inherit the family fortune of 1,000 billion. Netizen, stop dreaming and wake up. Shi Xi, thank you. If the box office exceeds 500 million, I won't have to go back to inherit the family business. Netizen, another one gone mad. Until the latest Forbes list was unveiled, netizens were astonished to discover that the top spot belonged to Shi Xi. Having transmigrated into the role of a tragic faux heiress, Shi Xi merely wished to evade the narrative and preserve her life. She absolutely could not follow the path of inheriting the family fortune, usurping the male lead, and being discarded into the river to feed the fish. Thus, Shi Xi renounced her inheritance and bravely navigated the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry. Yet, despite her apparent success in this realm, why did everyone perceive her existence as pitiable and unjust? Wealthy parents, darling daughter, return home and claim your inheritance. Obliviously doting elder brother, with your intellect, you're ill-suited for the entertainment industry. Return home and live off me. Aloof elder sister, only I, as your sister, am allowed to bully you. Dominant male lead fiancé, I shall always stand by your side. Shi Xi recoiled, internally screaming, main character group, stay away from me. The gentle yet cunning villainous overlord intercepted her, asking, is your desire to distance yourself from them an indication that you wish to be with me? Chapter 1. The true heiress returns home. In a state of disorientation, Shi Xi awoke, a pen thrust into her hand, confronted by an open contract before her. Xiaoxi, once you sign your name, all of your father's shares will belong to you. Instinctively preparing to sign, Shi Xi suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing this, exclaiming, huh? Before her lay a spacious, brilliantly lit living room, accompanied by a pair of unfamiliar couples and 3 strikingly handsome men. Shi Xi's mother, gentle and graceful, remarked, Xiaoxi, even though our biological daughter has returned, you will always be our little princess. These shares rightfully belong to you, Shi Xi. Hadn't she been struck by a car? Why was she not in a hospital, and why did this scene resemble a narrative from a novel she had once read about true and false heiresses? The female protagonist, Ningyu, was the genuine heiress lost by the Shi family, academically challenged and frequently embroiled in fights, rebellious and constantly reprimanded. Upon being reclaimed by the Shi family, Ningyu faced relentless opposition from the false heiress Shi Xi, as her disguises fell one after another. The scholar, the healer, the racing prodigy, all were her. Conversely, Shi Xi, the false heiress of the Shi family, was originally a second-tier starlet in the entertainment industry, perpetually embodying the persona of a pure and affluent young lady. After crossing paths with the female protagonist, her carefully crafted image crumbled one after another. Ultimately, Shi Xi was vilified across the internet. All the Shi family's shares were seized by Ningyu, and her 3 brothers' reputations were ruined, while she herself was mercilessly tormented by the protagonist, ultimately discarded into the river to feed the fish. Reflecting on the fate of the false heiress, Shi Xi felt her heart seize with dread. She did not want to be fed to the fish. I refuse to sign, Shi Xi declared, setting the pen down with conviction. These shares rightfully belong to Ningyu. Wealth is a fine thing, but one must have a life to spend it. At that moment, her parents regarded Shi Xi as understanding and gentle. Shi Xi's mother gently urged, rest assured, we will provide her with compensation. This is what you deserve. Shi Xi's father added, the Shi family is prosperous. Could we possibly be unable to support our own daughter? Sign now. However, no matter how much they implored, Shi Xi remained steadfast in her refusal to sign. The doorbell rang, and Uncle Wang entered with a young girl in tow. The girl had a cool, pale complexion, her thin lips pressed tightly together, her eyes exuding an icy indifference. As her gaze swept through the Shi family's living room, she exhibited no signs of familial joy, as if she were merely observing unrelated strangers. The living room fell into an immediate silence. Hello, my name is Shi Xi, as in streaming water. Shi Xi stammered, breaking the silence under pressure. Ningyu turned her attention to the anxious Shi Xi. Shi Xi's mother patted her hand, disapprovingly addressing Ningyu from now on, as a member of the Shi family, you must be considerate of your younger sister and not bully her. Do you understand? Shi Xi's pupils dilated in shock. Having been switched at birth, how could you know I am the younger sister? No, aunt, please do not instigate hostility towards me. I cannot afford to offend the female protagonist. Ningyu lifted her gaze, a hint of amusement flickering in her icy eyes. On my very first day home, I am to accommodate someone else? As Shi Xi witnessed her mother preparing to speak again, she quickly interjected, let's first show my sister to her room. Shi Xi's mother beamed. Xiao Xi is so considerate. Shi Xi felt a pang of despair. I am not being considerate. I am terrified of dying. Shi Xi's mother then turned to Ningyu, saying, you should learn from your younger sister. Shi Xi. Aunt, please, I beg you to stop talking. I do not wish to be thrown into the river to feed the fish. Shi Xi's mother and Shi Xi led Ningyu upstairs, arriving at a spacious room at the very end of the hallway. This is your room. The decor and furnishings are all new, Shi Xi's mother explained. Ningyu glanced around and inquired, where is Shi Xi's room? Shi Xi's mother hesitated. Why do you ask her? Ningyu chuckled lightly. Oh, just curious. Standing beside them, Shi Xi suddenly recalled that the Shi family had intended for Ningyu to occupy the large bedroom adjacent to Shi Xi's, but Shi Xi had vehemently opposed, insisting that the spacious room be converted into her own dressing room. It could be said that within this entire building, Shi Xi's room was the largest. Chapter 2. A Glimmer of Hope Amidst Darkness. Descending from the upper floor, Shi Xi increasingly felt that she could not match up to Ningyu. According to the original storyline, a reunion banquet was to follow, where Ningyu would shine brightly, whereas Shi Xi, would become a laughingstock in Fengcheng. Shi Xi wished for neither death nor ridicule. Sitting on the sofa, her father approached her, saying, Xiao Xi, here is the share transfer document. Please sign it quickly. From now on, your father's shares will also belong to you. Shi Xi hesitated. Was this truly a share transfer document? It felt more akin to a death warrant. After signing, she would be thrown into the river like a fish. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Dad, I want to go to Longquan Village. Longquan Village was where the heroine resided, backward and underdeveloped. Shi Xi's biological parents were still living there. Her father objected. You are the little princess of the Shi family. Why would you want to go to that shabby place? Shi Xi replied, Ningyu is your biological daughter. She has returned home. I should also visit my biological parents. And perhaps evade the heroine's spotlight. Her father sighed. Xiao Xi has grown up, becoming more sensible. Shi Xi thought bitterly. An ungrateful daughter would be tossed into the river for fish food. Although her father was reluctant to see his daughter suffer, he felt comforted by her maturity and had Uncle Wang take her to Longquan Village. Uncle Wang was the one who had brought Ningyu back and knew the way well. Shi Xi quickly packed her belongings, stating that she planned to stay in Longquan Village for a couple of days. In truth, she hoped to remain until university began, living on campus to steer clear of the heroine and ensure her safety. As the car drove towards the suburbs, gradually distancing itself from the city, Shi Xi's spirits lifted. She had perished in a car accident in her previous life. Now, in this world, she intended to save her life. If she remained steady and avoided rivalry with the heroine, she would surely live to a ripe old age. With a smile gracing her features, Shi Xi felt increasingly validated in her decision to distance herself from the heroine. It was indeed a moment of hope amidst despair. Suddenly, as she was about to relish her holiday, the car screeched to a halt. Shi Xi, seated in the back, bumped her head against the front seat. Uncle Wang, why did you stop abruptly? She rubbed her forehead. Uncle Wang replied, there is someone in the middle of the road. Let me check. Peering outside, Shi Xi wondered who would dare to stage a scene in such a remote area. Upon alighting, she saw a man sprawled in the center of the road, his chiseled nose and thin lips creating an exceptionally handsome profile. Uncle Wang exclaimed, this is the young master of the Xie family, Xie Yunzhou. Shi Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. Who? Uncle Wang reiterated, Xie Yunzhou. He was the eldest son of the Xie family, the primary antagonist of the story. His temperament was dark and unpredictable, perpetually targeting the male lead, ultimately leading to a life of loneliness and despair. Shi Xi felt like crying. In the novel, it was Xie Yunzhou who had orchestrated her being thrown into the river. Here she was, amid hope and despair, being led to the underworld. Just as she sought to evade the heroine, she had coincidentally encountered the greatest villain. Uncle Wang looked at Shi Xi, asking, Miss, what should we do? Shi Xi glanced at the cliff and calmly replied, throw him off. A swift end to the matter. It would be far better to toss the antagonist off the cliff to feed the wolves than to allow him to throw her into the river for fish food in the future. Uncle Wang hesitated. That might not be appropriate. Shi Xi maintained a stoic expression. If you know it's inappropriate, why not help him into the car? Uncle Wang remarked, Miss, your dark humor is rather unamusing. Shi Xi genuinely contemplated throwing Xie Yunzhou off the cliff for good, but seeing him alive before her made it impossible to act. Uncle Wang assisted the man into the car, inquiring, Miss, should I turn back to the city? We can take young Master Xie to the hospital. Shi Xi had no desire to return to Fengcheng. What would she go back for? To seek death? An idea struck her once more. Let us continue to Longquan village. My biological parents run a clinic. Chapter 3. Rescuing the antagonist. Ningyu was a renowned healer, and her parents operated a clinic, so their medical skills should be commendable. Moreover, since Xia Yunzhou was an antagonist known for causing endless trouble, he could not simply perish without consequence. Shi Xi's plan was flawless. Uncle Wang also reasoned that they had already traveled a considerable distance. Returning to the city now would be illogical. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously. Xia Yunzhou awoke suddenly, jolted by sharp pain in his chest. As his surroundings came into focus, he noted the stark white but slightly dilapidated environment. A middle-aged man, resembling a doctor, assessed him. It seems he has broken ribs. Beside him stood a beautiful girl with exquisite features and eyes as bright as stars. The girl expressed her dissatisfaction. Don't say seems. Is it truly broken? Will he survive? Rest assured, he won't die. The middle-aged man paused before suggesting, perhaps we should take him to town tomorrow for an x-ray? The beautiful girl met Xia Yunzhou's gaze as he opened his eyes, her expression turning disappointed. It seems he has regained consciousness. Xia Yunzhou was puzzled as to why his awakening would cause her dismay. The middle-aged man pressed on Xia Yunzhou's rib area, asking, does this hurt? Xia Yunzhou gritted his teeth. It hurts. Don't press. He had been jolted awake by the pain. Shi Xi grasped the man's hand. Dad, please don't press. He looks like he's in agony. If you press a little more, he might truly leave us. The middle-aged man was indeed Shi Xi's biological father, Ning Baoda, the doctor at the Oncon clinic. Ning Baoda withdrew his hand, stating, it's nothing serious, just a broken bone, nothing vital has been harmed. Shi Xi harbored doubts about her father's medical expertise, but considering that Ningyu was a renowned healer, her father's skills might not be too shabby after all. Ning Baoda turned to Shi Xi. Well, Xi, shall we go eat? Upon her arrival at the clinic, both Ning Baoda and Ning Mu were astonished. They had not anticipated that with Ningyu's departure, Shi Xi would return. Shi Xi was, after all, the cherished daughter of the Shi family. Even more astonishing was that she had brought a patient with her. Ning Baoda laid the man on the infusion room bed, confirming there were no major issues, before finally relaxing. By then, Ning Mu had prepared a feast for Shi Xi, having even slaughtered a chicken to make a delightful dish of chicken and mushrooms. As Shi Xi sat down to eat, all her anxieties from transmigrating into the story were soothed by the comforting meal. Xi, after dinner, I will tidy up Ningyu's room for you to rest in, Ning Mu said. Shi Xi was on the verge of crushing the chicken bone with her teeth and quickly interjected, No, I can sleep in the guest room. How could she dare to sleep in the room of the formidable female lead? Ning Mu's face bore a look of concern. But there were no vacant rooms in the house. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Xi suggested, I'll sleep in the infusion room then. The clinic had a separate infusion room equipped with several beds, typically used for those receiving 4 drips to rest. Ning Mu appeared even more troubled and glanced at Ning Baoda. As the head of the family, Ning Baoda decisively stated, let her sleep in the infusion room. I will get a new blanket for Xi shortly. All right, Ning Mu agreed. Shi Xi's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she replied, thank you. I will go take dinner to Xia Yunzhou. Both Ning Fu and Ning Mu were simple and kind-hearted individuals, making Shi Xi feel at ease in their company. However, the thought of facing the antagonistic lead made her steps heavy once more. Chapter 4. A solitary man and woman, sharing a room. Xia Yunzhou lay in bed, still bewildered as to how he ended up here. Where was this place? How had he encountered the spoiled little princess of the Shi family? Just as he was lost in thought, the door to the infusion room creaked open again. Shi Xi entered, carrying a bowl, announcing it's time to eat. It felt as though she were delivering prison food. Where was this place? How had he ended up here? Xia Yunzhou surveyed his surroundings. This did not resemble a hospital, but rather some unscrupulous clinic. Shi Xi explained, this is a small clinic in Longquan village. On my way home, I found you unconscious and brought you here. Xia Yunzhou vaguely recalled having heard gossip that Shi Xi was not the biological daughter of the Shi family. Her parents were actually from the countryside. Shi Xi placed the bowl on the table and handed him her phone, saying, it seems your phone is missing. You can use mine to make a call. Holding the delicate pink phone, Xia Yunzhou felt somewhat at a loss. Thank you. He then called his assistant to arrange for pickup the following day. He genuinely owed a debt of gratitude to Shi Xi. It's nothing, just drink your porridge. She replied. Xia Yunzhou winced in pain, weakly stating, I don't have the strength. Shi Xi's eyes sparkled with surprise. You aren't going to die soon, are you? Xia Yunzhou was taken aback, sensing a hint of delight on her face. He reflected on their relationship. He had little interaction with the Shi family and was acquainted with several of Shi Xi's brothers, but had never crossed paths with her negatively. Did Shi Xi harbor a dislike for him? It made sense. As the little princess of the Fengqing Shi family, she had always been pampered and would hardly show kindness to others. My assistant will come to pick me up early tomorrow, he stated flatly. It was already evening. The roads to Longquan village treacherous, and the rain was still falling. He couldn't be that unreasonable. Hearing his tone, though weak, Shi Xi discerned that he was far from death, so she said, let's worry about tomorrow when it comes. For now, drink your porridge. Xia Yunzhou propped himself up, pain coursing from his arm to his chest. Shi Xi sat by the bed, scooping a spoonful of white porridge and bringing it to his lips. Xia Yunzhou was mildly astonished. He could sense that Shi Xi did not particularly like him, so why was she feeding him? Hurry up and eat. I added some sugar. It won't taste good if it cools down, she urged. Xia Yunzhou suspected she might have poisoned the porridge, yet he had no enmity with Shi Xi. If she truly wished to harm him, she would not have brought him to the clinic. The girl was sincerely feeding him, her bright, sparkling eyes devoid of any malice. The rumors of Shi Xi being spoiled and willful seemed to be mere fabrications. He pressed his lips together and lowered his head to drink the porridge. After finishing the bowl, he felt a surge of energy returning. Once sure she had fed him, she took her leave. After a while, the door to the infusion room opened again, revealing Shi Xi carrying a pillow while Ningmu brought in a new blanket. Upon seeing Shi Xi making the bed, Xia Yunzhou was taken aback. Are you going to sleep here? Shi Xi, having already bathed and donned her nightgown, sat at the edge of the bed and replied, yes. It's just like a hospital ward. What is the harm in sharing the space? We aren't even sleeping in the same bed. Was she really expected to sleep in the room of the formidable female lead? Xia Yunzhou found himself at a loss for words. He had been rescued by Shi Xi and was now under her roof. There was no room for rebuttal. Shi Xi felt a sense of despair. Why was she not sleeping in the grand master bedroom of the Shi family, but instead in the infusion room? It was all because the female lead was in the Shi household. Reflecting on it now, she had returned to the countryside to evade the female lead, only to encounter the great antagonist and share a room with him. Indeed, evasion did not resolve problems. It merely led her to more troublesome predicaments. After Ningmu departed, Xia Yunzhou lay in bed, still able to detect a faint fragrance lingering in the infusion room. Unable to sleep, he struggled to rise. Chapter 5. The Mystery of Shi Xi's Origins. Shi Xi observed him. What are you doing? I need to use the restroom, Xia Yunzhou replied, laboriously attempting to get up. Shi Xi pointed. The restroom is to the left of the staircase. Each movement sent sharp pain coursing through him. Unable to bear it any longer, Shi Xi approached to assist him out of bed, inquiring, do you need me to help you? No need. As he drew closer, the scent of the girl enveloped him, coupled with her soft presence. Seeing that he could still walk, Shi Xi allowed him to proceed. Xia Yunzhou exited the infusion room in search of the restroom. Upon reaching a door, he overheard a conversation inside. Ningmu lamented, I never anticipated we would confuse these two children. Ningfu consoled her. It's not your fault. Neither child is ours, so how could we tell them apart? However, both are quite remarkable. We might as well consider them our two daughters. Ningmu sighed. I wonder if Xiao Xi is accustomed to staying here. Do you think she was bullied in the Shi family, which is why she came here? The Shi family was wealthy and influential. They would not let Xiao Xi go hungry. Feeling tired, Ningfu urged, don't think too much. Just go to sleep. After hearing Ningfu's words, Ningmu continued to murmur about the ungrateful parents who bore such a wonderful child, so lovely and dutiful. All right, if they don't want her, we will take her in and raise her. The room fell silent. After absorbing the entirety of their exchange, Xia Yunzhou frowned slightly. Sure, she was not the biological child of the Ning family? Upon returning from the restroom, Xia Yunzhou entered the infusion room to find Shi Xi engrossed in her phone. Have you been mistreated in the Shi family? He inquired. Shi Xi looked up in surprise. Not at all. Xia Yunzhou pressed on. Then why are you here? Shi Xi was taken aback by the great antagonist's concern, feeling somewhat flattered. I just came to play for a few days during the break. What's wrong? Xia Yunzhou recalled the couple's excessive worry and felt it was unwarranted. How did the Shi family discover you weren't their biological daughter? His curiosity was piqued. Shi Xi pondered for a moment and replied, I fainted on the set and was admitted to the hospital. My brother discovered that my blood type did not match that of my parents, the Shi couple. They proceeded with a paternity test and found out I was not their biological daughter. Afterwards, my father traced back to the hospital of my birth and located Ningyu. They conducted a paternity test with her and discovered that Ningyu is indeed their daughter. Xia Yunzhou lay on the bed and inquired, "Didn't you do a paternity test with these parents?" Shi Xi cast him a look of bewilderment. On that day, 2 girls were born. Since I am not the child of the Shi family, I must be the child of the Ning family. Upon perceiving that look from her, Xia Yunzhou silently thought that she was the one being foolish. However, it appeared that Shi Xi was still unaware of her abandonment. "It's nothing," Xia Yunzhou said nonchalantly as he reclined on the bed. "Let us sleep." Shi Xi thought to herself, did she inadvertently provoke this formidable antagonist? Quietly, she shut her phone, pulled the quilt over her head, and concealed herself within its folds. Observing her actions, Xia Yunzhou's lips pressed into a line. He had long sensed that Shi Xi seemed a bit intimidated by him. Why was that? The next morning, Shi Xi's phone alarm disrupted the tranquility of the room, waking both of them. Xia Yunzhou, who had sustained injuries the previous day and shared a room with Shi Xi, had only drifted off to sleep in the dead of night and was now feeling drowsy. As he opened his eyes, he saw the girl cocooned in her quilt, attempting to block out the alarm sound. "Shi Xi, your phone is ringing," Xia Yunzhou said coldly. The girl, addressed by name, replied with a sleepy and innocent murmur, her voice sweet and soft. The sound of her voice instantly soothed Xia Yunzhou's previously agitated mood. After all, the day had dawned, and it was time to rise. Shi Xi fumbled for her phone and, with a swipe of her hand, exclaimed, "Who is it? Calling so early in the morning. Have you no sense of decency?" "Shi Xi, you have scenes to shoot today. Remember to come to the set." A cacophony of noise came from the other end, as a man, cigarette in mouth, scolded. "You didn't forget, did you?" Startled, Shi Xi sat up abruptly. "The set? Damn. I knew you'd forget. You're leaving me in the lurch." The man continued to curse. "I've rescheduled your scenes for the afternoon. You must be there." Shi Xi rifled through the memories of the original owner and recalled that she was indeed part of a film crew, playing the role of the second female lead. In the novel, the original owner had become deeply despondent over the fake daughter situation and had abruptly withdrawn from the production. Later, when netizens uncovered the incident, they criticized her for being unprofessional, claiming she was dragging the crew down and preventing the film from being released, resulting in scandal. Shi Xi felt a throbbing headache. Heaven, if you disapprove of me, please strike me down with lightning instead of subjecting me to this torment. Outside, the sky had cleared after the rain. Though reluctant, Shi Xi had no choice but to rise and prepare to return to the city. The original owner could afford to act willfully and terminate her contract with the crew, but she could not. She needed money, ample money, to distance herself from the protagonist and the Shi family, to live a life of luxury. She could fish, but she could not feed the fish. After breakfast, the car sent to pick up Xia Yunzhou arrived, and Shi Xi hopped into his vehicle to return to Fengcheng. Before leaving, she felt a pang of reluctance to part from the Ning couple. How wonderful it was in the countryside, with sincere parents and fresh air. There were no plotlines, no protagonist groups. She wouldn't be fed fish. If possible, she would gladly remain in Longquan village forever. Yet, Shi Xi lacked agricultural skills. If she stayed, she would only be a burden. Observing the Ning couple's physique, it seemed they were not in a position to support her either. After bidding farewell to her adoptive parents, Shi Xi got into the car. The Ning couple, fond of their daughter, reluctantly saw her off, reminding her to visit whenever she had the time. In the car, Xia Yunzhou sat in the back seat, a notebook resting on his lap as he attended to emails. Shi Xi sat beside him, striving to minimize her presence, hoping not to have offended the formidable figure. As Xia Yunzhou focused on his emails, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Shi Xi had dozed off on him. A smile tugged at the corners of Xia Yunzhou's mouth. Despite her evident fear of him, she had somehow fallen asleep leaning on his shoulder in the car. How amusing. He used his free hand to continue addressing his emails, trying to ensure she was comfortable. The assistant in the front seat was taken aback. Was this really President Xia? Allowing a female to rest her head on his shoulder? My goodness. Then, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. Shi Xi, shifting slightly due to discomfort, slid down a bit more. Xia Yunzhou closed his notebook and, without hesitation, allowed the girl to rest her head on his lap. The assistant was left speechless. A lap pillow? President Xia paused his work for her. Initially intending to update Xia Yunzhou on project progress during the car ride, the assistant thought better of it and remained silent. Having learned to read the room while working alongside President Xia, he recognized that the latter had developed unusual feelings for this young lady. This girl seemed to be the fake daughter of the Shi family, someone who had never interacted with President Xie before. As the assistant pondered this, he dutifully retrieved his phone and began investigating Shi Xi's background. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt outside the set. Xie Yunzhou gazed at the still sleeping Shi Xi, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself about her remarkable ability to sleep. The assistant, noticing Xie Yunzhou's silence, pretended to be oblivious to the situation. Moments later, Shi Xi stirred awake, sensing something was amiss. Had she actually fallen asleep? Moreover, it seemed she had dozed off in an inappropriate place. Lifting her head, she offered a somewhat strained smile. Xie Yunzhou? Xie Yunzhou replied coolly, I happened to pass by the set and decided to drop you off. Thank you, big boss. Shi Xi scrambled up from his lap, only to realize something was awry. Why had she drooled in her sleep? Her face flushed as she stared at the stain on Xie Yunzhou's trousers. He followed her gaze, and his expression gradually turned icy. Although the pants were dark, the drool mark was unmistakably evident. Shi Xi earnestly apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Please don't throw me into the river to feed the fish. Xie Yunzhou remained expressionless. I know you didn't mean it. You were snoring while you slept. Shi Xi felt even more embarrassed. As the car drove away, she stood alone, flustered in the wind. Watching the vehicle recede, she longed to offer another sincere apology. But she had already been unceremoniously ejected. She hoped that the formidable antagonist wouldn't, in a fit of rage, toss her into the river to feed the fish. Miss Shi, you've finally arrived. Staff members from the crew approached, panting as they respectfully said, please head to makeup first. Shi Xi retracted her thoughts and proceeded to have her makeup done. While getting ready, she pulled out the script, intending to memorize her lines. Upon seeing the title The Overbearing School Hunk Loves Me, she fell into a deep silence. Was it too late to run now? Flipping through the script, she realized it was a campus web drama, perfectly aligned with its title. A naive and sweet Cinderella on her first day at school inadvertently provokes the overbearing school hunk, leading to an accidental kiss, and the two embark on a tumultuous journey of love and conflict. In this narrative, the character portrayed by Shi Xi is the school's beauty, albeit a secondary role, who harbors affections for the domineering school heartthrob. Unfortunately, the heartthrob's affections are solely reserved for the naive and sweet girl, compelling Shi Xi to resort to various schemes to undermine her rival. Little did Shi Xi anticipate that embodying the role of a malicious supporting character in real life would mirror her on-screen persona. Nevertheless, she consoled herself with the prospect of earning a substantial fee, which would facilitate her escape from the role of the antagonist, enabling her to ascend the social ladder, marry a wealthy heiress, and ultimately achieve the pinnacle of success. Once her makeup and hair were completed, Shi Xi gazed at her reflection in the mirror, marveling at her own beauty. Just the day before, she had admired her natural appearance, which was already strikingly lovely, resembling a lotus emerging from the water, devoid of any embellishments. Yet, with makeup applied, she radiated vibrancy, captivating attention in any crowd. It was no wonder that despite her character's poor temperament, she had managed to carve a niche for herself as a second-tier star in the entertainment industry. Such a visage seemed as if the heavens themselves had bestowed upon her the gift of fortune. Shi Xi brimmed with confidence regarding her burgeoning career in the entertainment realm. As the next scene approached, the director, cigarette in mouth and megaphone in hand, called out, Shi Xi, are you ready? Rising from her dressing room, she stepped out to find every eye in the production crew drawn to her radiant presence. Her chestnut hair was styled in a single ponytail, her skin as pristine as jade, with a hint of rosy hue. Her elegantly arched eyebrows framed elongated lashes, beneath which her dark, luminous eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Exuding confidence, she seemed to transform her surroundings into a picturesque vista. The director, momentarily mesmerized by Shi Xi, returned to his senses only when ash fell onto his hand, announcing through the megaphone, all departments, prepare for scene 4. The crew snapped back to reality, resuming their tasks. However, beauty alone was insufficient. Her irritable demeanor and lackluster acting skills, coupled with her habitual tardiness, had drawn the sympathy of some, who patted the male lead on the shoulder. In the 8th chapter, they prepared for a scene featuring a confrontation between Yun Guanghe and Shi Xi. Yun Guanghe, the male lead, tall and handsome, portrayed a domineering school heartthrob, yet in reality was akin to a gentle, neighborly older brother. Shi Xi, clutching a book, walked alongside him, remarking, don't forget, Saturday is my birthday. Preoccupied with thoughts of the sweet and naive girl, Yun Guanghe absent-mindedly responded, I know. Shi Xi bit her lip, cautiously observing him. Are you thinking about that transfer student? Impossible. Why would I think of someone so unrelated? Yun Guanghe retorted, as if startled by a sudden jolt, adding, I remember I have something to attend to. You should head home. Shi Xi watched his retreating figure, yearning to follow, but ultimately allowed her gaze to fall in disappointment. The director, fixated on the screen, gasped in astonishment. In just a few days, Shi Xi's acting has improved remarkably. Previously awkward and cringe-worthy, today her performance was much more palatable, flawlessly executing her scenes with Yun Guanghe. Cut. The director nodded approvingly. Excellent performance from Guanghe. And Shi Xi is in fine form today. Prepare for the next scene. A lengthy segment followed, comprising the male and female leads' interactions, while Shi Xi perused the script. It was undeniable that her role as the scheming antagonist was quite substantial. As the day wore on, she barely faltered in her performance, excelling in this campus drama, which lacked intricate plot lines. At day's end, stretching her limbs, Shi Xi suddenly realized she had not eaten all day. Quite famished. She intended to find something to eat when she spotted the assistant of Xia Yunzhou. What are you doing here? She queried, recalling their encounter from the morning. The assistant smiled. Good day, Miss Shi. I'm here to take you to dinner. Shi Xi swallowed, her stomach growling. You? The assistant pointed toward a nearby Porsche. Lowering his voice, Mr. Xia is waiting in the car. Shi Xi raised her brows in surprise. Isn't he supposed to be hospitalized with a broken rib? The assistant paused before clarifying, not broken, merely a minor injury. Shi Xi mused about the inadequacy of the doctor's skills. Why invite me to dinner? She inquired, hesitant to engage further with the influential figure, especially after having soiled his trousers earlier that day. She feared this dinner might be a prelude to her demise. Mr. Xia wishes to thank you for saving him, the assistant added. He has been waiting for an hour. The implication was clear. If she delayed any longer, it would be she who faced misfortune. With a resigned sigh, Shi Xi approached the Porsche, convincing herself that she could always compensate him for the trousers. Though she had not inherited shares from the Shi family, she was far from destitute. Upon entering the car, she greeted Xia Yunzhou. Good evening. Have you eaten? He replied coolly, thanks to you, not yet. Shi Xi was taken aback. What was with the sarcasm? Did I make you wait? Yet, such complaints remained unvoiced. I haven't eaten either, she admitted, leaning back in her seat, clutching her stomach. Not only had she missed dinner, but due to her makeup session, she had also skipped lunch. Xia Yunzhou offered his phone. Order whatever you like. Shi Xi's eyes lit up upon seeing the menu, and she promptly ordered boiled fish slices and braised pork ribs. Xia Yunzhou added a few more dishes. By the time they arrived at the private room in Qingshuiju, the food was just being served. Shi Xi's eyes sparkled. I won't hold back. Xia Yunzhou, witnessing her unabashed enthusiasm, found his appetite increasing. Earlier in the day, he had visited the hospital for a checkup, discovering no serious issues, and returned to work. By the afternoon, he could not suppress thoughts of Shi Xi, realizing that she had saved him and even fed him the previous day. He felt compelled to repay her kindness. However, lacking her contact information, he had come to the set in search of her. Fortunately, he found her. Observing Shi Xi engrossed in her meal, a hint of amusement flickered in his typically cold and detached gaze as he poured her a cup of tea. Shi Xi paused, contemplating the significance of the villainous overlord personally serving her tea. Was this truly a prelude to her demise? In the 9th chapter, Shi Xi pondered. What business do you have with me? After a moment of indecision, she finally asked, wondering if Xia Yunzhou sought retribution before she had even begun her schemes against the female lead. After all, she had saved him. Surely, he would treat her with some semblance of humanity. Yes, he affirmed, pulling out his phone to add her on WeChat. Shi Xi held her breath in anticipation. What? As she prepared to exchange contacts, her phone rang, illuminating the screen with a caller ID. Fiancé. Xia Yunzhou, not one to pry into others' phones, caught a glimpse of the screen, unable to ignore it. Instantly, his demeanor shifted, a chill enveloping him as he lowered his gaze, concealing the frost in his eyes. She had a fiancé? Excuse me, I need to take this call, Shi Xi said, a trace of embarrassment coloring her tone. Hello? Her fiancé responded coolly. Come to the old house tomorrow. My parents wish to meet you. Shi Xi hesitated. I have to go to the set tomorrow. The fiancé paused momentarily. In the past, Shi Xi would never have declined a visit to the Sheng family's ancestral home. What about the day after tomorrow? He inquired. Glancing at her schedule, Shi Xi replied. I'm free that day, but I would prefer to indulge in a leisurely sleep. The softness of her voice betrayed her genuine reluctance to visit the Sheng family estate. Listening to her conversation, Xia Yunzhou pondered whether her relationship with her fiancé was troubled. Who was Shi Xi's fiancé, anyway? Xia Yunzhou had never been particularly interested in such gossip. He had only caught snippets of the discussions surrounding Shi Xi's false identity as a wealthy heiress due to the sheer volume of chatter. Had he known sooner, he would have paid more attention. As he contemplated this, Shi Xi's call reached its conclusion. All right, I'll come over at 10 the day after tomorrow. You needn't pick me up. I'll go directly. Yes, that sounds good, she affirmed before hanging up. Xia Yunzhou, seemingly casually, asked, Are you already engaged? Yes. It's an arrangement made by my family, Shi Xi replied, her mood dampened at the thought that her fiancé was the male lead. How could she dare to vie for the male lead against the female protagonist? Was she courting disaster? Noticing Shi Xi's expression, Xia Yunzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Did you have a quarrel with him? Let's not discuss him, Shi Xi said, unwilling to reflect on her past as a devoted admirer. Adding Xia Yunzhou on WeChat. Her emotions were complex. Is this just to invite me to dinner? Thank you for saving me. Xia Yunzhou attributed everything to gratitude and asked, What do you want? Please, speak freely. In ancient times, Shi Xi would have desired a pardon from death, but in the present, such things were non-existent. She could only say, I merely helped you out of convenience. You weren't gravely injured. Even if I hadn't intervened, you would have been fine. After all, in the original plot, the villainous overlord didn't lose any limbs. To you, it was merely a trivial act, he replied with a gentle smile, deciding to repay her kindness gradually. I'll take you home first. Thinking of the female protagonist from the Shi family, Shi Xi felt overwhelmed. Why was she so entangled with the main characters of the plot? I'm not going home, she declared, rising. I'm going to a hotel. Xia Yunzhou, typically aloof and disinterested in women, felt a slight movement in his throat. Are you certain? Was this hastily escalating to an intimate encounter? He was indifferent. But Shi Xi seemed to have a fiancé. Wouldn't this be unseemly? Shi Xi nodded. I'm staying at a hotel near the film set for convenience tomorrow morning. That was careless of me, he noted. After dropping her off at the hotel, Xia Yunzhou asked, Who is Shi Xi's fiancé? His assistant, already informed, replied nonchalantly. Miss Shi's fiancé is Sheng Yan from the Sheng family. Their parents were friends and arranged their engagement before they were born. Xia Yunzhou contemplated this information. So, the one engaged to Sheng Yan was actually the true heiress of the Shi family? Indeed, the assistant confirmed, stealing a glance at his boss's expression. Miss Shi and Sheng Yan are childhood sweethearts. It is said that she is always identified as his girlfriend. The atmosphere within the car turned noticeably cold. Chapter 10. Shi Xi's night out with the director trending at number 1. Chu. As she checked into the hotel, Shi Xi sneezed, wondering who might be thinking of her. Could it be Xia Yunzhou? Feeling wronged, she reflected that she had done nothing to provoke this villainous overlord. Oh, little Shi, you're not going home? The director, surprised to see her at the hotel, inquired. Holding her room key, Shi Xi explained, This hotel is closer to the film set. So, I decided not to go home for now. The director patted her shoulder approvingly. Well done today. If you have any questions about the script, feel free to ask me anytime. Shi Xi nodded, her eyes sparkling. I will study the script diligently. After all, she was here to earn money. As they entered the elevator together, the director remarked, If you complete this project well, and provided nothing goes awry, you are bound to become famous. Your looks are exceptional. You have the kind of beauty that seems to have been bestowed upon you by fate. As long as you avoid foolishness, your appearance alone can carve a path for you in the entertainment industry. However, just as they entered the elevator, a long camera lens emerged from the greenery, pointing directly at them. Upon returning to her room, Shi Xi's phone rang. She answered it, only to be met with threats. I have photos of you and the director in a hotel room. If you don't want these photos leaked, prepare 50,000. Shi Xi replied, You're insane. Thinking it was a scam, she promptly hung up the phone and added the number to her blacklist. Feeling exhausted, she decided to sleep. With the prospect of facing the male lead's family in a few days, she felt utterly hopeless. How on earth could she extricate herself from this dreadful engagement? Frustrated, she found it hard to sleep. 3 minutes later, Shi Xi was sound asleep. Her phone, set to silent, flashed incessantly on the bedside table as she merely turned over and pulled the covers over her head. On Weibo, the trending topic, Shi Xi's night out with the director, exploded. Paparazzi had captured her image, intending to threaten her for money. To their surprise, Shi Xi had hung up on them. Enraged, the paparazzi collaborated with marketing accounts to release the video. Times had changed. The footage of Shi Xi and the director entering the elevator was remarkably clear, showcasing her beauty. Oh my, the girl is stunning. Her eyes truly shine. Shi Xi is both sweet and adorable. Who would have thought she'd be involved in such scandals? Stay away from the entertainment industry. It leads to misfortune. The director is disgusting. He must be in his 40s, right? Can he really handle someone so young? I used to like Shi Xi, but I never imagined she was like this. Her previous innocence was just a facade. Surely no one actually believes there are still pure maidens in the entertainment industry? The public outcry was relentless, hitting Shi Xi hard. Initially, she had only 240,000 followers on Weibo, with a significant portion being fake accounts. However, this scandal propelled her follower count to surge by an additional 100,000, and it continued to rise. Sister is so beautiful. I want to be her little dog. Something s off. Sure, she was already a wealthy beauty. How could she be involved in scandalous affairs? There must be some misunderstanding. But with the video released, could there still be room for doubt? The sudden influx of negative information and the barrage of comments thrust Shi Xi into the limelight overnight, prompting numerous netizens to dig through her past on her Weibo. Yet, in an instant, the trending topic was retracted and all discussions concerning Shi Xi were sealed, leaving no room for further exploration. Chapter 11. Today, I'll pick a coffin I like. Money was spent to retract the trending topic, TSK. It seems it's true. I just scoured SX's Weibo. Her daily life resembles that of a rich second generation. Perhaps she has a sugar daddy. Is there anyone who can uncover SX's benefactor? There were still scattered discussions, but they dared not mention Shi Xi's full name, opting instead for the abbreviation SX. Xia Yunzhou refreshed the page and glanced at his phone screen again. Shi Xi had yet to respond to his messages. He firmly believed that Shi Xi would never act in such a manner. She was merely upset after reading the comments online. These individuals, clearly unaware of the truth, were speaking indiscriminately. And Shi Xi. Why wasn't she answering calls or responding to messages? Could it be that she was in tears? The thought of Shi Xi having affections for someone else stirred a wave of discontent within Xia Yunzhou. The following morning, Shi Xi awoke from a dreamless slumber, picked up her phone to check the time, and was taken aback to find 99 missed calls and 99 unread messages. Bewildered, she wondered what had transpired. Surely, she hadn't become the target of online vitriol already. In haste, she opened Weibo and discovered that her notifications were also at 99. Oh dear. It seemed she had trended last night. After perusing several messages, she began to grasp the situation. A night out with the director? Wasn't it normal for them to be in the same production and staying at the same hotel? Moreover, she was clearly out with Xia Yunzhou. So, why was it being portrayed as a rendezvous with the director? Anger bubbled within her. The consequences? None. Just then, a WeChat message popped up. Xia Yunzhou, are you awake? Upon seeing the message from the notorious antagonist, Shi Xi's hand trembled, causing her phone to tumble onto the bed. Although she had added Xia Yunzhou on WeChat, she was not yet prepared for the reality of being online acquaintances. Hastily, she clicked into the chat and noticed that Xia Yunzhou had messaged her the previous night. Unfortunately, the sleeping Shi Xi had not responded at all. Her face turned ashen. Oh no, could next week mark her 7th day? Xia Yunzhou saw that Shi Xi was typing, yet when a response did not arrive, his brow furrowed, and he initiated a voice call. Shi Xi, still contemplating how to respond, saw the incoming call from Xia Yunzhou and, in a moment of panic, hit the reject button. Her heart sank. Today, she would go choose a favorite coffin. Seeing that Shi Xi had declined his call, Xia Yunzhou pressed his lips together in frustration. What was she up to? With newfound courage, Shi Xi returned the call. Xia Yunzhou answered, wondering why she had hung up earlier. Just a mistake, she thought. With a resigned determination, she stammered, Xia Xiao, what's the matter with the call? Xia Yunzhou lowered his gaze slightly and asked, what would you like to eat tonight? Shi Xi, confused, responded, huh? Xia Yunzhou continued, shall we go to Qingshui residence again? He remembered that she had enjoyed the meal there yesterday. Shi Xi replied, sure. Through the guise of a dinner invitation. Xia Yunzhou took the opportunity to express concern for her well-being, urging her not to take the online remarks to heart. Shi Xi could only chuckle to herself. The director is my uncle. How could there be anything untoward between us? Xia Yunzhou was taken aback. Shi Xi glanced at the time and exclaimed, oh no, I need to get to the set. After hanging up, Xia Yunzhou felt no anger, rather. He felt a flicker of joy. He promptly called his assistant to investigate Shi Xi's connections. As a working individual in the industry, Shi Xi cursed the tabloid reporters in her mind and hurriedly got ready for the set. Today, the crew was more cautious around her. Being well-versed in the entertainment circle, many had been consuming gossip until late into the night, already aware of the close relationship between Shi Xi and the director, albeit under a different pretense. Chapter 12. An Encounter of Humiliation. A Card of Assistance. Engrossed in her script, Shi Xi remained oblivious to the staff's wary demeanor. As the malicious supporting character, she bore the weight of a pivotal plot twist, and her priority was to memorize her lines thoroughly. The director, unconcerned with the online chatter, directed the filming with unrelenting focus. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Shi Xi's scenes concluded. The director called out, "Shi Xi, remember to arrive for the school anniversary shoot tomorrow night. Don't worry, I'll be there at 4. She assured, packing her belongings and swiftly leaving. She still needed to accompany Xia Yunzhou to Qingshui residence for dinner, so she decided to stop by the mall to purchase a pair of pants, having dirted his. Upon arriving at the mall, Shi Xi wandered into the men's clothing section, aimlessly browsing. Having never bought clothes for a man, she felt somewhat lost upon entering. Nevertheless, she selected an expensive pair and made her way to the checkout. Checking the time, it was only 5 o'clock, so she thought to indulge herself with a little shopping as well. After visiting a couple of stores, Shi Xi overheard a heated argument. "You country bumpkin. Do you even know how much that outfit costs? Can you afford it? Be careful. If you soil it, you won't be able to pay for it." Shi Xi glanced over and saw Ningyu being bullied in the store. How could the protagonist be here? She nearly choked on her breath. How could she encounter Ningyu, even while shopping? Recalling the previous remarks, Shi Xi could roughly piece together the plot from the novel. Ningyu had come out to purchase a gown, only to be mocked by the cannon fodder female character for being unsophisticated and impoverished, and subsequently faced a humiliating rebuttal. Perfect, her own role was clearly absent from this scene. Unconcerned, Shi Xi intended to slip away from this central drama. However, just as she turned to leave, the cannon fodder female character called out to her. "Hey, Shi Xi, come here." Shi Xi thought, "Am I supposed to go over there?" She attempted to feign ignorance, but the cannon fodder female character was already approaching, pulling her into the store. "Shi Xi, what do you think of this gown? The Shi family is hosting a banquet soon, and if you wear this gown, you'll surely dazzle everyone." Shi Xi followed her gaze, spotting a pristine white gown adorned with sparkling diamonds and layers of delicate tulle, exuding a striking design. It was indeed beautiful. Ningyu chuckled softly nearby. "That dress was my first choice." The cannon fodder female character raised her chin, surveying Ningyu from head to toe, and disdainfully remarked, "You think you can afford it?" Ningyu's expression darkened slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. She had no intention of attending any banquet, and her return to the Shi family had disrupted her previously free life. Could she not afford it? What a joke. She is my sister. Please charge the gown to my account. Shi Xi declared, pulling out her phone to find the store's electronic membership card. Let us proceed with the payment. Both Ningyu and the cannon fodder female character were momentarily stunned. The store clerk, recognizing Shi Xi, hesitated for a moment before taking her phone. "Of course, Miss Shi. This way, please." Ningyu turned to Shi Xi, her brows slightly furrowed, feeling uncomfortable. "I have money. You don't need to pay for me." Shi Xi quietly replied, "I have a membership here. I can get a 25% discount. Chapter 13. Opposing the protagonist. What good can come of it? The cannon fodder female character glanced between Shi Xi and Ningyu, then back at Shi Xi, incredulously asking, "She is your sister?" Shi Xi vaguely introduced, "Well, she is my parents' biological daughter, Ningyu. This is my friend, Tao Yuxuan." The supporting character, Tao Yuxuan, came from a family that sold electrical appliances and had a modest fortune in Fengcheng. She scrutinized Ningyu with a tone laced with intrigue. "So, you are the one who soared to great heights and transformed into a phoenix, Ningyu." Shi Xi interjected, "She is a phoenix even without flying. Spare her your provocations." Shi Xi was genuinely advising the original owner against her friend's antics. What good could come from opposing the female lead? However, Tao Yuxuan felt a surge of sympathy for Shi Xi. Was it true that since her return, the Shis had spoiled her, leaving you in the shadows? Shi Xi replied, "What?" Tao Yuxuan gritted her teeth. "I've heard it all. As soon as she returned, you were ousted from the Shis. You were even trending on social media yesterday. Did she orchestrate that?" Shi Xi, feeling a headache coming on, tugged at Tao Yuxuan. Let us refrain from discussing this further. Ningyu, weary of their back and forth, chose to ignore them and attempted to leave. The shop assistant handed Shi Xi her packaged clothes. Shi Xi retrieved her phone and offered the clothes to Ningyu. Ningyu coolly stated, "These are yours, I don't want them," and promptly exited the store. Tao Yuxuan fumed further. What else with the attitude? I kindly bought you clothes, and you refuse them? Do you really think you're a young lady of privilege? Shi Xi was exasperated. What a situation. The female lead must think she has ulterior motives, playing good cop and bad cop with Tao Yuxuan. Regardless, she was still a daughter of the Shi family. Essentially my half-sister. Shi Xi asserted, from now on, refrain from speaking such words in her presence. Tao Yuxuan, noticing Shi Xi's expression, lamented, "She's taken what's yours. And you still defend her. Your kindness is why you've been bullied." Shi Xi sighed. It's complicated. It seemed Ningyu was even more of a white lotus than the original owner. All right, let us just avoid her in the future. Shi Xi glanced at the time, contemplating whether to continue shopping. What was the point? She had lost her desire. Tao Yuxuan suggested, "Why don't I call some friends, and we can go sing together?" Shi Xi replied, "That won't work. I have plans tonight." Tao Yuxuan noticed the bag in Shi Xi's hand and smiled knowingly. Is it a gift for Xingyan? Shi Xi quickly denied, no. Tao Yuxuan assumed she was being coy and winked. Oh, since it's dinner with Xingyan, I want to intrude. Make the most of it. Shi Xi said, I'll take my leave now. Tao Yuxuan waved, bidding her farewell. The shop assistant hesitantly approached Miss Shi. About this piece of clothing, Shi Xi instructed the assistant to give the clothes to Ningyu, but Ningyu refused to accept them. Give them to me. Shi Xi took the clothes, her heart heavy. Had she offended the female lead, or not? What weighed even heavier on her was the impending meeting with Xia Yunzhou. The thought of meeting Xingyan as parents tomorrow made Shi Xi's steps feel increasingly burdensome. Was the plot unfolding this rapidly? With a paper bag in hand, she arrived at Qingshui residence. Xia Yunzhou had yet to arrive, so Shi Xi ordered several dishes based on her preferences while waiting. Before long, Xia Yunzhou appeared. Shi Xi handed him the bag. This is the clothing to compensate for your loss. Xia Yunzhou recalled the incident when Shi Xi had stained his pants. But why were there two bags? Shi Xi, feeling sheepish, explained, in addition to the pants, I picked out a belt for you as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 14. The High Emotional Intelligence Assistant. Xia Yunzhou accepted the bag, his emotions conflicted. It was Shi Xi who had saved him, yet she acted as though she had committed an offense. Was he truly that intimidating? Xia Yunzhou sat down. You saved me, so logically, I should be thanking you. Shi Xi hurriedly waved her hand. No. It was merely a trivial effort. Just don't toss me into the river to feed the fish in the future. Once seated, Shi Xi noticed Xia Yunzhou's cup was empty, so she poured him some tea. In the midst of pouring, she caught sight of the sandalwood bracelet adorning his wrist. The wooden beads accentuated his hands, making them appear even more elegant, with long fingers and prominent veins. Drip, drip. Distracted, Shi Xi suddenly realized the tea had overflowed, spilling onto Xia Yunzhou's pants. I'm so sorry. Shi Xi quickly set the teapot down and reached for a napkin to clean up the mess. Xia Yunzhou restrained her hand, his voice low, I'll handle it myself. Shi Xi returned to her seat, feeling as if she were dancing on the edge of a villain's minefield. Even if she were to be thrown out to feed the fish at that moment,
she would not be surprised.
Oh, why was she just an ordinary beauty encountering such a terrifying individual? Tears threatened to spill. Thankfully, she had brought a pair of pants today. Xia Yunzhou changed into the ones she had gifted him, his thin lips pressed tightly together. When the girl poured tea earlier, he had been too busy gazing at Shi Xi to notice the overflow. How peculiar. After changing, they silently finished their meal. Xia Yunzhou, unsure how to interact with the opposite sex, could only think of discussing the current financial climate. Surely, Shi Xi wouldn't he find that interesting? At that moment, Shi Xi was engrossed in her meal, feeling a profound sadness as she considered this might be their last supper together. Until Xia Yunzhou dropped Shi Xi off at her hotel. She was still in disbelief. Had she truly survived again? After exiting the car, she smiled sincerely at Xia Yunzhou. Thank you. It seems the villain has a conscience after all. Xia Yunzhou's lips pressed together as he observed Shi Xi walk away, feeling a strange discontent. Why did she seem happy to leave him? Had he ever bullied her? Was it because she liked Xingyan? The thought of her being with another man while with him dampened his mood. What time do you finish work tomorrow? Xia Yunzhou inquired.
Huh?
Shi Xi paused. Are you inviting me to dinner again? Xia Yunzhou lifted his cold gaze. Is that a problem? Of course not. Shi Xi took a step back, thinking how unpredictable the villain's personality was. However, I won't be available. I have to go to Sheng Yan's house for lunch. And I'll be filming in the evening, possibly until dawn. Understood. Xie Yunzhou rolled up the car window. As Shi Xi watched the car drive away, she was left perplexed. What was Xie Yunzhou up to? Why was he so intent on inviting her to dinner? Did he intend to fatten her up before feeding her to the fish? Never mind. One could never guess the thoughts of a powerful man. Shi Xi turned and returned to the hotel. Meanwhile, in the car, Xie Yunzhou leaned back in his seat, his mood sour. His highly emotional intelligence assistant, who had witnessed everything, wiped the sweat from his brow. Thinking to himself how futile it was for the boss to pursue Miss Shi, it was a battle he could never win. The assistant asked, Mr. Xie, was that gift from Miss Shi? Xie Yunzhou replied, yes. The assistant hinted, should I prepare a return gift for Miss Shi? Chapter 15. I want to dye this thing green. Xie Yunzhou gazed thoughtfully at the bag before him, contemplating, she saved my life. It is only fitting that I present her with a gift. His assistant breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Yunzhou commanded, take me to the jewelry store. The assistant, preparing to end the day, replied, very well. I should have suggested it for tomorrow. The car halted in front of the jewelry store, and the assistant recalled a critical detail. Miss Shi is Sheng Yan's fiancé. Is the boss attempting to steal his love? The assistant glanced up at the name of the jewelry store, Shengshi Jewelry. How reckless, to purchase jewelry from a rival's establishment. Morning dawned. Shi Xi arose early, venturing to dye her hair a vivid green. She distanced herself from the male protagonist, commencing her journey of breaking off their engagement. In the original narrative, although the male lead held no affection for Shi Xi, his parents were quite fond of her. Believing her beauty and grace as a noble lady made her a worthy bride. She must dismantle the Sheng family's preconceived notions. Indeed, while she was undeniably beautiful and elegant, she could not marry the male lead. Tony regarded the girl with her seaweed green hair and inquired, are you truly set on dyeing it green? Shi Xi nodded affirmatively. Tony mused that the young girl was quite lovely, albeit slightly misguided. Suddenly, Shi Xi contemplated for a moment and asked, is it possible to dye it temporarily? One that can be washed out. Of course. Tony replied with a smile, recommending, Miss, would you like to purchase a package? Right now, spend 5,000 and receive 3,000 free, or spend 10,000 and receive 5,000. Shi Xi replied, let us go with 10,000. I might need to dye my hair frequently in the future. An hour later, Tony marveled at the girl in the mirror, exclaiming, absolutely stunning. The girl's complexion was as fair as snow, her eyebrows gracefully arched, lips rosy and teeth pearly white, with dark, lustrous eyes resembling stars in the ink of night, and long, thick eyelashes curling beautifully. The cascading green waves of her hair accentuated her delicate and charming demeanor. Other female patrons in the shop, upon seeing her, exclaimed, I want to dye my hair that color too. Even a small boy raised his hand, declaring, Mommy, I want to dye mine green as well, only to be swiftly reprimanded by his mother. Shi Xi was quite pleased. Such an unconventional look would certainly displease the Sheng family. Exiting the salon, Shi Xi summoned a ride to the Sheng residence. Before her vehicle arrived, she was approached by a diminutive man with shifty eyes. The man whispered furtively, I have something extraordinary. Shi Xi instinctively questioned, what kind of extraordinary thing? The small man produced a pendant necklace, claiming it was a relic from the tomb of the Qin emperor. This is a treasure. It preserved the emperor's body for a millennium. Wearing it will ensure your energy flows freely, as the tetravalent iron oxide will seep through your skin, replenishing your iron levels. Upon hearing tetravalent iron oxide, Shi Xi realized she was being duped and interrupted. Isn't this just a magnet? The man, undeterred by being exposed, continued, its market value is 188,000. I see you as a fateful encounter, so I'll let you have it for just 180. Shi Xi casually countered, 18? The man replied without hesitation, sold. Shi Xi. How naive. Yet, having already bartered, she had no choice but to pay. The man chuckled as he pocketed the money, saying, don't feel cheated. Just the magnet alone costs several bucks, and I'll throw in a lanyard for free. Shi Xi thought, what would I want with a magnet? Clearly, dyeing her hair had caused a significant drop in her intellect. As the rideshare vehicle halted at the roadside, she stuffed the magnet into her bag and boarded the car. Chapter 16. Annulment of Engagement. At the Sheng residence, Shang Yan stood at the entrance, impatiently checking his watch. They had arranged to meet at 10 o'clock, yet it was now 10:30, and Shi Xi had yet to arrive. Just as he contemplated placing a call to hasten her arrival, Shi Xi finally appeared. Upon seeing Shi Xi's green hair, Sheng Yan paused momentarily. In his recollection, she had never sported such an eye-catching color. Shi Xi exited the vehicle, apologizing. "I'm sorry for being late." Sheng Yan's gaze swept over Shi Xi, his demeanor cool as he replied, "Let us go inside." He was aware that his parents wished to bring them together. However, he had no intention of marrying Shi Xi. Shi Xi followed Sheng Yan inside, dragging her feet, finding the prospect of dealing with elders rather burdensome. Sheng Yan furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. Shi Xi had always been enthusiastic about conversing with him, yet today she seemed oddly withdrawn. Was it because the true daughter of the Shi family had returned, causing her discontent? Did her family treat her poorly? Sheng Yan speculated as he led her into the living room. Both Sheng father and Sheng mother were present in the living room, and upon seeing Shi Xi, they momentarily froze. Anyone would be captivated by that vibrant green hair. "Xiao Xi, when did you dye your hair?" Sheng mother could not resist asking. "Good afternoon, uncle and aunt," Shi Xi said, flipping her long hair with a hint of pride. "I just dyed it today. Does it look good?" Sheng father was left speechless. Sheng mother awkwardly chuckled. "It's quite distinctive, haha. Please have a seat." Sheng Yan settled into a single chair, his eyes indifferent. He understood that his parents had summoned Shi Xi for reasons that transcended mere concern. Even if they were concerned, it certainly wouldn't be over her green hair. "Is it true you've moved out of the Shi family home?" Sheng mother inquired. Shi Xi nodded, feeling somewhat bewildered. How did everyone know she had moved out? Had she been mistreated at home? Why not stay here for a few days? Eventually, you will be living here anyway. Consider it a chance to get accustomed. Sheng mother smiled warmly, laced with a hint of subtlety. "Sheng Yan." Shi Xi discerned Sheng mother's insinuation and firmly declined, stating, "No, thank you. I'm currently filming at a production site, and it's more convenient to stay at a hotel nearby." Sheng father interjected. "Are you certain the Shi family didn't force you out?" Shi Xi replied, "Mom and Dad treat me very well, even though I am not their biological daughter. They would never neglect me." Sheng Yan glanced at Shi Xi's hair, thinking, couldn't her parents intervene about this hair dye? As long as you weren't mistreated. That was what mattered. "After all, I have seen you grow up. I have long considered you as my own daughter." Sheng mother smiled. "With your birthday approaching, why not set your engagement to Sheng Yan on that day?" Sheng Yan's lips pressed into a straight line, clearly disinclined. Shi Xi, with a serious expression, stated, "Aunt, I came here today to discuss this matter." Sheng mother raised an eyebrow. "Oh," Shi Xi continued. "I heard my mother mention that the engagement between our families was arranged before my birth. Since I am not a true daughter of the Shi family, this engagement is null and void. Perhaps you could ask Ningyu to fulfill the engagement, as she is the true heroine." At this declaration, Sheng father, Sheng mother, and even Sheng Yan were taken aback. Shi Xi had audaciously proposed to annul the engagement? Sheng father frowned. "Xiao Xi, do you think our Sheng family sought to ally with the Shi family, hence the engagement?" Chapter 17. The gene of baldness is hereditary. Sheng's mother, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "Shi Xi, you and Sheng Yan have grown up together. You are truly a perfect match. I have watched you blossom into a beautiful and considerate young woman. We adore you and would never dream of calling off the engagement at this moment." Shi Xi felt a stirring of emotion within her heart. Yet she knew that she must withdraw from the engagement. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, but my bond with Sheng Yan is one of fate unfulfilled. My decision to annul the engagement has nothing to do with my identity," she asserted resolutely. Leaning against the sofa, Sheng Yan toyed with a lighter, his expression languid and indifferent. "If that is the case, then our engagement is hereby nullified," he declared, refusing to grant Shi Xi any opportunity for negotiation. "You ungrateful wretch. Be silent," Sheng's father exclaimed in anger. "Sheng Yan, have you bullied Shi Xi into calling off the engagement?" Sheng's mother speculated from the side. Without even lighting his cigarette, Sheng Yan furrowed his brow in denial. "I did not." Shi Xi interjected, "This is my own decision, and it has nothing to do with Sheng Yan." Sheng's father, even more incensed, retorted, "Shi Xi, do not defend him. Today, I shall teach him a lesson and show him who truly holds authority in the Sheng family." Sheng Yan was taken aback. Seeing that Sheng's father was genuinely about to strike, Shi Xi rushed to intervene. "Uncle, please calm down. This was entirely my choice." Mid-sentence, Shi Xi accidentally brushed against Sheng's father's hairpiece, causing it to fall off. The room fell silent once more. Shi Xi picked up the wig and handed it back to Sheng's father, saying, "I'm so sorry, uncle. I didn't mean to." Sheng's mother quickly sought to diffuse the tension. "It's all right. Let us head to the dining room." Grabbing her bag, Shi Xi hurriedly made her exit. As Sheng's mother walked alongside Shi Xi, her large gold bracelet inadvertently attached itself to Shi Xi's bag. Confused, Sheng's mother looked down. Shi Xi froze, retrieving a magnetic ring she had purchased. Without the barrier of the bag, the magnetic ring joyfully adhered to Sheng's mother's gold bracelet. 3 minutes later, Shi Xi and Sheng Yan stood before the Sheng family residence. Both were enveloped in complex emotions, exchanging glances that revealed their shared tumult. With both Sheng's parents in a foul mood, they did not invite the two to stay for dinner. The fact that they were not forcibly ejected was already a significant display of tolerance from the elders. Sheng Yan cast a sidelong glance at Shi Xi, coldly stating, "Stop pretending. No matter how you portray your plight, I will not marry you." "Am I really pretending? My situation is genuinely dire," Shi Xi retorted, reflecting on her recent experiences that could easily fill a tragic novel. If we're comparing tragedies, it's the true daughter of the Shi family who has it worse than you," Sheng Yan replied icily. In his eyes, Shi Xi's visit to annul the engagement was merely a ploy to elicit sympathy and hasten an arrangement for their union. After a moment of silence, Shi Xi countered, "Everyone has their struggles. Look at you. You cannot even take charge of your own engagement. Isn't that a tragedy in itself?" Sheng Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. Shi Xi spread her hands. "As for me, I was once the favored daughter of heaven, only to find myself transformed overnight into a faux heiress, unaware of the laughter directed at me behind my back." Sheng Yan fell silent. As his nominal fiancé, numerous individuals had privately urged him to sever ties with her and distance himself from the false heiress. "Rest assured, I know you're not fond of me. I won't cling to you anymore," Shi Xi said, glancing at the time. "I must take my leave now." "I'll drive you," Sheng Yan muttered sullenly. The Sheng family villa was quite remote, making it difficult to hail a taxi, and Shi Xi did not refuse, climbing into Sheng Yan's vehicle. As she prepared to exit the car, Shi Xi hesitated, eventually advising, "You should take care of your hair. The gene for baldness is hereditary." Chapter 18. The male protagonist worries daily about becoming bald, thus he has given up coffee. Sheng Yan was somewhat bewildered by her words. However, he soon grasped the implication. Baldness was indeed hereditary, and Shi Xi was subtly urging him to take preventive measures. Upon returning to the office, his secretary dutifully brought him a cup of coffee. Gazing at the beverage before him, Sheng Yan remained silent for a moment before stating, "From now on, switch to tea. Coffee can lead to hair loss." Although his hair was plentiful at present, it did not guarantee that it would remain so. Should he consult a doctor in advance? Despite his youth, Sheng Yan found himself unexpectedly preoccupied with the prospect of future hair loss. After returning to the film set, Shi Xi's vibrant green hair captivated everyone. The entertainment industry is known for its acceptance of hair dye, with individuals boldly experimenting with colors of all kinds. However, due to the unique implications of green, few dared to don such a hue. To the astonishment of many, Shi Xi's green hair made her even more stunning. The director was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "You have a scene this afternoon. What have you done to your hair?" Shi Xi confidently replied, "Isn't there a campus welcome party tonight? I'll be portraying a mermaid, and green hair is quite fitting." The director conceded, "She makes a compelling argument." With a flick of her hair, Shi Xi announced, "I'm off to change." That evening, they were set to film the campus welcome party scene, where Shi Xi would play the mermaid and Yun Guanghe would take on the role of the prince. Together, they would narrate a fairy tale, steeped in melancholy. The audience praised their compatibility, acknowledging the male lead's talents and the female lead's beauty, while the true female lead watched their performance from the sidelines, feeling a pang of bitterness and insecurity. Subsequently, the story took a turn filled with misunderstandings, quarrels, silent treatments, and reconciliations. Shi Xi merely skimmed through the plot featuring the male and female leads, stifling a yawn. Dressed in her mermaid costume, the makeup artist skillfully adorned Shi Xi with a look befitting a mermaid princess. After the stage was set, the director called out through a megaphone, "Next up, Yun Guanghe and Shi Xi, please prepare." As the lights dimmed, the narrator began. Deep within the ocean lies a palace, home to the Sea King and his 6 daughters. Among them, the youngest is the most imaginative and the most beautiful. As the narration concluded, a spotlight illuminated the center of the stage. The audience beheld a mesmerizing aqua-blue tail shimmering in the light, complemented by a delicate green seaweed top that barely concealed her beauty, revealing her slender waist. Looking upward, Her green hair, adorned with shell clips, cascaded gracefully down her chest, accentuating her elongated neck and the subtle curves of her collarbone. The camera zoomed in, capturing her porcelain skin, arched brows, and soft, cherry-red lips. Beneath her raven-like long lashes lay eyes that sparkled more brilliantly than sapphires, embodying an innocence more boundless than the ocean itself. In the spotlight, the girl slowly raised her gaze, offering a gentle smile that could captivate the world. The audience was transfixed by her beauty. The only sounds remaining were the whir of machines, as everyone held their breath, fearful of disturbing this underwater princess. After a prolonged silence, the director finally called out, "Shi Xi, you look stunning. I too wish to dye my hair green." She's naturally beautiful. It has nothing to do with the color of her hair, someone remarked. The director singled out this moment and posted it on the official Weibo account for Domineering School Prince Falls for Me. Official Weibo, the daughter of a Shi Xi GIF. Once the promotional clip was shared, fans of the show and followers from various fandoms were quick to notice this captivating moment. The ensemble donned by Shi Xi, inspired by the enchanting mermaid princess, is extraordinarily beautiful, instantly attracting a multitude of admirers enchanted by her looks. Chapter 19. If you cannot bear a son, we must part ways. Surely, I deserve to have a son? Shi Xi as a mermaid is simply breathtaking. Were I to possess such beauty, I would strut down the street with unabashed confidence. It is utterly stunning. I yearn to inhabit this visage for even a single day.
Wow.
My anticipation has soared. I implore for Domineering Love to premiere soon. For more, follow the lovely Shi Xi on Weibo. The captivating gif of Shi Xi is nothing short of exquisite. Anyone who encounters it diligently saves and shares it with friends. Although the director did not buy trending topics, Shi Xi ascended to the 49th position on the trending list purely through her beauty and the support of her newfound admirers, just barely clinging to the last spot. Ji-in, feeling rather bored, scrolled through Weibo. As an ardent fan of the current top idol, Kwon-gao-yi, she also serves as the head of the anti-blackening group for his fan club. Beyond her daily efforts to counter negative press, she meticulously manages both online support and offline promotional activities. Kwon-gao-yi, a multifaceted idol known for his singing and dancing prowess, is currently striving to transition into a serious acting career. Unfortunately, his acting skills have proven inadequate. After starring in 2 dramas that garnered little attention, they flopped spectacularly.
Now,
he is preparing for a new project, rumored to be of S-grade caliber. Ji-in, with an expression devoid of emotion, retweeted a post, typing, "Aw. I am so looking forward to my brother's performance. Kwon-gao-yi is the best." Yet, deep down, she felt no excitement. As a devoted fan for 5 years, Ji-in was acutely aware that Kwon-gao-yi was ill-suited for acting, struggling with scripts and exhibiting lackluster performances. Were it not for her long-standing affection, she would have long since ceased to support him. While Ji-in was lamenting over her younger sister's misfortune, a flurry of messages erupted in her fan group. What the hell? News of Kwon-gao-yi's secret marriage and child has surfaced. Surely this cannot be true? It is. The sister-in-law herself disclosed the news. Ji-in's heart sank as she hurried back to Weibo, only to see a trending topic emerge. Kwon-gao-yi is divorcing due to his wife's inability to bear a son. What? When did he get married? Wow, the entertainment industry is wild. The marriage news never broke, and now he's trending for divorce. Unbelievable. I initially thought it was a publicity stunt, but it turns out Kwon-gao-yi really uttered those words. If you cannot bear a son, we must part ways. Is this really Kwon-gao-yi? Didn't he claim to be single all along? Ji-in clicked on the leaked screenshots and recordings, clearly hearing Kwon-gao-yi's voice. You birthed a daughter. My parents are embarrassed. Here S200,000, let us divorce. You keep the daughter, I don't want any kids. I must have a son. If you cannot accept this, I will find another. If you cannot bear a son, we must part ways. Surely, I deserve to have a son? What's wrong with me sleeping with other women? Aren't men like this? Don't you women just want money? Didn't I give you 200,000? Instantly, Weibo erupted in chaos. Numerous female fans abandoned him, leaving with scorn. Even someone as composed as Ji-in couldn't help but curse Kwon-gao-yi for his shamelessness. He feasts on the support from female fans while looking down upon women. Who can tolerate this? Chapter 20. In a single night, she gained 8 million followers. An unparalleled feat throughout history. The fan group swiftly transformed into a den of dissent. Ji-in found herself disinterested in further engagement. Kwon-gao-yi's assistant reached out to Ji-in, urging her to stabilize the fanbase and quickly counter the negative sentiment. Shi Xi promptly blocked him. To think she had supported him for 5 years, only to discover he was nothing but trash. The very thought was nauseating. Shi Xi unfollowed him, leaving behind a final blow to Quan Gaoyi's reputation. In this life, I only loved Quan Gaoyi. I knew about the secret marriage 3 years ago. But out of admiration, I chose not to disclose it to protect his career. Apparently, he fathered a daughter last year, and nearly everyone in the fan group was aware of his hospital visit for the birth. We even gifted a gold lock. I assumed he maintained a single persona for professional reasons, but it seems he intended to divorce and find someone new. Such a scoundrel is truly repulsive. Stay away from Quan Gaoyi, it will lead to misfortune. Shi Xi shared her evidence, reflecting on the over 10,000 posts she had made about Quan Gaoyi. Feeling utterly sickened, responses flooded in immediately. I never imagined Quan Gaoyi was this kind of person. I suspected he might be secretly married, but I didn't expect him to wish for a divorce simply because his wife had a daughter. I heard his wife suffered severe complications during childbirth and can no longer bear children. You too are a true fan of Yi. Why unfollow him and kick him while he is down? By all means, let the bystanders not believe in him, but your words cut too deeply. Seeing that there were still delusional fans defending Quan Gaoyi, even sending her private messages to insult her and demand she delete her posts and apologize. Shi Xi simply changed her Weibo ID to Scoundrel Bis and then switched to her alternate account. This secondary account was one she used when she was no longer following Quan Gaoyi, and gazing at the clean interface brought her a sense of relief. Scrolling through Weibo, she noted that Quan Gaoyi remained in the trending topics and the controversy was escalating. Shi Xi felt a surge of frustration. 5 years of devotion. All wasted. At that moment, Quan Gaoyi's agency was in disarray, with the public relations department working tirelessly to remove the trending topics. To divert public attention, they needed a more captivating subject. The trending topic regarding Quan Gaoyi's divorce gradually faded, while another topic steadily rose. 10 minutes later, Shi Xi's mermaid persona surged to the top of the trending list, completely overshadowing the negative discourse surrounding Quan Gaoyi.
Wow, who is this? So beautiful.
In 3 minutes, I demand all information about this woman. Soon, someone chimed in with clarifications. Isn't this Shi Xi, the one rumored to be involved with the director? Shi Xi, already irked, narrowed her eyes at the comment. She glanced at Shi Xi's Weibo, where most posts still emanated from the original owner. Exuding an air of a privileged second-generation heir, Shi Xi jumped into the fray, advocating for Shi Xi. Eyes that are no longer needed can be donated to those in need. Shi Xi and the director are from the same production team. Isn't it normal for them to stay in the same hotel? Let them find evidence of them entering the same room before they start gossiping. What does a photo in the hotel lobby prove? Besides, with such beauty, isn't she more suited for acting than some others? Laughable. This face is more than adequate for a supporting role. With Shi Xi at the helm, Shi Xi's rational supporters quickly coalesced, and her fan club began to take shape. After noticing that Shi Xi's fan count was merely 240,000, Shi Xi sought the assistance of a data expert she was acquainted with, intending to purchase an additional 100,000 followers for her, albeit gradually. After all, as an artist, she ought to possess at least 500,000 followers, shouldn't she? Data expert. Ok. Chapter 21. Overnight. 8 million followers bought, not haters but envious. Shi Xi was on set, engrossed in her filming, when a crew member alerted her that she had ascended to trending topics. Not only did Shi Xi become aware, but others in the same production also learned of it. Remarkably, a single photograph had propelled her to the top of the trending list. Yun Guanghe remarked, glancing at the trending topics, "Ah. It seems the official Weibo account's photo has made it to the top." Shi Xi pondered as she scrolled through Weibo. I suspect this might be purchased. While she recognized her beauty, she believed it did not warrant the #1 spot on trending. The director, upon seeing the trending news, expressed his delight. Shi Xi, why not post a Weibo update to promote it? Complying with his suggestion, Shi Xi shared a post featuring a stunning image of a mermaid making a wish. Shi Xi, Eternal Night image. Though the setting was for a campus orientation, the decor was meticulously crafted. With an expansive ocean backdrop and stars shimmering in the dark night sky, the girl stood at the center of the stage, seemingly the focal point of the universe. Following the Weibo post, fans erupted in cheers. Hooray! Beautiful girl posting. High-quality beauty shots.
Just a bit more.
I can save it as wallpaper, hee hee. Anticipating Shi Xi's new drama The Overbearing School Hunk Loves Me, the stunning Shi Xi, let us go. After posting, Shi Xi's follower count surged rapidly. The director, noticing the increase, advised, "You might as well take advantage of this moment to purchase some followers." Shi Xi had already tucked away her phone, dismissing the idea. She feared the backlash from fans. Meanwhile, the image of Shi Xi as a mermaid circulated widely. Various marketing accounts shared the photos, and even WeChat moments buzzed with anecdotes about the enchanting mermaid.
Consequently,
Many flocked to Weibo to follow this new generation mermaid. In crowded spaces, the presence of detractors increased. Is she really that attractive? With only 200,000 followers. Did she buy her way onto the trending list? After seeing some negative comments, Xia Yunzhou opened his computer. Not to delete comments, but to add followers for Shi Xi. Simultaneously, several others were engaged in purchasing followers. One account acquired 500,000 followers, while another bought 100,000. Hello? Is this where followers are bought? Get Shi Xi 5 million followers. Some astute netizens speculated that Quan Gaoi had seized this opportunity to go incognito, believing that his team had purchased the trending spot for Shi Xi to divert attention. However, the mermaid was undeniably beautiful. No matter how many times one gazed upon her, one could never tire of her allure. Initially, netizens were captivated by Shi Xi's beauty, but soon, they noticed her astonishing follower growth.
whoa.
Just 240,000 followers earlier. And now it's 500,000? Shi Xi is gaining followers at lightning speed, 200,000 in a single day? This has to be a purchase. Indeed. It was evident that such rapid follower growth was implausible without assistance. In a mere moment, her follower count soared to 800,000, and she continued to buy more. Truly affluent. What is the purpose of purchasing followers like this? Netizens were astounded by Shi Xi's unprecedented rate of follower acquisition, deeming it unbelievable. Ji Yin, who had orchestrated the purchases, hastily sought the data expert, I won to be paying for the excess followers. Xia Yunzhou, equally astonished, noted that he had only arranged for a little over 100,000 followers. So how did the numbers balloon so drastically? Others were equally perplexed. She merely bought over 100,000 followers. And now it has risen by over 1 million and continues to climb? Chapter 22. What do you feel sorry for? Is it the 2 or 3 trending topics in 2 days? Aside from Quan Gaoi's fans and detractors, other netizens speculated on how many followers Shi Xi could gain overnight. Did the follower machine forget to turn off? Shi Xi's Weibo followers skyrocketed from 1,040,000 to 2,000,000, then 3,000,000. She was the fastest growing artist. The following morning, Shi Xi awoke and noticed that the supporting character had sent her numerous WeChat messages. Tao Yuxuan, your Weibo followers are too few. I'll buy some for you, no need to thank me. Oh my, how are they still increasing? Did you buy some too? It's at 1,000,000 now. I bought 200,000 followers. How many did you buy? Let's pace ourselves, don't go overboard. Gaining 8 million followers overnight. My sister is incredible. After reading the messages, Shi Xi rubbed her eyes and opened her Weibo. In just one night, she had acquired an astonishing 8 million followers. Shi Xi stared in disbelief. With so many followers, surely her advertising revenue would be substantial in the future. But why the sudden surge? Could it be that besides Tao Yuxuan, someone else had also purchased followers for her? One must admit, Shi Xi's suspicions were quite valid. She replied, I'm also uncertain how my follower count surged so dramatically. Tao Yuxuan responded, you're trending again. Shi Xi thought to herself, how could this supporting character have consumed gossip all night and still be up so early? Doesn't Shi need sleep? Returning to Weibo, she noticed that yesterday's trending topic had shifted. The new hot topic was Shi Xi gains 8 million followers overnight. This follower count is undoubtedly unprecedented. Is the follower purchasing machine still running? How audacious to buy 8 million followers for an unknown starlet with no substantial works to her name. Does she truly deserve it? Whether she is the first in history for follower growth, I cannot say, but she is certainly the first in the industry for buying followers. Weibo administrators, will you not take action against such blatant follower purchasing? Despite being aware that follower purchasing is a common practice in the entertainment industry, the sheer audacity of Shi Xi's actions sparked considerable envy. In no time, numerous vigilant netizens reported Shi Xi's Weibo account for violations. while Shi Xi reveled in the joy of her 8 million followers and contemplated her next steps. She was alerted that her account had been flagged for violations and subsequently banned. Shi Xi what? The topic of her account banned quickly surged from the bottom of trending topics to the very top. I'm dying of laughter. Shi Xi's account has been banned. And if you click in, there's nothing left. This is the fate of purchasing followers. Some may think that simply being beautiful and trending will guarantee success. Welcome to the entertainment industry. Buying so many followers must have cost a fortune, hasn't it? Detractors seized the opportunity to mock Shi Xi, portraying her as a mere empty vessel devoid of talent. Shi Xi thought to herself, indeed, that is accurate. Ah well, time to get back to work. The account may have vanished, but one can always create another. After all, those 8 million followers were not purchased by her. Shi Xi feels no pangs of regret. In contrast, Tao Yuxuan and Yun Guanhe have sent messages of consolation, expressing their deep sympathy for such a prestigious account being banned. Shi Xi quipped, instead of lamenting the loss of the account, why not spare some concern for me? After all, she had been mercilessly criticized by netizens. Tao Yuxuan replied, what do you need sympathy for? For trending twice in 3 days? Shi Xi mused, the joys and sorrows of humanity are not universally shared. While many criticized Shi Xi, an equal number admired her. Shi Xi truly is breathtakingly beautiful. So, what if stars buy followers? Who doesn't he? Did it cost you anything? It's laughable. When it comes to their own purchases, they are all meek, yet they strike hard against a beautiful woman, embodying the very essence of double standards. Chapter 23, reduced to relying solely on her looks. Shi Xi has endured an overwhelming amount of slander. The early shadows of being universally vilified were already beginning to take shape. Shi Xi, in tears, found herself facing the day of the Shi family banquet. Notable figures in Fengcheng were well aware that the true daughter of the Shi family had returned, and this gathering was intended to introduce her to everyone. Shi Xi initially had no intention of attending the banquet. After all, in the original novel, her role at the event was merely to be humiliated by the female protagonist. Why would she willingly invite such disgrace upon herself? If she chose not to attend, wouldn't it only suggest that she feared Ningyu? Tao Yuxuan called her, exasperated. Why would you fear a country girl like her? Shi Xi thought to herself, if only you knew just how formidable the protagonist truly is. Tao Yuxuan continued, if you don't come to the banquet, how can we teach her a lesson? Shi Xi responded, huh? You're planning to teach her a lesson? Tao Yuxuan inadvertently let the cat out of the bag. I didn't say anything. Shi Xi replied earnestly, don't bully Ningyu. She's no pushover. I have something to attend to. I'll hang up now. Tao Yuxuan quickly ended the call. Shi Xi stared at her phone, feeling quite troubled. Sister, please don't go and sacrifice yourselves. After lying on her bed for 3 seconds, she ultimately decided to return to the Shi family. The Shi family had treated the original owner well. If she didn't return today, rumors would spread that the Shi family mistreated her. Just as Shi Xi was lost in thought, the door swung open. I leave for just 2 days, and you've already made 3 trending topics? Why didn't you inform me when your account got banned? Shi Xi. Shi Xi gazed at the person entering, her large, misty eyes widening in astonishment.
So
handsome. The newcomer had long hair cascading down his shoulders, a strikingly delicate face that was androgynous, yet the prominent Adam's apple and flat chest, along with his attire, clearly indicated he was a man. He was Shi Xi's manager, Han Chuan. Shi Xi, covering herself with the blanket, asked, why didn't you knock before entering? Han Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, not answering her question but stating affirmatively, you've put on weight. Shi Xi exclaimed, what? Han Chuan continued disapprovingly. Have you even eaten dinner in the past 2 days? Shi Xi recalled Han Chuan's stringent demands as a manager towards the original owner and felt a sudden sense of discomfort. But who is Shi Xi? She stood tall, declaring, a person is made of iron and meals are steel. How can one not eat? Han Chuan smirked. You can only rely on your looks for a living. If you gain weight, you'll be left to survive on mere northwestern winds. Shi Xi was indignant. Yet, what was even more infuriating was that he made a valid point. She was no longer the daughter of the Shi family. She had to rely solely on her looks for sustenance. The thought of gaining weight and potentially being unable to eat in the future was terrifying. No way. Han Chuan scoffed, placing a bag on the bed. Put on your gown. I'll accompany you to the Shi family banquet. Oh, okay. Shi Xi instinctively nodded. By the time she regained her composure, Han Chuan had already exited. She wondered how he knew she was going to the Shi family banquet and even brought a gown. However, the gown Han Chuan provided was exquisite and glamorous. The deep blue long dress accentuated her figure, while the silver high heels added the perfect touch. Her long hair cascading down added a touch of languid elegance to the girl. The green hair was temporary and had faded to a brownish hue, still contrasting beautifully against her snow-white skin. Han Chuan scrutinized Shi Xi, frowning. You really have gained weight. Chapter 24, 200,000 in pocket money. Shi Xi felt the gown was a tad tight. Starting today, I'm going on a diet, she vowed.
Huh?
A woman's words are deceiving, Han Chuan replied lazily, tilting his head. First, let us head to the Shi family. Once seated in the chauffeur-driven car, Han Chuan opened his laptop and inquired, did you get your account banned due to buying followers? At this, Shi Xi felt quite wronged. I didn't buy a single follower. A friend kindly helped me, and the account got banned. Han Chuan began typing on the keyboard. I'll communicate with someone at Weibo to see if we can retrieve your account. After all, it had 8 million followers. Shi Xi leaned back against the seat, conceding, forget it, just cancel that account. I'll register a new one. Those followers never truly belonged to me. Han Chuan was taken aback. You're just going to give up such a good account? He examined Shi Xi closely, nodding slightly. You've changed a bit. The previous Shi Xi was calculative and vengeful, yet now she appeared much more composed and restrained. Even her intellect seemed to have matured. Of course I've changed, Shi Xi retorted, pulling out a small mirror and confidently asserting, I'm far more beautiful than before. Han Chuan didn't respond further, but sent her a new account and password. This is your newly verified Weibo account. You'll use this from now on. Shi Xi entered the credentials. Puzzled. When did you apply for this? Even if it needed verification, it shouldn't be ready so quickly. I reapplied as soon as your account got banned. Han Chuan, being an experienced manager, handled matters with remarkable efficiency, adding, don't use this account to like others' posts. And don't buy followers yourself. Also, before posting on Weibo, let me review it first. Many artists have gotten into trouble due to their posts. Han Chuan was determined to avoid such situations with his own artist. Shi Xi nodded, asking, should I post on Weibo now? Han Chuan assessed her. When you get out of the car, I'll take a few photos of you. Today's outfit is perfect for a shoot. Shi Xi agreed. Upon arriving at the Shi family home, Shi Mu, upon seeing Shi Xi, had her eyes well up with tears and rushed to grasp Shi Xi's hands, exclaiming, look at you, you've lost weight again. Beside her, Han Chuan remained speechless, as he estimated Shi Xi had at least gained 5 pounds. Shi Xi quickly replied, I haven't lost weight, it's just that this dress makes me look slimmer. Shi Mu pulled Shi Xi inside, scolding her as they walked, living outside. Can you eat and sleep as well as you do at home? Oh, I'm just working, Shi Xi thought to herself, relishing the absence of the protagonist. By the way, where is Ningyu? She hasn't returned yet. When it comes to Ningyu, a hint of displeasure shadowed Mother Shi's face as she murmured. She leaves early and returns late every day, disappearing without a trace. I wonder who she associates with. Shi Xi, having perused the novel, was aware that Ningyu was a powerful figure in disguise, likely off enjoying herself with friends. Mother Shi sighed, her concern palpable. I had originally hired a tutor to teach her some etiquette, but she is never home. I fear she might embarrass herself at tonight's banquet. That won't happen. Shi Xi thought to herself, you should be more worried about me. I am the one destined to make a fool of myself at the banquet. By the way, I'm transferring you this month's allowance. Remember to buy some lovely clothes, she added. Mother Shi, her spirits lifted, happily transferred the money to Shi Xi. Just then, Shi Xi's phone vibrated with a message. Your account ending in 4399 has completed a transaction of 200,000. Balance, 271,896. 200,000 in pocket money. Chapter 25. Of course I'm worried. You are rather unreliable when it comes to handling matters. Shi Xi glanced at the balance on her card and instinctively asked, did you give Ningyu any pocket money? I did. Mother Shi's expression shifted slightly. How much did you give her? Shi Xi pressed on. 20,000. Mother Shi replied, adding, she's out all the time. Giving her money only encourages her to frolic about. Shi Xi rubbed her temples. Mom, Ningyu just returned home. She's still adjusting to life here. Aren't you afraid of her getting upset with your favoritism towards me? How much can she spend? Besides, if she needs money, can't she just ask me? Mother Shi's discomfort regarding Ningyu was evident. She only knew how to roam around. I wanted to take her shopping, but she refused. As her own daughter, Mother Shi naturally wished to treat Ningyu well. However, Ningyu's cold demeanor and indifference towards her elders had left Mother Shi feeling hurt. Shi Xi looked at her mother with a perplexed expression. "Why are you quarreling with a child?" "Child?" Mother Shi questioned. Shi Xi replied, "Ningyu has just returned. She must be unfamiliar with the household. You should be gentler with her and give her money, just as you do for me." "Should I also give her 200,000 in pocket money?" Mother Shi inquired tentatively. "Yes, go ahead," Shi Xi affirmed. "By the way, where's Ningyu? Is she home?" "Not at the moment. She left early this morning. I told her to return early, but she merely replied that she understood and didn't mention when she would be back." "What do you need her for?" "Nothing. Just checking." Shi Xi glanced at her phone. Tao Yuxuan had messaged her, "I'm going to find her to hang out." Mother Shi smiled. Go ahead, go ahead. I've asked the chef to prepare your favorite strawberry pudding. Indulge yourself." Upon hearing strawberry pudding, Shi Xi's eyes lit up instantly. "Then I'll head to the kitchen to see if I can help." Help out? Or sneak a taste? The banquet was scheduled for the evening. And it was still early. The kitchen was busy with preparations. Tao Yuxuan had arrived early, eager to see Shi Xi after a lengthy separation, while also making a few preparations. Shi Xi grabbed several strawberry puddings from the kitchen and led Tao Yuxuan into a room, directly asking, "Are you planning to teach Ningyu a lesson tonight?" Tao Yuxuan chuckled awkwardly. "Don't worry, she won't find out." Shi Xi sighed. "What do you plan to do?" "Just to make her look foolish. Trust me, it won't involve you." Tao Yuxuan declared confidently, "I can handle this." "Are you still worried?" "Of course I am. You're rather unreliable when it comes to handling matters."
Ugh.
"Just wait and see." Tao Yuxuan, disinterested in further explanation, headed downstairs to prepare. Shi Xi was speechless. "You came this early just to prepare for teaching Ningyu a lesson?" "Of course. What else would I be doing here?" Shi Xi followed her closely, curious about Tao Yuxuan's intentions. It wasn't that she was concerned for herself. Rather, she feared that Tao Yuxuan, as a sacrificial sister, might face a harsh fate. She had skimmed through the novel, unable to recall many details, only remembering that she had ended up feeding fish. As for Tao Yuxuan's fate, that had slipped her mind entirely. Just as they stepped outside, Tao Yuxuan whispered, "Wow, your fiancé has arrived." Shi Xi lifted her gaze to see Shang Yan walking in. Tall and handsome, his mere presence drew the attention of everyone around him, and Shi Xi was no exception. Her gaze settling on him. Then she glanced at Shang Yan's hair. What a pity, he would eventually go bald. Chapter 26, Why does the male protagonist have to be bald? Shi Xi mused. Shang Yan's father was bald, which made it highly likely that Shang Yan would follow suit in the future. The thought left Shi Xi sighing internally. Such a splendid male lead, yet destined to be bald. As Shang Yan entered, he naturally spotted Shi Xi. However, he was perplexed by the pity he perceived in her gaze. What is there to be pitied? Shang Yan thought, his expression darkening. He had never liked Shi Xi, yet their parents were both fervently supportive of the engagement. Moreover, Shi Xi had always looked at him with admiration. Why had she suddenly begun acting strangely since their last meeting? Tao Yuxuan, being perceptive, excused herself. "You two chat. I'll entertain myself." She had her own matters to attend to. Shi Xi slowly descended the stairs and asked, "Why are you here so early?" Shang Yan, one hand in his pocket and holding a box in the other, tossed it to Shi Xi with reluctance. "This is a gift from my mother." The box traced a graceful arc through the air, landing perfectly in Shi Xi's hands. "A gift from your mother? What is it?" Shi Xi opened the box to reveal a jade bracelet, its vibrant green hue elegant and exquisite, captivating from any angle. Shi Xi gasped. Had she not caught it securely, the bracelet might have shattered. Isn't this too extravagant? Shi Xi liked the bracelet, but hesitated to accept a gift from the Shang family, feeling as if she were receiving a betrothal gift. "Just take it," Shang Yan insisted, an awkward expression on his face. "My mom bought a fake last time she wore a bracelet. Isn't your family in the jewelry business? How could you end up with a fake?" Shi Xi queried, puzzled. "My mom felt quite embarrassed," Shang Yan admitted, trying to suppress the memory of his mother's expression. The Shang family's Shengshi jewelry was quite renowned, yet his mother had purchased a counterfeit. Shi Xi accepted the bribe, no, the bracelet, assuring him, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this." Shang Yan nodded slightly, returning to his previous haughty demeanor. The atmosphere between them remained harmonious despite avoiding the topic of their engagement. At that moment, Ningyu walked in from outside. Ningyu's complexion was cool and pale, her features exquisite yet frigid, with long, straight black hair that appeared remarkably demure. However, she seldom smiled, her eyes seemingly infused with ice and snow, making her seem unapproachable. "It's you?" Sheng Yan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Ningyu. "Do you know each other?" Shi Xi instinctively inquired. Realizing her mistake, she quickly recalled that in the original plot, Ningyu and Sheng Yan had indeed crossed paths before. It was only at this banquet that they would formally meet. Unacquainted, but merely familiar. Sheng Yan chuckled lightly and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Sheng Yan." Ningyu's voice was cool and detached, casting him but a fleeting glance before ascending the staircase. Sheng Yan pondered, noting her strong character. Shi Xi, recalling the tumultuous relationship between the two in the narrative, patted Sheng Yan on the shoulder, encouragingly proclaiming, "You have a long road ahead in pursuing your beloved." Sheng Yan, puzzled, retorted, "What else with the encouragement? Shi Xi is becoming increasingly strange. By the way, there's something I wish to discuss with you." Shi Xi, standing on the steps, leaned closer to whisper in his ear.
What is it?
Sheng Yan inquired. Just as Shi Xi was about to speak, a man entered the living room. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, with striking brows and piercing eyes, his expression softened upon seeing Shi Xi. "Shi Xi, you've finally returned home." Chapter 27. Others do not select the remnants, nor shall I. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shi Xi instinctively straightened her posture. "Big brother." The man who entered was none other than the eldest son of the Shi family, Shi Su. Sheng Yan also composed herself, greeting, "Elder brother Shi."
Shi Su,
being older than both, was the elder brother of the Shi family and had grown up alongside Sheng Yan, fostering a deep bond. "Sheng Yan is here too," Shi Su remarked, his gaze shifting between the two with a smile. "It seems Shi hasn't been home for long." Shi Xi cleared her throat, attempting to redirect the conversation. "Why are you back so early today?" "I wanted to deliver a gift before the banquet begins," Shi Su replied, producing a gift bag from his hand. He revealed 2 ornate boxes, saying, "Choose whichever you prefer." Within the boxes lay 2 exquisite necklaces, one adorned with a star pendant, the other with a moon pendant. "Both are beautiful. Are these for me and Ningyu?" Shi Xi inquired. "Indeed," Shi Su nodded. "You select one, and I shall give the other to Ningyu." His words reflected the evident affection he held for Shi Xi, placing her above all. Shi Xi couldn't help but recall Lin Dayu's poignant words. "I knew it. Others do not choose the remnants, nor do they offer them to me. Ahem. I shall ask Ningyu which she prefers." Shi Xi took both boxes and headed upstairs to find Ningyu. It was clear that Shi Su cared for his sister Ningyu as well, or he wouldn't have purchased 2 necklaces. However, having spoiled Shi Xi, he unwittingly favored her. Observing Shi Xi's actions, both Shi Su and Sheng Yan exchanged surprised glances. They were well aware of Shi Xi's personality, typically the pampered princess. It was indeed remarkable to witness her considering another's feelings. "What did Shi say to you just now?" Shi Su asked Sheng Yan. "She was about to tell me something when you arrived," Sheng Yan recalled, wondering what Shi needed her assistance with. She decided to inquire later. "Shall we sit in the study?" Shi Su suggested. Sheng Yan nodded in agreement. They were both involved in the family business and occasionally collaborated on ventures. Meanwhile, Shi Xi, having acquired the necklaces, knocked on Ningyu's door.
"Come in."
Ningyu's voice was cool, devoid of emotion. Shi Xi pushed the door open to find Ningyu seated at her desk, the computer screen displaying a gaming interface. "Are you busy?" Shi Xi, well aware of the importance of not interrupting a game, inquired. 2 minutes, Ningyu replied. Shi Xi understood. 2 minutes meant the game would conclude shortly. She settled onto the sofa, positioned perfectly to observe Ningyu's gameplay. The game appeared to be one called Dream of the Jianghu. Though Shi Xi had never played it herself, she often encountered advertisements for it while on her phone. The promotions were enticing, drawing countless players into its web. Ningyu's left hand danced over the keyboard while her right deftly maneuvered the mouse, the game interface swirling chaotically before her. 2 minutes later, the screen erupted with a monumental victory announcement. Ningyu ceased her movements, pivoting her chair to face Shi Xi. "What do you need?" Shi Xi presented the 2 necklaces. "Big brother bought these for us. Which do you prefer?" As she held the necklaces aloft, both the star and moon pendants radiated dazzling brilliance. "Whichever," Ningyu replied, casting but a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. Chapter 28. A balance of 70 million. Ningyu's demeanor remained characteristically aloof, and her lack of reaction to the necklaces was telling. Shi Xi, contemplating the pieces in her hands, remarked, "You should wear the moon pendant. It resembles a radiant moon." casting a serene glow over 1,000 miles. At the compliment, Ningyu turned to regard her, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Despite her cool disposition, she sensed the Shi family's disfavor toward her. Compared to the true daughter returning from the countryside, they favored Shi Xi, who had been raised before them, a gentle and charming girl who knew how to play the role of a sweet little sister. To Ningyu, the Shi family felt like strangers, and she held no desire to ingratiate herself with them. The unexpected visit from Shi Xi was indeed surprising. Accepting the necklace, she awkwardly murmured, "Thank you. This is a gift from Big Brother. If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed towards him," Shi Xi suggested, eyeing her star necklace. "Could you help me put this on?" Ningyu, feeling the proximity of Shi Xi, found herself slightly uncomfortable.
Yet.
Shi Xi's sparkling eyes resembled bright stars, shimmering boldly against the vast, dark sky. Ningyu took the necklace and secured it around Shi Xi's neck. After fastening it, Shi Xi adjusted the star pendant, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "How does it look?" The girl donned a deep blue evening gown, the star pendant reflecting a radiant glow under the lights. Yet, it was her eyes that shone even brighter, with lashes like raven feathers framing dark orbs that seemed to embody the North Star in the depths of night. Ningyu's lips curled slightly, involuntarily revealing a tender smile. "It looks lovely." Noticing Ningyu's smile, Shi Xi momentarily froze, exclaiming, "You look so beautiful when you smile." Ningyu cleared her throat, reverting to her usual demeanor. "Is there anything else?" Shi Xi glanced at the time, reminding her, "It's time to change into your evening gown." "Yes," Ningyu replied, retrieving a striking red gown from her wardrobe. It was even more vibrant and stunning than the one she had previously chosen for Shi Xi. However, as she pulled it out, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Lifting the skirt, she furrowed her brow. The slit, once modestly reaching her knees, now extended to her waist, entirely unwearable. Not yet realizing the dress had been damaged, Shi Xi, with a mixture of admiration and delicacy, suggested, "Isn't the slit a bit too high?" Ningyu had already suspected Shi Xi might be responsible for the dress' state. Yet, Shi Xi's innocent expression suggested she was unaware of the situation. "It's not just too high. The dress has been torn," Ningyu replied, her gaze lowering, a hint of coldness flickering in her eyes. She had only returned to the Shi family for a few days when someone began to take issue with her and resorted to petty actions. Who could be so malicious? Shi Xi inhaled sharply, hastily exclaiming, "It wasn't me." How unfortunate for her to find herself entangled in a plot where the female lead is framed. This twist was absent from the original storyline. Ningyu pursed her lips, remaining silent. "By the way, I brought back that set of dresses I bought for you last time," Shi Xi recalled, immediately rising to her feet. "I'll go fetch it." Although Ningyu had not accepted the attire Shi Xi had purchased previously, she brought it back nonetheless. To her surprise, it proved useful so soon. Yet, would Ningyu suspect her of having damaged the dress? Shi Xi sighed. The female lead's life was far too tumultuous. Fortunately, she was merely a supporting character.
Hee.
While Shi Xi busied herself retrieving the dress, Ningyu returned to her computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. The screen flickered momentarily before the surveillance footage from the Shi family's corridor appeared. Ningyu's room was at the far end of this floor, and others rarely passed by. She had only brought the dress back yesterday. All she needed to do was check who had entered her room during her absence. After observing the individual who had accessed her room, Ningyu's expression turned impassive, and she exited the surveillance interface. Her phone buzzed with an incoming message. Glancing at it, Ningyu noted it was a transaction notification. Your account ending in 4321 has completed a transaction of 200,000, balance 71, 271, 896. Chapter 29. What use is beauty? After delivering the dress to Ningyu, Shi Xi stepped out of her room. Although she was quite curious to see the female lead's figure, it seemed they were not yet close enough for that. She hoped they might have the opportunity to swim or enjoy a hot spring together in the future. A longing sparkled in Shi Xi's eyes. Shi Xi, what did you want to discuss? Lost in thought, Shi Xi was interrupted by Xiang Yan's voice. Emerging from Shi Xu's study, he spotted Shi Xi and inquired. Later at the banquet, Shi Xi leaned closer to Xiang Yan and whispered in his ear. Upon hearing her words, Xiang Yan wore a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. "Why should I heed your words? If you wish to dissolve our engagement, you ought to follow my suggestion." Shi Xi's gaze was resolute, her eyes shimmering with brightness. Xiang Yan assessed the girl, falling into a moment of silence. He had always regarded Shi Xi as a sister, but now he suddenly realized that his little sister had blossomed into a young woman. I can agree to your request, but your elder brother seems to disapprove, Sheng Yan replied nonchalantly. Elder brother? Shi Xi glanced at the study door, waving her hand dismissively. Don't worry. I'll handle things on my end. A slight smirk graced Sheng Yan's lips. Very well. He had initially intended to dissolve their engagement, and now that Shi Xi had taken the initiative to propose it, he was more than willing to facilitate the process. Shi Xi knocked on Shi Su's study door and peered inside. Elder brother? Come in, Shi Su replied, leaning back in his chair and pressing his fingertips to his brow. His voice gentle. How have you been lately? Quite well. Shi Xi thought to herself, relishing the joy of living alone. She entered the study, pointing to the necklace around her neck. Is it beautiful? Shi Su smiled. It's lovely. My sister is the most beautiful. It's the necklace you chose, elder brother. Shi Xi giggled as she stepped closer. I'd like to discuss something with you. Please don't be angry. The Shi family held considerable prestige and power in Feng City. Shi's father was in the prime of his life, and Shi Su was a skilled businessman, leading the Shi family to greater heights, with guests continuously arriving for the banquet. During this event, Shi's father would formally introduce Ningyu's identity. Those attending had heard whispers, aware that the Shi family had mistakenly swapped daughters. The real heiress was a rough-and-tumble individual from the countryside, known for her frequent brawls, and attended the lowest-ranked school, number 13. In contrast, the faux heiress, Shi Xi, had been crowned the first socialite of Feng City, graceful, poised, intelligent, and beautiful. The stark contrast was evident. Thus, many guests whispered amongst themselves about the true and false heiresses. Once most guests had arrived, Shi's father chuckled and stepped forward, thanking everyone for taking the time to visit his humble abode. Today, I wish to introduce my daughter, Shi Hong Ningyu. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld a striking young woman in a white evening gown gracefully descending the staircase. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely refined, and her amber eyes seemed to carry the chill of ice and snow. Standing before such a large gathering, she displayed no trace of embarrassment or shyness, instead emanating a subtle air of authority. Casting a cool glance, Ningyu positioned herself beside Shi's father, her voice as frosty as her demeanor. Hello, everyone. I am Ningyu. So beautiful. Truly the daughter of the Shi family. Such splendid genes. What use is beauty? Someone whispered. I hear she is quite formidable. On her very first day back, she drove Shi Xi out of the Shi family. She is renowned as a little gang leader at number 13. No one dared to provoke her during school. Shi Xi, standing amidst the crowd, felt her heart tremble at these words. She hadn't been bullied. Ningyu was certainly not a little gang leader. Yet, Shi Xi could not explain. If she spoke up in Ningyu's defense, it would only further amplify the perception of Ningyu's misdeeds, while she herself appeared gentle and magnanimous, seemingly above reproach. In simple terms, it only served to elevate Shi Xi's image as a white lotus. Ningyu sensed the gazes upon her, feeling disdain within. She had never been concerned with others' opinions. After Shi's father's introduction, the first dance was about to commence. All eyes were on Shi Xi and Ningyu, curious to see with whom they would share the opening dance. After all, both were daughters of the Shi family, and it appeared that Shi Xi had lost her standing. Shang Yan approached Ningyu, raising an eyebrow. Miss Ning, may I invite you to dance the opening dance? Ningyu raised her long lashes and extended her hand. Certainly. The other guests were astonished to witness Shang Yan inviting Ningyu to dance, their mouths agape in disbelief. Wait, Sheng Xiao is dancing with Ningyu? What about Shi Xi? Shang Yan would surely wed the true heiress of the Shi family. It seemed the Sheng family also acknowledged this true heiress. I thought it would be Shi Xiao dancing with Ningyu. I never expected it to be Sheng Yan. What will happen to Shi Xi? Is she truly being cast aside? The gossiping guests stealthily glanced in Shi Xi's direction. However, at that moment, Shi Xi was engaged in conversation with Shi Su, completely unfazed. Shi Su quietly inquired, Did you prompt Xing Yan to invite Ningyu for the opening dance? Yes. Shi Xi nodded, her eyes sparkling. If it were merely the Shi family acknowledging Ningyu, those people would continue to bully her. Only by having Sheng Yan invite Ningyu to dance would they regard her as the Shi family's true heiress. These individuals are most adept at elevating some while diminishing others. Although Ningyu doesn't care about such matters, I simply do not wish for the female lead to be bullied. The swapping of their identities is not the fault of either of them. With a sense of satisfaction, Shi Xi gently ruffled Shi Xi's hair, remarking on how she has grown. No touching my head. My hair is all messy. Shi Xi protested, shielding her head. Messy or not, you still need to return to the Shi family. Otherwise, they might think they treat you poorly, Shi Xi responded. After a moment of hesitation, Shi Xi replied, once I finish this drama, I will return to live there. Initially, she had chosen to stay in a hotel to avoid Ningyu. But after immersing herself in the filming process, she realized time was scarce. Having never studied acting before, she was starting from scratch, yet fortunately, this was merely a low-budget campus web drama with modest demands for acting skills, allowing her to manage. However, as she intended to pursue this as her career, it was imperative for her to enhance her talents. Whatever you wish to do, I shall always support you, Shi Xi said, unable to resist another affectionate ruffle of her hair. Just remember, I absolutely detest having my hair touched. Shi Xi insisted. Shi Xi chuckled and invited her. Shall we dance? But no touching my hair. Shi Xi extended her hand, resting it in his palm. Others gradually joined the dance floor. And upon witnessing the Shi family's eldest son dancing with Shi Xi, they began to understand the situation. Both Shi Xi and Ningyu were cherished daughters of the Shi family. Except for a few extreme ideologues. It was clear Ningyu had gone too far. She had taken Shi Xi's home and sought to claim her fiancé as well. Thus, it was essential to stand up for Shi Xi. Chapter 31. The Sound of Celestial Music. Having exited the dance floor, Shi Xi sought a place to eat. Her stomach grumbling from hunger after a night of fasting, having only indulged in a few strawberry puddings that afternoon. However, Shi Xi was quite renowned in the elite circles of Feng City, and numerous girls approached her to chat, leaving her no choice but to feign interest in each encounter. At last, she found herself alone. Just as she picked up a Portuguese tart, ready to take a bite, it was snatched from her hand. What? Shi Xi exclaimed. As Han Chuan coldly admonished, you're already on the verge of becoming a pig, and yet you still indulge in such high-calorie desserts? Where am I fat? Shi Xi retorted, patting her flat stomach. Look, it's all flat. Aren't there any muscles on my arms? My legs? My face? Han Chuan devoured the tart he had stolen and replied, you can have a maximum of an apple and 2 slices of lettuce for dinner. Shi Xi clenched her fists in indignation, ready to protest. Han Chuan added, or would you prefer that when domineering love is released, viewers criticize the female supporting character for gaining weight, to the point of not fitting on screen? Shi Xi was rendered speechless, stifling her tears. She had observed that other actors in the crew consumed very little, merely to appear more appealing on camera. Some had become so gaunt in reality, yet still appeared overweight on screen, facing relentless criticism from netizens. Shi Xi had little fondness for apples and could only gaze longingly at her beloved strawberry pudding, feeling utterly pitiful. As she lamented her fate, a voice filled with arrogance pierced through the air, Tao Yuxuan's. Oh? You can't play the piano? How unfortunate. This is a required course. And I had assumed you could as well. Though she feigned apology, her tone oozed with condescension. What instrument do you play then? The suona? Shi Xi listened from afar, thinking to herself, perhaps I should play the suona for you to send you away, sparing the heroine the trouble. However, Tao Yuxuan provoked the situation too swiftly. Shi Xi heard her words and, unable to intervene in time, resignedly approached, hoping to at least salvage some dignity for Tao Yuxuan. Do we have a guzheng? Ningyu's voice was calm. Oh? You can play the guzheng? Tao Yuxuan's tone rose in pitch, laughing. How fortuitous. The Shi family possesses a guzheng. Why not play as a piece? Ningyu was indeed proficient. As Shi Xi stepped forward, the guzheng was already brought forth. Under the watchful eyes of the guests, deception was out of the question. Ningyu sat before the instrument, testing the sound. Every note was perfectly tuned. With her fingers deftly pressing the strings, she coaxed forth a tranquil and ethereal melody. The audience fell silent, enraptured by the exquisite music. Shi Xi glanced at Tao Yuxuan, who smirked with an air of confidence. Oh, how tragic, Shi Xi thought, choosing not to look at Tao Yuxuan anymore, fearing the blow would be too heavy for her. Tao Yuxuan raised her chin slightly, anticipating a discordant note. Knowing Ningyu could play the guzheng, she intentionally provoked her to perform. However, she had tampered with the instrument. The flaw would not be apparent during the tuning but would reveal itself halfway through the performance. As the piece progressed, Ningyu suddenly noticed an anomaly in one of the strings. Her eyes swiftly scanned the strings, and she quickly deduced that the problem lay not with the strings themselves, but with the instability of the bridge. Such meticulous planning to target her was truly remarkable. Despite the turmoil, Ningyu maintained her composure, pressing down on the strings and continuing her performance. A flawless and flowing melody poured forth, devoid of any flaws. As the final note resonated, applause erupted from the audience, astonished by Miss Ning's exceptional guzheng skills. What heavenly music! Tao Yuxuan's smile faded, leaving her standing there in shock. Chapter 32, the second one at least. How is this possible? She had clearly tampered with the bridge. Why did Ningyu play so seamlessly? Tao Yuxuan stood frozen in disbelief. Shi Xi, who had witnessed everything, clapped silently to herself, thinking, don't even think about framing the heroine, it's futile. Unwilling to accept defeat, Tao Yuxuan stepped forward. The guzheng's tone is indeed exquisite. Ningyu rose, acknowledging her. Tao Yuxuan reached out, fiddling with the tampered bridge, and snap! The bridge collapsed, producing an echoing sound. The atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. Shi Xi feigned ignorance, suggesting, let us take the guzheng away, the banquet must continue. Ningyu chuckled lightly, her ice-like eyes sweeping over Tao Yuxuan and Shi Xi before she briefly paused, redirecting her gaze. Such juvenile schemes to sabotage one another truly required considerable effort, didn't they? Ningyu understood that Tao Yuxuan must have played a part in tampering with the instrument. Did Shi Xi also partake? The banquet proceeded normally. Thanks to Tao Yuxuan's meddling, the guests gained a deeper understanding of Ningyu. Not only was she beautiful, but she also played beautifully. To produce such enchanting music, she must have been an excellent student. After all, she attended the 13th middle school, likely learning the guzheng on a whim. But what did it matter if she was a good student? The Shi family could afford to support her. Hearing the murmurs around her, Shi Xi found it utterly tedious. After all, she was the heroine, the academic prodigy. Did they even know what an academic prodigy was? Tao Yuxuan stood beside Shi Xi, indignantly stating, you're at Feng City First High, and she's at 13th Middle School. How could she possibly compare to you? Enough. Shi Xi remarked, how she fared in the exam is of no concern to us. You ought to refrain from meddling in her affairs. If it weren't for their shared status as supporting characters, Shi Xi would have been disinclined to offer such counsel. You are simply too kind-hearted, which is why you allow others to trample upon you, Tao Yuxuan lamented, her heart aching. Shi Xi responded with confusion, please, do not speak in such a manner. I have no desire to be a paragon of virtue. Upon reflecting on the context, she realized that she might indeed resemble a naive, supporting character. Oh, dear. I need to take a break for a while. What about you? Shi Xi pondered how she might sever ties with Tao Yuxuan. She could no longer associate with a mere supporting character. Otherwise, she would inevitably end up as one herself. I'll join you, Tao Yuxuan said, affectionately linking arms with Shi Xi as if they were bosom friends. Shi Xi thought, well, it's better to keep the supporting character close than to let her seek out the protagonist. She promptly retreated to her room, rummaging through her belongings. What are you searching for? Tao Yuxuan inquired. Snacks. I am utterly famished, Shi Xi replied, sifting through the drawers in search of something to eat. At the banquet, Han Chuan had been watching her closely, wary of her indulging in any caloric delights. All the snacks are likely in the living room. You never keep such things in your room, Tao Yuxuan noted, demonstrating her familiarity as the original owner of this identity. Shi Xi collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly miserable. In a hushed tone, Tao Yuxuan asked, Shi Xi, will you just stand by and watch as Ningyu gradually takes away your possessions? Shi Xi gazed at the ceiling. Those were originally mine. I am merely returning them. Tao Yuxuan was momentarily speechless, clearly taken aback by Shi Xi's response. But you've been with the Shi family for 18 years. You and Xiang Yan have been childhood friends. Surely you cannot just relinquish him. Tao Yuxuan pondered deeply before adding. At the very least, you should secure some shares in the company to ensure your future. Upon hearing the first at least, Shi Xi's heart tightened. Upon the second, she felt as though she could just as well perish on the spot. Chapter 33 with such a friend inciting her, who could maintain their sanity. It must be said that Tao Yuxuan was a competent supporting character, directly encouraging her to vie with the protagonist for the two most vital things. Xiang Yan, after all, was the male lead. Could she truly compete with him? As for the shares, if she were to accept them, she would likely find herself cast into the depths of despair. Forget it, I would rather receive a monthly allowance of 200,000 and make a few films in the entertainment industry. At least it's a safe option. Sure, she had no desire to take risks. Surely, you should be entitled to at least 5 of the shares? Tao Yuxuan continued her calculations. Shi Xi replied, my parents contemplated giving me their shares, but I declined. Tao Yuxuan's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Shi Xi as though she were a fool. Now is the time to cut ties. Are you insane? Why would you refuse? She exclaimed, practically wishing she could help Shi Xi sign the agreement herself. You wouldn't want to just hand Sheng Yan over, would you? Shi Xi stated flatly. Sheng's father is bald. Tao Yuxuan paused for a moment, huh? Shi Xi candidly responded, I fear Sheng Yan may also become bald in the future. I simply do not find that appealing. Silence enveloped the sofa that evening. Who would have thought that Sheng Yan, who appeared so dashing, might one day lose his hair? Tao Yuxuan imagined Sheng Yan bald and muttered to herself, baldness is hereditary. If your son goes bald, I certainly do not wish to marry my daughter to him. Shi Xi retorted, you are overthinking things. Perhaps you should consider how long you have left to live. I will not be getting engaged to Sheng Yan. As for the Shi family shares, they rightfully belong to me. No one can take them away. And what is it mine, I have no desire to claim. Shi Xi sat up, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Shi Xi was not a saint. As long as her personal safety could be assured, she would accept the Shi family's assistance. As long as you understand, that person cannot be allowed to benefit without consequence, Tao Yuxuan expressed her disdain for Ningyu, who carried herself like a street thug, lacking even a hint of grace.
Do you?
Shi Xi could not help but inquire.
Tao Yuxuan replied, no.
An awkward silence filled the air. Let us head downstairs. The banquet should be winding down, Tao Yuxuan said, glancing at the time. By the way, I'm planning to travel abroad. What about you? Shi Xi replied lethargically. Have you forgotten? I'm still in the filming crew. Tao Yuxuan chuckled, almost forgot. You're destined to be a big star. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll bring you back a gift. Shi Xi sincerely replied. The best gift you could give me is to enjoy your time abroad. As long as Tao Yuxuan avoided trouble, she believed she would not provoke Ningyu. With such a friend inciting her, who could maintain their sanity. Just as Shi Xi was about to exit her room, a sharp pain pierced her head, and she steadied herself against the doorframe. Tao Yuxuan turned to her, asking, what's wrong? The pain surged like a tide, only to recede moments later. Shi Xi took a deep breath. It's nothing. I might just be a bit tired lately. Tao Yuxuan murmured, make sure to rest well. The Shi family is wealthy enough to support you. Why endure hardship in the entertainment industry? Shi Xi smiled faintly, remaining silent. No matter how affluent the Shi family was, it was not her wealth. The fact that she could leverage the Shi family's influence to establish her footing in the entertainment industry was already a stroke of luck compared to many others. As they descended the stairs, the atmosphere felt somewhat off. A servant of a Shi family was surrounded, expressing her grievances. When I entered Miss Ning's room to clean, I found this gown, which has been torn. This was a dress specially tailored for Miss Ning by Madam. I never expected her to be so careless. Chapter 30, for the protagonist could never suffer a setback. Shi Xi stood at the top of the stairs, catching sight of the gown, which bore a deliberate cut. The incision was clean, clearly made with intent. Whispers filled the room as attendees were taken aback by such behavior. Who would have thought she would stoop to such a level? Murmured one. A little street girl, such actions are hardly surprising. Even if she were truly a rich heiress, her upbringing in a remote area would not afford her the manners to befriend. Education plays a crucial role. Is Shi Xi really any better than Ningyu? It's a pity she was expelled from the Shi family. Disdainful glances were cast towards Ningyu. Her actions were met with scorn. How could she dare to tear a dress gifted by her own mother? Observing the situation, Shi Xi began to grasp the unfolding drama. She wondered which valiant supporting character was currently on a path to self-destruction. Why not simply live and let live? Why court disaster?
Come.
Let us see the consequences of foolishness, Shi Xi urged, pulling Tao Yuxuan along. Tao Yuxuan protested, watermelon is fattening. Does your manager allow you to eat that? Shi Xi retorted, I wasn't even hungry until you mentioned it. Frustration. The crowd continued to debate Ningyu's destruction of the gown. Shirmu was fuming. If you disliked it, you could have simply said so. Why destroy this dress? Have I not treated you well enough? She had never held any fondness for Ningyu. Today, for the sake of Shi Xi, she begrudgingly bestowed upon Ningyu a sum of 200,000 as pocket money, only for Ningyu to immediately mar the custom-made gown. Individuals hailing from small towns are notoriously difficult to educate. Ningyu let out a light snort, her cold gaze narrowing as she asked, You truly believe I did it? Madame Shi, accustomed to the airs of a wealthy matron, was seldom confronted in such a manner. commanding an imposing presence. She retorted, "Tell me, when I presented you the gown yesterday, it was in pristine condition. Why is it now tattered?" The gown, in tatters, could only be the result of someone else's misdeed. Shi Xi, unable to contain herself, interjected, "That doesn't necessarily mean it was Ningyu who damaged it. Let us review the surveillance footage to see who entered Ningyu's room during that time. The culprit will be revealed." Ningyu nodded in agreement. "Fine." Madame Shi countered. "The maid must have entered to tidy up, and you would undoubtedly claim it was she who tore the gown." Shi Xi replied, "You've already spoken those words." Ningyu pressed her lips together. The dress was not her doing. Yet now, she found herself unable to prove her innocence. It was truly amusing. She was the biological daughter of Madame Shi, yet Madame Shi chose to trust the maid over her. "Let them think I did it," Ningyu mused, slightly tilting her head. "What punishment will Madame Shi impose on me?" Though a smile graced her lips, it did not reach her eyes, which were imbued with a chilling coldness. Meanwhile, Shi Xi, observing from the sidelines, stroked her chin. "This isn't right. The female lead cannot suffer a downfall like this. Is there a countermeasure?" Due to Shi Xi's presence, the plot had already begun to deviate, leaving even Shi Xi, who had read the original novel, uncertain of what would transpire next.
Ding.
Please complete the supporting character's plot task. Frame the female lead. Shi Xi turned to Tao Yuxuan, bewildered. "What did you say?" Tao Yuxuan, equally perplexed, responded, "I didn't say anything." Shi Xi muttered to herself, "Could it be that I'm hallucinating?" System. Hello, host. I am the supporting character system. You can communicate with me directly in your mind. Please complete the supporting character plot task immediately. Shi Xi fell silent, contemplating whether she ought to disregard this voice. The supporting character plot task of framing the female lead was certainly not a commendable one, let alone the urgency implied. Only items nearing expiration require immediate sale. The system, growing frantic, exclaimed, "I can hear your thoughts. Don't pretend you don't hear me." Chapter 35. Thus, she, the supporting character, faced her downfall. She continued in silence. "If that is the case, then I must feign ignorance. If I ignore it, perhaps it will quiet down. I absolutely cannot frame the female lead. I refuse to tread the path of a doomed supporting character destined to meet a tragic end." The system, sensing Shi Xi's fear of demise, huffed, "If you fail to complete the supporting character task, you shall perish." Shi Xi remained indifferent to the system's threats. System. Remember that headache you experienced earlier? Failure to complete the task will result in a headache penalty. Fail 3 times, and your character will be erased. Upon hearing the threat to her very existence, Shi Xi finally responded to the system. "I am an important supporting character. How could you erase me?" System. "I can easily find another host. Your little sidekick beside you would suffice." Shi Xi glanced at Tao Yuxuan. That was hardly a suitable option. If Tao Yuxuan were to be freed, she would undoubtedly become a venomous supporting character without needing a script. Shi Xi decisively replied, "Then go ahead and choose her. A dead ally is preferable to a living foe." "My apologies, Tao Yuxuan. I shall select a fine coffin for you." The system replied gloomily. "The condition for finding the next host is, the previous host must be deceased." Shi Xi. System. "So, you should die first. Once you are gone, I can seek a new sidekick." "Are you kidding me?" Shi Xi fumed. Why must it always be her tasked with completing the assignment? The system, growing impatient, urged, "Hurry up, can you even do it?" Shi Xi snapped back, "Of course I can't." A true woman dares to confront her own limitations. Her vehement assertion momentarily stunned the system. The system lamented, "If only you could exhibit such vigor in front of the female lead." Shi Xi fell silent. During their one-sided dialogue, the events unfolding around them were soon to shift. It seemed that Madame Shi did not believe Ningyu. Shi Su and Shengyan were speaking on Ningyu's behalf, prompting Madame Shi to decide to move on. However, with this, Ningyu's reputation as an ungrateful wolf was set to spread throughout Feng City. Shi Xi inquired, "You see, there was no need for me to frame her. The female lead has already been wronged enough." The system encouraged her, "I know you wouldn't frame the female lead. Thus, your task is to rescue her from this predicament." Shi Xi was utterly baffled. "What are you saying?" System. Supporting character plot task. Admit that you framed the female lead, allowing her to restore her reputation. Shi Xi gritted her teeth. "I did not frame her." The system paused for a moment. "I know that." Shi Xi.
Shi Xi understood now.
The female lead could never face a downfall. Therefore, the only one who must falter would be her. The the supporting character. Just as the incident with the torn gown was about to be resolved, Shi Xi emerged with a dark expression. "I am the one who had the gown torn," she declared, slightly lifting her chin. Her once innocent visage now tinged with an ominous undertone. "I feared Ningyu would return to the Shi family and usurp the affection of my parents. Thus, I erred. I am sorry." As she spoke, the crowd fell into stunned silence. They were not astonished that Shi Xi would frame Ningyu, but rather at the timing of her defense of Ningyu. Ningyu, unable to provide evidence to prove her innocence regarding the gown, was on the verge of having the matter resolved when Shi Xi chose to speak up for her. What a heartwarming display of sisterly affection. Was she truly willing to sacrifice her own reputation to protect Ningyu's? The opening dance had been initiated by Sheng Yan inviting Ningyu. Could it also have been Shi Xi's suggestion? The daughters raised by the Shi family were indeed distinct from those raised in the wild. Shi Xi's fierce defense of Ningyu was met with Ningyu's attempt to expel Shi Xi. TSK, how the world has changed. Chapter 36, when there are questions, one must seek answers. So, who could have done this? Surely it couldn't be Shi Xi herself? Regardless of who was responsible. With Shi Xi stepping forward to shoulder all the blame, Madame Shi would naturally no longer dwell on the matter. The banquet continued as planned. System. Congratulations, host. You have completed the supporting character plot task. Shi Xi inquired, "Is there any reward?" The system, astonished, replied, "ISNT, living the greatest reward of all." Shi Xi found herself at a loss for words, for there was indeed some merit in the system statement. As the guests began to depart, the Shi family remained in the living room, evidently preparing to conduct a thorough inquiry of Ningyu and Shi Xi. Shi Xi settled onto the sofa, ready to face the judgment of others. Ningyu is not one to suffer in silence. She revealed the surveillance footage from the second-floor corridor, crossing her arms as she declared, "During my absence, only this maid entered my room. The evening gown was not torn by me, so it must be her doing." Shi Xi turned his gaze towards the maid, coldly demanding, "Speak the truth. Was it you?" The maid insisted vehemently that she was innocent, retorting, "Miss Ning, I have never wronged you. Why would you falsely accuse me? I have never laid a hand on that gown." Shi Fu frowned, asserting, "Enough of this. Let's put an end to this matter." Shi Xi's eyes swept across the group. Just then, the sound of a police siren echoed from outside. A servant entered to report, "Sir, madam, there are officers outside. They say they received a report." Shi Fu, taken aback, inquired, "What report?" "I didn't call the police." Ningyu, rising from her single armchair, stated, "I did." All eyes turned to her. With a light laugh, reminiscent of the thawing of ice and the rebirth of nature, she continued, "My dress has been damaged. Naturally, I must report it. If there is a problem, one must seek the assistance of the police." The maid trembled at the thought of Ningyu having reported her. Observing her reaction, Shi Xi felt a weight in his heart and instructed the servant, "Please let the officers in." The maid's body shook uncontrollably. Shi Xi, yawning, resumed her spectator role. Upon entering, the officers, upon hearing the details, expressed a sense of disdain. "It's just a dress, how trivial." Ningyu interjected, "That gown is worth over 400,000. The officers instantly perked up. Ningyu then advised, "Please check for fingerprints on the gown's box. It was delivered yesterday and should only bear my prints." The maid piped up, I touched it while cleaning." Ningyu smiled lightly. "Did you not just declare that you had never laid a finger on my gown?" The maid's face turned pale, and she attempted to continue her defense. After a thorough investigation, the officers announced, "We have found the maid's fingerprints on the box. Furthermore, the scissors used in the act were discovered in her room, bearing fabric remnants identical to that of the gown." The professionals swiftly dismantled the maid's feeble claims. Suddenly, the maid pointed at Shi Xi, exclaiming, "It was Miss Shi. She instructed me to do this." Shi Xi, who was merely enjoying the spectacle, remarked, "I'm sitting right here. How could I be at fault?" Ningyu coolly stated, "Currently, you are merely guilty of damaging someone else's property, which may result in a fine. However, fabricating accusations against others can lead to imprisonment. Not to mention, the person you sought to defame is the little princess of the Shi family." The maid collapsed to the floor. Shi Mu, outraged, questioned, "How could you commit such an act?" The maid's jealousy towards Ningyu surfaced as she reflected, "While everyone else enjoys their milk coffee, I have to prepare her soy milk." Shi Mu, perplexed, asked, "Is that truly the reason?" The maid's actions stemmed from jealousy over Ningyu's sudden rise to prominence. Shi Xi, having deduced the maid's motivations, inquired of Ningyu, "Has she ever treated you with kindness?" Chapter 37. If it merely requires listening to a few complaints for a monthly allowance of 200,000. Ningyu chose silence, tacitly agreeing with Shi Xi's observation. Shi Fu and Shi Mu felt a wave of shame wash over them as they realized they had unjustly accused Ningyu. The officers took the maid away for further questioning before closing the case. Why did you help me when this has nothing to do with you? Ningyu asked Shi Xi. At the banquet, Shi Xi had stood up for Ningyu, and although Ningyu was indifferent, Shi Xi's action surprised her. Why? She pondered, recalling the gift of the gown, the selection of a necklace, and the lengths Shi Xi went to for her defense. It was just a small gesture. Shi Xi waved dismissively, yawning. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I have to return to the set tomorrow. Han Chuan had been glancing at his watch, signaling her. One might think he was blind to time. You've already gone home. Why not stay the night here? Shi Mu urged. Your room is cleaned daily. Shi Xi recalled the large bed in her room and glanced at Han Chuan. Shi Su remarked, it's quite late. Mister. Han should stay the night and return in the morning. Han Chuan sighed. I have pets to care for at home. I'll come to pick up Shi Xi in the morning. Shi Xi beamed. Goodbye, Han Ge. After bidding farewell to Han Chuan, she dashed to the kitchen, eyes gleaming.
Meat.
I want to eat meat. Witnessing Shi Xi's exuberance, Ningyu completely dispelled any lingering doubts about her. How could she ever suspect Shi Xi was a scheming white lotus? Shi Xi, in her current state, was clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed, blissfully naive. Despite living in wealth, her lack of intellect combined with excessive kindness was pitiable. Ningyu had previously contemplated whether she would suffer less if their identities were swapped.
Now,
she realized she had only endured a little extra hardship. Had Shi Xi been the one with her intellect, she might have faced far graver consequences. As Shi Xi devoured her beef noodles, she remained blissfully unaware that she had been reduced to a fool in Ningyu's eyes. Ningyu affectionately ruffled Shi Xi's hair, saying, Eat up, I've plenty. Shi Xi continued to slurp her noodles, her large eyes brimming with confusion. Eventually, she set down her chopsticks, pouting, Don't touch my hair. It took me hours to style. Ningyu lifted her chin, looking down. Since you call me sister, what's wrong with me ruffling your hair? Shi Xi's eyes widened in surprise. She never anticipated Ningyu would be such a character. Ningyu withdrew her hand, coolly stating, You eat at your pace. I shall retire to my room. Shi Xi watched Ningyu's retreating figure, feeling an odd sense of dissonance. Logically, having taken over Ningyu's life for 18 years, Ningyu should harbor resentment towards her, so why would she ruffle her hair? The system speculated. Perhaps she was just tempted to touch your abundant hair? Shi Xi scoffed. What a ludicrous rationale. After finishing her meal, Shi Fu summoned Shi Xi to the study. Fresh from her shower and longing for sleep, she perked up at the thought of the 200,000 pocket money her mother had promised. Under a roof, one must bow their head. If merely listening to a few nagging complaints could grant her 200,000 a month, she was rather willing to play the role of a daughter. She would even consider being a grandson. Dad, you called for me? Shi Xi pushed open the study door, discovering Shi Mu and Shi Su also present. Mother, brother, you're still awake? Shi Fu invited her in, stating, We wanted to discuss your engagement with Sheng Yan. Chapter 38. Isn't this faster than my phone shutting down? Shi Xi straightened up, all ears. This was a significant matter. Shi Fu continued, I have discussed with Sheng Ping. Your engagement with Sheng Yan remains unchanged. We will choose an appropriate time for your engagement, and you will marry after your graduation. As for that girl Ningyu, I shall assist her in finding a suitable match. Sheng Ping, the father of Sheng Yan, is that bald uncle. Ningyu is still young. Should I come across an appropriate young man, I will also make an introduction. Shi Su interjected. But I'm still young too. Isn't it a bit hasty to settle a marriage contract now? Shi Xi protested softly. Shi Mu chuckled. Aren't you the one who adores Sheng Yan the most? Now that the betrothal is being confirmed, are you feeling shy? Just as Shi Xi was about to mention the dissolution of the engagement, the system interrupted her. System. According to the plot, you cannot dissolve your engagement with Sheng Yan at this moment. Shi Xi felt exasperated. Am I wishing for my own demise? If the engagement isn't dissolved, am I not destined to tread the path of feeding the fish by jumping into the river? System. If you complete the female supporting character storyline, I will ensure your life is preserved. Shi Xi hesitated. Really? The system's tone was faint. I'm not entirely certain. Shi Xi contemplated throwing the system away. The system quickly added, but if you dissolve the engagement, you will lose your life immediately. Shi Xi thought for a moment, her face pale. So, am I living in a constant state of anxiety, barely making ends meet? The system reassured Shi Xi. Rest assured. I will protect you until the storyline point where you feed the fish. Shi Xi replied, what's the use of that? It's all about dying in the end, isn't it? Then so be it. Shi Fu made a decisive statement, ultimately asking Shi Xi for her opinion. Shi Xi, what do you think? Throughout the entire conversation, Shi Xi was distracted by the system and heard nothing. I have no objections, she replied. To a father who provides, one must comply wholeheartedly. Even if she hadn't quite grasped what he had said. Shi Mu smiled brightly. If we are to arrange the engagement next month, I must prepare well. Shi Xi, bewildered, asked, Your engagement banquet with Sheng Yan. We need to book the hotel and wedding attire in advance. Shi Mu expressed both contentment and reluctance. I didn't expect to be sending you off so soon. Shi Fu remarked, our families are so close. Shi Xi can visit home often. Shi Mu agreed. That's true. I will visit the matchmaker tomorrow to set a suitable date. As they conversed, they exited the study. Shi Su also stood up, patted Shi Xi's head, and sighed. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, my little sister is about to get married. Don't touch my freshly washed hair. Shi Xi shielded her locks. Shi Su chuckled and withdrew his hand. All right, get some rest. Watching them all depart, Shi Xi returned to her room. Once inside, she asked the system, did they just say there's an engagement next month in the study? System. It seems so. Shi Xi lay on her bed, engulfed in endless sorrow. The system consoled her. Don't worry, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. Shi Xi was quite skeptical of the system. The system, sensing her thoughts, was momentarily speechless, resorting to a motivational pep talk. Good night, host. The sun will rise again tomorrow. Shi Xi weakly retorted. What is the point of saying good night? I can't even sleep. 3 minutes later, Shi Xi's breathing became even, and she drifted into slumber. System. What do you mean you can't sleep? That's faster than my shutdown speed. Chapter 39. What am I going to the awards ceremony for? To applaud others? The system, infuriated, still hadn't shut down 5 minutes later. It was utterly vexed. Taking a deep breath, the system prepared to shut down again. Just as the system was exiting its programs, the door to Shi Xi's bedroom swung open. A man entered the room, and upon seeing Shi Xi sleeping soundly on the bed, he helplessly approached her, tucked her in, and turned off the light. System. Shutdown successful. The next morning, the alarm clock disturbed the system, which had just rebooted. System. Host, wake up. It's time to rise. Shi Xi pulled the blanket over her head, attempting to refuse to get up by muffling her ears. System. The alarm is indeed quite loud. The system then began to sing, You love me, I love you. Mishua ice cream is so sweet. Shi Xi covered her ears. System. I love you, you love me, Mishua ice cream and tea. Shi Xi sat up in bed, her eyes filled with resentment. What are you doing? She had known all along that such a system was no good. System. Please turn off the alarm. It's quite bothersome. Shi Xi gritted her teeth, turning off the alarm while saying, Who's making noise? The system countered, if you hadn't set the alarm, I wouldn't be disturbed, nor would I disturb you. Shi Xi retorted, if you hadn't invaded my mind, how would I have disturbed you? The system fell silent. As Shi Xi got up to wash her face, she apologized internally to the system. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. System. Haha. I knew you would apologize first. A tactical blunder. Shi Xi inwardly cursed the system for being too cunning, more so than any human. How infuriating. As she descended for breakfast, she saw Han Chuan already seated in the living room. Han Chuan smiled like a character from an old tale, showcasing the thermos he held, and gently said, I've packed breakfast for you. Let us go. Shi Mu saw them off, reminding, don't overexert yourselves. Come home during the holidays. I will visit often. Shi Xi reluctantly bid farewell to her sheltered life. System. If you wish to stay, why are you going to film? There's no storyline point in the supporting character's arc about bravely entering the entertainment industry. Shi Xi asked, so I can't film anymore? System. Of course you can, as long as you don't affect the main plot points, you can do as you please. Leaning against the car seat, Shi Xi thought, I'm saving money for myself. With enough funds, I won't have to rely on the meager inheritance from the Shi family. System. The Shi family's conglomerate is valued at 500 billion. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Shi Xi suddenly understood why the original owner was so shamelessly intent on claiming shares from the Shi family. That was 500 billion. Not 5 nor 5 million. But 500 billion. Han Chuan noticed Shi Xi's downcast mood, mistaking it for her lack of sleep, and said, "There's an awards ceremony coming up. Do you want to prepare your own outfit, or should I help you borrow one?" An awards ceremony? Shi Xi lazily lifted her gaze. What am I going for? To applaud others? As a newcomer in the entertainment industry, she had no achievements to her name. Just to watch others? Han Chuan replied, "You'll be walking the red carpet." Shi Xi recalled that there was indeed a red carpet before the awards, coughed lightly, and asked, "What should I wear?" "I've never walked a red carpet before. Do I need to custom-make a gown, or should I buy a haute couture outfit?" Han Chuan was aware of the affluent status of the Shi family, so he remarked, "You could always borrow a gown from a friend. After all, there's no need to purchase one for a mere stroll down the red carpet. Just let me have a glimpse once you've acquired it." Chapter 40. Yearning to enter sister's domain. Shi Xi casually nodded, indicating her understanding. Acquiring a dress was, after all, a trivial matter for her. As she enjoyed breakfast in the car, she opened her phone to check her account. Her previous account, boasting 800,000 followers, had been banned by Weibo due to violations related to purchasing followers. Consequently, Shi Xi was compelled to register a new account and start afresh. Initially believing her new account to be relatively obscure, she was astonished to find that her follower count had increased significantly. Followers, 180,000. Shi Xi fell silent, recalling that her former account had amassed 240,000 followers, which had later surged to nearly 850,000. Now, she was back to square one. How disheartening. From being on the verge of reaching 1 million followers, she had plummeted to a mere 180,000. Was this an indication that she was merely a low-tier celebrity? Life was tough, Shi Xi sighed. As for the account debacle, she resolved to move on. Han Chuan consoled her. "Once the storm passes, I will help you regain your followers." Shi Xi replied, "Forget it, I fear my account may get banned again." Han Chuan felt helpless. With so many celebrities in the industry buying followers, why was Shi Xi's account the only one that faced such a fate? While your current follower count may be modest, your engagement levels are remarkably high, Han Chuan pointed out, presenting a line graph on his tablet for Shi Xi to examine. She looked at it for a few seconds, puzzled. "What is this?" Han Chuan, with a straight face, explained, "This represents the interaction and reading volume of your current account, including the engagement metrics of your first Weibo post, which have already surpassed 1 million, a commendable achievement." He continued, "The newly formed fan club consists of experienced supporters who will adeptly guide and stabilize the newly acquired fans. All you need to do now is focus on your work and diligently pursue your acting career." Shi Xi replied, "I don't comprehend a word." Han Chuan sent her several photographs, stating, "These are a few shots I took of you in the dress yesterday. You should post one on Weibo." A message notification popped up on Shi Xi's WeChat. Upon opening it, she exclaimed in surprise, "When did you take these?" The images featured her seated in a car, on the staircase at home, and even indulging in strawberry jelly, some moments she had entirely forgotten. Han Chuan lifted his chin slightly, proudly declaring, "A competent manager must also be an exceptional photographer." Shi Xi interrupted without hesitation, "It's clearly because I'm beautiful that the photos turned out so stunning." Han Chuan was at a loss for words. While it was true that Shi Xi possessed remarkable beauty, did she not understand the concept of humility? After admiring her own allure, Shi Xi posted the photos on Weibo. Shi Xi, wishing to become your beloved image. Han Chuan had taken numerous photos, and Shi Xi meticulously selected 9 to create a beautiful grid. Once the Weibo post was made, it quickly garnered responses from her fans. "Ah, sister is truly my beloved. Sister is so beautiful. Xi's grid healed my sadness for today. So sweet. Could she possibly be a celestial being descended to Earth? May I enter sister's domain? Can sister offer me a chance?" Upon reading the replies, Shi Xi responded earnestly, "Thank you for your support, but I do not keep fish." Ever since she learned that her fate was to feed fish, she had developed an aversion to them, let alone the idea of raising them. Just thinking about it left her feeling disheartened. Shi Xi's reply was swiftly captured by her fans. "LOL, today's female artists are far too cautious. They maintain their dignity and never keep fish." Did Shi Xi misunderstand, genuinely believing it referred to fish in a pond? Perhaps. Since Shi Xi appeared to come from a wealthy family, it was possible she truly had a pond. Chapter 41. Ordinary yet confident. The topic of Shi Xi not keeping fish became a source of amusement for her fans, and before long, it trended on the entertainment charts. Who doesn't adore a beautiful young lady? Although this topic did not make it to the trending searches, the photos gained some traction, laying a solid foundation for her upcoming red carpet appearance. Upon returning to the set to continue filming Dominating Love, today's scene involved the school beauty, a supporting character, feeling envious of the lead and hiring someone to confront her, only for the male lead to come to her rescue. Shi Xi had become quite adept at portraying the malicious supporting role, even contemplating taking matters into her own hands, though she was dissuaded by her subordinates. The filming went smoothly for Shi Xi, while Yun Guanghe and Wen Yao struggled with multiple NGs, their moods seemingly off. What's wrong with you two? If you can film, then do it. If not, get lost. The director barked, visibly irate. Yun Guanghe quickly apologized. I'm sorry, director. My state isn't quite right. Wen Yao, portraying the female lead, also lowered her head, expressing her regret. The director, known for his short temper, snapped, adjust your emotions before filming. Shi Xi, let us shoot your scenes first. Shi Xi cast a concerned glance at the leading duo before straightening her posture and confidently approaching the set. Clearly, she was the favored one, destined to be a future star. With her confidence bolstered, Shi Xi portrayed the malicious supporting character even more compellingly, exuding an air of superiority akin to a proud peacock. After completing the scene, Shi Xi felt elated. She recognized that the leading actors were seasoned performers, continuously learning with humility. To her surprise, she had now surpassed them in skill. Life was indeed so easy. It's no big deal. Just a few NGs. The director won't hold it against you, Shi Xi reassured Yun Guanghe. Yun Guanghe sighed. I'm not worried about that. I'm contemplating the Starlight Award. Shi Xi asked, Starlight Award? Yun Guanghe nodded. I've been nominated for Best Supporting Actor at the Starlight Awards, and I'm uncertain if I'll win. Shi Xi responded, with your acting skills, you should definitely win. The others nominated alongside you are nowhere near your level. When Yao joined in, the actresses nominated for Best Actress alongside me are all industry veterans. I'm destined to just accompany them. Shi Xi replied. Yun Guanghe quickly added, you are, after all, the youngest nominee for Best Actress so far. Everyone else is a prominent star. Even if you accompany them, it's still a privilege. If I end up just accompanying, I wouldn't even know what role I'd get in the next production. Shi Xi exclaimed. Hearing the two of them talk about their nominations, Shi Xi was left speechless. For these two, attending the award ceremony was akin to going to collect their accolades. At the very least, they had nominations. Meanwhile, she would be there solely to applaud them. How delightful. How utterly delightful. Truly, it was as if a whimsical creature had entered a magical realm. She thought she had surpassed the two, but the fool was none other than herself. Shi Xi was the one suffering the most. Thus, when the crew glanced in their direction, they could only see three glum actors. Taking a deep breath, Shi Xi stood up and declared, all right, let us finish today's scenes. Shi Xi was right. They should first complete the day's filming. Yun Guanghe nodded, accepting the role of a supporting runner with the confidence that he could easily claim the Best Actor award the following year. Wen Yao chuckled, remarking on his self-assuredness. I am merely an ordinary person with confidence, Yun Guanghe replied with a self-deprecating laugh. As the two exchanged banter and entered the scene, only Shi Xi remained behind, engulfed in sorrow. Shi Xi murmured to herself, ordinary yet confident. How eerily accurate a description that is of me. If I were not ordinary, how could I find myself in the role of a supporting character without daring to resist? If I lacked confidence, how could I possibly believe that my acting skills surpass those of my professionally trained counterparts? Life is truly arduous, isn't it? Chapter 42. If there's nothing, then don't seek me out. Fortunately, Shi Xi possessed a clear understanding of her abilities and swiftly emerged from her moment of defeat, prompting her to begin shopping for a gown. Disliking the notion of borrowing or renting attire, she resolved to purchase a new dress. Just as she contemplated a gown from a particular brand, Tao Yuxuan approached her. Lung Qingquan has returned. Come to Maya tonight to welcome him back. Upon hearing the name, Shi Xi thought to herself, who is this person? Surely not just another background character. The system chimed in. Lung Qingquan has always harbored feelings for Shi Xi. His return is also an endeavor to win her heart. Shi Xi, taken aback, inquired, is he my CP? I don't recall. The system clarified, to be precise. He is infatuated with you, while you are enamored with Sheng Yan. At this revelation, Shi Xi finally remembered, exclaiming, oh, I recall now. He is the male supporting character who has been scheming against Ningyu for my sake. Is that correct? The system confirmed, indeed. He is also a significant male supporting character. Shi Xi asked, so, Should I attend the welcome dinner tonight? The system replied, it's entirely up to you.
There are no plot points today.
Seizing the opportunity, Shi Xi declined Tao Yuxuan's invitation, stating, why should I attend the welcome dinner? I would rather return to the hotel and rest. The system remarked, it should have been evident by now that this host does not enjoy socializing. Tao Yuxuan pressed. You haven't seen him in ages. Don't you miss him? Shi Xi retorted. Not at all. In a last-ditch effort, Tao Yuxuan exclaimed, Shang Yan might also return. Shi Xi responded, then I absolutely do not wish to go. She would rather distance herself from the male lead. Tao Yuxuan pleaded, for my sake, please come. I promise to grant any request you have. After Shi Xi declined Tao Yuxuan's invitation, she bombarded her with messages and even called. Yet, Shi Xi remained resolute, refusing to budge. Left with no options, Tao Yuxuan glanced toward a shadowy figure in the distance, saying, she seems to be busy filming lately, with little time to spare. The man, shrouded in an air of coldness, extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, his voice hoarse as he replied, it's fine. I will go find her. The chilling atmosphere surrounding him made Tao Yuxuan shiver, and she silently wished Shi Xi good luck. Dear sister, may you fare well. Recalling their sisterhood, Tao Yuxuan messaged Shi Xi, Leng Qingquan is looking for you. Be cautious. However, by that time, Shi Xi had already commenced filming and missed Tao Yuxuan's warning. At the airport, Xia Yunzhou had just returned from a business trip. Checking the time, he began messaging Shi Xi, where are you? After a considerable wait without a response, he returned to the office, setting his phone aside to tackle the backlog of work. Still, he occasionally glanced at his phone, pondering why this girl had yet to reply. Within the film crew, the director's announcement of wrapping up elicited cheers from the crew. Shi Xi had already envisioned her evening, ordering a spicy hot pot takeout, a refreshing milk tea, and a massage from a skilled attendant, all while lounging on her hotel bed. Picking up her phone, Shi Xi saw Xia Yunzhou's message. Where are you? After reading it, she lost interest in the other messages and replied, at the film crew, just finished work. Is there something you need? If it's nothing, please don't seek me out. Chapter 43. The duel between Xia Yunzhou and Leng Qingquan. Unfortunately, Xia Yunzhou could not hear Shi Xi's unspoken thoughts. Upon reading her message, he smirked slightly. I just finished work as well. What would you like to eat? Shi Xi inwardly wished for spicy hot pot, milk tea, and a massage. Gathering her courage, she replied, spicy hot pot. Only junk food could be her life's true calling. Xia Yunzhou responded, I'll come pick you up. Shi Xi pondered, is this villain truly that idol? The system commented, oh. It seems you and Xia Yunzhou are quite familiar. Shi Xi, anxious, replied, yes, last time I inadvertently saved him, and he insisted on treating me to a meal. The system cautioned, if a man invites a woman to dinner, he certainly has ulterior motives. Shi Xi's anxiety deepened. Indeed, she had been wary of him poisoning her during previous encounters and had hardly eaten her fill. Had this been earlier, the system might have felt pity for her. However, having been bound to Shi Xi for 2 days, the system had come to understand her character. The reason for her lack of appetite was solely due to her insatiable cravings, not the fear of poisoning. Shi Xi sighed. Yun Guanghe yawned and inquired, any plans for tonight? Shall we go sing? Shi Xi lifted her gaze, responding, no, a friend invited me to dinner. Yun Guanghe instinctively remarked, isn't your manager insisting that you diet and skip dinner? Upon hearing the term manager, Shi Xi glanced around, relieved not to see Han Chuan. It's fine. I'll sneak a bite. He won't find out, she replied. Yun Guanghe suggested if you truly wish to lose weight, you could visit the gym on the second floor of the hotel. I often go for a run early in the morning. Shi Xi nodded, replying, I will go when I have time. Yun Guanghe dismissed her words, believing she was merely being polite. However, he only mentioned it in passing. Shi Xi returned to the hotel to place her script back in her room and change into a different outfit. Before long, a message from Xia Yunzhou arrived. I'm at the hotel entrance. Shi Xi donned a hat and descended the stairs. Though she was not a major star and had no restrictions against dating, she preferred not to be photographed with unfamiliar men, especially not with Xia Yunzhou. If it were with Yun Guanghe, she would have relished the attention. Alas, Yun Guanghe was the male lead, currently entangled with Wen Yao. Lost in thought, Shi Xi reached the hotel lobby. As she exited, she spotted Xia Yunzhou's car. Just as she intended to discreetly approach and enter, she was halted. Long time no see, Shi Xi. The enigmatic man approached Shi Xi, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. I was just about to call you, and here you are. Do we share a telepathic connection? Shi Xi gazed at the man before her, astonished. Who are you? The expression on Lung Qianquan's face was nothing short of captivating. Just then, Xia Yunzhou emerged from the car. Overhearing Shi Xi's words, his expression subtly shifting. Mr. Lung, I heard you were striving abroad. What brings you back? Struggling to get by? Having encountered a setback, Lung Qianquan turned his gaze towards Xia Yunzhou, responding with a hint of indifference. Naturally, I cannot compare to the illustrious achievements of young Master Xia here in the country. Shi Xi slapped her forehead. Lung Qianquan. He chuckled. What? Have you forgotten me after just a year? Haha, how could I ever forget? I was merely jesting. Shi Xi forced a smile, thinking to herself that while he may have left for a year, the original owner of her body had departed for good. Chapter 44. Dating is like engaging in court intrigues. Shi Xi casually inquired. What brings you here? She recalled that Tao Yuxuan had called earlier, mentioning that today was Lung Qianquan's welcome banquet. Yet here he was in person. What was Tao Yuxuan welcoming him for? The northwesterly wind? I heard you were here. So, I came to find you, Lung Qianquan replied, nonchalantly slipping his hand into his pocket. Shall we have a meal together? Shi Xi glanced at Xia Yunzhou, feeling somewhat conflicted. Mr. Lung, Shi Xi and I already have plans, Xia Yunzhou interjected. Upon hearing this, Lung Qianquan's gaze shifted back to Xia Yunzhou, asking, Do you know each other? Xia Yunzhou chuckled, a hint of inscrutable emotion flickering in his abyssal eyes. Naturally, Lung Qianquan had been away for a year and was unaware of the events that had transpired during that time. He had always assumed that his rival was Sheng Yan, only to discover that Xia Yunzhou had entered the fray as well. How about we all dine together? Shi Xi suggested. The two men spoke in unison. No.
No.
Their disagreement seemed quite unanimous. Shi Xi protested. I can't possibly split myself in two. Shi Xi and I had already made arrangements, Xia Yunzhou asserted, his demeanor unyielding.
Oh.
Shi Xi, is it because you agreed to dine with him that you're skipping my welcome banquet? Lung Qianquan's smile turned dangerously playful. Shi Xi instinctively took a step back. Though Lung Qianquan was strikingly handsome, his cold aura made him unapproachable. Xia Yunzhou stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shi Xi, his gaze unyielding. Is there a problem? Lung Qianquan appraised Xia Yunzhou. This is between Shi Xi and me. Xia Yunzhou replied. Her matters are my matters. Under normal circumstances, Lung Qianquan would have resorted to violence, but the man before him was Xia Yunzhou, the young master of the Xia family. Not someone he could easily confront.
Oh.
Your relationship is that close? Lung Qianquan's smile deepened, but I recall that Shi Xi's fiancé is Sheng Yan. At the mention of Sheng Yan, Xia Yunzhou felt a surge of irritation. By the way, Tao Yuxuan mentioned that your welcome banquet has been moved to tomorrow. I'll come to welcome you then, Shi Xi remarked, peeking out from behind. If Shi Xi is free tomorrow, let us reschedule. With a pathway to retreat. Lung Qianquan graciously acquiesced. Xia Yunzhou remained impassive. Lung Qianquan then added to Xia Yunzhou, young Master Xia, Shi Xi has a tendency to have allergic reactions, so please remember not to let her consume seafood. Such a display of boasting about his familiarity with Shi Xi struck Xia Yunzhou as juvenile. Yet it also ignited a pang of jealousy within him. She's quite capable of remembering such things herself, he retorted coolly. Watching the two depart, Lung Qianquan's inscrutable gaze narrowed, and he dialed Tao Yuxuan. What happened? Did you not see Shi Xi? Tao Yuxuan replied, I recall she resides in this hotel. I saw her, Lung Qianquan inquired. Is Shi Xi familiar with Xia Yunzhou? Tao Yuxuan appeared surprised, pondering for a moment before confidently stating, they shouldn't be that familiar. I've never heard Shi Xi mention him. Lung Qianquan scoffed lightly. They went to eat together.
What?
Tao Yuxuan exclaimed in shock. Lung Qianquan's gaze lowered as he stated, I'll drop by your place. Tell me everything that has transpired with Shi Xi since I left. Not a single detail omitted. With that, he hung up, disregarding whether Tao Yuxuan consented. She glared at her disconnected phone, gritting her teeth. One and all. Dating feels like a game of palace intrigue. Chapter 45. What kind of boyfriend are you being? Yet, no matter how much she gritted her teeth, Tao Yuxuan could only respectfully welcome Lung Qianquan's arrival, recounting every detail of the events that had unfolded over the past year, particularly the happenings of the last month. The true heiress returning home, Shi Xi leaving her family, and the various rumors swirling at the banquet. Tao Yuxuan felt like a mere eunuch at the emperor's side in this palace drama.
Exhausting.
So it was that Ningyu who upset Shi Xi? Lung Qianquan tapped his finger against the armrest of the sofa. Tao Yuxuan replied, that seems to be the case. Ever since Ningyu returned, Shi Xi has seemed like a different person. In a certain sense, Tao Yuxuan was quite accurate. A sinister smile curled upon Lung Qianquan's lips. Ningyu. The very name sounds dull and uninteresting. Having grown up alongside Lung Qianquan, Tao Yuxuan was well aware of his habits. She knew that when he smiled, it usually meant trouble was brewing. Ningyu was likely in for a rough time. Shi Xi told me not to target Ningyu, Tao Yuxuan quickly added. Don't worry, I won't go too far. Lung Qianquan chuckled. Tomorrow at my welcome banquet, find a way to invite Ningyu as well. You truly treat her like a little eunuch, Tao Yuxuan remarked. At that moment, Shi Xi had already stepped into Xia Yunzhou's car, arriving at a newly opened spicy hot pot restaurant. The establishment was clean and tidy. Shi Xi selected an array of her favorite dishes and grabbed a can of ice-cold cola. Xia Yunzhou observed the ingredients before him, then glanced at Shi Xi, resigning himself to the situation. After flying back, he felt physically and mentally drained, simply wanting to see Shi Xi and not feeling particularly hungry. He casually picked a few dishes, opting for mild spice. Once seated, Shi Xi found herself somewhat incredulous, staring at Xia Yunzhou. Why are you looking at me like that? Xia Yunzhou directly asked. Is there something on my face? No, I just thought that you, as a domineering CEO, wouldn't eat this kind of food, Shi Xi replied, unable to envision Xia Yunzhou enjoying a spicy hot pot, much like she couldn't imagine what Shengyan would look like bald. Xia Yunzhou laughed. I'm human too. What is there not to eat? However, when the hot pot brimming with chili peppers was delivered, his smile vanished. He distinctly remembered requesting a mild dish. Just as he contemplated questioning the restaurant, he noticed that Shi Xi's portion was laden with an abundance of peppers. Xia Yunzhou fell silent. Can she really handle this? In his earlier years, he often worked overtime, eating irregularly and drinking frequently, which led to a stomach ailment. Although he had improved significantly, the sight of so many peppers still made his heart race. Shi Xi retrieved the utensils and, with a casual gesture, served some rice to Xia Yunzhou. Do you enjoy spicy food? Xia Yunzhou observed Shi Xi's actions, feeling an unsettling ache in his stomach. It's fine, I'm not picky, he replied. Shi Xi inquired. You're not unable to eat spicy food, are you? Of course not, Xia Yunzhou responded with a gentle smile, entirely masking the discomfort that was about to ensue. Gazing at the peppers before him, he braced himself for the prospect of a hospital visit. The price of dining out with Shi Xi seemed excessively steep. However, Shi Xi did not afford him the opportunity to indulge in spicy fare. After just a few bites, she put down her chopsticks, her complexion paling as she clutched her abdomen. While Xia Yunzhou contemplated how to proceed with his meal, he sensed something amiss. What's wrong? He asked. The girl before him was ghastly pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she gritted her teeth, unable to utter a word. At the hospital, after the doctor administered an 4-drip to Shi Xi, he chastised Xia Yunzhou, saying, she is physically delicate. During her menstrual cycle, she cannot consume spicy or cold foods, nor should she be exposed to drafts. What kind of boyfriend are you? Chapter 46. He doesn't seem like just a friend. Xia Yunzhou's thoughts were entirely consumed by Shi Xi, and he paid little heed to the doctor's choice of words.
How is she now?
He asked anxiously. Just an 4-drip will suffice. In the future, be mindful of her diet, the doctor advised, before reminding him to settle the bill. Xia Yunzhou promptly paid the medical expenses and returned to the ward. Shi Xi was half reclining on the hospital bed, her complexion significantly improved. Upon seeing Xia Yunzhou enter, she shyly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I couldn't eat spicy food and ended up in the hospital. Xia Yunzhou was too weary to be angry. I can't eat spicy food either, he remarked. Shi Xi responded. So you were just putting on a brave face earlier? Are you hungry? She suddenly asked. They had ordered an abundance of food earlier, most of which remained untouched. What do you want to eat? Xia Yunzhou inquired. Barbecue, Shi Xi began to order, but was interrupted by Xia Yunzhou. I'll check with the doctor to see what you can eat, Shi Xi thought to herself. She didn't want the bland, nutritious food the doctor would likely recommend. However, it was not her decision to make. Half an hour later, a takeout meal from Qing Shueju arrived, consisting solely of stir-fried dishes or sweet and sour options. As she ate the sweet and sour fish, she couldn't help but think of her spicy hot pot. Indeed, being with a villainous boss brought no good fortune. By the time the 2 bottles of 4 fluid were finished, Shi had regained much of her strength. I'll take you back to the hotel, Xia Yunzhou said, observing the girl before him.
Can you stand?
Shi Xi's cheeks flushed slightly. Yes, it doesn't hurt anymore. When her stomach had begun to ache, it was Xia Yunzhao who had carried her to the car and into the emergency room. Although he smelled quite pleasant, she was capable of walking on her own. As she descended from the hospital bed, her legs buckled, and she fell directly into Xia Yunzhao's arms. With a resigned sigh, he lifted her effortlessly. If you can't walk, I'll carry you out. It was hardly a challenge. The girl was so light. Perhaps she should eat a bit more. After escorting Shi Xi back to the hotel and ensuring she was safely in her room, Xia Yunzhao finally felt at ease to depart. Only after he left did the system chime in. Your relationship with Xia Yunzhao seems quite good. I saved him once, and he saved me once. I suppose we're even now, Shi Xi mused, reflecting on how, had she ordered takeout and stayed in her hotel room, she might have perished without anyone noticing. Oh right, she still had the system and could make a call. Yet the system replied, he even helped you to bed. This hardly resembles a typical friendship. Shi Xi retorted, do you have friends? Do you know what ordinary friends do? The system stubbornly replied, of course I have friends.
Oh.
Is it a protagonist task system or a supporting character task system? Shi Xi seized the chance to inquire. The system regained its composure. You will not extract information from me. Focus on your own matters, and I will ensure you are protected from being fed to the fishes. Shi Xi, following the system's line of thought, felt a chill. You don't mean to suggest that I should seduce Xia Yunzhao so that he would hesitate to kill me?
Do you?
The system replied, that could be a viable strategy. However, we do not have seduction in our vocabulary. We only have a conquest system. Fiancé gasped, no. I refuse to be with someone who intends to kill me. She certainly did not harbor any affection for the villainous Xia Yunzhao, who delighted in feeding people to the fishes. The system reassured her. Rest assured, I am an upright system and would never betray you. Really? Shi Xi asked, skepticism lacing her voice. The system fell silent. Chapter 47. Let us fight. Hurry up and fight. Shi Xi was at a loss for words in the face of the system's silence. Perhaps this was the nature of systems. After a long day of filming followed by the evening's turmoil with Xia Yunzhao, she was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep sleep as soon as she lay down. After a weary day, Shi Xi dreamt that she had been taken aboard a luxurious yacht. The sea breeze was gentle, and the stars twinkled above. Yet, she had no heart to appreciate the scenery. The man nearby merely waved his hand, and his subordinates tossed her into the sea. Shi Xi awoke, still feeling the helplessness from her dream. It was just a dream, after all. Besides, the plot of being fed to the fishes had yet to unfold. Feeling lethargic, Shi Xi went through her morning routine and headed to the set. Life on set was far more engaging than mingling with the main cast, primarily because she was still alive. Being with the main cast made her feel as though she might be fed to the fishes at any moment. After work, Shi Xi, utterly drained, took a cab to Meiyi. If given the choice, she would have preferred to lie in her hotel room rather than go to Meiyi to welcome Leng Qianquan. The thought of a stroke crossed her mind. During the ride, Shi Xi received a WeChat message from Tao Yuxuan. Tao Yuxuan. Wow, when are you coming? They're already here. Shi Xi. Tao Yuxuan. Leng Qianquan and Ningyu are playing cards. Shi Xi. Tao Yuxuan sent a video, revealing that they had already settled into a private room at Meiyi, each in small groups engaged in their games. Upon seeing Ningyu, Leng Qianquan exchanged a few taunts, and the two began to play cards. Shi Xi, is there a wager? Tao Yuxuan, 10,000 per round, and Ningyu has already lost 500,000. Shi Xi reopened the video and scrutinized Ningyu. Her beauty was transcendent, like a snow lotus atop an icy mountain, inviting yet daunting to approach, fearing to either harm her or be left frozen. At that moment, Ningyu was playing cards with Leng Qianquan, her chips dwindling layer by layer. Tao Yuxuan messaged again, updating their scores. Ningyu just lost another 200,000. Tao Yuxuan mused, your parents are quite generous with her. Shi Xi corrected her. Those are her biological parents. Tao Yuxuan, hurry up and come. Don't miss the grand spectacle. I swear, Ningyu looks like she's about to cry from losing. And that cold Qianquan, what a hothead. He didn't even wait for you to arrive before starting the game. In her heart, Shi Xi mused that the real show hadn't even begun yet. How could the heroine possibly lose? Poor souls, those cannon fodder. I hope by the time I arrive, they're still smiling. This was the first time Shi felt an urge to hasten to the heroine's side, eager to witness how she would turn the tables. Yet, despite her haste, she still arrived a moment too late. As Shi stepped into the luxurious private room, she immediately sensed an eerie silence enveloping the space. Each person seemed to be holding their breath, fearful of causing any disturbance. Within this stillness, the sound of her footsteps rang out distinctly, drawing everyone's attention. Accustomed to being scrutinized, Shi Xi simply offered a gentle smile and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, I was caught in traffic and arrived later than expected." "Not at all. We've only just arrived," Tao Yuxuan quickly interjected to lighten the mood. "By the way, shall we sing? Or play dice?" Others chimed in enthusiastically. "I'll pick a song. What do you all want to sing? I'll grab some drinks. I'll step outside for a smoke." Amidst this commotion, Ningyu's voice, ethereal yet piercing, shattered the facade of noise.
Oh.
"Are we not continuing the card game?" The girl's tone was cool, and though a faint smile graced her lips, it did not reach her eyes, like a snow lotus blooming on an icy cliff, quietly unfurling. "Continue." Cold Qianquan nearly bit out the word through clenched teeth. Ningyu raised her long lashes slightly and discarded her cards, remarking, "But you no longer have any chips." All eyes shifted to the card table. Initially, both players had stacks of chips, yet now, all the chips lay before Ningyu. Even Shi Xi, who had just arrived, could discern that Ningyu had emerged victorious. "The heroine is amazing. Perhaps we should stop now that Shi Xi is here. Let us go sing instead," someone suggested. Tao Yuxuan echoed, "Yes, it's not often Shi Xi comes out. Let us not play cards anymore." Leaning against her chair, Ningyu's gaze remained tranquil.
I am indifferent.
After all, those who wish to teach her a lesson have already lost all their chips. "Go get more chips." Cold Qianquan's eyes darkened. He had never suffered such a crushing defeat. He was determined to reclaim his losses. "Shi Xi, you should persuade Cold Qianquan. He has been losing continuously." Tao Yuxuan whispered as she approached Shi Xi, recounting the earlier events. Shi Xi sighed inwardly. Given the current situation, she felt powerless to intervene. In her heart, she urged,
"Fight.
Hurry and fight." Chapter 48. Congratulations on your wealth. Shi Xi felt no pity for Cold Qianquan. Those who dared to set traps for the heroine must be prepared for consequences. As for the original protagonist's friendship with Cold Qianquan, it held no value in her eyes. Since Shi Xi remained silent, Tao Yuxuan began to reason with him. "Cold Qianquan, Shi Xi will be leaving soon. Do you think winning at cards is more important than accompanying her?" Cold Qianquan looked at Shi Xi, and upon seeing no disdain in her eyes, he emerged from his gambling haze. "I'm sorry, Shi Xi. I've made a fool of myself." At first, he had been winning and could control the game, but soon he found himself ensnared in a hellish whirlpool, unable to escape. He had intended to vent his frustrations on Shi Xi, but ended up becoming the subject of ridicule. Shi Xi replied, "I just arrived. I didn't see anything. What foolishness have I missed?" Tao Yuxuan seized the moment to say, "Oh, it's nothing. Let us sing." Ningyu picked up a chip and tapped it against the table, reminding everyone, "I hope Mr. Cold hasn't forgotten to settle his losses." Immediately, someone interjected, "It was just a game, Ningyu. Don't be too harsh."
Oh.
"If I were to lose, would you demand payment from me?" Ningyu's eyes sparkled with a hint of derision. "Or, do you often play with millions?" Cold Qianquan gritted his teeth and declared, "Rest assured, the money I owe you'll be paid in full." The group had gathered to welcome Cold Qianquan, so they were willing to overlook the earlier incident. As a good friend, Tao Yuxuan naturally defended him. Ningyu smiled. "You casually say forget it, but you've directly caused me a loss of 5 million.
Tao Yuxuan,
Emboldened by Shi Xi's presence, straightened her back. "Ningyu, you've just returned to the Shi family. There's no need to make enemies of so many. Aren't you afraid of being rejected by them? If it were Shi Xi, she wouldn't demand this money." Another person stepped forward, seemingly advocating for fairness, suggesting, "Let us just settle according to the original amount lost and pay Miss Ningyu 1 million. Voices intertwined, all supporting Cold Qianquan. Ningyu sat calmly at the card table, a faint smile on her face, yet her eyes were dark and cold. This group truly conspired to bully her alone. Just as Ningyu was about to speak, she suddenly noticed Shi Xi and asked, "Shi Xi, if you had won 5 million, would you also settle?" In that moment, all gazes turned to Shi Xi. Ningyu regarded her with a relaxed demeanor. She didn't particularly need the 5 million. She simply didn't wish to comply with this crowd's wishes. If she could make them spend a little and teach them a lesson, she would find greater satisfaction. No one wanted to be disturbed incessantly. Tao Yuxuan tugged at Shi Xi's sleeve, signaling her to say something in Cold Qianquan's favor. Shi Xi sighed internally. She had no desire to defend Cold Qianquan. Given the circumstances, she understood that he deserved his fate. Cough. Shi Xi raised her gaze and smiled lightly. Ningyu. For my sake, how about a discount of 20%? Everyone gasped. Shi Xi just called Ningyu what? A discount? 5 million discounted by 20% would still be 4 million, an amount not to be trifled with. Most present could muster 4 million. But no one wished to part with their money frivolously. Ningyu hadn't anticipated such a response, and her mood lifted instantly. All right, let us settle on 4 million. Mr. Cold, how will you be paying? Check or bank transfer? Cold Qianquan, his expression impassive, wrote out a check and said, 5 million, no discounts needed. Ningyu accepted the check, glanced at the amount, and smiled lightly. By the way, I heard today is your welcome party, so I brought a gift. As she spoke, Ningyu opened the bag she had brought, revealing a golden music box. Thank you. Cold Qianquan's calmness in expressing gratitude was already an accomplishment in itself. I heard this tune and thought it quite auspicious, so I wanted to gift it to you. When Ningyu smiled, the distance between them seemed to diminish significantly. However, from a distance, she felt a sense of foreboding. Ningyu opened the music box, and the fortune cat inside began to spin, followed by the melody. Congratulations on your wealth. Congratulations on your brilliance. The best please come forward. Chapter 49. Since you're here, until Ningyu departed. The expressions of those present were nothing short of spectacular. Shi Xi stepped forward and closed the music box. The heavy slap of Lung Qianquan's palm against the card table sent the stacked chips tumbling to the ground. At that moment, even Tao Yuxuan dared not utter a word. The others, wishing to leave yet fearful of speaking, could only cast desperate glances at Shi Xi. With a sigh, Shi Xi proposed, let's call it a day. Next time, I shall host the gathering. This utterance, akin to a celestial melody, rescued everyone from the brink of despair. However, Lung Qianquan interjected, since we are here, let us not defer to another occasion. His welcoming feast had been postponed from yesterday to today, and now it had turned into such a debacle. The crowd hesitated once more. Shi Xi turned to Lung Qianquan. I have something to discuss with you. With pursed lips, Lung Qianquan returned to his seat. Turning his head away, Tao Yuxuan waved her hand, urging the others to leave promptly. They hurriedly fled, fearful that a moment's delay might trap them. Shi Xi sat opposite him and inquired, did you set this trap today to win Ningyu's money? Though phrased as a question, her tone conveyed certainty. Lung Qianquan retorted angrily, if she dares to bully you, I cannot allow her to go unpunished. Shi Xi glanced at Tao Yuxuan. I recall telling you that Ningyu did not bully me. Please do not target her. Her tone was calm, her eyes reflecting an unusual seriousness. She had conveyed to Lung Qianquan that Tao Yuxuan had a tendency to feel as if she were being punished for wrongdoings. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. This time, I underestimated Ningyu, and I accept my mistake. Lung Qianquan's gaze hardened, vowing never to let her off lightly in the future. Shi Xi leaned back in her chair, toying with the music box. She had not anticipated Ningyu would gift her such a trinket. Flipping the box over, she spotted the price tag beneath, 598 renminbi. For such a trivial item, 600 yuan? That amount could buy her countless servings of spicy hot pot. Shi Xi, are you worried about me? Lung Qianquan had already emerged from the depths of his gambling losses. Losing 5 million was insignificant to him. What mattered was the loss of face before Shi Xi. Yet, if it meant eliciting concern from her, he found solace in a loss. No, I am concerned about Ningyu, Shi Xi replied earnestly. I am unaware of the rumors circulating outside, but I assure you, there has never been a bullying dynamic between Ningyu and me. I hope you will not use the pretext of defending me to engage in actions that might upset me. At this point, Shi Xi cast another glance at Tao Yuxuan, convinced that today's events could not have transpired without her involvement. The two had always been partners in crime, one committing the offense while the other covered it up, a true duo of collateral damage. Actually, I haven't done anything recently, Tao Yuxuan said, her gaze evasively drifting away. Today, she had indeed lured Ningyu over under false pretenses. Shi Xi turned her attention back to Lung Qianquan. He lowered his gaze, and when he raised it again, the shadows in his eyes deepened. But I cannot tolerate anyone bullying you. If it weren't for her, you would still be the cherished daughter of the Shi family. You would still be the princess in everyone's eyes. Wake up, the Qing dynasty has long perished. Shi Xi had tolerated this melodramatic youth for quite some time. Were it not for their shared status as side characters, she would not waste her breath. Yet what I desire has never been these ephemeral identities and flattery. She smiled lightly, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. I am not the true daughter of the Shi family. I am not as perfect as you all imagine. I am proud, greedy, fearful of troubles, and cold-hearted. Her voice was sweet as she calmly enumerated her flaws, as if recounting the faults of another. Shi Xi tilted her head with a soft smile. Losing the identity of the Shi family's daughter held no significant impact for her. The opinions of others, which you all seem to value, are, in my view, utterly worthless. What I truly wish for is merely to live freely and joyfully, to bring happiness to those around me, not to become a puppet in the eyes of others. Chapter 50. Then I truly do not mind at all. After Shi Xi's heartfelt declaration, she observed the two in silence. What is it that you desire? Lung Qianquan asked softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Shi Xi replied, for his words had been too faint to grasp. What is it that you desire? Lung Qianquan raised his head, his expression darkening as he repeated the question. Shi Xi pondered aloud. What do I desire? This was hardly a matter for consideration. All she wanted was to live. At that moment, Tao Yuxuan disregarded Lung Qianquan's feelings and boldly stated, Shi Xi, Ningyu's presence has robbed you of all your efforts over the past 18 years. The Shi family should rightfully have a place for you. Moreover, I heard that the Sheng family and the Shi family are preparing for an engagement banquet, likely to wed Ningyu to Shengyan. Do you not care at all? Shi Xi thought to herself. Then, I truly do not mind at all. An engagement banquet? She snapped back to reality. Have invitations been sent out? Not yet. Tao Yuxuan shook her head, gritting her teeth. But you are no longer with the Shi family. Their eagerness in preparations surely must be for that little vixen Ningyu. Shi Xi mused. She genuinely anticipates that it is for Ningyu. They are preparing the engagement banquet for Sheng Yan and me. Shi Xi sighed. If such is the case, could you not have asked me beforehand? Tao Yuxuan froze momentarily, a hint of embarrassment creeping over her as she scratched her head. Well, I was worried it might upset you. After saying this, she turned to look at Lung Qianquan. Shi Xi, however, was no longer troubled. It was another whose heart would surely shatter. It was common knowledge that Lung Qianquan harbored feelings for Shi Xi. Yet now that she was to be engaged to Sheng Yan, how could he not be heartbroken? At that moment, Lung Qianquan pressed his lips tightly together, his expression inscrutable. All right, from now on, do not provoke Ningyu without reason. Shi Xi stood, taking the music box with her. I shall take this. Leaving it here only incites Lung Qianquan's ire. Tao Yuxuan instinctively offered, I'll give you a ride. I can take a cab myself. Shi Xi politely declined. Casting a glance at Lung Qianquan as she softly instructed Tao Yuxuan, keep an eye on him. Tao Yuxuan nodded in agreement. Shi Xi departed with the music box, entirely unaware of the listening device concealed within. At the back entrance of the club, a black Santana lay inconspicuously parked. Inside the vehicle, two individuals had listened to the entirety of the conversation in the private room. The music box now rested in Shi Xi's hands. Qingyu turned to Ningyu and asked, what should we do? Ningyu leaned back against her chair, her demeanor calm as she replied, tonight, I will pay a visit to the Lung family. Qingyu exclaimed in anxiety, that's too dangerous. Ningyu squinted slightly, her eyes glimmering with an icy determination. No matter the danger, I must go. Shi Xi returned to the hotel with the music box, placing it on her bedside as she enjoyed the music, her spirits soaring. Today, she had not confronted the female lead directly. How delightful. After taking a shower, she intended to lie down and play games when a knock at the door interrupted her. Han Chuan entered, frowning at Shi Xi before heading to the refrigerator. Are you looking for a drink? Shi Xi asked, noting the fridge seemed empty. Han Chuan merely counted Shi Xi's face masks before questioning. How many days has it been since you last used a mask? Shi Xi gasped at the unexpected inquiry. Han Chuan once again retrieved the cream puffs from within, exclaiming, do you wish to indulge in this again? Shi Xi retreated a few steps, gripping the doorknob tightly. Are you attempting to flee?
Han Chuan frågade ned.
Lifting the puffs and commanding, sit down. Shi Xi stood by, replying, I am fine standing. Han Chuan settled onto the sofa, gazing up at Shi Xi. Do you desire for me to look up at you in awe? To look up means to gaze into the distance. The term you seek is to admire. Shi Xi corrected. Han Chuan remained expressionless. Shi Xi obediently took a seat. Chapter 51. She merely went to freshen up, showcasing her dress before taking her place to applaud others. How did you fare in finding your gown? Han Chuan inquired. Shi Xi surveyed her surroundings. Pointing to a bag on the floor, it has already arrived, that one. Han Chuan rose to retrieve the clothing, asking, what attire is it? Shi Xi replied, it seems to be from CL. Their director assured me that I would adore it, though I have yet to try it on. Han Chuan's expression shifted unpredictably. The director of CL? Who might that be? Shi Xi pondered the name. I believe it is Yvette? I can't recall, so I saved her contact as CL director. Han Chuan mused on the advantages of wealth, noting how the director had personally delivered the garments. Unlike his experiences with other artists, where he had to plead with brands for attire and scrutinize colors. While lost in thought, Han Chuan extracted the clothing, revealing a breathtaking CL haute couture starry gown. You managed to borrow this? He exclaimed in astonishment. Shi Xi, still seated on the sofa, seized a cream puff. When he wasn't looking. It's not borrowed. It was purchased. Han Chuan recalled Shi Xi's background as a wealthy heiress, struggling to accept the reality. What hardships could this girl, indulging in cream puffs, possibly endure in the entertainment industry? Yet, wasn't Shi Xi merely a counterfeit daughter of the Shi family? Han Chuan cautiously replaced the dress, advising, very well, be mindful. Don't overindulge and find yourself unable to wear the gown. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Shi Xi devoured another puff. It's fine. If it doesn't fit, they can come adjust it. Han Chuan, expressionless, confiscated the remaining cream puffs, reminding her, remember to apply your face mask and utilize your other skincare products. I will surely remember. Shi Xi affirmed. Go apply a mask now, Han Chuan insisted. Once Shi Xi had donned the mask, Han Chuan departed, somewhat dissatisfied. He had come that evening to confirm Shi Xi's gown, ensuring there would be no wardrobe malfunctions with other attendees. If she wore a dress previously donned by another star, it would likely lead to comparisons. The following day at the film set, when Yao approached Shi Xi, inquiring, Shi Xi, which gown will you wear? Shi Xi responded, a gown? Why is there such interest in my attire? It is merely the gown for the Starlight Gala. I wanted to inquire about your gown to prevent any wardrobe clashes. When Yao replied, portraying a sweet yet naive character, she was pleasant and amiable in reality. My agent has managed to secure a haute couture piece from GU. It is this one. When Yao produced her phone, showcasing a photo of a pure white, low-cut evening gown, elegantly simple, Shi Xi remarked, my gown is a gradient starry piece from CL. There will be no clash. Since their gowns were both haute couture, the likelihood of a wardrobe malfunction was minimal. When Yao simply wished to ascertain that their styles were not too similar, as they were in the same production and could easily be compared by outsiders. Upon learning that their gowns bore no resemblance, Wen Yao returned to discuss with her agent. Though Wen Yao was currently a rising star with modest fame, she was acutely aware that this Starlight Award could elevate her career significantly. For Shi Xi, however, who understood her role was merely to applaud, the significance of the red carpet held little weight. As Han Chuan had noted, she was simply there to make an appearance, showcase her gown, and then sit back to applaud. Life was not easy. Shi Xi gazed at the script before her, diligently continuing her lines. Chapter 52 No Charge, it's complimentary. Soon, the Starlight Gala arrived, and Han Chuan roused Shi Xi early. With one hand carrying the gown and the other grasping Shi Xi, he asked, where are your shoes? What about the accompanying jewelry? Wake up, Shi Xi. It is already 10:30. The gala doesn't commence until 7, Shi Xi murmured, half asleep. Are your shoes on the table? They're on the floor. Han Chuan retrieved the shoebox and surveyed the jewelry box on the table, swiftly gathering it. Upon arriving at the beauty salon, a multitude of individuals fussed over Shi Xi's appearance, skincare, makeup, styling. After donning the gown, she was instructed to pose in hundreds of ways for photographs. Realizing only a few images would be selected in the end, Shi Xi felt an overwhelming urge to distance herself from the entertainment industry. Earning a living seemed exceedingly arduous. After being thoroughly exhausted, she returned to the van, utterly drained. Her interest in the evening's gala had waned considerably. Were it an occasion to receive an award, she would certainly feel elated. Instead, today was merely an opportunity to flaunt her gown before sitting down to applaud. The vanity of the entertainment industry was disheartening. Shi Xi, feeling disillusioned, turned to Han Chuan, asking, how much will this engagement pay? Han Chuan glanced at her. I've invested significantly to ensure you walk this red carpet. Shi Xi was taken aback. The esteemed heiress of the Shi family found herself needing to offer gifts merely to attend the gala? It was disheartening. Awaiting until 6:30, Han Chuan checked the schedule. Briefing Shi Xi on the proceedings, you will walk up alone, sign the poster, and then the host will pose 2 questions. One is Shi Xi felt as if she were facing an examination, with Han Chuan providing the answers. Before long, a firm knock echoed on the van window. Han Chuan lowered it, perplexed. What is it? Standing outside was Wen Yao, her eyes red-rimmed. Why is she still in casual attire when the red carpet is imminent? Wen Yao whispered, "May I come in? I need to speak with Shi Xi." "Come aboard," Shi Xi replied. Once inside, Wen Yao bit her lip, gazing at Shi Xi with desperation. "Shi Xi, may I borrow your gown?" Shi Xi was taken aback. Han Chuan maintained his composure, calmly inquiring, "What transpired?" Wen Yao clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes. "The gown that was promised to me was suddenly taken by someone else. My agent, and I cannot secure a dress. I had to come plead with you." Shi Xi hastily offered her a tissue. "Don't cry. Your makeup is too beautiful to ruin." Wen Yao's tears fell, her large, striking eyes receiving the tissue gratefully. "Thank you." Han Chuan showed no compassion, his voice steady. "You could purchase a gown from a store. There is still half an hour before the red carpet." Wen Yao shook her head. "No, that won't work." Shi Xi turned her gaze towards Han Chuan. Han Chuan smiled. "Miss Wen Yao, do not underestimate the intelligence of others. You are obviously enamored with Shi Xi's attire and wish to bask in the spotlight of the red carpet." Wen Yao's complexion turned pale. Han Chuan tilted his head slightly, amusement glimmering in his eyes. "If you adore the dress, purchase it yourself." "Shi Xi, how much does this dress cost?"
What?
Shi Xi replied, startled. Han Chuan shot her a reproachful look. Why falter at such a moment? Shi Xi glanced at Wen Yao's earrings and cheerfully remarked, "No need for payment. I shall lend you the dress."
Han Chuan exclaimed in disbelief.
Wen Yao stuttered. Chapter 53. Even if I donned a $20 shirt, I could outshine everyone. The two were left astounded by Shi Xi's words. Even Wen Yao, at that moment, was unsure of how to react. Han Chuan gritted his teeth. "Shi Xi, do you even realize what you're saying?" "Indeed," Shi Xi replied with a slight smile. "No charge, just a loan." "Thank you," Wen Yao said, her joy almost bringing her to tears. Do not cry, do not cry. It is merely a dress I am lending you." Shi Xi turned to Han Chuan. "I recall there are several dresses in the back seat. Could you pass them to me?" Han Chuan's expression darkened. "Those are just dresses you haphazardly purchased at the mall. Worth at most a few thousand. This haute couture gown, however, is worth over $1 million. Hand me the dresses. You can exit the car first." "I will change for Wen Yao," Shi Xi insisted. Han Chuan, scowling, stepped out of the car, perplexed as to why he had taken on the role of a saint. When Shi Xi had smiled moments ago, she had radiated an almost divine light akin to that of the Virgin Mary. He felt that if he obstructed her, he would appear as a treacherous villain. Goodness, this is utterly absurd. After more than 10 minutes, both had changed outfits. Wen Yao, with her slender figure, exquisite features, and porcelain skin, wore the starry gown, exuding a unique beauty. Shi Xi, on the other hand, donned a long dress of unknown origin, a pristine white ensemble that reached her calves, revealing a delicate ankle. Wen Yao, feeling quite bashful, said, "I am sorry. Next time I will help you borrow a gown." She assumed Shi Xi's dress was also borrowed. Han Chuan interjected sarcastically, "Let us hope you can borrow your own gown next time." Wen Yao quickly amended, "If you ever need my assistance, I will certainly oblige." "All right, now go touch up your makeup. It is nearly time for you to walk the red carpet." Shi Xi urged her away. Once Wen Yao had left, Han Chuan felt a pang of frustration in his heart. "You truly are benevolent, lending out a gown worth millions so casually." He regarded Shi Xi with a stoic expression. "She is no ordinary person." Shi Xi pondered. "Wen Yao, I do not recall any prominent families with the surname Wen in Fengcheng." Han Chuan raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you suspect she is also a second-generation rich kid?" Shi Xi did not respond directly, but instead inquired, "Where is Wen Yao from?" Han Chuan replied, "I believe she is from the Suqing area, but I am not certain of the specifics." Shi Xi withdrew from her thoughts, deciding, "Never mind, it is not worth dwelling on. If I lend it, then so be it. She is nominated for Best Actress. As an enthusiastic audience member, why should I concern myself with how I appear?"
Han Chuan remarked dismissively.
"In that outfit, you might as well avoid the embarrassment of stepping onto the stage." Shi Xi retorted. "This cost me over 7,000. Han Chuan pulled out his phone. "I will have your name removed from the list." He would rather his artist not walk the red carpet than be seen in such a meager outfit. "Please don't. It's hard to come by an opportunity like this." Shi Xi protested, displeased. She had put in a day's effort, her face adorned with exquisite makeup. If no one saw her, what would be the point? Han Chuan scrutinized her. "Are you truly going up like this?" Shi Xi playfully tossed her long hair, smiling softly. "Do not worry, even in a $20 shirt, I can outshine the crowd." Such confidence in her beauty perplexed Han Chuan. What could possibly inspire such vanity? Is it merely her looks? How infuriating! What good are looks without wealth? The most stunning attire is that which costs millions. The Starlight Awards were merely a minor event in the year, with celebrities of varying statuses attending, far less prestigious than the grand awards at year's end. Nonetheless, this did not deter netizens from indulging in the spectacle. As a plethora of haute couture gowns dazzled and bewildered, Shi Xi appeared clad in her simple, unadorned long dress. Chapter 54. As a supporting character, her role was to create turmoil for the leads, contributing to their romance. When Shi Xi emerged from the van, the flashbulbs erupted, capturing her every move. Spectators marveled at her beauty, which had gained 8 million followers overnight, proving that appearances could indeed be deceiving. Her initial mermaid-themed makeup had sparked a flurry of imitation videos across various platforms, prompting a surge in sales for green contact lenses that had previously languished unsold. Even salons saw an influx of customers seeking to dye their hair green. Today, however, the girl simply wore a pure white dress that accentuated her innocence, reminiscent of a high school beauty stepping out of class. Her delicate brows arched gracefully, her skin of flawless porcelain, and her dark, lustrous eyes seemed to hold the cosmos within them. The déesse makeup remained subtle, giving the impression that she wore only a light touch of cosmetics. Her long hair cascaded down, held in place by a single pearl hairpin, exuding elegance and grace. Shi Xi strode confidently onto the red carpet, flanked by eager reporters snapping away. Her beauty, captured from every conceivable angle, was mesmerizing, her every gesture exuding poise, each smile enchanting and gracious. Viewers watching the live stream were consumed by envy. She is the quintessential beauty that aligns perfectly with my aesthetic. School beauty, I am rooting for you. Are those eyes enchanted? They completely captured my soul. How is she managing to appear so naturally flawless? Of all the faces captured, hers is undoubtedly the best. Isn't she the sweet school beauty? Eagerly anticipating Shi Xi in the arrogant school prince falls for me. What drama is that? Haha, the title Arrogant Love instantly transports me back to my school days. So cringeworthy yet amusing. As netizens excitedly shared screenshots and engaged in lively discussions, fashion bloggers began to speculate on the origin of Shi Xi's gown. Having reviewed several new collections, it seems none match. It must be a seasonal haute couture piece. The school beauty is already affluent, so she need not worry about cost. Shi Xi approached a large poster and signed her name. Upon spotting her, the hosts all lingered in their eyes. I heard you've been busy filming a new drama? Shi Xi nodded, seizing the opportunity to promote her upcoming project. The arrogant school prince falls for me, encouraging everyone to stay tuned. The comments flooded in. I will definitely be watching. Hurry up and finish filming. I have my membership ready. I am ready to perish today, overwhelmed by the beauty of this girl. The host, adhering to the script, inquired, can you share what kind of character you portray in the drama? Shi Xi, I portray the scheming and malevolent supporting character, the school belle, who creates numerous obstacles for the protagonists, thereby contributing to their romantic journey. The host couldn't help but remark, with your beauty, the male lead should undoubtedly be enamored with you. Shi Xi coughed lightly, asserting the importance of inner beauty. Hey, the script only has you asking me 2 questions. You ought to let me go now. The host inquired again, Shi Xi, have you ever wished to act in a period drama? Shi Xi responded, if a director approaches me for an audition, I would certainly be willing to give it a try. This was the 4th question. Would there be enough time for the others to walk the red carpet? The host continued to dig deeper. So, Shi Xi, is there a particular role you aspire to experience? Do you prefer period dramas or modern ones? Shi Xi replied, it ultimately depends on the script. And if the director doesn't seek me out, then what is the point of performing? The host seemed to realize the time constraint and chuckled. All right, let us have Shi Xi head into the venue first. Thank you. Shi Xi sighed with relief, returned the microphone, and stepped into the venue. Chapter 55. Today, I am beyond your reach. Tomorrow, I shall remain indifferent to you. Upon entering the venue, Shi Xi found her seat, 5th row. Perfect, it was a discreet location. As she settled down, she noticed that her companions were also young actors, including a few members from boy and girl bands, handsome men and beautiful women. Truly a feast for the eyes. How delightful. Stars, both male and female, continually graced the red carpet. And when Wen Yao appeared in a CL haute couture gradient starry gown, many gasped in astonishment. It is noteworthy that few second-tier actresses are able to borrow haute couture, and even fewer can don the ultra-seasonal pieces, typically reserved for first-tier stars. It was a surprise that Wen Yao managed to wear one. The expressions of the crowd varied. Meanwhile, on Weibo, the topic of Wen Yao's ultra-seasonal haute couture quickly rose to trending status. Who is this? She actually wore CL's ultra-seasonal haute couture? I recall that dress was still abroad last week. How opulent. Even many first-tier actresses can't compete with her luxury. Destined, Shi Xi, the female lead of Domineering Love? I remember the supporting character is Shi Xi. This drama is truly packed with talent. I'm rather excited. Greatly anticipated. Who is the cause of jealousy between these two women? Simultaneously, the topic of school belle Shi Xi also surged to trending status, with a slew of fashion bloggers delving into which haute couture she was wearing.
Damn.
I've even dug up data from 2017 and still can't find which brand Shi Xi's gown belongs to. It must be an ultra-seasonal haute couture, right? Perhaps not from a major brand? It's truly beautiful. Could it be this? I think I saw it in a mall. Eventually, someone identified Shi Xi's dress, but it was swiftly dismissed. Impossible, the details don't match. It's a star-studded gala. Shi Xi wouldn't wear just any dress. I'll check out some niche brands from Japan and Korea. But Shi Xi is so stunning. And her new hair color is fabulous. Shi Xi, Mama loves you. Fans gathered in support. Concurrently, various fashion bloggers racked their brains, comparing haute couture gowns. Unwilling to believe that Shi Xi was wearing an ordinary dress worth 7,000 yuan. The fashion director from CL was also taken aback. She clearly had given the starry gradient gown to Shi Xi, yet it ended up on Wen Yao? What on earth happened? The Starry Awards ceremony was streamed live. And amidst the online buzz, Shi Xi, unable to use her phone, remained blissfully unaware. All she perceived was a dazzling array of beauty before her.
Too much to take in.
Previously, she felt that simply clapping was tedious. Now, she regretted not bringing a camera to capture the moments. The system chimed in. If you wish to see beauty, why not look in the mirror? Shi Xi inhaled sharply. Are you complimenting me? The system replied, I'm merely stating facts. Shi Xi sighed, lamenting that such honesty is rare. System. I wish I could retract my earlier statement. Shi Xi mused, I envy you all. You get to see my beauty every day. System. Shi Xi. Why aren't you speaking, system? System. Shi Xi tentatively asked, system? System. Shi Xi. By the way, what is your name? System. Off duty, please do not disturb. Shi Xi. Today you're indifferent to me, but tomorrow, I shall be beyond your reach, she huffed. System. Today, I am beyond your reach. Tomorrow, I shall be indifferent to you. The day after, I'll have you feed the fish in the river. Shi Xi. Just as the two engaged in their banter, the awards ceremony officially commenced, announcing the nominees and winners. Chapter 56, a union of beauty and talent, with high intelligence and emotional quotient. The Starry Award for Best Supporting Actor goes to Yun Guanghe. Upon hearing the familiar name, Shi Xi finally snapped back to attention and applauded vigorously. This brother is impressive. Yun Guanghe's acting has always been commendable. And this Best Supporting Actor award was achieved through his performance as the second male lead in a previous drama, adding a significant highlight to his resume. As the camera focused on Yun Guanghe, fans rejoiced in the comments, promoting his new drama. Everyone, pay attention to Yun Guanghe's new drama, The Domineering School Hunk Falls for Me.
Wow.
Is that the drama where abandoned Shi Xi for Wen Yao?
Haha, how could they not choose Shi Xi?
They truly lack discernment. Meanwhile, the director, seemingly with a hidden agenda, switched the camera to Shi Xi during Yun Guanghe's acceptance speech. So beautiful. Give the director a reward. Wishing the director a long and prosperous life. When the camera was on Shi Xi, it was as if a filter was applied just for her. Absolutely stunning. Shi Xi genuinely felt happy for Yun Guanghe. Recently, he had been somewhat distracted due to the pressures surrounding this award, causing her to work overtime for retakes. Naturally, her own acting skills were rather mediocre. With a high number of NGs, Yun Guanghe had finally received the award he yearned for, releasing a breath of relief. With this accolade, he would likely secure better scripts in the future, right? No more playing the melodramatic youth? What domineering school hunk? Yun Guanghe found it rather silly. After delivering his acceptance speech, the awards continued. It was time for the highly anticipated Best Actress Award, with the big screen displaying the 5 nominees. Four were first-tier or nearly first-tier actresses, and one was Wen Yao, who appeared rather out of place among them. The host announced, the Starry Award for Best Actress goes to Su Qingqian. As the camera turned towards the award-winning Su Qingqian, she smiled gracefully and rose to accept her award.
Su Qingqian.
A nearly first-tier actress with 7 years of experience, possesses both beauty and talent, high intelligence and emotional intelligence. Thus, her receiving the Best Actress award was well-deserved. A sense of despondency enveloped Wen Yao, yet she feigned a smile and clapped, determined to avoid any missteps in front of the cameras. Shi Xi let out a soft sigh, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. She had lent her dress to Wen Yao, only to discover that Wen Yao had not secured an award. She hoped that this setback would not affect Wen Yao's subsequent filming, as she herself wished to avoid any more NGs. Reflecting on the limited scenes she shared with Wen Yao, Shi Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her. In her role as the supporting character, the campus belle, most of her scenes were alongside Yun Guanghe or involved her sisterhood plotting against the female lead. Just when Shi Xi thought there was nothing of interest left in the evening's festivities, Wen Yao was nominated for the Best Newcomer award. Best Newcomer? Shi Xi lifted her gaze to the host on stage. The host announced at the Starry Awards, the recipient of the Best Newcomer is Wen Yao. Upon hearing that Wen Yao had at least won an award, Shi Xi clapped heartily, congratulating her friend. Finally, her dress would grace the stage. Wen Yao, taken aback at first by her win, soon beamed with joy as she ascended the stage to accept her accolade. A loss turned to gain. Her efforts had not been in vain. Once on stage, Wen Yao took a moment to express gratitude to Shi Xi, although she did not mention borrowing the dress. The camera panned to Shi Xi, placing her once more in the spotlight. The jubilant Starry Awards concluded with Yun Guanghe claiming the coveted Best Supporting Actor, while Wen Yao triumphed as Best Newcomer. Though Shi Xi did not win an award, she felt a profound sense of involvement as she applauded from the audience. "Let us celebrate with a meal, my treat," Wen Yao suggested after the event. "How could I let a lady pay? I will cover it," Yun Guanghe chimed in, clearly delighted. Shi Xi interjected, "It's fine. You both can take turns treating. I wouldn't mind at all." Ultimately, under Wen Yao's insistence, she paid for the meal. Yun Guanghe's sense of masculinity wavered, resolving to treat next time. While they dined, netizens finally identified Shi Xi's dress. Confirmed, Shi Xi wore the new model from Pilot on the red carpet, priced at 7,999 yuan. Oh my, is it that difficult to borrow a dress? Or did she just buy one? Su Qingqian wore a custom piece from V, and Wen Yao donned a haute couture from CL. Shi Xi's situation is rather dismal, isn't it? Can't even borrow a dress? Why didn't she ask Wen Yao for a connection? Even if just to borrow a CL? Old clothes would suffice. Plastic sisterhood. Is there any genuine friendship in the entertainment industry? Aren't they saying Shi Xi is a rich second generation? Netizens mock Shi Xi as if a 7,999 yuan dress were merely an everyday garment. Shi Xi's fans, unable to contain themselves, retaliated. "Hello? Is it not acceptable to walk the red carpet in a 7,999 yuan dress? Are you all earning millions a month?" they exclaimed. "It's laughable. Shi Xi could outshine everyone effortlessly in any dress. Jealousy, perhaps?" After Shi Xi's red carpet images surfaced, other celebrities had yet to release theirs. What's the holdup? Still editing? Mind your own business. Wen Yao won an award and even thanked Shi Xi. Are you really judging their relationship based on attire? The FBI could use someone like you. Jean Yin observed the online discourse with disdain. Her family dealt in jewelry, and she could easily discern that Shi Xi's accessories were of considerable value. Not only her attire for the evening, but also her everyday jewelry was authentic. Attacking Shi Xi's wealth did not faze her in the slightest. Jean Yin found it amusing. A group of critics earning less than 10,000 monthly fretting over Shi Xi's lavish adornments. Shi Xi herself felt unperturbed, but Tao Yuxuan, upon seeing the trending topics, felt a pang of sympathy. Tao Yuxuan texted, "Has the Shi family cut you off financially? That's too tragic, isn't it? I still have some money. If you're in need, just say the word. Transferring 500,000 now." Oblivious to her phone while savoring ribs, Shi Xi exclaimed, "Wow. This meat is so tender. There's a hint of sweetness. No wonder they hired a Michelin chef." Yun Guanghe nodded in agreement. Indeed. Wen Yao truly went all out this time. As Ningyu played games and saw the trending news discussing Shi Xi, she paid closer attention. Is this Shi Xi's first award ceremony? She just wore any dress and went on stage. How embarrassing. She must be broke. Being exposed for wearing a 7K dress is quite awkward. Ningyu scrolled through the news, grasping the situation. Seizing the moment before the game commenced, she transferred some money to Shi Xi. Meanwhile, Shi Xi, enjoying fish soup, remarked, "This is so fresh, as if it was just caught from the river." When Yao replied, "I picked the fish myself." Yun Guanghe began to savor a second bowl of soup. As Shi Xi concluded her day's work and was about to leave, her assistant entered with a troubled expression, reporting the recent events. Shi Xi frowned slightly and transferred 5 million to Shi Xi's account, along with sending over the season's clothing. Understood. Sheng Yan noticed Shi Xi's name flash in the muted group chat and couldn't help but click to see. After grasping the situation, he wore the expression of an elderly person on the subway engrossed in his phone. How did she end up in such dire straits? Although he was not fond of Shi Xi, she still bore the title of his fiancé. He couldn't allow her to be embarrassed. Sheng Yan transferred some money to Shi Xi and sent her a message. "Next time you visit Shengshi for jewelry, I'll give you a 50% discount. After some time without a reply, he followed up with, "If you're truly out of money, just put it on my tab." Tears betrayed Shi Xi and slipped down her cheeks. At that moment, she was relishing dessert after her meal, exclaiming, "Wow, these grapes are incredibly sweet." Yun Guanghe remarked, "This mangosteen is delicious, you should try it."
Shi Xi replied, "Please peel it for me."
Xia Yunju followed Shi Xi's updates and, upon seeing her fan group discussing her financial struggles, pondered thoughtfully. Right, Shi Xi had been ousted by the Shi family. No wonder she had turned to acting in the entertainment industry. She must be financially strained. What should he do about this? As he contemplated, he dialed Shi Xi's number directly. At that moment, Shi Xi was indulging in dessert, savoring the crunchy and sweet vanilla puff, exclaiming, "This is the best puff I've ever had." Yun Guanghe quickly devoured one and nodded, truly worthy of a 5-star restaurant. Even the desserts are exquisite. When Yao observed the two and smiled, "I'm glad you both enjoy it." Just as Shi Xi was about to continue eating, she heard her phone's unique notification sound. Her phone was usually set to vibrate or silent, but she had assigned a special alert for Xia Yunju. "Oh no. What does the antagonist want from me at this hour?" Shi Xi thought, feeling a slight headache coming on. "I'll take this call," she murmured as she answered. "What's the matter?" Xia Yunzhou inquired directly. "Where are you?" "At the Crane Pavilion, dining," Shi Xi replied. The Crane Pavilion is a renowned 5-star restaurant in Fengcheng, celebrated for its delectable cuisine and exorbitant prices. Originally intending to console Shi Xi, Xia Yunzhou was taken aback. "What is it that you seek from me?" she asked. Her voice was sweet and soft, devoid of any hint of grievance. Xia Yunzhou hesitated. "Where are you currently residing?" "In a hotel," she responded. She had always stayed at a hotel adjacent to the film crew. Surely Xia Yunzhou was aware of this? Not only did he know, but he had also taken her out for meals before. How could it be that this nefarious overlord, though youthful, had a memory akin to that of an elderly person? Recalling the rumors of Shi Xi being cast out by the Shi family, he queried, "Are you no longer residing with the Shi family?" Not for now," Shi Xi replied vaguely. She was reluctant to encounter the female lead. However, upon hearing her words, Xia Yunzhou mistakenly assumed that she desired to return but found herself unable to do so. "How tragic," he remarked. "I see. Continue your dining," he instructed. "What do you mean, you know?" Shi Xi asked, perplexed. What was the purpose of this call? Merely to inquire about matters he was already privy to? Truly? Was he showing early signs of senility? Seated by the window, Yun Guanghe, casually picking his teeth, exclaimed, "Oh, is there really a crane? And post-meal performances?" Shi Xi promptly dismissed thoughts of Xia Yunzhou and approached. Where? I've never seen a real crane." Meanwhile, after hanging up, Xia Yunzhou summoned his assistant. "I recall someone at Donghu Biyuan is selling a house. Acquire it and present it to Shi Xi." The assistant gaped, momentarily at a loss. Was it customary for domineering CEOs to bestow such lavish gifts? A whole house, no less? Especially one at Donghu Biyuan. With a tinge of bitterness, the assistant replied, "Understood. I shall take care of it." Xia Yunzhou, anticipating that Shi Xi might decline the gift, added, "If she refuses, inform her that this is to repay her life-saving grace." The assistant mused, "Monsieur merely helped you up. Your ribs weren't even broken. How is that a life-saving grace?" His heart ached with envy. He wished for such fortune. With a heavy heart, the assistant exited the office, tears unwittingly streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 59. At such a tender age, experiencing the euphoria of sudden wealth. Unbeknownst to her, Shi Xi remained captivated by the sight of the crane. The private rooms of the Crane Pavilion were scattered around, and through the windows, one could see a small bridge with flowing water, where a white crane occasionally strolled upon a rockery. Shi Xi and Yun Guanghe debated whether the white crane was indeed a rare species. I'm not quite certain. It should be a protected species, right? I remember both the white crane and the red-crowned crane are protected animals. Yun Guanghe raised a question. If it's a protected species, how could it possibly appear in a restaurant? What if it accidentally gets killed? Shi Xi nodded. True, it does resemble a duck quite a bit. A duck? I think it looks more like a goose, Yun Guanghe contemplated. I wonder how it would taste. Even the usually reserved Wen Yao couldn't help but join the discussion. The white crane is a protected species. I cannot fathom how it ended up here. It wasn't until a server entered that they learned the crane on the rockery was, in fact, a lifelike imitation, equipped with electrical components. The three were left in disillusionment, feeling utterly embarrassed. I shall never return here again. I cannot bear to dine with you after this humiliation. Next time, let us go to Qingshui residence? Upon returning to her hotel, Shi Xi first indulged in a bath, then adorned a facial mask while reclining on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. When Xia Yunzhou called, she noticed a considerable number of unread messages. Curious? She decided to check who had sent them. To her astonishment, she discovered a series of transfer notifications and bank deposits. Shi Xi stared wide-eyed at her account balance, unable to suppress the urge to count it again. It had previously stood at 200,000. How had it suddenly multiplied by so many zeros? Brother Shi had transferred 5 million. Why had Ningyu sent her 7 million? It turned out that from a modest heiress to a multimillionaire, it merely took an afternoon. At such a young age, Shi Xi experienced the exhilarating joy of overnight wealth. She felt no desire to strive further. She was now a millionaire. Leaning back on the sofa, she contemplated how to inform Han Chuan of her decision to retire from the industry. She had amassed sufficient wealth. With such a fortune, she need not worry about her future. Who would complain about having too much money? Gratitude flowed from her lips. And during a chat with Tao Yuxuan, she learned that they had been generously supporting her under the assumption that she was financially struggling. Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of gratitude. Oh, how wonderful it is that there are still good people in the world. As she mused over this, she stumbled upon various derisive comments about her on Weibo. Never mind, why bother with these people? Sure, she felt a surge of happiness, contemplating whether to purchase a house first. One must have a place to call home. As she indulged in her thoughts, her mother's phone call arrived.
Shi Xi,
your birthday is just around the corner. We should throw a grand celebration. Invite all your classmates and friends, shall we? Her mother's voice was gentle. Birthday? Sure, she instinctively wanted to refuse. System. Plot point triggered. Birthday banquet. The host must attend the celebration. Her good mood dissipated in an instant, and she lamented, fine. By the time of your birthday, your results will be out too. I'll also invite your teachers for a grand thank you banquet. How does that sound? Upon hearing Shi Xi's agreement, her mother was even more delighted. Shi Xi felt powerless to refuse, allowing her mother to orchestrate the arrangements. At the end of the conversation, a thought struck her. Ningyu and I share the same birthday. Let us celebrate together. Her mother paused. Rest assured, I will order an enormous birthday cake for both of you. After hanging up, Shi Xi recalled the unfolding narrative. Chapter 60. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. Shi Xi merely felt the rain pelt her face painfully. The birthday banquet segment could be described as a highlight moment for the female lead, as Shi Xi and Ningyu, being of the same age, were naturally compared during the critical juncture following their college entrance examinations. Shi Xi, a privileged heiress with an exemplary educational background, was a top student at Fengcheng one high school, excelling in all subjects except for moral education, where she was nearly perfect. Ningyu, a girl from a rural background, was a notorious troublemaker from Fengcheng No. 13 High School. Academically challenged, she excelled only in fighting. It was evident that Shi Xi would decisively outperform Ningyu in their examination scores. When the results were announced, Shi Xi achieved a score of 655, securing her admission to Yanjing University. Ningyu's score remained unknown. Many presumed she would not qualify for a diploma. Yet, during the birthday banquet, someone mocked Ningyu for her embarrassing score, only to be met with a swift rebuttal. The principal of No. 13 High School personally presented a banner, commending Ningyu for bringing honor to the school. The presidents of Yanjing University and Haicheng University vied to present gifts, promising scholarships, eager for Ningyu to select their institutions. Upon my initial viewing, I found this particular scene of retribution immensely gratifying. Yet, in retrospect, Shi Xi can only feel a twinge of pain on her cheeks. Alas, After this birthday banquet, will she forever harbor shadows of dread towards celebrating her birthday? The following day, Shi Xi arrived at the film set, once again positioned as the odd one out. Yun Guanhe and Wen Yao were in splendid spirits, effortlessly completing their scenes in one take, managing to film 3 days' worth of content in a single day. Meanwhile, Shi Xi was burdened with thoughts, her expression marked by a profound sense of disillusionment. However, the director perceived her state as commendable and assigned her a scene of heartbreak in the rain. Originally unable to shed tears, Shi Xi found herself weeping as the rain poured down upon her. Oh, why must she endure such indignities, even as a newly minted millionaire? Behind the camera, the director nodded in satisfaction and remarked to Yun Guanhe and Wen Yao, "Look at Shi Xi, her acting has made remarkable strides. All thanks to your guidance." To which they humbly replied, "Not at all, it is your mentorship that has brought her this far." The director, in high spirits, concurred that she had indeed learned well. The sorrows and joys of humanity are seldom shared. Shi Xi only felt the rain's intensity and the sting upon her face, prompting her to delve deeper into her performance. The director was elated. After concluding the rain scene, Shi Xi returned to her hotel for some much-needed rest. Recently, she had been in excellent form, filming a substantial amount of content. Presently, the focus had shifted to the lead actor's scenes. Though Shi Xi held the role of the second female lead, her screen time was considerable, yet still eclipsed by that of the principal characters. Upon her return to the hotel, Shi Xi sensed a feverish heat in her head, as if she were succumbing to illness. In a daze, she reached for her phone and called Tao Yuxuan, requesting some fever-reducing medicine. Receiving the call, Xia Yunzhou promptly replied, "I shall be there right away." Shi Xi, feeling somewhat disoriented, questioned whether she had dialed the wrong person. Yet, as her vision blurred, she reassured herself that the other party was indeed en route. Comforted, she succumbed to slumber. When Xia Yunzhou arrived at the hotel with a private doctor, he found Shi Xi sprawled on the bed in a starfish position. The hotel manager stood in shock. Wasn't he summoned here under dire circumstances? This did not appear to be the case at all. Xia Yunzhou approached, gently turning Shi Xi onto her back and tucking her in, while also checking her forehead. Not hot at all. Is my hand simply too warm? The private doctor measured her temperature and examined her eyelids closely. Ultimately, he confidently declared, "Miss Shi is not feverish." Xia Yunzhou, incredulous, asked, "Then why is she unconscious?" The private doctor replied, "She is merely asleep. She will awaken once she has rested sufficiently." Xia Yunzhou was left speechless. Chapter 61. The kindness of delivering medicine during her illness shall never be forgotten. Shi Xi slept soundly until 8 o'clock in the evening, a full 4 hours. Upon awakening, she felt invigorated, as if injected with a dose of enthusiasm. "Xia Yunzhou, what are you doing here?" She sat up, her eyes widening upon seeing another figure in the room. "You called me, claiming you were on the verge of death," Xia Yunzhou remarked coolly, engrossed in his tablet. "Now that you're awake, come eat." Clutching the blanket, Shi Xi discreetly glanced at her attire and sighed in relief. Thankfully, she was still clad in her pajamas. She got out of bed to freshen up, recalling her state before losing consciousness. So, it was Xia Yunzhou she had called? As she brushed her teeth, she confirmed by checking her call log. Outgoing call, Xia Yunzhou. Call duration, 49 seconds. Indeed, she had reached out to him. To her astonishment, the formidable antagonist had come to her aid. Gratitude blossomed within her, diminishing her fear of him, though she might eventually find herself tossed into a river to feed fish. The kindness of his timely assistance during her illness would remain etched in her memory. Once she had completed her grooming, she noticed Xia Yunzhou still seated in the room and took her clothes to change in the bathroom. It would be inappropriate for the supporting female lead and the antagonist to be too familiar. After changing, Shi Xi took the initiative to say, "Let me treat you to dinner." Xia Yunzhou had invited her numerous times, and having saved her life this time, it was only fitting she reciprocate. "Let us dine at Hegi." Xia Yunzhou put away his tablet, indicating the restaurant. Shi Xi recalled the embarrassment of the previous day, her smile faltering. She dreaded encountering the server from yesterday. "What's wrong?" Xia Yunzhou noticed her discomfort and inquired, "Is that not all right?" No, of course it's fine," she replied awkwardly. "I usually go to Qingshui. Why suddenly choose Hegi?" "A change of flavor," Xia Yunzhou remarked casually. "Who did you go to Hegi with yesterday?" Shi Xi answered, "Just colleagues from the crew, Yun Guanhe and Wen Yao. They won awards and insisted on treating Upon hearing their names, Xia Yunzhou nodded slightly. As long as it's not Sheng Yan or Leng Qiankuan. Upon arriving at Hegi, Shi Xi was mortified to find that the server guiding them was indeed the same one from yesterday. She hoped the server met so many people that she wouldn't recognize her. Miss Shi, the server greeted with a shy smile, extending a notepad and pen. I was too shy yesterday. May I ask for your autograph today? Shi Xi felt even more embarrassed. Not only had the server recognized her, but she also knew her name. Of course, she quickly signed, hoping to return to Qingshui next time. Xia Yunzhou ordered an array of dishes, showing no regard for Shi Xi's wallet. Had this been before yesterday, she might have felt a twinge of concern. But now, as the newly affluent Shi Xi, she was utterly unconcerned about money. In fact, she leaned closer and suggested, their desserts are quite delectable. Should we not order a few more? I do love some ice cream puffs. The proximity allowed Xia Yunzhou to catch a whiff of her fragrance, yet he remained expressionless as he closed the menu. Order more if it's insufficient. Shi Xi returned to her seat, pondering if she had inadvertently angered this powerful figure. He seemed decent enough. Why was he so easily irked? No wonder he might be prone to early-onset dementia. Are you short on funds? Xia Yunzhou queried. Not at all. Shi Xi replied earnestly. Please do not transfer any money to me. Xia Yunzhou looked at her quizzically. Why would I transfer money to you? Oh, I was just speaking casually. It's fine if you don't, Shi Xi said, lowering her gaze to sip her tea. So many had transferred money to her yesterday. Chapter 62. If the company goes bankrupt, can the prepaid funds be refunded? It seemed unlikely. After all, how could the formidable antagonist possibly transfer money to her? Shi Xi stuck out her tongue and said, I was merely asking. You can take it lightly. Xia Yunzhou studied her and remarked coolly, is your show nearing completion?
Shi Xi nodded. Yes.
Though she was the second female lead and had ample screen time, there were still male supporting characters and several additional female roles. Only the scenes featuring the leads would persist throughout the narrative, while her character would experience heartbreak and go abroad for studies. The male and female protagonists will encounter new misunderstandings, and additional side couples will emerge. Moreover, this campus drama consists of only 24 episodes, given the current filming pace. Shi Xi's scenes are expected to wrap up within a week, while Yun Guanhe and Wen Yao will need an additional month of shooting. However, how does Xia Yunzhou possess such intimate knowledge about her affairs? Before Shi Xi could ponder further, Xia Yunzhou spoke again. After wrapping up, do you wish to continue acting? He inquired. It depends on what hunger arranges for me, Shi Xi replied. He seems to be negotiating some resources on my behalf. Xia Yunzhou nodded slightly, saying, if you require assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Shi Xi offered a polite smile, internally thinking that if she truly wanted an early demise, she would undoubtedly seek his help. When the dishes arrived, Shi Xi noticed that Xia Yunzhou had ordered bird's nest, which was presented before her. Oh, did Xia Yunzhou order this earlier? She merely leaned over for a glance, surprised that he had taken the initiative to care for her, a convalescent, by ordering the precious delicacy. This is quite expensive. How touching, she thought, but then realized she was the one footing the bill. Her gratitude quickly diminished. Nonetheless, the papaya fish soup with bird's nest was indeed delicious. Perhaps she could learn to prepare it at home? With her eyes sparkling, Shi Xi relished her meal joyfully. Observing the girl's animated satisfaction, Xia Yunzhou's lips curled into a faint smile. He often dined alone, and even the meals at Qingshui Higo had long lost their appeal. Yet since meeting Shi Xi, he found dining to be the most relaxing part of his day, a time to savor fine cuisine and relish the moments spent in her company. After finishing, Shi Xi gazed at the empty plates on the table, suddenly apprehensive. Having eaten so much, I hope I won't gain weight? Noticing her expression, Xia Yunzhou stood up, saying, let us go, I'll escort you back. Shi Xi rose as well, replying, oh, okay. Upon reaching the front desk, she took out her phone to prepare for payment, only to be informed that the bill had already been settled. I've already taken care of it, Xia Yunzhou stated, then addressed the front desk. Please issue her a membership card. The receptionist smiled politely and inquired, sir, would you like to apply for a silver member or a gold member? Shi Xi's gaze fell on the sign nearby. Silver membership, recharge 100,000 to apply. Gold membership, recharge 500,000 to apply. Diamond membership, recharge 2,000,000 to apply. Who on earth would dine here frequently enough to justify that? She thought. How long can this restaurant even stay open? If it goes bankrupt, will the prepaid amount be refundable? Shi Xi expressed her bewilderment regarding the restaurant's membership system. However, recalling the price of their recent meal, she fell silent. Oh right, this restaurant is quite pricey. The evils of capitalism. Miss. Please scan the QR code with WeChat to activate your membership card. The receptionist's voice interrupted Shi Xi's thoughts. Regaining her composure, she replied, all right. With the rise of electronic membership cards, many found their wallets considerably lighter. What little was left in her already empty purse felt even more diminished. Chapter 63. Before even marrying into the Sheng family, Shi is already involved in so much. Hello, your membership card has been processed. Please present the QR code for your next checkout, the receptionist said with a warm smile, as if she had just earned 2 million. Shi Xi tucked her phone away, responding thank you. As Xia Yunzhou and Shi Xi departed, they unexpectedly encountered Sheng Yan and his friends entering through the main door. Brother Sheng, isn't that your fiancé? One of his companions whispered. Why is she with Xia Yunzhou? Sheng Yan furrowed his brow as he glanced over. When did these two become so familiar? Dining together? Upon seeing them, Shi Xi smiled brightly. Oh, Sheng Yan, are you here with friends for a meal? Sheng Yan replied, seemingly oblivious to Xia Yunzhou's presence. Are you alone? I came with friends. Shi Xi glanced at Xia Yunzhou, cautioning Sheng Yan, enjoy your meal, but remember to drink less. Sheng Yan smiled, yet retorted, you're quite meddlesome. Shi Xi thought to herself, I'm doing this for your own good. If you truly end up being rejected by Ningyu because of your baldness, you'll have no place to cry. Although Sheng Yan was somewhat concerned about Xia Yunzhou, he was well aware of Shi Xi's deep affection for him, assuring himself that she would never waver in her feelings. Thus, he comfortably joined his friends for their meal. During the ordering process, his friends continued to gossip. Brother Sheng, aren't you worried Shi Xi will wear a green hat on you? She's not even my fiancé yet. Why would I worry about that? Sheng Yan leaned back in his chair, drumming his fingers on the table. Are we ordering or not? Let us order. His friends quickly shifted the topic. Brother Sheng, what would you like to drink? Sheng Yan replied coolly, get me a cup of rose tea. Let us have a bottle of rose. Brother Sheng, you don't drink? Another speculated. Is it because Shi Xi just told you not to? They hadn't realized that Sheng Yan was actually quite controlled by her. However, he pondered that this was not a good situation. Before even marrying into the Sheng family, she is already managing so much. How unseemly would that sound if it got out? Next time, I should have a serious conversation with Shi Xi. At least privately remind her to leave me some face in public. Lost in his thoughts, Sheng Yan was oblivious to Xia Yunzhou. Conversely, Xia Yunzhou felt a twinge of displeasure at the sight of Sheng Yan, the upright fiancé, especially with Shi Xi's admonitions directed at him. As if they truly were a married couple. Concealing his emotions, Xia Yunzhou stated, I'll take you back to the hotel first. After dropping Shi Xi off, he recalled something and added, this is a gift for you. Shi Xi gazed at the exquisite gift bag from Shengshi Jewelry in astonishment. You? For me? Yes. Xia Yunzhou replied, you saved my life, so this is a token of my gratitude. It was merely a small favor. You needn't tease. Shi Xi initially intended to decline, but upon meeting Xia Yunzhou's gaze, she promptly accepted the gift bag. Thank you. You're welcome, Xia Yunzhou said, closing the car window and driving away. As Shi Xi walked into the hotel with the gift bag in hand, she mused how much better it would have been if he had taken her along to shop. If she went to Shengshi Jewelry now, Sheng Yan would offer her a 50% discount. Back in her room, Shi Xi unwrapped the gift from Xia Yunzhou. It was a delicately designed and brilliantly sparkling diamond hairpin. The tail of the hairpin featured 3 large diamonds, surrounded by numerous smaller ones, reflecting a dazzling light under the illumination. It's quite beautiful, she thought, using the hairpin to pin up her loose strands before heading off for a shower. How practical. Chapter 64. I'm actually a very easygoing person. I would never speak thoughtlessly on a variety show. On the day Shi Xi wrapped up her scenes, the crew specially ordered flowers to celebrate her successful completion. The director was exceedingly pleased with her performance, presenting her with a generous red envelope. Fans even visited the set, bringing her a large bouquet of flowers and various gift bags. As Shi Xi beheld the logo above, she mused, I do not accept gifts, only letters. How extravagant this must be. The president of the fan club, Ji Yin, reassured her, fear not, we are well off. Fans capable of gifting luxury items possess substantial earning potential. Shi Xi replied, I have even more wealth. Accepting the letter, she addressed the fans who had presented gifts, please keep these for yourselves or return them. The thought of her bank balance, boasting 8 digits, kept a radiant smile upon her face. Ji Yin insisted, "This is a gift for you, and you must accept it." Yet, Shi Xi remained resolute in her refusal. Ultimately, it was Han Chuan who intervened, persuading the fans to withdraw. After a commemorative photo, Shi Xi found herself encircled once more, signing autographs for her admirers, while those with cameras incessantly captured moments. Wow! Seeing her up close reveals an even greater beauty. One fan exclaimed, "I thought the photos were edited to look good, but in reality, she is even more stunning. Right? Shi Xi is absolutely gorgeous." The meeting with fans lasted a mere half-hour before Han Chuan ushered them away. Accepting the gifts was trivial. Han Chuan had witnessed such gestures many times in this industry. From high-end jewelry to clothing, skincare products, cosmetics, and even shopping vouchers, he had seen it all. Shi Xi yawned and remarked, "I no longer wish to receive gifts. I have accumulated too many lately." Ever since people assumed she was financially struggling, the transfers had poured in. Tao Yuxuan relinquished her reserved clothing for Shi Xi, while Shi Su gifted her an entire season's wardrobe. Sheng Yan, noticing her lack of jewelry purchases, arranged for a batch to be sent to her. The Lung family, engaged in fashion, had even considered relocating their store to the hotel where she resided. In truth, she had no need for such gifts from her fans.
Han Xuan,
Evidently aware of Shi Xi's current circumstances, felt a pang of jealousy that rendered his expression stoic. "By the way, I have secured a variety show for you." Suddenly, Han Chuan's demeanor shifted to one of apprehension. "What variety show?" Shi Xi inquired, intrigued. Since their first meeting, she had rarely seen him display such cautiousness. Wasn't he usually so authoritative, directing with an air of superiority? Indeed, after a brief pause, Han Chuan raised his chin slightly, his eyes reflecting arrogance. "I recall you studied dance, did you not? And even won awards?" Shi Xi instinctively felt the urge to retort. The system interjected. The original owner had studied ballet from a young age and had indeed won accolades. "Yes," Shi Xi replied, her expression neutral. "What of it?" Han Chuan pressed his lips together. "If I recall correctly, you also play the piano."
correct, she nodded.
The piano, an instrument steeped in nobility, was not only mastered by the original owner but also pursued by Shi Xi, who appreciated the arts. "A new season of auditions is about to commence," Han Chuan hinted. "Auditions? That sounds delightful." Shi Xi thought of the prospect of meeting over 100 young women, living in close quarters, and felt a surge of joy. Most importantly, the recording would last at least 3 months, granting her a reprieve from the main cast for that duration. Han Chuan, relieved by Shi Xi's lack of discontent, exhaled. "As long as you aren't opposed, I feared you might only wish to act." Shi Xi's eyes sparkled as she assured him, "Rest assured, I possess a delightful disposition. I shall not speak out of turn on the variety show." Chapter 65. Shi Xi receiving gifts. Am I the only one who has noticed how stunning Shi Xi looks in candid photos? Han Chuan later reflected on her words, regretting his age and naivety in trusting women. The more beautiful they were, the more deceitful they tended to be. He wished he had heeded his mother's advice. At that moment, Han Chuan presented Shi Xi with a contract, stating, "Since you've recently wrapped up filming, take this opportunity to practice your dance skills. By the way, your participation in Star Idol selection must remain confidential." Shi Xi nodded, assuring him, "You needn't worry, I will not breathe a word." Finally, Han Chuan relaxed completely. Yet, something seemed left unsaid. Just then, his phone rang and he took the call, departing swiftly. Shi Xi stretched and returned to the hotel, preparing to pack her belongings for her next destination. Where to, though? Lying on the hotel bed, she pondered whether to return to the Shi family or to Longquan village. Dance classes precluded a return to Longquan village. Although Ningyu was present at the Shi family home, she had been so kind to Shi Xi that she doubted any ill intentions. The system could not help but interject. "You have always been the one to ensnare Ningyu, have you not?" Realization dawned upon Shi Xi. Ah, indeed. The system fell silent. With this thought, Shi Xi happily began to pack, declaring, "Then I shall return to the Shi family. That bed is truly enormous and so soft. I adore it." As long as she did not betray Ningyu, the latter would undoubtedly not hold her to account. Shi Xi had received a plethora of lavish gifts from fans during her recent wrap party. The accompanying images depicted her receiving letters while fans presented various gift bags. Upon the emergence of this topic, many netizens began to express their envy. CLVGU, at a glance, all I see are luxury brands, not a single small brand in sight. Any of these must start in the 5-figure range, right? Being a celebrity is wonderful. I wish I could be one. Isn't Shi wealthy? Why is she accepting gifts from fans? Quite shameless. With so many gifts, is it nearing 1 million? Does Guojia not intervene? Below, netizens unleash their vitriol. Not only targeting Shi Xi, but also the fans themselves. I heard Shi Xi isn't even a rich heiress. Turns out, those luxury items she wears are all gifts from fans. She's truly the first to rely on fan charity. These foolish fans showering stars with gifts. They don't even treat their parents with such generosity. More extreme comments surfaced, as if every self-righteous netizen felt entitled to judge others. The discourse surrounding Shi Xi's acceptance of gifts soared, propelling it into the entertainment headlines. It seemed that receiving gifts was quite commonplace. If fans were willing to give, what was the harm? Am I the only one who has noticed how stunning Shi Xi looks in candid photos? Indeed, when she smiles, her vibrant energy and charm are truly captivating, almost therapeutic. Surely this qualifies as high-quality candid photography? In the images, the girl is surrounded by fans. Her chestnut hair intricately woven into 2 small fishtail braids, adorned with a diamond hairpin that refracts colorful rays under the sunlight. Her eyes are crescent-shaped, and her dark pupils shimmer like starlight. Even the smile of a super idol can't compare to yours. The midday sun in August pales in comparison to your brilliance. The discussion gradually veered off course. Are there any high-resolution images available? Does her fan club have any returns? Each time photos emerge, they are of such high quality that they could serve as wallpapers. I am utterly enamored. I believe this topic gained traction entirely due to Shi Xi's beauty. Chapter 66. Shi Xi's impoliteness. Shi Xi is truly rude. She refuses to accept the carefully prepared gifts from her fans. Originally, the discussion centered around the topic of Shi Xi receiving gifts, but soon the commentators began to stray off topic, falling into admiration for Shi Xi's beauty. Some even ventured into Shi Xi's fan forum, sharing pictures from the fan event. Meanwhile, the fans who went to see Shi Xi were still busy selecting and editing photos or compiling vlogs, completely unprepared for the rumors that would spread in just half a day. Sweet battle milkshake. This is hilarious, starting with a single image and the rest is all fabricated? Did those claiming Shi Xi received gifts actually witness it? Milkshake yogurt. We prepared gifts, but Shi Xi did not accept them. She only accepted letters. Of course, fans will defend Shi Xi. Is there any evidence? Harvesting your head with Xiao Mei's fan. Don't rush. There's a video of the entire event. And I'll release it now. Subsequently, Harvesting Your Head with Xiao Mei's fan shared the video she recorded. Initially intending to mute the video and add filters and music before posting it online, she was taken aback by the rumors of Shi Xi receiving gifts. Infuriated, she released the unedited video, clearly showing fans attempting to give gifts, which Shi Xi resolutely refused, only accepting letters. Moreover, Shi Xi's assertive remark, "I have more money," could be distinctly heard. Harvesting Your Head with Xiao Mei's fan. Open your eyes and see the full picture. If you don't need them, donate your eyes to those in need. Head sister is formidable. Thank you, Head sister, for recording the whole event. Otherwise, the haters would have boasted again. Where are the haters now? Why have they all disappeared? Shi Xi is so pretentious. She refuses gifts thoughtfully prepared by her fans. Does she really think she is famous? What a poor attitude towards her fans. She is acting like a diva before even achieving fame. It's truly impolite. The topic of Shi Xi receiving gifts remained trending, and with the stunning photos from the fan event, it continued to maintain its heat. Upon seeing the negative comments from haters, Shi Xi's fans were left bewildered. Your genes must be problematic. Indeed, once someone becomes famous, they are subject to scrutiny no matter what they do. Fans are criticized for not visiting the set, and haters say they lack dedication. If fans visit the set and don't bring gifts, haters claim they are broke. If they do bring gifts and Shi Xi accepts them, they accuse her of being mercenary. If she refuses, they say she is acting high-handed and rude. Thus, they have spoken both ways, and as long as they are satisfied, nothing else matters. Harvesting Your Head with Xiao Mei's fan. Is your concern for me because you think my popularity is fading? Regardless of how Shi Xi's fans clarify matters, the haters always find a point to criticize. Fortunately, the president of the support club, Shi Xi, being an experienced fan in the entertainment industry, is well aware of the tactics used by these haters. She can only lead the charge in comforting the fans. The haters are simply envious of Shi Xi's rising fame, so they are making a fuss. Ignore them. Just report any abusive comments and don't engage in arguments with them. Shi Xi's remarkable looks have led her to trend multiple times due to her beauty, attracting mostly superficial fans. Some fans, swayed by the haters' provocations, quickly unfollowed Shi Xi, believing her to be impolite. Others, however, remained unfazed. They were merely captivated by her appearance. This incident brought Shi Xi a plethora of casual admirers, enhancing her public image.
Meanwhile,
Shi Xi herself was completely oblivious to the Weibo discussions, or rather, she had no time to check, as she was attending a rap party organized by the director. Seemingly a celebratory gathering, it was, in reality, a ploy by the director to foster team camaraderie and ensure the cast remained focused on their work. Chapter 67. Thank you, Director. Shi Xi was not particularly interested in such gatherings, yet everyone else was having a splendid time, dragging her into karaoke. Before long, she found herself immersed in the festivities, singing alongside Yun Guanghe. Die. Love. To the fullest, don't cut my song. Tao Yuxuan was lounging on the beach, lazily observing the handsome men passing by. In the absence of eye candy, she scrolled through her phone. Upon seeing the trending topic about Shi Xi receiving gifts, she felt a pang of sympathy and sent some money to her friend, urging her to buy something nice for herself. I have money, she insisted, feeling wronged for her friend, who she had thought was doing well all along, only to realize she needed financial support from her fans. At that moment, Shi Xi lay sprawled on the sofa in the private room. I can't take it anymore. I can't sing any longer. My throat is about to give out. Sheng Yan, glancing at the trending images, appeared contemplative. Indeed, merely gifting her own jewelry was insufficient. One should also consider giving bags. With a grand gesture, Sheng Yan messaged Shi Xi, inviting her to the Sheng family home for dinner at his mother's behest. Sitting up, Shi Xi responded, let us choose a gentle song. Shall we? Wen Yao suggested. Qingzong Plateau? Yun Guanghe exclaimed, come on, I know this one. As Shi Xi seemed to hear her phone ringing, the private room erupted into a cacophony of off-key singing, leading her to cover her ears. When she finally lowered her hands, echoes still resonated in her ears. I will never sing with them again. A singer gets paid to sing, but for an actor, it feels like a matter of life and death.
Shi Xi,
listening to the reports from her assistant, did not anticipate the boldness of the two individuals in front of her. The assistant informed her, Miss Shi Xi has a balance of 10 million in her account. She is currently at a gathering with the crew. Leaning back in her chair, Shi Xi contemplated, let us find out where they are gathering and pick her up after work. The assistant replied, understood. Just then, Shi Xi called the departing assistant back. I will go pick her up myself. The assistant affirmed, all right. Shi Xi gazed out the window, lost in thought. Did Shi Xi not wish to spend his money? At that moment, Shi Xi held up her phone. Today I wrap up filming. I'll take care of the bill. Yun Guanghe, stepping in front of her, protested. No way, you can't pay. Just put it on my tab. Wen Yao interjected, let me handle it. No one is allowed to fight me for this. The director, witnessing their eager attempts to pay, feigned politeness, insisting, let me take care of it. The three immediately halted, replying in unison, all right. Thank you, director. The director exclaimed, I knew you were all acting for me. The jubilant gathering concluded, and everyone prepared to head back to the hotel for rest. As Shi Xi stepped outside, she spotted Xie Yunzhou's car. They often dined together, and she had memorized the license plate of this villainous character. Was Xie Yunzhou here for dinner? Just as she was about to approach and greet him, Shi Xi called out to her.
Shi Xi.
Shi Xi emerged from the car, holding the door open, gazing at Shi Xi. As the eldest son of the Shi family, he always garnered the most attention, standing tall in the knight's embrace, exuding an aura of elegance. Big brother? What brings you here? Shi Xi set aside the thought of the villain and hurried toward Shi Xi. I heard you wrapped up filming. I'm here to take you home. Shi Xi replied with a warm smile, ruffling Shi Xi's hair as he added, get in the car. Shi Xi dodged his hand, exclaiming, you'll mess up my hair. Chapter 68. I thought you only remembered Shi Xi, your one and only daughter. In the sleek, black Maybach, Xie Yunzhou observed as Shi Xi departed with another man, his thin lips pressed tightly together. The assistant seated in the front remarked, it seems Miss Shi is returning to the Shi family. With the eldest young master personally fetching her, she certainly need not worry about accommodation. Casting a glance at the property transfer agreement beside him, the assistant mused that Xie was a step behind. Let us head back, Xie Yunzhou instructed, retracting his gaze and closing his eyes to rest. There would be plenty of time for future encounters. Upon her return to the Shi residence, Shi Xi was immediately ushered to the living room sofa by her mother, who bombarded her with questions about her time on set. What have you been eating? Are you comfortable? Is anyone bullying you? Have you faced any grievances? A barrage of inquiries overwhelmed Shi Xi, her ears still ringing from the chaos of Qinghai Plateau. All right, let her rest. It's rare for Shi Xi to be home. Shi Xi's father interjected from the opposite sofa. Her mother nodded and added, I've had hot water prepared for you. Take a nice bath, and tomorrow I'll make you something delicious. Thank you, Mom. Shi Xi replied, her spirits lifted. Just as the atmosphere turned warm and cheerful, Ningyu returned from outside. Noticing an extra person in the living room, she paused for 2 seconds, her gaze lingering on Shi Xi before she averted her eyes and made her way upstairs. Stop right there, Shi Xi's mother called out to Ningyu, displeased. Didn't you see your father and me in the living room? Don't you know to greet people? How rude. Ningyu tukled lichtly, her eyes cold as she spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I thought you only remembered Shi Xi as your daughter.
How dare you speak like that?
Is this how you address your elders? Shi Xi's mother frowned, clearly irked by Ningyu's demeanor. Mom. Ningyu must be exhausted, Shi Xi interjected softly, blocking her mother from expressing her anger. She didn't grow up in the Shi household. Please say less. At least don't provoke conflict between me and the female lead. Shi Xi thought to herself. Shi Xi's mother retorted, Ningyu, you should learn from Shi Xi. All you do is run around with a bunch of delinquents. You don't exhibit the qualities of a refined young lady at all. Shi Xi remained silent. Ningyu shot a glance at Shi Xi. Oh, are you implying that I should also pursue acting? I want you to focus on your studies. Shi Xi's mother exclaimed, her frustration palpable. I've hired you a tutor, yet you're never home. You've signed up for a repeat class, but you never attend. Your grades are about to drop, and you're not embarrassed? I'm the one who feels embarrassed. Shi Xi thought to herself. The female lead is scoring higher than I am. You should be the one feeling embarrassed. The one likely to embarrass herself is me. Let us discuss things once the grades are out. Ningyu initially intended to mention her college acceptance but thought better of it, feeling they wouldn't believe her, and chose to remain silent instead. Leaving behind an ambiguous remark, Ningyu ascended the stairs. Shi Xi's mother still had more to say, but Shi Xi held her back firmly. Don't be angry. Frowning will only give you wrinkles, Shi Xi advised. It's summer vacation. Let Ningyu enjoy herself. If you're too controlling, she'll be unhappy. I'm only concerned for her, Shi Xi's mother retorted. Running around with a bunch of ruffians, what future does that hold? What will others think of her? Her mother wore a look of disappointment. Shi Xi's father chimed in. At worst, we can send her abroad to gain experience. We can afford to support her. Shi Xi didn't mention Ningyu, but turned to Shi Xi, saying, Shi Xi, focus on your studies, and perhaps you can assist your brother at the company in the future, alright? Chapter 69. Do not video call her while she is bathing. When Shi Xi posed such questions to Shi Xi, it was, in fact, a subtle attempt to ensure she would inherit shares in the Shi family business. By having her work under him, Shi Xi could always protect her, ensuring that no one would underestimate her. However, Shi Xi was reluctant to inherit the shares, and Shi Xi merely sought a more tactful way to express his desires. He wanted Shi Xi to come to the company to help him, not out of necessity, but as a pretext to keep her close. With a smile in her eyes, Shi Xi remarked, Big brother, you are so capable. What help could I possibly offer? Besides, I'm more interested in making money in the entertainment industry. Her mother interjected. The larger the family business, the harder it is to maintain. They may appear diligent and respectful on the surface, but who knows how much they are secretly pocketing. Shi Xi's father nodded in agreement, affirming that even within the family, trust was scarce. You're still young. We'll discuss this after you graduate. Shi Xi redirected the conversation, inquiring, what are your plans after this drama wraps up? Perhaps in a few years, Shi Xi would come to understand his good intentions. Not mentioning shares lightened Shi Xi's burden, and with bright eyes, she replied, in a while, I'll be participating in a variety show. Will that interfere with your studies? Shi Xi's mother expressed her concerns regarding her education. Shi Xi calculated the timeline and assured, don't worry, it won't interfere. She had spoken with Han Chuan, agreeing that academics would always take precedence. As for the Shi family, they had not imposed significant restrictions on Shi Xi's foray into the entertainment industry. After chatting a bit longer in the living room, Shi Xi retired upstairs to rest. While enjoying her bath, her phone vibrated beside her. It was a video call from Tao Yuxuan. Shi Xi promptly switched to voice mode and asked, What's up? I'm just checking in on you. Tao Yuxuan replied. Where are you? At home, Shi Xi answered, then added, in the Shi family.
Wow.
You've finally returned. Tao Yuxuan exclaimed. I knew it. You've spent 18 years in the Shi family. Even if you're not their biological daughter, you should at least receive some compensation. Now that you're back, that Ningyu isn't bullying you, is she? Sure, she sighed. No one is bullying me. Everyone has been quite kind to her. So much, so that it makes me feel like I'm the only one being unreasonable. Just be careful. Ningyu seems to have a deep-seated cunning about her. She might be plotting something. Tao Yuxuan never hesitated to assume the worst of others, especially regarding Ningyu. Sure, she decided to change the subject. Where are you? When are you coming back? At Knoll Beach, I just met a tall, handsome guy with 8-pack abs. I probably won't be back anytime soon. Tao Yuxuan gushed, her tone turning dreamy. He's incredibly handsome, has a mesmerizing voice, and plays the guitar. I'm going to see his performance at a bar tomorrow. Just don't drink too much at the bar, Shi Xi cautioned. Don't worry, I'll only have one drink, and then I'll pretend to be drunk. He he he. Tao Yuxuan replied with a knowing chuckle. By the way, she continued, I might miss your birthday. Don't be mad. I'll bring you a gift. Sure, she was overjoyed. No worries. You enjoy yourself out there. Stay a few extra days. Without you stirring up trouble, my birthday party will be perfectly peaceful. Tao Yuxuan responded, if I can make it back, I'll do my best. Sure, she teased, just try to meet more handsome guys. Don't come back to stir up trouble. Chapter 70, Laughing at the Dreams of the World, Forgetting Grievances and Enmities. After hanging up, Shi Xi contemplated hastily organizing her birthday party while Tao Yuxuan was away. In the original plot, Tao Yuxuan played a significant role in the confrontational elements of the birthday celebration. With this in mind, she received a call from Han Chuan. Shi Xi. Why does everyone seem to enjoy calling her while she's taking a bath? When Shi Xi answered the phone, she inquired, Brother Han, what's the matter? Han Chuan asked, Is your birthday approaching? Shi Xi replied, Yes, I'll send you an invitation, and if you have time, you can come over. Han Chuan suggested, I was wondering if you would like to host a birthday party. Shi Xi responded in surprise, a birthday party? Han Chuan elaborated. It would be similar to the fan meeting you had after finishing filming, but a bit grander. You could prepare a few songs and dances to perform on stage, and invite fans to join in some games. After contemplating for a brief 10 seconds, Shi Xi asked, Is it possible not to have one? Of course, in that case. Focus on preparing for the talent show, Han Chuan said, having initially asked out of casual curiosity. Seeing Shi Xi's lack of interest, he chose not to press further. Shi Xi was signed with Kuai Shui Entertainment, which is essentially the Shi family's film division, making her the esteemed young lady of the company. When Shi Xi first joined, she was full of vigor. However, after the incident involving the false heiress, she became considerably more subdued. Han Chuan had thought that after the turmoil of the false heiress, Shi Xi would retreat from the entertainment industry, yet she surprisingly completed the drama. From the situation, it seemed that she still enjoyed performing, prompting Han Chuan to extend her a bit more care. After exchanging a few more words, Han Chuan reminded Shi Xi to take care of her health before ending the call. Shi Xi, feeling a bit downcast, had initially intended to indulge in some late-night snacks. After finishing her bath, she perceived that she still had some time. So she aimlessly scrolled through her phone and stumbled upon an advertisement for the game Jiang Hu Meng, Dream of the River and Lake. Laughing at the rivers and lakes. Forgetting enmities and grievances. The game's advertisement was ubiquitous, with player numbers surpassing 200 million and downloads increasing daily. Shi Xi recalled that when she visited Ningyu last time, Ningyu was also engrossed in this game. Is it truly that enjoyable? With a hint of skepticism, Shi Xi downloaded the game. The following morning, a bleary-eyed Shi Xi sat at the dining table, looking quite fatigued. Why do you seem so drained? Did you not sleep well last night? Shi Mu, noticing the dark circles under Shi Xi's eyes, felt a pang of concern. Shi Xi sniffled. No, I just stayed up too late playing games, feeling a bit tired. Just then, Ningyu, who had just come downstairs, caught this exchange. Shi Mu, with motherly concern, remarked, Why can't you play games during the day? Why must you stay up late to do so? Look at those dark circles. After breakfast, you should go back to sleep. Understood? Shi Xi obediently nodded. Here, this papaya bird's nest soup is homemade. Give it a try. Shi Mu served Shi Xi a bowl, adding, This bird's nest is the official kind I got from your grandfather. Make sure to finish it. Just as Shi Xi received the bowl, she noticed Ningyu taking a seat. Good morning. Shi Xi greeted enthusiastically. Ningyu, with her cool demeanor, replied morning. Shi Mu served Ningyu a bowl of papaya bird's nest soup as well, remaining silent. While Ningyu was indeed the biological daughter of the Shi family, she had already shaped her character by the time she was recognized at 18. Ningyu had always been reserved, preferring not to get too close to others, maintaining a distant relationship with the Shi family. Chapter 71. Awaiting the arrival of Sheng Yan was the desolate Shi family villa. Similarly, Shi Mu felt a sense of disappointment towards her rebellious biological daughter. Parents tend to favor obedient and sensible daughters, like Shi Xi, who would never stray from the path laid out for her. Unlike Ningyu, who is known for skipping classes and getting into fights, exhibiting a defiant demeanor. By the way, Mom, didn't you have plans to go shopping? Shi Xi, fearing that Shi Mu would continue to scold Ningyu, quickly said, hurry and eat. Don't keep them waiting. All right, Shi Mu finally ceased her criticisms of Ningyu. After a quiet breakfast, Shi Mu scrutinized Ningyu, finding her increasingly displeasing, stating, Ningyu, you should accompany me shopping later. I'll buy you a few outfits. Ningyu replied, no need. I have enough clothes. What are you wearing? Shi Mu frowned, critiquing, you don't look like a young lady at all. Come with me, and we'll get your hair trimmed. Shi Xi glanced at Ningyu. Her hair was long, dark, and glossy, with bangs that almost obscured her eyes, giving her a somewhat somber appearance. Ningyu preferred loose-fitting t-shirts paired with casual pants and sneakers, a comfortable ensemble that appeared quite casual. Shi Xi then looked at herself. Her once green hair had faded to a chestnut hue, yet it remained in waves, secured with a clip. Even at home, she wore a fitted floral dress complemented by delicate white-heeled sandals. Parents tend to favor this demure and refined style. I'm full, Ningyu, unable to argue with Shi Mu, pretended not to hear her remarks and walked straight outside. Shi Mu watched Ningyu's retreating figure, exclaiming, this child is utterly clueless. Shi Xi thought to herself that everyone has their own preferences. If Ningyu wished to dress a certain way, she should be allowed to, especially since her long hair did not obstruct anyone's view. However, such thoughts were ones Shi Xi would never dare voice directly. Shi Xi took her mother's hand, smiling. You're going shopping with friends today. Take Ningyu with you. How can you enjoy shopping otherwise? Shi Mu took a deep breath, feigning anger. Having one daughter like you is already enough of a headache. Now I have another. It feels like I must have owed you both in my past life. Having two beautiful daughters, isn't that a reason for joy? Shi Xi tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. Shi Mu touched Shi Xi's arm, expressing her disdain. You're grown up now. Stop being so spoiled. Shi Xi's parents had already left for work, and Ningyu seemed to have her own plans. Shi Mu was off to shop with her friends, leaving Shi Xi alone to head upstairs for a nap. Exhausted, she drifted into a light sleep when her mother called. Shi Xi, remember. Half awake, but not fully asleep, Shi Xi murmured, After hanging up, she relaxed her hand and continued to slumber. Thus, when Sheng Yan arrived at the Shi residence, he was greeted by the emptiness of the villa. After a servant knocked thrice and served Sheng Yan 5 cups of tea, Shi Xi finally descended from upstairs, rubbing her eyes. As she reached the staircase, her mind still hazy, she squinted to see someone in the living room and queried, what is going on? It's broad daylight, disturbing my slumber. The girl, still half asleep, spoke in a soft, sweet voice laced with a hint of annoyance. Sheng Yan, feeling the pressure around him drop, gritted his teeth and said, Shi Xi, do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? Just as Shi Xi was coming down the stairs, her sleepy eyes failed to notice her footing, and she missed a step. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself sprawled on the living room carpet. Chapter 72. In the 2 hours I waited for you, I've already consumed 5 cups of tea. Shi Xi lay on the ground. The pain from her fall finally brought her some clarity. Slowly, she pressed her hands against the carpet and stood up. The events that just transpired were indeed a blur for Shi Xi. All she could recall was stepping into thin air, followed by a dizzying fall that left her sprawled on the ground. Observing the scene, Sheng Yan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement as he strode over to assist Shi Xi to her feet, inquiring, where did you fall? Shi Xi shook her head, assuring him it was nothing more than a minor injury. She had stumbled halfway down the stairs, the descent resulting in her tumble. Fortunately, the floor below was cushioned with a soft carpet, sparing her from any serious harm. The irritation that had initially brewed within Sheng Yan while waiting dissipated significantly as he noted the time, 11 o'clock. Why are you still asleep? He asked. I was playing games last night, Shi Xi replied, finally regaining her composure as she settled onto the sofa and instructed the maid, by the way, please serve tea to Sheng Yan. With an impassive expression, Sheng Yan remarked, in the 2 hours I waited for you, I've already consumed 5 cups of tea. Didn't you get any snacks or fruit? Shi Xi questioned, only to then notice the assortment of fruits and pastries laid out on the table. Sheng Yan retorted, I came here to discuss matters with you, not to enjoy afternoon tea. Clearing her throat, Shi Xi asked, what do you need to talk to me about? Can't you consult with my parents or siblings instead? Xiang Yan took a deep breath before introducing the other person seated on the sofa. This is Lilith, a designer we hired from abroad. She is here to take your measurements for your engagement dress. Such a task indeed could not be delegated to others. Lilith, a striking figure with golden hair and blue eyes, greeted Shi Xi with a smile. Hello, Miss Shi. After I take your measurements, feel free to share any suggestions regarding the wedding gown, and I will do my utmost to accommodate them. All right. Shi Xi nodded, but then turned to Xing Yan with a troubled expression. Are we really getting engaged? Xing Yan's demeanor darkened as he admonished. Shi Xi, I was merely asking. She quickly replied, then turned her attention back to Lilith. Do you have any recommended styles? With a professional smile, Lilith began to present her ideas. What color scheme do you envision for your gown? Shi Xi glanced at Xing Yan, her tone tentative. How about white? Xing Yan responded nonchalantly. As long as you like it, my opinion is inconsequential. After all, it's your money being spent, she countered. I fear I might die of anger from you one day, Xing Yan mused. The conversation progressed swiftly. Shi Xi appeared to take the engagement banquet lightly, prioritizing extravagance above all else, embracing flamboyance in every choice. Lilith's smile began to falter, sensing that Shi Xi was not selecting a wedding dress, but rather indulging in a dress-up game. After Xing Yan downed 2 more cups of tea, Lilith finally concluded her discussion with Shi Xi. She rose to take her leave, preparing to return and design the gown. Following her out, Shi Xi noticed Xing Yan remained seated. Aren't you going back?
She inquired.
I will have lunch here, he replied, unmoving on the sofa. She was taken aback. After drinking so much tea, can you still eat? Don't you need to use the restroom? She glanced at Xing Yan's stomach, pondering whether his prodigious tea consumption might lead not only to baldness, but also a beer belly. Xing Yan reminded himself not to dwell on Shi Xi's comments and took a deep breath. I need to head to the office this afternoon. So, let us get lunch ready quickly. What do you want to eat? Shi Xi asked. No spicy food, no duck, and no lamb, Xing Yan specified. Shi Xi sighed. That is unfortunate. We were preparing roasted duck and spicy lamb soup for lunch. Xing Yan replied, just kidding. The kitchen has already started cooking. It will be ready in 10 minutes. Shi Xi felt a surge of happiness at his jest. As Xing Yan stood up, his gaze turned serious as he fixed his eyes on her. What are you doing? Shi Xi retreated a couple of steps, feeling the weight of his scrutiny. I was just joking, she defended herself. Ignoring her, Xing Yan silently walked towards the restroom. Having grown up together, Xing Yan was quite familiar with Shi Xi's home, though he had visited less frequently as an adult. Watching him enter the restroom, Shi Xi thought to herself that he must have indeed consumed too much tea. Later, at the dining table, Shi Xi found herself devoid of appetite, even in the presence of the handsome Xing Yan. While he was undeniably attractive, she preferred to avoid any deeper entanglements with him, fearing misunderstandings from Ningyu. Shi Xi had no desire to be the other woman. Consequently, she only managed to eat 2 bowls of rice. Observing his unfinished bowl, Xing Yan fell into contemplation. How was it that Shi Xi could consume so much yet remain so slender? After lunch, Xing Yan inquired, what gift would you like?
Huh?
Shi Xi replied, surprised. Your birthday is approaching. What would you like for your birthday? Xing Yan asked, lifting his chin slightly, encouraging her to speak freely. As the president of Shengshi, he possessed the means to procure anything she desired. Shi Xi thought to herself, I want to survive until the plot point where I feed the fish.
Can you provide that?
Just by something casual. I don't lack for possessions, she said, reclining on the sofa, feeling overly full. Xing Yan couldn't help but glance at Shi Xi, noting how unguarded she was in private. Ever since the return of the rightful heiress, Ningyu, Shi Xi had become more subdued, a stark contrast to her previously headstrong demeanor. If Shi Xi continued to exhibit such restraint, he would not mind maintaining their engagement. What are you staring at? Shi Xi, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, straightened up and adjusted her skirt. The dress, which fell below the knee, had ridden up slightly while she lay down. Surely there was nothing too revealing. To her surprise, Xing Yan seemed to possess a rather prurient interest beyond just his baldness. Your knees are bruised. Does it hurt? Xing Yan instructed a servant to bring the first aid kit and approached Shi Xi, lifting her dress slightly. Let me see.
No.
Shi Xi exclaimed, clutching her skirt. I can take care of it myself. Xing Yan remained silent, and only then did she realize her knees were beginning to throb. Make sure to apply some ointment, he advised, feeling a heightened sensitivity in the area. I should return to the office now, he declared, excusing himself. Shi Xi's eyes brightened. Goodbye, no need to see me off. Xiang Yan paused, wondering if it was merely his imagination. But it felt as though Shi Xi was eager for him to leave. Surely, that was a misunderstanding. How could Shi Xi, who seemed so fond of him, want to rush him away? I'll take you out for fun sometime, he said, standing up with an air of arrogance as he left. Shi Xi watched his retreating figure, secretly admiring his tall and straight posture, embodying unwavering loyalty. That idiom wasn't quite applicable here. After bidding Xiang Yan farewell, Shi Xi settled back onto the sofa to apply ointment to her bruised knee. She hadn't felt it during the fall, but now a vivid bruise had emerged. As she rubbed the tender area, she lamented to the system. What kind of fate is this? The system replied mechanically, a fate befitting a malicious supporting character. Shi Xi responded, I must change my destiny. Just when Shi Xi thought she would quietly endure this sorrowful day, Ningyu unexpectedly returned.
Oh,
You're back? Shi Xi, still applying medicine, asked in surprise, have you eaten? Ningyu hesitated for a moment, replying no. Shi Xi instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal for Ningyu and to simmer some pork rib soup for her. What's wrong? Ningyu inquired. Noticing Shi Xi's knee, recalling her encounter with Xiang Yan upon entering, she frowned. Did Xiang Yan hit you? Chapter 74. Seeing him with such an impeccable demeanor. I never expected him to strike a woman. Shi Xi? Ningyu coldly stated, seeing him with such an impeccable demeanor, I never expected him to strike a woman. I will teach him a lesson.
no.
Shi Xi hurriedly stopped Ningyu. I fell by myself. Ningyu paused, her eyes filled with confusion. You fell by yourself? Shi Xi lamented. I was peacefully asleep when Xiang Yan came to visit. I didn't see clearly while going downstairs and ended up missing a step. Therefore, when descending the stairs, one must concentrate and not be distracted. Be careful in the future. Ningyu retrieved a small porcelain bottle from her bag. Seeing that Shi Xi's knee was already treated, she said, apply this medicine on your arm. My arm? Shi Xi looked at her arm in surprise, unaware that she had also injured it. It was a dismal sight. The wound was at her elbow, a spot she couldn't reach. Ningyu washed the wound with water and applied the medicine. Watching Ningyu earnestly tend to her, Shi Xi felt a surge of gratitude.
Oh,
My dear heroine sister is truly wonderful. Though she seems cold and unapproachable, she possesses both beauty and kindness. The cool sensation of the medicine soothed the pain. And she could distinctly feel that this remedy was significantly more effective than the one she had applied to her knee. Having a miraculous sister is so fortunate. My mother no longer needs to worry about my injuries. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her phone rang. Shi Xi's phone was on the table, displaying Mom. Ningyu glanced at the screen upon hearing the sound, also seeing the caller's identity, but remained silent. Shi Xi answered, Mom. What's up? On the other end, the clear sound of mahjong was audible. Shi Xi, I heard the college entrance examination results are out today. Have you checked your score? Shi Xi's arrival in this world coincided with the aftermath of the college entrance exams. The original owner had estimated her score to be around 660, which would secure her admission to Yanjing University. However, estimating is not equivalent to the actual results. Shi Xi replied, I'll check now. Shi Xi logged into her phone and discovered her score, 666. Not only was the score quite high, but it also held auspicious significance. 666 was close to her estimated score and should suffice for admission to Yanjing University. Mom, I got my score, she stated. On the other end, Shi Mu joyfully boasted to her mahjong friends, oh my, Shi Xi's score has come out, 666. Her friends congratulated her, exclaiming how impressive Shi Xi was. Scoring over 600, Shi Xi has a bright future ahead. Shi Mu, while playing mahjong, remarked into the phone, my daughter is remarkable. I'll reward you when I get home. Another friend inquired, by the way, how did Ningyu do? Ningyu was about to announce her score, but heard Shi Mu's voice. What can she score? As long as she gets into a vocational college, it suffices. Shi Xi, I'll hang up now. Wait for me to come home. Her tone was filled with disbelief that Ningyu could attend university. The call ended.
Mom.
You should have at least asked how much Ningyu scored. Sure, she exclaimed. Sister heroine scored over 700. How much did you score? Sure, she turned to Ningyu. Not much, Ningyu replied nonchalantly, as she tucked her phone away. The score of 730, the highest in the province for science, lay hidden behind the darkened screen. Sure, she knew Ningyu must have performed well, yet Shi Mu's earlier words were undeniably hurtful. Let us eat first. Just then, lunch was ready in the kitchen, and Shi shifted the topic. Chapter 75. just like those sycophantic supporting characters outside. Fortunately, lunch was prepared, and the two of them dined without further discussing scores. After lunch, Ningyu went upstairs to retrieve something and then left again. Once more, I am left alone in this empty house. After finishing the pork rib soup, Shi Xi contemplated the scores and decided to share hers with friends to preempt their inquiries. Tao Yuxuan, Shi Xi, your score is 666. Sheng Yan, not bad. Lung Qinquan, as expected of Shi Xi. Shi Xi casually replied to a couple of messages and prepared to head out. She had a dance class in the afternoon. As part of her preparation for the audition for Star Selection Idol, off she went. Shi Xi changed into dance-appropriate attire and was ready to leave. Just as she stepped out of the Shi residence, she spotted a luxury car approaching in the distance, apparently heading to her home.
No.
I'm the only one here. Am I expected to skip class to entertain guests? Shi Xi sighed. As the vehicle drew closer, she recognized it as Xie Yunzhou's Maybach. Oh no. I shouldn't have indulged in that pork rib soup. Not only did I offend you, but I also ran into Xie Yunzhou. The car came to a stop. Xie Yunzhou exited and asked Shi Xi, are you going out? Not going out is fine too. Shi Xi stepped aside, inviting Xie Yunzhou in. Would you like to come in? There's no one home. No one? Xie Yunzhou's gaze flickered. What did Shi Xi mean by that? Was she hinting at something? Shi Xi thought little of it and bluntly replied, yes, it's just me at home. My father and brother are at the company, my mother is shopping, oh no, playing mahjong, and Ningyu just came back and then left, while Shengyan came for dinner and then left. Xie Yunzhou was already contemplating the arrangement of their future residence. What brings you here? Shi Xi led Xie Yunzhou into the Shi household. What happened to your arm? Xie Yunzhou took hold of the girl's wrist, noticing the injury on her arm. Shi Xi had changed into short sleeves and long pants before leaving, concealing the wound on her knee, but the injury on her elbow was still exposed. Xie Yunzhou initially thought he was mistaken, but upon closer inspection, he realized she was indeed hurt. You were fine yesterday. How did you get injured today? Is the Shi family mistreating you? Xie Yunzhou's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of coldness. I accidentally fell down the stairs, Shi Xi sighed, sharing her lesson learned. Never go downstairs with your eyes closed. Xie Yunzhou. Upon entering the Shi residence, Shi Xi poured tea for Xie Yunzhou and asked, did you come to find me? If Xie Yunzhou was looking for her father or brother, he would have gone directly to the Shi company rather than coming to the house.
Yes.
Xie Yunzhou took a document from his assistant and handed it to Shi Xi, saying, this is for you. Please sign it. What is it? Shi Xi received the document and, upon opening it, saw the words property transfer printed on the top. Shi Xi was utterly bewildered. This is the villa at Donghubiyuan. Should you find yourself without a place to go in the future, you may take residence here. Xie Yunzhou paused momentarily, then added, consider it a token of gratitude for saving my life. Previously, he intended for his assistant to deliver this gift to Shi Xi, yet his desire to see her prompted him to come in person. After the incident involving Shi's parents forcibly transferring shares, Shi Xi had grown accustomed to such occurrences. She did not respond to Xie Yunzhou but inquired of the system. System, am I allowed to accept this house? The system was taken aback. Are you not embarrassed? What is there to be embarrassed about? Shi Xi retorted confidently. I did save his life, after all. The system replied. Aren't you afraid of him? Shi Xi mused. Well, if I am destined to be tossed into the river to feed the fish, then claiming a house from him isn't unreasonable, is it? The system struggled to find a flaw in Shi Xi's reasoning, finally managing to say, I never imagined you to be such a materialistic person. Just like those sycophantic female antagonists outside. Chapter 76. I must eat more meat tonight. Shi Xi took pride in her perceived avarice. Indeed, I am materialistic and ambitious. Just like those malicious female antagonists. What's wrong with that? The system was rendered speechless, its CPU flushed with indignation. Do you not have any shame? Of course she did. Shi Xi did not merely speak. She boldly signed her name. Upon witnessing her enthusiastic acceptance of the villa, the assistant who had accompanied her felt a pang of envy. He wanted it too. Xie Yunzhou sighed in relief and smiled. Do you have time today? I can take you to see the house. Shi Xi hesitated. Perhaps next time. I have class this afternoon. Xie Yunzhou queried. Class? Dance class, Shi Xi clarified. I was heading there before I ran into you. I'll take you. Xie Yunzhou stood up. Let's go.
Oh.
All right. Shi Xi agreed. Still a minor, she was unable to drive herself. She had intended to call a rideshare. But Xia Yunzhou was faster than her request. Not only did he drop her off at the dance studio, but he also inquired about her class schedule. Once Xia Yunzhou departed, Shi Xi exhaled deeply. Being in the presence of a formidable antagonist was truly exhausting. Her dance instructor was a well-known male teacher, reputed in the industry, having taught many idols. Aware that her preparation time for the competition was limited, Shi Xi planned to learn only 2 dances. After all, she was starting from scratch as a trainee, intending to learn more once she entered the program. Wow, you pick up dance quickly. During a break, the dance teacher handed her a bottle of water and asked with a smile, "Are you preparing for a talent show?" Shi Xi awkwardly chuckled, only addressing the previous topic. "Perhaps it's because I have a bit of a foundation which allows me to learn faster. I was just asking casually. Many have been coming here to learn dance recently, claiming they are preparing for some talent show or program." The dance teacher, noticing Shi Xi's reluctance to elaborate, did not press further. "Shall we continue practicing?" "Absolutely," Shi Xi replied, taking a swig of water and resuming her dance practice. After more than 2 hours, a tall, slender boy entered the studio. Wearing a mask and a hat, he noticed the dance teacher was occupied and patiently waited to the side. Han Chuan had arranged a one-on-one private lesson for Shi Xi, each lasting 3 hours in a separate dance room. Upon seeing the boy, the dance teacher said, "Pei Kai, this lesson has half an hour left. Please wait a moment." The boy, known as Pei Kai, nodded and began warming up. The dance teacher continued instructing Shi Xi, and when the lesson concluded, he reminded her to practice diligently. Exhausted, Shi Xi lay on the floor, acknowledging, "Understood. Thank you, teacher." The instructor advised, "Don't lie down. Walk around a bit, or your legs will ache tomorrow." Shi Xi realized her lack of regular exercise would lead to muscle soreness after such intense activity. "I'll get up now," she replied, flipping over, only to have her injured elbow jab into the floor, sending a sharp pain coursing through her.
Ouch!
She nearly cried. The dance teacher approached. "Are you alright?" Supporting herself on the floor, Shi Xi responded, "I'm fine. A month of tears will mend it." The instructor expressed concern. "Your stamina is lacking. You need to exercise properly, and make sure to get enough nutrition. Eat more meat." Shi Xi clenched her fists, declaring, "I will definitely eat more meat tonight." The dance teacher replied, "You should have listened to my earlier advice too." Chapter 77. More friends, more opportunities, more husbands, more homes. Shi Xi steadied herself against the wall and ambled a bit before sitting down to massage her legs. Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the dance teacher and the boy who had arrived half an hour early for his lesson. His name seemed to be Pei Kai. The dance teacher played a lively piece of music, and Pei Kai moved with it, his movements precise and elegant, exuding an aura of charisma. Shi Xi could only think to herself, what a remarkable talent. If they were in school, Pei Kai would undoubtedly be the exemplary student, the kind who could take the stage for a speech. She, on the other hand, felt more like the representative of the underachievers. After rehearsing a segment of dance, the dance teacher prepared to teach him a new routine. Having rested sufficiently, Shi Xi bid farewell to her instructor and departed. Once Shi Xi left, the dance teacher remarked, "That was Shi Xi, a rising star in the entertainment industry." Pei Kai nodded, "I know." The speed at which Shi Xi had gained popularity, 3 trending topics in 2 days and 8 million new followers overnight, was more extensive than she had anticipated. The dance teacher queried, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself and make friends with her?" Pei Kai remained silent. The dance teacher continued, "What if I organize a gathering and invite you both for dinner?" Pei Kai's expression remained indifferent. "No need. I understand that as idols you can't date, but you should still engage in normal social interactions," the dance teacher said sincerely. Having known Pei Kai for a long time, he candidly added, "Shi Xi has suddenly taken up dance, likely for some program. Having more friends can open more doors. If you remain so withdrawn, no one will be fond of you." Pei Kai replied, "Once you're done talking, let us proceed to the next part." Straightforward and unyielding, you are beyond saving, the dance teacher sighed. As Shi Xi exited the dance studio, she spotted Xia Yunzhou's car. Approaching, she only encountered his assistant. The assistant greeted her with a smile. "Miss Shi, President Xia is still in a meeting. He asked me to drive you home." "Thank you," Shi Xi replied as she got into the car, then inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be in the meeting?" The assistant's smile faltered. "I'll review the meeting notes later." If it weren't for the driver's absence, this task wouldn't have fallen to him. However, given the situation, it seemed likely that Miss Shi would become the future lady of the house.
No.
Wait, Miss Shi has a fiancé. Was the boss aiming to become the other man? The assistant's mind was a battlefield. caught between loyalty to his employer and the competitive allure of the rising star. Boss, you can do it. Just as you snatched the contract from Sheng Yan, sees his fiancé, too. With this thought, the assistant suddenly felt invigorated. This was a golden opportunity to undermine a rival. After escorting Shi Xi to the Shi residence, the assistant courteously opened the car door for her and handed her a business card, stating that should Miss Shi require transportation in the future, she could contact him directly. Confused, Shi Xi pondered. Are you Xie Yunzhou's assistant or my driver? Although she felt somewhat bewildered, she accepted the card with gratitude. Shortly after Shi Xi departed from the dance studio, a video of her practicing emerged online. Gossip mongers eagerly contributed. We are accepting submissions. A fan spotted Shi Xi at the dance studio. Is she preparing for a dance program? Accompanying the post was a brief clip of Shi Xi entering the dance studio, seemingly recorded clandestinely. Isn't she supposed to be filming? Why is she practicing dance again? A dance program? Is it dance trainee or I am the dance king? Has she halted her filming to participate in a variety show, perhaps to rehabilitate her image? This ploy has grown tiresome. Chapter 78. If only you could be as diligent as Pei Kai. Surely, she isn't genuinely heading for dance trainee? Can Shi Xi even dance? If Shi Xi goes to dance trainee, I won't be watching that show. Hasn't Shi Xi's marketing been excessive lately? Previously, she bought followers and got her account banned, and now she's so brazenly purchasing trending topics? Aside from her looks, what other merits does Shi Xi possess? Is beauty alone sufficient to enter the entertainment industry? Hello? An idol must be beautiful. If one lacks beauty, what place do they have in entertainment? The detractors seem anxious now that Shi Xi is gaining traction, huh? How curious that a mere visit to the dance studio garners such attention. Upon witnessing the trending topic online, Ji Yin promptly contacted the agency to inquire about Shi Xi's schedule. Upon learning that Shi Xi was not heading for dance trainee, she breathed a sigh of relief. It is understood that those who make it to dance trainee are either exceptionally talented or incredibly diligent dancers. Shi Xi, with her only asset being her striking appearance, would merely serve as a decorative figure there and would undoubtedly face criticism. Consequently, Ji Yin issued a statement through Shi Xi's fan club's Weibo account, clarifying that Shi Xi had no upcoming engagements with dance trainee and urging the public to afford her some privacy. As a result of this declaration, netizens presumed that Shi Xi lacked dancing skills, with even her fans believing her to be merely a pretty face. This topic trended briefly before gradually fading from public interest. However, another blogger released gossip regarding Star Selection Idol, announcing that various individuals would be participating in the talent show. The comments were filled with, "Who are these people? Unfamiliar faces. Average looks." Thus commenced yet another year of talent show auditions, with no one associating Shi Xi with the Star Selection Idol program. The online discourse evolved rapidly. Yet Shi Xi remained oblivious, immersed in her routine between home and the dance studio. As she frequented the studio, Shi Xi became acquainted with Pei Kai. She consistently arrived punctually, rarely early or late, while Pei Kai, on the other hand, would arrive half an hour in advance to warm up before seeking out the dance instructor when her class concluded. He was utilizing the money he earned from part-time work to fund his dance lessons. The dance instructor cherished Pei Kai as a student and remarked to Shi Xi, he previously attended group classes and now takes private lessons. He truly values his time learning to dance. Shi Xi recognized that private lessons were quite expensive, and Pei Kai appeared to be somewhat short on funds. The instructor sighed. If only you could possess Pei Kai's diligence. Shi Xi, taken aback, replied. How did I suddenly become part of this conversation? If only Pei Kai had her innate talent for dance, he would have already made a name for himself. The instructor continued to lament. Shi Xi, feeling somewhat speechless, expressed her gratitude for the compliment regarding her talent, knowing it stemmed from her background in traditional martial arts, which allowed her to memorize movements swiftly. As for diligence, her body was unaccustomed to the intensity of practice, and after her first session, she was left sore all over, compounded by existing injuries. Shi Xi wished to be diligent, but her body would not allow it. Finish learning the last part and you can leave, the instructor urged. Pei Kai will be here shortly. Slowly rising, Shi Xi inquired. Does Pei Kai belong to a company? Yes, he's signed with a small agency, the instructor whispered. It's just a shell company, designed to scam people out of their contract fees. Otherwise, why would Pei Kai need to earn his own money for classes? As they conversed, Pei Kai entered the room. The instructor and Shi Xi exchanged glances and ceased their discussion about him, focusing on the lesson. Pei Kai went about his routine, greeting the instructor as if Shi Xi were not present. Chapter 79. You only need to endure the arduous task of spending money. After her practice, Shi Xi took a moment to appreciate Pei Kai's dancing. Although they had yet to converse, they had both observed each other's performances, gaining some understanding of one another. After watching for half an hour, Shi Xi rested before making her slow return home. Upon arriving at the Shi residence, Shi Xi sensed something amiss. Is there a gathering of some sort? She inquired. It's your birthday party, her mother exclaimed, bustling about. Upon seeing Shi Xi, she urged her, quickly, go change your clothes. Shi Xi was taken aback. My birthday party? How come I wasn't aware? When did this happen? Shi Xi felt as though she had been living in a whirlwind lately, entirely oblivious to such matters. Ningyu chimed in, I knew all about it, didn't you? Shi Xi was astonished. Even Ningyu knows. Am I the only one left in the dark? Resigned, she went to change her attire, vaguely recalling the mention of a birthday celebration. It seemed her mother had brought it up before. Recently, she had become so engrossed in dance practice that she had overlooked this detail. The preparations for the party were entirely managed by her mother, requiring no input from Shi Xi, which is why she had not given it much thought. She merely needed to remember to register on time the following day. System. Remember today's plot points. Shi Xi. She recalled that it wasn't merely forgetfulness regarding the birthday party, it was that she had no desire to remember. The birthday celebration was a significant plot point in the original narrative. Within this context, she had been subjected to incessant humiliation. Ningyu was proficient in every art form, excelling academically, with a score of 720 that had drawn invitations from the presidents of Yen University and Hai University. Even Sheng Yan had prepared a special gift for Ningyu, causing Shi Xi to lose face at the party. Shi Xi was no longer inclined to confront such matters. Yet, despite her reluctance, the celebration was already in motion. Dressed in a pristine white party dress, Shi Xi sat in her room, savoring her final moments of tranquility. Shi Xi? Shi Xi knocked and entered, finding Shi Xi reclining on the sofa, a look of despondency on her face. He chuckled and asked what's wrong. Upon seeing Shi Xi straightened her posture and sheepishly replied, it's nothing, just a bit tired. If practicing dance is too exhausting, perhaps you shouldn't go anymore. Time Sequence dotes on his younger sister to an extraordinary degree. You are still quite young. Focus on your studies, and leave the matters of earning money to your elder brother. Your only task is to indulge in the hardship of spending, due to the vast disparity in their awareness. Shi Xi often finds herself at a loss for words. It's all right, I occasionally wish to experience the ease of making money. Shi Xi can only respond in a somewhat sarcastic manner. Time Sequence chuckles and reaches out to tousle Shi Xi's hair. Your hairstyle. Shi Xi deftly dodges his hand to protect her meticulously styled bun from his playful assault. A mere touch won't cause a mess. Time Sequence firmly holds Shi Xi's shoulder, while with his other hand, he retrieves a small crown from his pocket and places it atop her head. A birthday gift for you. Shi Xi glances at the makeup mirror in the room, surveys her reflection, and nods approvingly. It looks lovely. Thank you, big brother. Now let us descend. It is time for the birthday banquet. As the guests in the hall below engage in lively conversations, the lights suddenly dim to darkness. A spotlight illuminates the staircase as Shi Xi links her arm with Time Sequence, gracefully descending from upstairs. Clad in a tailored suit, Time Sequence stands tall, his lips curving into a gentle smile. Beside him, the girl in a pure white dress, adorned with a sparkling crown, resembles a regal little princess. Shi Xi, already beautiful, appears breathtakingly enchanting with just a touch of embellishment. Chapter 80. Struggling to maintain a facade of a smile. The guests raise their heads to gaze at Shi Xi, their eyes widening in awe. They are well aware of Shi Xi's status as the foremost socialite of Fengcheng, elegant and poised, but every encounter leaves them feeling that she shines even brighter than before. It seems the Shis have chosen to cherish Shi Xi as their own daughter. After nurturing her for 18 years, they are surely reluctant to relinquish her. Whispers circulate about her impoverished origins. Just look at Ningyu, and one can easily deduce her background. Hailing from a small town, she finds herself at a loss for words amidst such grandeur. Ningyu has not even reverted to her original surname, suggesting she truly does not hold the Shi's favor. The attendees engage in idle chatter, entirely indifferent to Ningyu's feelings. As Shi Xi descends from the staircase, the hall's lights gradually brighten again. Guests swarm forward to extend their congratulations, showering her with compliments. Shi Xi's parents beam with pride, their smiles unwavering. Yet, Shi Xi feels a wave of despair. She had no inkling that her entrance would be so grand. When time sequence brought her down, she assumed it was merely a simple appearance, never expecting such a display of spectacle. Why dim the lights? Shi Xi remained silent, fervently hoping that Ningyu is not upset. Speaking of which, where is Ningyu? Shi Xi's thoughts drift as she scans the room, but she cannot spot her anywhere. Wasn't she here earlier? Is she looking for me? Shi Xi? A voice calls from behind, and she turns to find Lung Qianquan. She refrains from admitting that she was searching for Ningyu, especially after Ningyu had bested him for 5 million last time. I was just taking a look around. Shi Xi offers a polite smile. Did you come alone? Of course, who else would I be with? Lung Qianquan's usual aura is dark and brooding, but today, in a crisp white suit, he appears much more radiant.
Just kidding, he adds.
Where's Tao Yuxuan? Isn't she with you? Shi Xi muses that the two are typically inseparable. No, he replies, producing a small box. A birthday gift for you. Shi Xi accepts the present, offering a faint smile. Thank you. Open it and see if you like it. I already know I won't like it without opening it, Shi Xi thinks. Having little hope for Lung Qianquan's taste. Let's wait until tonight to unwrap it. Shi Xi's eyes twinkle. She hopes it isn't something odd that would embarrass her. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of disappointment crosses Lung Qianquan's face, but he is not one to go against Shi Xi's wishes. If she prefers to wait, he will relent. Shi Xi, come here quickly. This is Professor Yan Shiping from the Literature Department of Yanjing University. She came specifically to see you on your birthday. Shi Xi's mother rushes to pull her in front of a middle-aged woman. Professor Yan, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, wears a stern expression behind her black-rimmed glasses, giving her an air of authority. You are Shi Xi? Professor Yan assesses her with a slight nod. Not bad. Shi Xi internally protests. What do you mean not bad? I'm undeniably a perfect 10. Hello, Professor Yan, she replies, masking her thoughts with a flawless smile and a slight bow of her head. Shi Xi, her mother beams. Professor Yan mentioned that you should choose the literature department. Following her guidance would facilitate your graduate school application. Shi Xi is taken aback. Professor Yan's gaze remains cold as she states, I cannot guarantee your graduate school application. However, I have read Shi Xi's work, and she exhibits considerable talent in literature, a gem awaiting refinement. The implication is clear. Hurry up and let me refine her. Don't waste her potential. Shi Xi's mother quickly interjects. Shi Xi has always been clever. Her essays have even won citywide competitions. Shi Xi is taken aback, struggling to recall this memory from the original owner's past. It's a recollection from her elementary school days. It's impressive that her mother remembers it so vividly. Her mother continues to praise her, adding, Shi Xi has also studied piano. I hear that learning music greatly benefits literature. Shi Xi, why not play a piece for Professor Yan? All right, Shi Xi responds, realizing she cannot refuse her mother's eager request. Fortunately, the piano is conveniently located in the living room. She approaches the instrument, takes a deep breath, and sits down. Having learned piano herself, she calms her nerves, placing her fingers on the keys and closing her eyes. She feels the power transmitted by the piano, immersing herself in the emotions that music evokes. Lost in the world of her original compositions, her slender fingers dance across the keys like ballet dancers on a stage of black and white, graceful and ethereal. The serene and elegant notes resonate, gradually silencing the banquet as everyone listens intently to the girl's melody. The pure and tranquil music seems to cleanse every listener's soul. As the final note falls, Shi Xi releases the keys. Pardon my performance, she says with an embarrassed smile, aware that it has been quite some time since she last played and feeling somewhat rusty. You are far too modest. You played beautifully. You would be qualified to perform in the Golden Hall. Lung Qianquan begins to praise her mindlessly. Shi Xi thinks to herself, his words can be easily disregarded. It sounded wonderful. You've improved significantly since the last time. Time sequence unexpectedly appears beside her. The most immediate appreciation comes in the form of applause from the audience, which only deepens Shi Xi's embarrassment. She genuinely hasn't played in a long while and even hit a couple of wrong notes. The excessive praise from the crowd fills her with guilt. Very impressive. What was your score on the college entrance examination? Professor Yan inquires. Before Shi Xi could utter a word, Shermu interjected eagerly. Shi Xi scored 666 points. A radiant smile adorned Shermu's face. Professor Yan nodded slightly. Remarking that such a score qualifies for my literature program, you may contact me later to become my student. Shi Xi's smile was disingenuous as she replied, all right, thank you. Professor Yan. The professor nodded and cautioned, I have reviewed your essays. You possess a remarkable talent for writing. During the holidays, immerse yourself in reading, and once the semester begins, we will collaborate on your thesis. Do not hesitate to ask me any questions. I shall assist you. Today is her birthday as well. Shi Xi exclaimed, scanning the room for Ningyu. However, it appeared that this celebration was exclusively for her. Shi Mu frowned in displeasure. She was just here. Where has she gone? I shall go find her, Shi Xi suggested. Wait, the cake has arrived. Let us cut it first before searching for her, Shi Mu interjected. After cutting the cake, what need is there to search for her? As Shi Xi was about to respond, the lights dimmed, and the joyous strains of Happy Birthday filled the air. The crowd parted, allowing a 5-tiered cake to be wheeled in. Shi Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. First at the cake's towering height, adorned with 18 candles, and second at the identity of the person pushing it, Tao Yuxuan, the supposed supporting character who should have been abroad. Adorned in a flowing blue gown, Tao Yuxuan entered with the exquisite cake. Seeing Shi Xi's surprised expression, she grinned triumphantly. Surprise. Quite a shock, isn't it? Shi Xi replied. Indeed. A surprise, albeit more so astonishment. Tao Yuxuan chuckled, I would never miss your birthday. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Shi Xi, now preoccupied with Tao Yuxuan's presence, no longer pondered Ningyu's whereabouts. Where Tao Yuxuan appeared, Ningyu would likely follow soon. With hands clasped together, Shi Xi closed her eyes and earnestly wished, I beseech you, grant me a safe passage through life. Allow me to enjoy a peaceful birthday celebration. O heaven, Jesus, Bodhisattva, Buddha, and all other deities, I implore any one of you to bless me. After making her wish, she attempted to extinguish the candles in one breath.
Yet,
with the cake's immense size and 18 candles scattered about, she managed to blow out only 3, nearly gasping for air. Once all the candles were extinguished, the hall's lights brightened. Shi Xi picked up the cake knife to slice the first piece. At that grand moment, Ningyu entered, clad in short sleeves and long pants. Upon witnessing the first piece of cake already cut, Ningyu slightly pursed her lips, her icy gaze cast downward, remaining silent. Shi Xi, standing on the staircase, seemed to sense Ningyu's presence and looked up, locking eyes with her.
Shi Xi.
Tao Yuxuan paused, following Shi Xi's gaze to spot Ningyu.
Oh.
Ningyu has returned. Tao Yuxuan, never one to hold back her disdain, lifted her chin haughtily. Today is Shi Xi's birthday. What gift did you prepare? The moment Shi Xi heard Tao Yuxuan's provocative words, she knew trouble was brewing. Ningyu's gaze fell upon Tao Yuxuan, her eyes as cold as ice. What did you bring? This cake is entirely homemade by me, Tao Yuxuan boasted, detailing her efforts from baking to decorating, including the handwritten happy birthday atop it. The time of the affluent is precious, and for Tao Yuxuan to invest her time in crafting such an elaborate cake demonstrated her genuine regard for Shi Xi as a friend. When did you return? Shi Xi inquired, though it was not the crux of the matter. Tao Yuxuan turned to Ningyu with a mocking expression. You haven't forgotten to bring a gift, have you? Chapter 82, a face-slapping moment. What is this rubbish? A top-grade jade heart. Tao Yuxuan's words were intended to embarrass Ningyu. Although Ningyu was the true daughter of the Shi family, she lacked any accomplishments and had never entered the socialite circle. To most, Ningyu was merely a rustic girl from the mountains, a delinquent from the 13th school who struggled academically. Even on such a significant occasion, she had arrived casually and late. What could someone like that possibly gift? Is this truly the long-lost daughter of the Shi family? She appears rather ordinary. Shi Xi is undoubtedly more attractive and possesses greater poise. Ningyu hasn't even changed her name, which surely indicates she is not favored by the Shi family. The crowd murmured, casting judgment on Ningyu's perceived lack of etiquette. Shi Xi interjected on Ningyu's behalf. Ningyu may have been delayed by something. Come, let us eat cake. She cut the first piece. Tao Yuxuan tugged at Shi Xi. You are far too kind, which is why you are constantly bullied by Ningyu. Have you forgotten when she kicked you out? That was because I had to leave to shoot a film and needed to stay elsewhere, Shi Xi clarified once more. Yet, no one believed her. Shi Xi is truly understanding. That true daughter can't compare to her. A fool is a fool, and no amount of elevation will transform them into a phoenix. The whispers and murmurs continued, with the crowd believing their voices were hushed, but Ningyu, possessing keen hearing, caught every mocking word. Perhaps they didn't care whether Ningyu could hear them. Ningyu, where is your birthday gift? Tao Yuxuan pressed once more. With one hand in her pocket, Ningyu's gaze remained frozen, her expression eternally frigid. Tao Yuxuan, meeting her gaze, could not help but take a step back. Ningyu's eyes were chillingly cold. This is a gift for Shi Xi. Ningyu retrieved a red string pendant from her pocket and flicked it with her thumb, allowing it to soar gracefully through the air in a parabolic arc. Tao Yuxuan, witnessing Ningyu's action, anxiously followed the pendant's trajectory, fearing it might plummet into the cake. After all, she had spent the entire day crafting it. Fortunately, her worries were unfounded. Shi Xi extended her hand and deftly caught the red string pendant tossed by Ningyu. Beneath the crimson braid lay a translucent jade gourd. Relieved that it hadn't landed in the cake, Tao Yuxuan snatched the gourd pendant from Shi Xi's grasp, inspecting it under the light with disdain, exclaiming, "What is this worthless trinket?" However, as she discerned the material of the jade gourd, her words faltered. Under the bright illumination, the gourd, adorned with a brilliant green hue, revealed swirling purple agate within its core. This was no ordinary jade heart, it was a premier-grade emerald. Tao Yuxuan had always perceived Ningyu as unsophisticated, assuming that even upon returning to the Shi family, she would possess little knowledge. Upon seeing the pendant Ningyu had thrown, she had thought it a cheap imitation bought from a street vendor, lacking even a proper packaging. Yet, to her astonishment, it turned out to be top-tier jade. Her earlier remark about it being a worthless trinket was fortunate to have been only partially spoken. Standing beside Shi Xi on the steps, Tao Yuxuan was elevated above the others. As she held the jade gourd aloft, others, drawn by curiosity, glanced over and beheld the purple radiance swirling within the verdant gourd.
Wow.
That must be an emerald, right? I can't be mistaken. No doubt, it was the finest violet jade, and I would never misidentify it. The guests present were connoisseurs, including several jewel merchants, whose keen eyes could readily discern the quality of the jade. Chapter 83. Of course, I wouldn't gift the same item. Where did you acquire this? Tao Yuxuan could not help but inquire. Such a precious item as the jade heart is not something one can procure casually. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is priceless and often unavailable in the market. Naturally, it was obtained through trade, Ningyu replied, pursing her lips, her eyes betraying a hint of impatience. All right, no more questions. Shi Xi retrieved the jade gourd from Tao Yuxuan's hands and offered Ningyu a gentle smile, saying, "Thank you, I truly adore it." Upon hearing Shi Xi's words, Ningyu slightly averted her gaze, thinking to herself that as long as she liked it, that was sufficient. Shi Xi presented the first slice of cake to Ningyu, urging her to indulge. After cutting the initial piece, she became more casual with the subsequent servings. Meanwhile, Tao Yuxuan, who was also cutting cake nearby, muttered, "What is there to be so arrogant about? It's merely a jade heart, after all. It's still funded by the Shi family?" Humph. Lung Qianquan, taking a piece of cake, pondered, "What are you planning to do?" "Why, of course. I intend to make her embarrass herself." Tao Yuxuan delegated the task of cutting the cake to someone else, her eyes glinting with scheming intent as she whispered to Lung Qianquan. After donning the jade gourd, Shi Xi turned to Ningyu and said, "I have prepared a gift for you, as well." Ningyu lifted her gaze, a hint of surprise breaking the calmness of her usually placid eyes. Unlike Ningyu's nonchalant demeanor, Shi Xi placed her gift inside a decorative gift bag. "Let us take a look," she said, handing over an exquisitely wrapped gift bag. Ningyu hesitated briefly before extracting an antique box from within. Upon opening it, a lustrous jade bracelet lay quietly inside, shimmering as if rippling with water. "What a delightful coincidence. We both share a fondness for jade," Shi Xi exclaimed with a cheerful smile.
Try it on.
Ningyu lifted the jade bracelet and adorned her wrist with it, like a person by the stove, akin to the moon, with a snowy wrist gleaming like frost. With her naturally fair complexion, the bracelet accentuated her porcelain skin and slender wrist even further. "Thank you," Ningyu said with a subtle smile. "What are you two doing here?" Sheng Yan, noticing Shi Xi and Ningyu together, expressed a hint of confusion. He had heard tales of their enmity, expecting them to clash whenever they met. Why did the reality seem so contrary to the rumors? "What brings you here?" Shi Xi retorted. "I'm here to present you with gifts." Sheng Yan replied boldly, handing over 2 identical gift bags. Shi Xi did not accept them, her expression impassive as she remarked, "You didn't happen to gift us the same item, did you?" Sheng Yan replied no. Shi Xi, skeptical, took the bags, one for herself and one for Ningyu. "Thank you. With the gifts delivered, I must take my leave," Sheng Yan stated, feeling he had completed his mother's task and wishing to depart. "Wait." Shi Xi called out to him. What is it?
Sheng Yan asked.
Shi Xi glanced at Ningyu, feeling conflicted. As a friend of the male lead, shouldn't he linger a bit longer? After all, who would stand up for Ningyu later? However, any rebuttal from the female lead would fall upon her own shoulders. Shi Xi weighed her options internally. Sheng Yan, sensing her dilemma, assumed she wished for him to stay, saying, I'll chat with Shi to go for a while. Shi Xi sighed in relief. Go ahead. Ningyu merely uttered a thank you, showing little interest in Sheng Yan the entire time. Hold on. Let us first see what was gifted. Shi Xi sensed something amiss. How could Sheng Yan differentiate between the identical gift bags? Did he possess some sort of X-ray vision? Ningyu retrieved her box from the gift bag and opened it. Simultaneously, Shi Xi did the same, revealing identical bracelets. Only the colors differed. Chapter 84. This generation's male lead is lacking. The two four-leaf clover pendants were indeed identical, save for their colors, one a soft pink, the other a refreshing green. Ningyu's bracelet, in pink, exuded a playful charm, while Shi Xi's green clover mirrored her hair color beautifully. Is this what you call different? This generation's male lead is certainly lacking. Are you quite familiar with Sheng Yan? Ningyu suddenly inquired.
Huh?
Shi Xi snapped back to attention, hurriedly denying no. Not at all, not really. Ningyu placed the bracelet back in its box. I see. Any other individual would know that Sheng Yan was Shi Xi's fiancé, and their relationship was quite close. Shi Xi had even unilaterally claimed the title of Sheng Yan's girlfriend and fiancé. Yet, Ningyu could see that Shi Xi harbored no other feelings toward Sheng Yan. Shi Xi, there you are. Tao Yuxuan, having searched around, brightened upon spotting Shi Xi and linked her arm with her. What brings you here? Is this a gift from Sheng Yan? Shi Xi nodded, indeed. Upon seeing that Ningyu had also received a gift, Tao Yuxuan's expression darkened slightly. If it weren't for Ningyu, Shi Xi would be the sole princess of the Shi family. Yet she was here. The principal of Yizhong has arrived. My aunt asked me to call you over. Tao Yuxuan smiled warmly, adding, Ningyu, you should come along too. Perhaps the principal will consider your connection with Shi Xi and allow you to repeat a year at Yizhong. I won't be repeating a year, Ningyu replied firmly. Repeating isn't something to be ashamed of. Aunt and uncle have already spoken on your behalf, and you must study diligently. Tao Yuxian, while conversing, guided the two individuals towards the direction of Shi's mother. The crowd remained oblivious to Ningyu's actual score. However, given that the 13th middle school had never produced any exceptionally high-achieving students, speculations arose that Ningyu had merely scored around 300 points. This conjecture seemed to morph into a widely accepted truth, with people asserting that Ningyu had indeed only achieved 300 points. 300 points, after all, was merely sufficient for a vocational college. Being the beloved daughter of the Shi family, it was assumed she would pursue studies abroad and subsequently return to join the family business. Perhaps she might even consider repeating a year? Shi Xi had scored over 600, and Ningyu had yet to reach even half of that. Upon overhearing the discussions, Tao Yuxuan chuckled, saying, By the way, Ningyu, with a score of 300, it seems unlikely that you could repeat at number 1 high school. The repeating classes had their own score requirements. The more reputable programs demanded a certain threshold for college entrance exam scores. The repeating class at No. 1 high school traditionally only admitted students who scored above the undergraduate line. As for other repeating classes, each had its own criteria, some focusing on scores while others considered academic performance. Of course, having financial means could alter the situation entirely. I will not repeat, Ningyu reiterated firmly. My score is sufficient for university. Upon seeing Shi Xi approach, Shi's mother smiled and called out, Shi Xi, come here quickly. Principal Feng has come specifically to see you. Principal Feng, in the prime of his life, was both distinguished in appearance and demeanor, presenting a gift as he congratulated her on her admission to Yanjing University, wishing her a happy birthday. Thank you, Principal Feng, Shi Xi replied sweetly as she accepted the gift. It was evident that the principal's visit was not solely for her benefit. He was expressing gratitude to the Shi family for their previous support of number 1 high school. After all, both Shi Su and Shi Xi were students there, and the Shi family had invested significantly in the school's facilities and teaching buildings. By the way, Principal Feng, when does your repeating class commence? Tao Yuxuan interjected, feigning concern for Ningyu while secretly desiring to see her humiliation. This is Shi Xi's sister, Ningyu. She previously studied at the 13th middle school and scored just over 300 points. Why not attend Yanjing University? Is it because you dislike it? Shi Xi glanced at Tao Yuxuan, pulling her aside to prevent further remarks. Others may have been unaware of Ningyu's actual score, but she knew. Ningyu was practically a top scholar. How could she have only scored in the low 300s? Principal Feng, could you consider admitting Ningyu? Tao Yuxuan persisted, disregarding Shi Xi's attempts to silence her. Realizing she could not halt the conversation, Shi Xi simply remained quiet. After all, it would be Tao Yuxuan who would end up embarrassed. Tao Yuxuan's words drew the attention of the crowd to Ningyu. Shi's mother, smiling apologetically, remarked, Principal Feng, please allow Ningyu to repeat at number 1 high school. She is indeed quite intelligent. Intelligent enough to score just over 300? Tao Yuxuan deliberately provoked. Shi Xi regarded Tao Yuxuan with a look akin to one directed at a lifeless entity. Principal Feng appeared somewhat troubled as he glanced at Ningyu, stating, Madam Shi, it's not that I am unwilling to admit Ningyu, but the school has regulations. This year, the threshold for the repeating class at No. 1 high school is at least 500 points. Moreover, Ningyu has a history of altercations. Ningyu's reputation as a rebellious girl was well known in their circles. Principal Feng had long heard of the troublesome girl from the 13th middle school who had been unmanageable, nearly facing expulsion due to her truancy. Often cited as a cautionary tale for subsequent classes. Shi's father furrowed his brow slightly, saying, Principal Feng, let's discuss Ningyu's repeating later. I've heard No. 1 high school is planning to build some laboratories? Principal Feng's eyes lit up. Indeed. Tao Yuxuan feigned disappointment as she addressed Ningyu. What a pity. It seems you won't be able to repeat at number 1 high school. It's truly a stark contrast. While Shi Xi is heading to Yenjing University, Ningyu can't even enroll in a repeating class. Regardless of one's background, it is the education one receives later that holds greater significance. Ningyu's expression reflected the sentiment, as if someone owed her a fortune. Meanwhile, Shi Xi remained approachable. Shi Xi inwardly wished the others would lower their voices. The gathering was already small, and the news of Principal Feng's rejection of Ningyu's admission to the repeating class quickly spread. Although those present possessed the means to send their children abroad for education, making the title of returnee sound appealing, many still placed considerable importance on college entrance exam scores. Why not attend Yenjing University? Is it due to disinterest? Just then, a spirited middle-aged man entered the venue. Oh! Principal Feng, you are here too. What a coincidence. Upon entering, the man strode directly towards Principal Feng, radiating a sunny smile, exuding an air of confidence and assertiveness. Shi's father, perplexed, inquired, And you are? You must be Director Shi. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, introducing himself. I am He Jinming, the principal of the 13th middle school. The principal of the 13th middle school was none other than Ningyu's principal. Tao Yuxuan stood nearby, questioning, Ningyu, what trouble have you caused to warrant a visit from the principal? Shi Xi had already given up on preventing Tao Yuxuan from digging her own grave. The supporting character, ready for destruction, was taking me down with her. Ningyu remained silent, gazing at He Jinming. He Jinming hastily clarified, I have come to offer my congratulations. Congratulations? Shi's father, thinking He Jinming was there to celebrate Ningyu's birthday, replied coolly, Thank you for making the trip. Not at all, not at all. He Jinming's face beamed with joy. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm from the others, he seemed somewhat taken aback. Could it be that he was overreacting? Upon turning, He Jinming spotted Sheng Yan. Oh wow, isn't this the science champion from years past? No wonder everyone appears so composed. Wait, Ningyu is the science champion? How low did Shi Xi score? He Jinming, upon further inspection, also recognized Shi Xi. Goodness, another science champion from a few years back. Although these two were not his students, He Jinming, as a principal, was well acquainted with the top students from each year. After all, his aspiration was to cultivate a champion. With that wish fulfilled, He Jinming was naturally elated. However, observing the scene, it seemed he was the only one overwhelmed with excitement, while the others remained unperturbed, as if they were merely sipping water. Even Ningyu, the very embodiment of achievement, exhibited an air of indifference. Thus, was it a reflection of his limited exposure? He Jinming lifted a glass of wine to steady himself. No, as the principal, he must not appear so inexperienced, especially in front of Principal Feng of number 1 high school. Therefore, He Jinming composed himself, declaring, What a splendid day it is. The others murmured in agreement. Indeed. What was the purpose of this principal's visit? They could not outright dismiss He Jinming. Yet, this guest seemed rather oblivious, arriving without even a token gift.
Tao Yuxuan,
standing aside, remarked cheerfully, It's fortunate that Principal He is here. Perhaps he can help resolve Ningyu's inability to attend other schools. Given Ningyu's score, It was likely she would not gain admission to any other repeating classes. So it would be best for her to stay at the 13th middle school and repeat another year. He Jinming looked utterly bewildered. Huh? At that moment, He Jinming's assistant entered from outside, maneuvering through the crowd while apologetically saying, "Excuse me, pardon me, please make way." The assistant was carrying a large sign and, with great difficulty, made his way to He Jinming's side, announcing, "Principal, I have brought everything." He Jinming, the principal of the 13th high school, did not have a dedicated driver. After dropping him off, the assistant went to park the car before returning. What is this? Shi Fu and Shi Mu were bewildered. They were not alone. Others present were equally perplexed upon seeing the sign that read, "Warm congratulations to our student Ningyu for achieving a score of 720 and becoming the top scholar of Fengcheng." Below it, in even larger letters, was an additional line, "Special reward of 100,000 yuan." The amount of the reward was inconsequential. However, how could Ningyu possibly be associated with the term top scholar? Tao Yuxuan was in disbelief, exclaiming, "Did you mix up the signs? What does this mean? How could Ningyu score so high? Is today April Fool's Day?" Shi Mu echoed, "Are you sure there isn't some mistake? Ningyu has never been a good student. How could she possibly score 720? Principal Feng was astonished, saying, "So Zhao Yan is actually at your school?" Each person chimed in with disbelief about Ningyu's achievement. Shi Fu, irritated, remarked, "Principal He, are you pulling my leg?" He Jinming, equally surprised, replied, "Don't tell me you all are unaware? Ningyu's score is indeed 720. It was truly absurd. If they had known, they would not be exhibiting such expressions and questioning He Jinming." Shi Su stepped forward, politely inquiring, "Are you certain about the score?" He Jinming nodded proudly, stating, "This is the first time our 13th high has produced a top scholar in the sciences, and we verified it first. Once confirmed, we specially awarded Ningyu." As he spoke, He Jinming pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills, saying, "Here is the reward of 100,000 yuan." The moment the cash was revealed, silence enveloped the crowd. Could it be that Ningyu truly had become the top scholar in the sciences? Surely, He Jinming, as the principal of the 13th high, would not jest about such matters. Moments ago, they were discussing Shi Su's high score, and now Ningyu eclipsed it. Ningyu was the top scholar in sciences, while Shi Su's score paled in comparison. Shi Su exclaimed, "Can you all stop chattering like spectators? What was your score? If it's lower than mine, then zip it." Frustrated, Shi Su withdrew into silence. Tao Yuxuan, grinding her teeth, accused, "You achieved such a high score and never mentioned it? Are you enjoying fooling us?" Meanwhile, Shi Su was left speechless by this unexpected turn of events. This was an angle she had never anticipated. Ningyu, with a calm demeanor, replied, "You never inquired about my score." After the results were announced, everyone had been surrounding Shi Su, showering her with concern and warmth, while neglecting to ask about Ningyu's score, simply assuming that as a student of 13th high, she could only achieve a score of a mere 300. "Can't you speak for yourself?" Tao Yuxuan retorted, her anger surging. If Ningyu truly had scored so highly, then all her previous mockery would merely serve to slap her own face. "Would you believe me if I told you?" Ningyu shot her a sidelong glance. Tao Yuxuan found herself at a loss for words. Who could believe that a student known for fighting and skipping class at 13th high could score 720? Shi Su sighed, thinking the youth of today are far too impulsive. She had been trying to restrain Tao Yuxuan from speaking, yet her friend remained aggressive.
"Anzai, Shi Su interjet."
"We should be happy for my sister's achievement. Congratulations to her." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a sense of dissonance. Although she genuinely wished to congratulate Ningyu, the phrasing came off as insincere. Indeed, Tao Yuxuan seized the moment, pulling Shi Su aside, saying, "It's just a top scholar in the sciences. You don't need to envy her. You play the piano," and even caught the attention of a professor from Yenjing University. That is something that no country bumpkin could ever match. Shi Su thought to herself, clearly, she should have remained silent. Tao Yuxuan continued to push her forward. The piano? He Jinming suddenly recalled, producing an invitation letter for Ningyu. "By the way, I just remembered, a while back you received an invitation. It was personally delivered by the piano master Slock from Berlick Academy. How do you know him? Is he taking you on as a student?" "No." Ningyu glanced at the invitation, stating, "He invited me for something else. It's not important." "What else could it be? Can't you share?" Tao Yuxuan jeered. "Hey, you've been targeting Ningyu for too long. It's getting excessive." A handsome young man, unable to contain himself, stepped forward to defend Ningyu. Shi Xi internally applauded, having sensed that a knight of justice would inevitably rise to counter Tao Yuxuan's arrogance. However, this boy appeared rather naive. Could he be a classmate of Ningyu at 13th High? Given his innocent demeanor, that seemed plausible. Nonetheless, shouldn't he that be Shengyan's role? Shi Xi couldn't help but glance in Shengyan's direction, only to find him indulging in fried chicken. Serves him right. This student, I am not He, I am Tao Yuxuan, she remarked, sizing up the righteous young man with a dismissive snort. Secondly, I am merely expressing my reasonable doubts. Ningyu narrowed her eyes, an icy glint in her gaze. Why Slock invited me is none of your concern. Enough. You need to question your own intelligence. Shi Xi thought to herself, today is a day of celebration. Let us enjoy it. Tao Yuxuan, exasperated, remarked, Shi Xi, you are just too kind. Yes. You are absolutely right, Shi Xi replied, her thoughts racing. Why is she so confident? Shi Xi pondered, wishing to steer clear of Tao Yuxuan's provocations. She had no desire to be portrayed as a pitiful white lotus. She was a wealthy young lady with millions. How could she appear pitiable? I see my manager. I'll go greet him, Shi Xi exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Han Chuan. Finally, she had a reason to escape the storm of drama. Happy birthday. And congratulations on your future as a top student at Yanjing University, Han Chuan remarked, his usual sharp tongue softened with genuine congratulations. Thank you, Shi Xi replied, her sincerity palpable. With Han Chuan's presence, she felt liberated from Tao Yuxuan and Ningyu. 3 women, a theatrical performance. Indeed, they could not coexist harmoniously. Are you going to announce your acceptance into Yanjing University?
Han Xuan inquired.
Perhaps we could buy some trending searches and create a scholarly persona.
A scholarly persona?
Shi Xi quickly waved her hands in objection. Let us not. My score barely qualifies me for Yanjing, so it's best not to cultivate any such image. Han Chuan chuckled softly. While other stars flaunt their scholarly personas by reciting lines, you, on the other hand, have gained admission to Yen University, yet remain so modest. Upon hearing Han Chuan's remark, Shi Xi pondered. Perhaps I should engage in some self-promotion too? In a few days, I could take some photographs at school and subtly market myself as the school beauty. The school beauty scholar? That doesn't quite sound right. How about the school beauty sister? Han Chuan's smile faltered. Why are you so adept at this? Just moments ago, he had perceived Shi Xi as humble. A lotus flower rising unsullied from the mud, pure and unadorned. Yet here she was, drawing parallels and scheming to promote her school beauty persona. How does this differ from other female stars? What do you think? Shi Xi inquired modestly, seeking Han Chuan's opinion. Han Chuan's beautiful visage bore no expression. I will have the PR department evaluate which label and persona would suit you best. Shi Xi nodded eagerly. I will absolutely cooperate. Han Chuan remarked. You are far too cooperative. You also play the piano? Han Chuan arrived a bit late, having only heard others mention Shi Xi's prowess on the piano. Shi Xi nodded. Yes, I do. How well do you play? Han Chuan casually asked. Shi Xi replied, probably at a level among the top 10 in the country. Han Chuan thought he could easily market Shi Xi as an average girl. There would be no need for extensive promotion. Merely sharing Shi Xi's occasional remarks would lead netizens to label her as an average girl. What fuels her confidence? Is it merely her looks? Han Chuan couldn't help but scrutinize Shi Xi. Shi Xi touched her face and asked, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Nothing. Han Chuan shifted the subject. How has your dance practice been lately? Shi Xi nodded. It's going splendidly. I can definitely dazzle the audience. Han Chuan noted. She is truly self-assured. I see a friend. Please excuse me. Han Chuan sought a moment of solitude. Shi Xi sighed. Wishing to tell Han Chuan that during her time on the talent show, he should remember to secure her a few trending topics. With her current abilities, becoming an all-round ace would be no trouble. But marketing was essential as well. Perhaps next time. As Shi Xi contemplated, a foreigner entered the banquet hall. She found him somewhat familiar. Teacher Slock? Upon seeing him, Shi Xi expressed her surprise. What brings you here? She recalled that this individual was the piano instructor hired by the Shi family for her and Shi Xi. Tao Yuxuan precisely located Shi Xi and pulled her over, exclaiming, He must be here to congratulate Shi Xi on her birthday. Shi Xi smiled gently, internally thinking that's absolutely impossible. Chapter 89. What else could it be for? To assist the female lead in striking back, of course. Although Slock was Shi Xi and her piano instructor, He was merely a guest paid handsomely by her mother for a couple of lessons. Both siblings had learned piano from their respective instructors. Shir's mother had invited Slock to assess her children's talents while subtly showcasing her wealth in hiring an internationally renowned pianist. Slock's appearance caused a stir at the banquet. Is that Mr. Slock? Isn't he still performing abroad? How could he be here? Upon hearing this, Shi Xi mused. What else could it be for? Surely, it's to support the female lead. He must have come for Shi Xi, having heard she is a student. It's perfectly reasonable for a teacher to present a gift on a student's birthday. Shi Xi commented if he truly brought a gift, how could he arrive empty-handed? Did he leave it with the doorman? I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to hear Master Slock's performance later. Slock is an internationally acclaimed pianist and a distinguished professor at Berkeley, highly regarded. Han Chuan, who had been observing from a distance, was momentarily stunned upon seeing Slock. Could it be that Shi Xi's piano skills are genuinely impressive? He should not underestimate her. Mr. Slock, I cannot believe you came for Shi Xi's birthday. You truly honor us, said Shi's mother, basking in the surrounding flattery, believing that Slock had indeed come for Shi Xi. Slock looked at Shi Xi with a puzzled expression. Shi Xi smiled gently and gracefully said, Teacher, long time no see. It's you. Slock recognized her after a moment of contemplation, exclaiming, Happy birthday. His expression clearly indicated he had forgotten Shi Xi's birthday. Slock appeared somewhat embarrassed, arriving empty-handed to someone else's celebration, especially a birthday party. Mr. Slock, someone mentioned that you sent her an invitation, is it true?
Tao Yuxuan.
Noticing Ningyu attempting to leave the crowd, assumed Ningyu was feeling guilty and called out, Ningyu, you just claimed that Mr. Slock invited you, didn't you? An invitation for Ningyu? How could someone who has never studied an instrument possibly receive an invitation from Mr. Slock? Shi's mother frowned. Ningyu, it's wrong to lie. You should quickly apologize to Mr. Slock. He Jinming interjected, displeased, Madam, Ningyu did not lie. I indeed received an invitation from Berkeley, signed by Mr. Slock himself. Though he is the principal of the 13th middle school, he would never boast or pretend to be someone he is not. Ningyu has never studied piano, nor has she traveled abroad. How could she possibly know Mr. Slock? Tao Yuxuan lifted her chin slightly. If Ningyu had nothing to hide, why would she attempt to flee upon seeing Mr. Slock? This statement nearly confirmed Ningyu's vanity. All eyes turned toward her. Indeed. Didn't Ningyu come from a rural background? How could she possibly know Mr. Slock? It must be vanity. Shi Xi plays the piano so well. Tao Yuxuan wore a triumphant smile. Amidst the cacophony, Slock finally spotted the fleeing Ningyu. Teacher Ningyu. Slock's voice caused the crowd to gasp in disbelief. What? What did he just say? Surely I didn't hear that incorrectly? Mr. Slock just referred to Ningyu as a teacher?
How could that be?
Chapter 90. Fortunately, Sheng Yan will still be engaged to you. Tao Yuxuan, the most astonished of all, quickly interjected. Mr. Slock, are you mistaken? Today is Shi Xi's birthday. Weren't you here to celebrate her? Shi Xi, she was already pretending not to exist. Why was Tao Yuxuan dragging her into this embarrassment? I came specifically to find Teacher Ningyu, Slock stated earnestly. Knowing that Teacher Ningyu was here, I set aside my concert to seek her guidance. Tao Yuxuan's expression was one of disbelief. How could that be? Ningyu doesn't even know how to play the piano. I sought the guidance of Teacher Ningyu. Not regarding the piano. Slock continued, I once heard Teacher Ningyu play the guqin, and the sound was hauntingly beautiful. I have traveled throughout Huagua, but have yet to find anyone who could play as movingly as Teacher Ningyu. Hence, I specially invited her, only to find she had not come. I had no choice but to come in person to request her presence. Ningyu helplessly rubbed her forehead and said, I will come to find you tomorrow. Today is the day of the banquet. Slock scoffed, such a tedious gathering, it is better to abstain from attending. Shi Xi took a deep breath, feigning that the embarrassment did not belong to her, and smiled. Today marks the birthday celebration for both me and Sister Ningyu. We share the same birthday. The smile on Slock's face froze, and he awkwardly twitched his lips. Yet, Shi Xi insisted on continuing her provocation, inquiring, Mr. Slock, what gift did you bring? Upon uttering the words, she realized she had succumbed to mischief. This was undeniably the exclusive line of a wicked female antagonist. Why was she so adept at it? As expected, there was an inherent mischievousness within her. Fully aware that Slock had brought no gift, she nonetheless sought to put him in an uncomfortable position. Slock raised his hands and patted the pockets of his jacket, then his waist, and finally the pockets of his trousers, including those at the back. With a shrug of his hands, he revealed he had brought nothing. Slock stared at Shi Xi, and she returned the gaze. He then glanced at his empty hands. Allow me to play a piano piece for the two lovely ladies. Slock, looking at his hands, finally remembered the skill upon which he relied for sustenance. Shi Xi had just played the piano, which remained uncollected. The crowd parted to make way for Slock. To hear Mr. Slock play the piano was indeed a stroke of fortune. It was rumored that tickets to his concert had skyrocketed to tens of thousands per seat. It was a rare opportunity to hear Mr. Slock perform live. The crowd murmured excitedly as they encircled the piano. Once at the piano, Slock expertly played his signature piece, Field Melody. The lively music was exceedingly pleasant to the ear, evoking the sensation of strolling through a forest filled with birdsong and fragrant blooms, amidst flourishing greenery and babbling brooks. As the final notes lingered, applause erupted among the audience. Truly, he was a masterful pianist. It was delightful. Though I couldn't quite grasp it. I still think Shi Xi played better. What are you saying? After concluding his performance, Slock politely rose, smiling as he accepted the praises. Shi Xi joined in the applause. Well done. The crowd that clamored to hear Slock play has had their wish fulfilled. You ought to thank me. What is there to be arrogant about? I believe you played far better. Tao Yuxuan remarked sourly as she approached Shi Xi, whispering. Of course. My performance was superior, Shi Xi replied with a gentle smile. I shall play for you again. Tao Yuxuan nodded, noticing a group gathered around Ningyu, and scoffed. What is there to be proud of for a phoenix that cannot soar? What pride? Shi Xi gently admonished. Let's refrain from saying too much today. It would be wise to avoid further embarrassment. If only this were a game, she could sell out her teammates without hesitation. It is your birthday alone. Tao Yuxuan could not abide Ningyu, saying, Fortunately, Sheng Yan will still be engaged to you. Please just be quiet. Shi Xi urged. There will be more surprises soon. Just wait and see. Tao Yuxuan whispered to Shi Xi. Perhaps we should cancel the surprise, Shi Xi mused, suspecting it would likely be more of a fright than a delight. Rest assured, it is definitely a surprise. Lung Qianquan is preparing it. Tao Yuxuan said mysteriously. That makes me even less at ease. Shi Xi felt as though something was amiss. It appeared they were missing the meddlesome presence of Lung Qianquan. Shi Xi inquired. What sort of surprise are you preparing? Tao Yuxuan reassured her. It is a surprise. Just wait and see.
Who can feel at ease with that?
Shi Xi thought. One Tao Yuxuan was already quite the handful. Adding Lung Qianquan into the mix was daunting. However, Tao Yuxuan remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any details despite Shi Xi's persistent questioning. Shi Xi resorted to asking the system, Do you know what surprise Tao Yuxuan is preparing? The system replied with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, so you remember me now? You thought about insurance only after crashing into a tree. And now that the stocks are rising, you come to consult me? What else could I do? Shi Xi retorted, exasperating the system to the brink of crashing. Quickly, what are Tao Yuxuan and Lung Qianquan up to? Shi Xi pressed. The system checked and replied, They are indeed preparing a surprise for you. Just wait and see. Just wait and see sounded devoid of any semblance of surprise. Such words were only uttered when one found themselves in trouble. A warning that things would not end well. Who would find joy in such a statement? Shi Xi sighed. The system begrudgingly responded. It's not that I don't want to tell you. Revealing such things in advance diminishes the element of surprise. Fine, fine. Shi Xi resigned herself. The role of the supporting character is to be slapped in the face. She accepted her fate. The system awkwardly added, happy birthday, host. Despite their frequent arguments, the necessary well wishes must still be conveyed. Thank you, system. Shi Xi replied cheerfully. Is there a gift? The system coldly replied, none. Shi Xi lamented. You truly are of no use. The system remained silent. While Shi Xi was engaged in conversation with the system, Tao Yuxuan, mistaking Shi Xi's demeanor for displeasure, approached to comfort her. Ningyu scored 720. She still got into Yan University, right?
Don't be upset, Shi Xi.
Shi Xi shot her a glance. I am not upset. I am merely contemplating what antics you all are up to. Just then, a loud bang echoed at the entrance.
Bang.
Fireworks erupted, illuminating the night sky. The crowd looked up in awe, witnessing a grand display of fireworks. Look, look. Tao Yuxuan eagerly tugged at Shi Xi to raise her gaze, then whispered, But wait. The time isn't right. Why did it start early? Shi Xi, glancing at the magnificent fireworks, felt her spirits lift slightly and asked, Is this the surprise you prepared?
Tao Yuxuan queried. What did you say?
The noise of the fireworks drowned out their conversation. I said, Are these fireworks what you prepared? Shi Xi raised her voice to be heard. Tao Yuxuan nodded vigorously, yes. The others began to appreciate the fireworks. However, after only a few bursts, the display ended. Shi Xi turned to Tao Yuxuan. No way, is that it? It barely lasted 5 minutes. The audience was left wanting more. Fireworks should be grand and plentiful. Just a few were hardly satisfying. Tao Yuxuan wore a slightly embarrassed expression. I'll call to check. We clearly prepared so many. Why did it only last 3 minutes? Indeed, the manner in which men conduct their affairs is strikingly similar to one another, remarkably unreliable. They speak with grandiloquence and promise enduring marvels. Yet the outcome is often a mere 3 minutes of fleeting satisfaction. Just as the pleasure begins, it concludes abruptly. Chapter 92. Why not apply to Yen University? Is it due to a lack of fondness? Upon learning that Tao Yuxuan and Lung Qianquan had planned a surprise of fireworks, Shi Xi let out a sigh of relief. Such a delightful surprise, one that does not harm others for personal gain, is to be cherished. Conversely, the instances of provoking the female protagonist should be considerably diminished. While Tao Yuxuan was on the phone, an elderly gentleman clad in a suit, nay, a middle-aged man, entered the room. He was dressed impeccably, sporting spectacles that lent him an air of scholarly sophistication. He hurried in, with a young female assistant trailing behind, struggling to keep pace.
Ah?
This person seems somewhat familiar. Is he from Fengcheng? Perhaps he has come to congratulate Shi Xi on her birthday? Upon hearing this speculation, Shi Xi straightened her posture, alarm bells ringing in her mind. Any such sound could hardly signify a birthday celebration for her. It would be more akin to a slap in the face. Wait, is that not Principal Li? Principal Feng's eyes brightened as he stepped forward, extending his hand in greeting. What brings Principal Li to Fengcheng? Xiao Feng, the man, identified as Principal Li, chuckled softly and replied, I am here to seek someone. He Zhenming's eyes widened in recognition. This was the principal of Yen University, not residing in Yanjing? What brings him here? Principal Feng, as the head of the first high school, annually sends 1 or 2 students to Yen University. Being an alumnus himself, he recognized Principal Li immediately. Meanwhile, He Zhenming, who oversees the 13th middle school, took a moment to identify Principal Li. His revelation prompted others to realize the identity of the middle-aged man. So, he is the principal of Yen University. What could possibly bring him here? Surely not. It is inconceivable that he is here to celebrate Shi Xi's birthday. There exists no connection between the Shi family and the principal of Yen University. Shi Xi remarked to Tao Yuxuan, my elder brother did not attend Yen University. Tao Yuxuan queried, why do you suddenly mention this?
Oh.
I feared you might suggest that the principal of Yen University had come to celebrate my birthday. Shi Xi coughed lightly, not wishing to be embarrassed further. However, why did Shi Xi not apply to Yen University back then? Tao Yuxuan inquired. Was it due to disinterest? Yanjing is quite distant from Fengcheng. Hence, I opted for Haicheng University. Shi Xi, who had unexpectedly approached the two, explained. To her surprise, Shi Dage seems to have a strong attachment to home. Tao Yuxuan contemplated and replied, indeed, Haicheng is somewhat closer, making it convenient for returning to Fengcheng. Shi Xi suggested, why not apply to Haida, Shi Xi? I can have a familiar mentor guide you. Tao Yuxuan nodded in agreement. That sounds feasible. With Fengcheng so near to Haicheng, you could return frequently. I'll think it over. Professor Yan earlier mentioned I should apply to her literature department. Shi Xi chuckled awkwardly. She yearned for a more distant pursuit. Yet, if Ningyu were to attend Yen University, she would inevitably collide with the plot points. Should she choose Haicheng University, it seemed she would be compelled to return to Fengcheng weekly, awaiting the mischief of Tao Yuxuan and Lung Qianquan. As Shi Xi pondered the possibility of exploring foreign universities or perhaps Harbin or Inner Mongolia, Principal Li had already located Ningyu, exclaiming robustly, Ningyu, what is it? Ningyu replied, I have come here with the hope that you will apply to Yen University. Principal Li gestured, and his assistant opened a case revealing 200,000 yuan in cash. This is your enrollment bonus, and there will be further subsidies. As long as you agree to attend Yen University, all terms are negotiable. Chapter 93. Can the affairs of scholars be deemed as theft? What an astonishing event. The principal of Yen University personally came to extend an invitation? This is truly remarkable. It was rumored that Ningyu attended the 13th middle school. Yet she has achieved the status of a science top scorer. Shi Xi, being from the first high school, could only stand by and observe. Shi Xi listened to the conversation, wearing an expression that suggested she found their chatter excessive. Ningyu's success naturally brought her joy. Was it necessary for them to compare notes? Which universities did they attend?
Wait.
Li Guanshi. You old rascal. Here you are, trying to poach my student again. Entering the doorway was yet another middle-aged man. Shi Xi introduced, this is Principal Du Heng of Haiqing University. Those in the know recognized it was Shi Xi's birthday, while those unaware might mistake this gathering for a meeting of principals. Tao Yuxuan remarked with a hint of envy, isn't being a science top scorer just a trivial achievement? Shi Xi interjected, today is also Ningyu's birthday. Upon entering, Principal Du Heng also presented enticing conditions, even taking a jab at Principal Li, who, in his exasperation, nearly choked in disbelief. Du Heng, why don't you mention how you secretly poached students who originally intended to apply to us at Yen University? Had we not acted swiftly, that student would have been whisked away by you. Du Heng nonchalantly retorted, can the affairs of scholars be deemed as theft? It's merely competition. For someone of your stature as the principal of Yen University, your literary acumen is lacking. Ningyu, dear, consider joining us at Haida. We offer paid exchange programs with foreign universities, allowing you to study wherever you wish. Principal Li clutched his chest, and his assistant promptly administered a quick-acting heart remedy. Du Heng continued to needle. You see, following this irritable old man will yield little success. Better to join me. Haida has numerous projects. Principal Li, defeated, seemed to exhale his last breath. The fierce competition between the two principals for Ningyu left onlookers envious, admiring Shi's parents for having such a remarkable daughter. Shi's parents were taken aback by this sudden and unexpected surprise. Fortunately, accustomed to grand occasions, they felt a sense of pride in Shi Xi's achievements, thus humbly attributing Ningyu's success to her own efforts. Jealous individuals covertly stirred trouble. With both principals vying for Ningyu's attention, no one paid heed to Shi Xi. Ah, poor Shi Xi, they lamented. Hearing this, Shi Xi turned to observe. She vaguely recalled the speaker as the daughter of a small business owner. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see that both Shi Dage and I are accompanying Shi Xi? Tao Yuxuan stood protectively before Shi Xi, her tone fierce. Shi Xi scored 666 points. Whether it's Yen University or Haida, she can choose at her leisure. Tao Yuxuan's declaration captured the attention of both principals. 666 points? In which discipline? Ningyu. Is this girl your friend? Ningyu replied, this is my sister, Shi Xi, and she studies the arts. As Shi Xi noticed the principal's attention upon her, she offered a gentle smile. Greeting. Good day, Principal Li. Good day, Principal Du. Principal Li appeared contemplative, a score of 666 in the arts. Applying to popular majors at Yen University poses certain risks. Shi Xi quipped, if you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute. Principal Du Heng laughed heartily, extending an invitation to Shi Xi. You are Shi Xi's sister, correct? Would you consider joining Haida? It's south conveniently close, allowing you to return home each week. When I guided Shi Xi, he would return home every week. Shi Xi stood by, helplessly exclaiming, Principal Du, why must you always drag me into this? Chapter 94, Dependable Men, Pigs Can Climb Trees. Encourage your sister to attend high university. Du Heng began to maneuver, suggesting that a complete family would be splendid. That phrase is not quite used in that context, Shi Xi remarked. Thank you, Principal Du. I will consider it, she said politely, her eyes curving gracefully. She still aspired to conquer the entertainment industry and would not aim too far. High university is indeed quite appealing. Ningyu interjected. Thank you for the invitation, Principal Du. I have long made up my mind to apply to Yen University. She had already planned to take the entrance examination there. Shi Xi pondered to herself. Perhaps she should apply to high university. The greater the distance from Ningyu, the safer she felt. Wait a moment, system. Will my choice of school affect the plot? Shi Xi inquired quietly, fearful of making a misguided decision. System, it will not affect the storyline, as long as you are content. You could even opt for Inner Mongolia University or Harbin if you wish. Shi Xi replied, then I shall choose High University. Ningyu will go to Yen University, and I will go to High University. How perfect! At this moment, Shi Xi had not even considered how regretful she would be for this decision in the future. When Ningyu announced her intention to attend Yen University, Principal Li beamed with joy, while Du Heng's displeasure was evident. By the way, was that firework display you're doing? Du Heng suddenly inquired. Principal Li smiled joyfully indeed. Du Heng scoffed, preposterous. That was to celebrate Ningyu, the science top scorer. What do you understand? Principal Li, unfazed by the retort, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Shi Xi, overhearing, glanced at Tao Yuxuan. Wasn't he that surprise prepared for me? Others whispered amongst themselves. I thought it was for Shi Xi, but it turns out it was Principal Yan's gift to Ningyu.
Ah,
It seems Shi Xi will be overshadowed now. Have you seen how Mr. Shi and Mrs. Shi are surrounding Ningyu? Ningyu, after all, was the science top scorer. And the two esteemed principals were vying for her favor. What was Shi Xi in comparison? Shi Xi thought to herself, I am a beauty. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Shi Xi fixed her gaze on Tao Yuxuan. The continuous lights were mostly directed at her. Even with her resilient mindset, she was beginning to falter. She knew those two were unreliable. Tao Yuxuan raised her phone. This isn't my fault. It's Lung Qianquan's issue. He said to leave everything to him. Shi Xi took a deep breath. Dependable men. Pigs can climb trees. Tao Yuxuan wholeheartedly agreed. Exactly. No sooner had she spoken than Shi Xi noticed something descending from above, brushing past her nose. Was it raining? As she reached out to catch it, she realized it was a red rose petal. Shi Xi, it's not raining. I must have been mistaken. Where did that petal come from? Tao Yuxuan exclaimed, surprised. Soon, petals began to rain down, cascading in ever-increasing numbers. The vibrant red rose petals fell from above, creating a stunning and breathtaking spectacle of rose rain. How beautiful! Wow. Was this arranged for the banquet? It's so romantic. I wouldn't be surprised if someone proposed next. Quick, take a picture. Shi Xi looked up and spotted a helicopter in the sky. Those petals were falling from the helicopter. Isn't that a helicopter? Did they come specifically to scatter petals? Surely they did. I bet someone will propose soon. Could it be Shengyan is about to propose to Shi Xi? The crowd whispered among themselves, casting envious glances at the protagonist of the soiree, Shi Xi. The girl, adorned in a splendid gown and a delicate crown, gazed up amidst the rose rain, her eyes sparkling with purity, resembling a lost fairy princess. Chapter 95. Apologies. I only saw Shi Xi. Was this prepared by Shengyan? Tao Yuxuan speculated softly. Not at all, Shi Xi replied with unwavering certainty. How do you know? Tao Yuxuan scanned the scene and noticed Shengyan shielding his cup, wary of petals falling into it. Take him away, Tao Yuxuan remarked. That helicopter had something written on it. What did it say? Tao Yuxuan squinted, struggling to discern the words. Thanks, Shi Xi mused. Could it be Xia Yunzhou? Thanks? Is someone from the Xia family here today? Tao Yuxuan questioned, puzzled. I don't know, I haven't seen anyone. Beside them, Shi Xi spoke up. No invitation was sent to the Xia family. They are not in attendance today. The mesmerizing rain of petals lasted a full 10 minutes. And as the crowd transitioned from astonishment to appreciation, those who loved beauty began to take photos as the rose rain dwindled. The helicopter eventually vanished from sight. Just as the guests were returning to their senses after the rose shower, the sky erupted with the sound of fireworks being launched. Bang! The sky suddenly illuminated with a spectacular display, forming two characters, Shi Xi. As the name composed of fireworks faded, the next set erupted, spelling out, Happy Birthday. Following this, a myriad of fireworks burst forth in various shapes, brightening the entire sky as if it were day.
wow.
This is meant for Shi Xi. How beautiful. So romantic and ethereal. Who prepared this? It must be either Shi Xi or Shengyan. In any case, it's for Shi Xi. How enviable. I wish I had such a brother or fiancé. Tao Yuxuan whispered. These fireworks were clearly prepared by me and Lung Qianquan. Shi Xi gazed upwards at the fireworks.
Thank you. Huh?
With a smile in her eyes, Shi Xi continued, Thank you, Lung Qianquan. Though he was often unreliable, the effort behind this preparation was heartfelt. She truly appreciated it. Tao Yuxuan watched the girl beside him, his cheeks flushing. No need to thank me, as long as you like it. Everyone was engrossed in the fireworks, yet those with unspoken emotions took this opportunity to gaze at their beloved. No firework could rival the smile of one's cherished person. The girl's eyes sparkled with a brilliance that could rival the stars, dazzling and bright. The fireworks lasted a full 20 minutes, each display more splendid than the last, surpassing even the most extravagant fireworks show. Once the spectacle concluded, many rubbed their necks in amazement at all they had witnessed. Do you enjoy watching fireworks? Xia Yunzhou's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind Shi Xi.
Ah?
Shi Xi, engrossed in the fireworks, had not noticed anyone behind her. To her astonishment, it was Xia Yunzhou. When did you arrive? Shi Xi asked, surprised. Just got here, Xia Yunzhou replied, omitting that he had actually been watching Shi Xi for a while. Was that rose rain you're doing?
Shi Xi inquired.
Yes, Xia Yunzhou nodded. Happy birthday. He wished to give Shi Xi a unique birthday gift. Jewelry and bags felt too mundane, the house had already been gifted, and Shi Xi lacked a driver's license for a car. Thus, he decided to present her with a shower of rose petals. From now on, whenever Shi Xi saw flowers, she would remember this enchanting rose rain. Do you like it? Xie Yunzhou asked Shi Xi. The gentle hand of Shi Xi rested on Xie Yunzhou's shoulder, a warm smile gracing his face. Xie Xiao, did you not notice that there is someone beside Shi Xi? Xie Yunzhou paused momentarily, recognizing this as Shi Qi's elder brother, and replied, My apologies, I only saw Shi Xi. Chapter 96. Upon seeing negative comments directed at me, please delete them. Shi Qi's smile remained serene, though a coldness lurked in his eyes. Ahem. Shi Xi sensed the tension between the two and tugged at Shi Qi's sleeve, saying to Xie Yunzhou, Thank you, I truly appreciate it. What girl does not cherish romantic and extravagant gestures? As long as you like it. Xie Yunzhou's gaze returned to Shi Xi, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Tao Yuxuan interjected, Xie Zong is indeed quite generous. One might think you are proposing. At this remark, the eyes of the three present turned towards Tao Yuxuan. Realizing the implications, she chuckled awkwardly. I was merely joking. Shi Qi is about to get engaged to Sheng Yan. The expressions of the three remained less than favorable, clearly displeased with the impending union. By the way, where's Lung Qianquan? Shi Qi inquired. He was the one who prepared the fireworks earlier. Logically, he should be here to enjoy them with us. Tao Yuxuan took out her phone, stating, Let me call and check. She stepped aside to make the call, seizing the opportunity to extricate herself. Xie Yunzhou seemed poised to speak, but was interrupted by Shi Qi. Xie Zong, since you are here, allow me to accompany you for a drink. Shi Qi's smile was warm, concealing any hint of ulterior motives. After a brief contemplation, Xie Yunzhou agreed. The two men moved aside to drink, leaving Shi Qi once again in solitude. Indeed, she relished the rare moment of tranquility. Just as Shi Qi was savoring this hard-earned peace, Han Chuan approached. I took a few photos of you earlier. Han Chuan opened his phone and sent the pictures to Shi Qi, saying, Choose a few attractive ones to post on Weibo. Shi Qi sighed. You are truly dedicated. Han Chuan remarked pointedly, Indeed, who could blame me for having an uncommitted artist? Shi Qi opened her phone and discovered numerous photos Han Chuan had taken of her, including a gif of her reaching out to catch falling petals. So beautiful, Shi Qi exclaimed. Han Chuan was at a loss for words. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, he had encountered many self-absorbed artists, but none had been as unabashedly bold as Shi Qi in praising herself. They all look wonderful. Can I post them all? Shi Qi asked while saving the images and admiring her own beauty. I envy you all. You get to see someone as stunning as me every day. Han Chuan replied with a straight face. I envy your courage to say such things. Because I speak the truth. Shi Qi continued editing her Weibo post. If I am this beautiful, and I were to be modest, what would happen to those of you who are merely average? Han Chuan was speechless. Shi Qi glanced at him and added, You are beautiful as well. Thank you. Accompanying Shi Qi, he had begun to acclimatize to her forthright manner of speaking. By the way, if I go to record a show, remember to manage my Weibo for me? Shi Qi whispered, If you see any comments criticizing me, just delete them. Upon seeing that Shi Qi had already posted on Weibo, Han Chuan replied, I will monitor the comments periodically. Focus on your dance practice. And just refrain from speaking carelessly during the show. I will handle the rest. After giving his instructions, Han Chuan noticed Tao Yuxuan approaching and discreetly departed. Tao Yuxuan appeared troubled as she looked at Shi Qi. What's wrong? Shi Qi could tell from her expression that it was not good news. Tao Yuxuan hesitated, torn between speaking up and remaining silent. If it's something you cannot say, then please don't. On this joyous birthday occasion, Shi Qi was not inclined to hear any bad news. Tao Yuxuan finally confessed. Lung Qianquan was taken to the station for illegally setting off fireworks. Chapter 97. It is acceptable to face difficulties now. There will be more challenging days ahead. Upon hearing this, Shi Qi felt as though she had misheard.
Who did you say? Why?
She asked, unsure if she was fully awake. Tao Yuxuan clarified. Lung Qianquan was taken to the station for setting off fireworks. Shi Qi fell silent. Such a down-to-earth charge. The only comparable offense would perhaps be burning straw. Should we go bail him out? Shi Qi inquired. No need. He can be released with a fine, Tao Yuxuan replied helplessly. But he will have to stay at the station for a while, so he probably won't be coming today. Shi Qi responded. That's wonderful. Shall we go visit him tomorrow? Tao Yuxuan questioned. He just returned from abroad and then ended up at the station. He truly is having a rough time. No worries. There'll be more challenging times ahead, Shi Xi reassured her. Tao Yuxuan asked, are you going to see Leng Qianquan tomorrow? Shi Xi sighed, I suppose so. After all, he got into trouble for setting off fireworks for me. I hope he learns his lesson and thinks things through next time. She had never seen a domineering CEO get taken to the station for setting off fireworks. At that moment, Shi Xi spotted Sheng Yan.
Well,
I have never encountered a bald CEO, aside from Sheng Yan's father. Where is Brother Shi? Tao Yuxuan glanced around. The banquet was nearing its end, and he hadn't come out to see them off. The birthday celebration was drawing to a close, and some guests had already begun to depart. As the host and the eldest son of the Shi family, Shi Xi was expected to see the guests off, though no one would fault him if he chose not to. He seemed to be engaged in conversation with Xia Yunzhou. Shi Xi glanced in the direction they had gone but found that they had already vanished from sight. Well, let it be. They probably have matters to discuss. Tao Yuxuan huffed. That unreliable Leng Qianquan is never around when we need him. That's all right. My parents are here. Shi Xi replied with a gentle smile, and you are here too, to see the guests off with me. Seeing it as merely a formality, they exchanged pleasantries at the door. In the study, Shi Xi regarded Xia Yunzhou, who sat across from him, his warm smile tinged with suspicion. Xia Zong's conditions were exceedingly generous. What was he aiming for from the Shi family? Shi Xi, came the unhesitating reply from the man seated opposite. I will not use Shi Xi to forge a union. Shi Qi's smile faded slightly as he added, no matter what conditions you propose. Leaning back in his chair, Xia Yunzhou met Shi Qi's gaze directly, neither party willing to yield. No need for Shi Xi to form a union? Xia Yunzhou chuckled softly. Then why is Shi Xi engaged to Sheng Yan? Naturally, because Shi Xi has feelings for Sheng Yan, Shi Xi thought. A hint of irritation brewing within him. If you have no other matters, please take your leave. He was already ushering him out. Xia Yunzhou's eyes lifted slightly as he said, let us continue our collaboration, but with a different condition. Shi Xi turned his attention to him. Xia Yunzhou, dissolve the engagement between Sheng Yan and Shi Xi. Shi Xi fell silent, contemplating whether this deal was feasible. Shi Xi was quite fond of Sheng Yan, and the engagement banquet had already been thoroughly prepared. If it were to be dissolved now, the banquet would be postponed for 2 years. Time yielded its final concession as Shi Xi remarked, in these 2 years, Mr. Xia can pursue Shi Xi with his own capabilities. However, 2 years hence, if Shi Xi still intends to marry Sheng Yan, I shall respect her decision. Xia Yunzhou replied, agreed. 2 years will be ample time for him to court Shi Xi. Shi Xi exhaled deeply, trading Shi Xi's 2 years of singlehood for the benefits of the Shi family. Quite a worthy exchange. Chapter 98. Shi Xi had just reached adulthood. What was the harm in her remaining single for 2 years? As Shi Xi bid farewell to Xia Yunzhou, Shi Xi ascended from downstairs. Brother, you're here? Upon spotting Shi Xi, she exclaimed, the banquet has concluded. Having just made a deal involving his sister's romantic life. Shi Xi felt a twinge of guilt and softened his tone. I apologize. I was discussing matters with Yunzhou and lost track of time.
Oh.
Shi Xi glanced at Xia Yunzhou, her curiosity piqued. Was it not said that the Shi and Xia families had no dealings? What could possibly warrant such a discussion? Furthermore, she recalled calling Xia Yunzhou young master Xia or Mr. Xia before. Why now the sudden familiarity? There was undoubtedly something amiss. Could it be that Xia Yunzhou intended to deceive her brother? Brother, you should rest. I'll see our guest out. With a playful smile, Shi Xi eagerly took on the task of escorting Xia Yunzhou. Shi Xi hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. All right. Watching their retreating figures, Shi Xi pondered thoughtfully. Previously, Shi Xi had steadfastly followed Sheng Yan, determined to marry no one else. Yet, she had not mentioned him in recent times. So be it. Shi Xi had just turned 18. What was 2 years of singlehood to her? He had remained single for over 20 years, with no psychological burden weighing on him. Shi Xi's thoughts drifted to how he might compensate Shi Xi. Perhaps he should bestow upon her the entirety of this profit? As he contemplated, he returned to his study to continue deliberating on the collaboration with Xia Yunzhou. Meanwhile, as Shi Xi escorted Xia Yunzhou to the door, she inquired, what were you discussing with my brother? Xia Yunzhou responded, the collaboration for Wei Shi new energy in the next quarter. That sounds like serious business, Shi Xi remarked. By the way, I did save you at one point, so you can't take advantage of my brother. She puffed out her chest, feigning ferocity, with a gentle smile. Xia Yunzhou replied, when Shi Xi was navigating the business world, I had yet to graduate. How could you possibly think he would fall victim to my schemes? Shi Xi mused to herself, You are indeed a ruthless antagonist, showing no mercy in your manipulations. Well, you'd better head back. Take care on your way. As the assistant brought Xie Yunzhou's car closer, she added, goodbye. Xie Yunzhou gazed into the girl's eyes. Where do you wish to pursue your studies? Shi Xi, still quite young and far from marriageable age, replied, High City University. It's close to home, so I can visit often. She had already made up her mind, adding, moreover, there are many opportunities there, and the film and television base in Foam City would greatly benefit my career development. I can earn money and evade the female lead. Truly a double-edged sword. Although Ningyu was genuinely a good person, she truly did not wish to be constantly humiliated. Very well, Xie Yunzhou ruffled the girl's hair. Now off you go. Shi Xi shielded her hair, protesting, don't mess with it. I'll lose hair. Xie Yunzhou, observing the girl's spirited eyes, felt his mood lift.
Goodbye.
After seeing Xie Yunzhou off, Shi Xi retraced her steps. She had received numerous gifts today, initially eager to unwrap them, but now longed for sleep. She had never considered that unwrapping gifts could be such a taxing endeavor. After bathing, Shi Xi contemplated the gifts she had received, then decided to play video games. The gifts could wait until tomorrow, but if she did not log in today, she would miss her login rewards. Just as she was immersed in her game, Ningyu knocked and entered, casually asking, are you going to see Ling Qianquan tomorrow? Yes.
Why?
Shi Xi continued her gameplay, without missing a beat. I'll join you, Ningyu declared, glancing at Shi Xi's screen, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had witnessed poor gameplay before, but never to this extent. Would her teammates not scold her for playing like a novice? Chapter 99 Dye your hair pink. Ningyu suggested, as Shi Xi, having just failed a level, turned in surprise. You want to see Ling Qianquan too? I thought you two weren't close?
Indeed.
Ningyu's cool gaze lifted slightly as she inquired, is that permissible? Shi Xi hesitated. Tao Yuxuan will also be attending. Both Tao Yuxuan and Ling Qianquan held disdain for Ningyu. If Ningyu went to the Ling household, she might be subjected to bullying. That's of no concern. Ningyu tilted her head slightly. Last time, Ling Qianquan gave me a considerable sum, so I should pay him a visit. Shi Xi thought to herself. That wasn't a gift. It was a reward for your victory. Let me ask Ling Qianquan. She pulled out her phone and messaged him. Ling Qianquan responded in an instant. Let her come. The terse 3 words conveyed a palpable intensity. Shi Xi relayed, he has agreed, so we shall go together tomorrow. Ningyu nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just avoid conflict with them tomorrow. Shi Xi couldn't help but voice her concerns. Ningyu smiled. As long as they don't initiate trouble, I won't do anything. Shi Xi sighed. You should equip anti-magic gear to clear this level. Ningyu observed Shi Xi's screen, saying, with your current setup, you won't gain any bonuses. Understanding Ningyu's expertise in gaming, Shi Xi quickly vacated her seat. Please help me optimize my gear. Ningyu sat down without hesitation, opening Shi Xi's inventory. She soon fell into contemplation. Shi Xi's pack was filled with useless items, raising her curiosity about how many trivial quests Shi Xi must have completed to amass such a collection of worthless gear. Some items were even unfamiliar to her. Ningyu diligently sorted through Shi Xi's inventory, crafting what could be synthesized, utilizing experience cards, and discarding the obsolete. Upon opening the character's wardrobe, Ningyu was once again rendered speechless. She recognized that some treated this game as a fashion simulator, but hadn't anticipated that Shi Xi, at merely level 10, would have gathered such an extensive wardrobe. The wardrobe had expanded to its limits, boasting nearly every obtainable outfit, and each ensemble was remarkably stylish. Absurd. All skill points must have been allocated to fashion. Alright, Ningyu equipped the game gear and managed to clear the level, returning the account to Shi Xi. If you have any questions about the game, feel free to ask me. Thank you, sister. Shi Xi exclaimed, joyfully embracing Ningyu. I was stuck on this level for ages. Ningyu, taken aback by the sudden embrace, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Just remember to consult the forum for strategies. Shi Xi quickly released her. After breakfast tomorrow, we'll head to Ling Qianquan. On the matter of business, Ningyu nodded seriously. She had long wished to visit the Ling household, yet the security measures outside were exceedingly stringent. Only by entering from the inside. I hope this time will yield fruitful results. Ningyu emerged from Shi Xi's room, her gaze slightly lowered. Early the next morning, Shi Xi rose from her slumber. She planned to visit Ling Qianquan in the morning and head to the dance studio in the afternoon. Life was bustling. As Shi Xi descended the stairs for breakfast, Ningyu was already at the table, listening to Shi Mu's incessant chatter. Shermu remarked, "My dear child, you've achieved such impressive scores yet remain tight-lipped. Are you in need of money? I see you have so few outfits. Let me take you shopping for some new clothes. And your hair? You're about to enter university. How about we perm it and add some color?" As Shi Xi came down the stairs, she interjected, "I think it's a splendid idea. Let us dye my sister's hair pink." Chapter 100. I heard you were pinned to the ground and beaten. Ningyu was pouring her milk when she heard Shi Xi's words. With a resigned glance, her clear, cool eyes held a hint of amusement. "If you wish to dye your hair, don't drag me into it." Shi Xi, seated across from her, rested her chin on her hand and said, "I want to, but I'm afraid of losing hair." She harbored an immense enthusiasm for hair dyeing, a lifelong obsession to collect every color of the rainbow. However, the thought of becoming bald caused her some trepidation. Hair loss is a normal metabolic phenomenon. Our family has no baldness gene, so you need not worry. Ningyu assessed Shi Xi's hair and suggested, "You could opt for a dye that is less damaging." Shi Xi then proposed, "Well, before I record the program, I'll go dye my hair. Want to join me? I still have plenty of money on my card." Ningyu flatly declined, "No, thank you." Gazing at Ningyu's long, sleek hair, Shi Xi murmured, "Such beautiful hair, it would be a pity not to dye it." Shermu chimed in, "I believe large waves would look stunning on you." Ningyu then urged Shi Xi, "Hurry up and eat. We still need to visit the Lung family." "Oh, all right," Shi Xi replied, biting into her egg. Once they finished breakfast, the two headed to the Lung residence. At the entrance, Shi Xi encountered Tao Yuxuan. "Shi Xi, is that you, Ningyu?" Upon seeing Ningyu emerge from the car, Tao Yuxuan's smile abruptly stiffened. She gritted her teeth and pulled Shi Xi aside, whispering, "Why did you bring her along?" Both Lung Qianquan and Tao Yuxuan harbored a dislike for Ningyu. After all, Ningyu had once triumphed over Lung Qianquan, winning 5 million and even gifted him a congratulatory music box. It could be said that animosity had already been established. Now, Ningyu was audaciously visiting the Lung household. This is like a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. Ill intentions for sure. Tao Yuxuan hissed. Shi Xi responded, "I asked Lung Qianquan yesterday, and he agreed to Ningyu's presence." Upon hearing that Lung Qianquan had consented, Tao Yuxuan's eyes glinted with a sudden realization. This is Lung Qianquan's territory. Ningyu is at our mercy, isn't she? Do you think you are playing with modeling clay? Shi Xi stepped forward to knock on the door. "It's exhausting standing here." Since returning from abroad, Lung Qianquan had taken residence in the villa he purchased, shunning the family's old home. According to Tao Yuxuan, his relationship with his parents was mediocre. His departure abroad was partly a rebellion against them. Upon entering, Shi Xi immediately sensed the dimness of the decor. Despite the large floor-to-ceiling windows, they were draped with heavy curtains, perfectly mirroring Lung Qianquan's somber aura. "Please have a seat." Lung Qianquan retrieved several bottles of drinks from the fridge to entertain his guests. His face bore some injuries, suggesting he had recently been in a scuffle. "I brought a bottle of wine, which I've placed on the wine rack. Are you all right?" Tao Yuxuan, having come with a gift, was clearly concerned for the injured party. Shi Xi glanced at Ningyu, who calmly sat down. Both had arrived empty-handed. "I'm fine." Lung Qianquan rubbed his temples and sank into the sofa. "Are you really okay? I heard you were pinned down and beaten." Tao Yuxuan scrutinized Lung Qianquan's face. "It seems you even got kicked?" Lung Qianquan tightened his grip on the Sprite can, causing the soda to fizz and spill over his palm. Shi Xi coughed, signaling Tao Yuxuan to cease her remarks. "It was somewhat embarrassing. I'm genuinely fine." Lung Qianquan shifted the conversation, looking at Shi Xi. "Did you enjoy the fireworks yesterday?" "It was beautiful." Shi Xi nodded. "Thank you for the effort." Hearing Shi Xi's approval, Lung Qianquan's lips curled into a slight smile. "If you liked it, then it was worth the trouble." Tao Yuxuan interjected, "Next time, remember to apply for the firework display in advance to avoid getting caught by the patrolling officers." Chapter 101. If Shi Xi didn't attend, he had even contemplated canceling the banquet altogether. Lung Qianquan took a deep breath, pretending he hadn't heard Tao Yuxuan's advice. If it hadn't been for her suggestion to set off fireworks, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths and wouldn't have been caught. Ultimately, it was her fault for bringing it up. But considering she enjoyed it, he decided to let it slide. Next week, the cruise ship would set sail, and he planned to host a banquet aboard. Lung Qianquan turned to Shi Xi and presented her with an invitation. Although he had 3 invitations, his gaze was solely fixed on her. "I don't have time. I have a program recording this Friday, and I'll likely be busy for a while." Shi Xi picked up one of the invitations. "I'll have Shi Su attend instead. After all, We need a crowd. Lung Qianquan's mood plummeted instantly. If Shi Xi didn't come, he had even considered canceling the event. Tao Yuxuan glanced at the invitation and inquired, "Is this the cruise ship you purchased abroad? It must have cost a fortune, right?" With an air of fatigue, Lung Qianquan replied, "Yes." Ningyu also accepted an invitation but didn't indicate whether she would attend. However, her acceptance suggested a high probability of her presence. Observing her actions, Lung Qianquan's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with a coldness.
Huh.
Even if Shi Xi doesn't attend, I shall make sure to teach this Ningyu a lesson. I heard this cruise ship was customized from Royal Caribbean. It won't be like those ordinary vessels, right? Tao Yuxuan asked eagerly, her interest in leisure and enjoyment always pronounced. It won't be inferior to the Voyager. Lung Qianquan replied, "You'll see for yourself when the time comes." Tao Yuxuan shook Shi Xi's arm. "What program are you participating in? Come with me to see this cruise." "The cruise won't run away. I can see it any time," Shi Xi remarked. "If I don't participate in the program, I will miss this opportunity." After sitting at the Lung residence for a while longer, the group eventually parted ways, each heading in different directions. Shi Xi was off to the dance studio, while Tao Yuxuan returned home. Ningyu climbed into Chengyu's car, listening intently to the commotion from the Lung household. It was a listening device she had secretly installed while at Lung Qianquan's home. However, the transmitted sounds were intermittent. Next week, the cruise ship transactions, don't worry. The deal the rest was drowned out by static, rendering it impossible to continue listening. The Lung family possessed counter-surveillance equipment. Chengyu adjusted the device several times. Pursing her lips, "It seems we won't be able to gather any information from Lung Qianquan. Next week on the cruise, the transaction," Ningyu mused, glancing at the invitation in her hand. "Will they conduct transactions at the banquet?" Chengyu expressed surprise. "With so many people. How dare they?" Ningyu's gaze was cold and heavy, the darkness beneath the lamp deepening as the crowd swelled, favoring the progression of their transaction. The cruise ship had set sail from the shore, and once it ventured into international waters, it would be free from regulation. "I'll have someone prepare for this. We'll blend into the banquet," Chengyu stated. Ningyu tucked the invitation away, leaning back in her chair with her eyes closed. In the dance studio, as Shi Xi entered, the dance instructor cheerfully exclaimed, "Happy birthday, Shi Xi."
Thank you.
Shi Xi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "How did you know it was my birthday? After all, it had only been yesterday. You trended online, of course I know." The instructor tossed an apple her way, adding, "Forget the cake. Here's an apple for you." Shi Xi caught the apple, expressing her gratitude. "Thanks." As per usual, Shi Xi followed the instructor's guidance during practice. She was quick to learn, managing to grasp a new dance each day, and her stamina had significantly improved over these past few days. She was no longer collapsing on the floor after practice. Now, she could at least sit up. In the midst of enjoying her apple, she watched Pei Kai dance. He arrived half an hour early every day, and during her breaks, she would take the opportunity to observe him. She had heard his name mentioned numerous times by her instructor, and had even searched for him privately. Pei Kai was a member of a small company boy band, but that company lacked resources and merely signed individuals to waste their time until they paid their way out of their contracts. The company didn't even offer proper dance classes. Pei Kai had to work to earn money before coming to learn dance. The instructor often lavished him with praise. As Shi Xi munched on her apple, she thought to herself, "He has nothing exceptional. His dance is merely a bit smoother, his movements more aesthetically pleasing, and his control stronger. How could he possibly compare to me?" She bit into the apple with a hint of resentment. "By the way, Shi Xi, could you give Pei Kai some feedback on this dance?" The instructor suggested, pausing his movements. "He has an audition coming up, and it would be great if you could point out any areas for improvement." "No need," both Pei Kai and Shi Xi replied in unison. The instructor glanced between them. Pei Kai pressed his lips together, turning to avoid looking at Shi Xi. With a gentle smile, Shi Xi said, "I just watched it. It was great as is. No need for changes." The instructor chuckled. "Well, Pei Kai and I are both men. We thought you could offer a different perspective on the dance moves. After all, the sensibilities of boys and girls differ. There were often hip thrusts and floor work that the boys found sexy, while the female fans deemed them cringeworthy." Shi Xi cleared her throat, complimenting, "Not cringeworthy at all. Very impressive." Upon hearing Shi Xi's praise, Pei Kai finally turned to her, muttering a soft, "Thank you." Noticing the improved atmosphere, the instructor suggested, "Since you're both participating in the same program, perhaps you should exchange WeChat to stay in touch." "No need. We won't be in the same program," Pei Kai interjected. Shi Xi, who had never been dismissed so disdainfully since arriving, smiled with her eyes. I believe we won't be in the same program either. She was set to participate in Star Idol, a show exclusively for girls. How could she possibly encounter Pei Kai? Unless he were to become a dance instructor? However, given his obscurity, he hardly seemed qualified for such a role. Pei Kai glanced at the smile on Shi Xi's face and remarked, Instructor, let us continue practicing. Shi Xi stood up, her smile polite and flawless, expressing, Thank you for the apple, instructor. I feel rested now. See you next time. Alright, see you then. The instructor watched her leave. Turning back to Pei Kai with growing frustration. You ungrateful boy. I laid the groundwork for you, and you don't appreciate it at all. Having more friends means more opportunities. Shi Xi's popularity is soaring. Why not befriend her and practice together? Pei Kai replied coolly, She doesn't need a friend like me. The instructor, exasperated, thought to himself that Shi Xi had a wonderful personality and immense talent, completely contrary to the negative rumors circulating about her. She celebrated her birthday yesterday. You share the same studio. What harm is there in wishing her a happy birthday? Even if you're not keen on friendship. There's no need to upset her right off the bat, is there? Can't you change your attitude? Pei Kai remained silent, his eyes cast downward, the strands of hair falling over his forehead obscuring his emotions. Ahem, I'm not trying to criticize you, the instructor sighed, witnessing his demeanor. Let us just focus on practicing. I didn't mean to upset her, Pei Kai replied, lips pressed together. Next time I see her, I'll apologize. She won't be coming back, the instructor informed him. Pei Kai was taken aback. Her classes have ended, the instructor elaborated. How about I give you her WeChat? You could reach out to her. Pei Kai clenched his fists, shaking his head. No thanks, I can tell she's not interested in adding me. Is it really her disinterest, or was it you who refused to add her? The instructor retorted, exasperated. Many would love to be friends with Shi Xi, and you had the chance but squandered it. Pei Kai tightened his lips, thinking it was merely a matter of avoiding suspicion. Let us just continue practicing, he suggested. Weary of the conversation, the instructor feared that if they continued, he might just lose his mind from frustration. You deserve to remain obscure. He reflected on Shi Xi's cheerful demeanor, realizing why she had gained 8 million followers overnight. Then he glanced at Pei Kai, who was practicing expressionlessly. You deserve your lack of fame. Shi Xi had registered for 10 classes in total, and after today, she would begin preparing for the recording of Star Idol. She only informed Tao Yuxuan about her participation in a show, omitting the title to avoid any sentimentality that might prompt a farewell party in her honor. Shi Xi had begun to discern a pattern. Wherever there was a banquet, trouble was sure to follow. After filling out her application for Haicheng University, she felt a surge of joy at the thought of being away from the dramatic points of the plot for the next 4 years. However, when she discovered that her recording location was in Yanjing, her spirits plummeted. Only Star Idol was recorded in Yanjing. Most other variety shows took place in Haicheng. Han Chuan remarked, I'll ensure to secure scripts for you. And I'll do my best to arrange for filming locations in Fengcheng. It's fine. I'm not picky, Shi Xi sighed, glancing at the time and added. I think I'll dye my hair. With over 100 girls, she needed a distinctive hair color to stand out. What color? Han Chuan frowned slightly. Pink, she declared, a color she had long desired to try. Han Chuan paused, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Aren't you from a prestigious family? Isn't there strict supervision regarding hair dyeing? I'm not going to a nightclub, just dyeing my hair, Shi Xi replied wearily. That's a fair point. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Xi returned to the previous salon, determined to have her hair dyed pink. Tony, aware of Shi Xi's rising fame, paid extra attention to her, suggesting, would you like to consider highlights? Above is a lovely pink hue, transitioning gracefully into a gradient of blue and purple below. The layers blend seamlessly, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle. Shi Xi gazed at the image Tony had provided, contemplating how it surpassed even the realms of two-dimensional artistry. Indeed, it was flamboyant and utterly captivating, stirring a flicker of excitement within her. Perhaps next time, she mused, resolutely deciding to settle for pink this time around. Tony had no choice but to dye her hair in that delightful shade. With her naturally curly hair transformed into cascading waves of pink, it complemented her fair complexion exquisitely. Splendid, Shi Xi remarked, handing her card to Tony. Let us proceed to checkout. She had previously loaded a substantial amount onto that card. Tony, wearing a warm smile, replied, You have brought us considerable business. Therefore, today, your service is complimentary. Should you wish to try highlights or a gradient in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall not charge you. Shi Xi's previous visit, during which she dyed her hair green, had remarkably doubled their monthly revenue. Observing the outcome of her current dye job, Tony surmised that this month might achieve similar success. He marveled at the advantages of beauty. It seemed one could effortlessly carry any color. Yet, few dared to experiment with shades like pink or green. In Chapter 104, Shi Xi remained skeptical of any man's words, not trusting even a single punctuation mark. Glancing at her card, she lamented, "Does this mean the money I loaded cannot be used?" Tony's smile faltered. Completely unprepared for her query. "Can it be refunded?" She pressed. "Once you have exhausted its balance, you may continue using this card," Tony replied. Shi Xi scrutinized him, realizing he had been compelled to speak the truth. "It appears this card is of no further use to me," she murmured, tucking it away with a thought of gifting it to Tao Yuxuan, hoping it could fulfill its final purpose. There was no way she would become irrelevant. Her star would shine bright enough to cause a cosmic explosion. After her hair appointment, Shi Xi prepared to hail a taxi home. As she needed to pack for her trip to Yanjing, while waiting for her ride, a small, weaselly man approached her, furtively offering, "Miss, I have something delightful for you." A genuine pink diamond bracelet, originally priced at 18,000, yours today for only 180. Upon turning, Shi Xi recognized him immediately. He was the same individual from whom she had unwittingly purchased a large magnet for 18 yuan, having forgotten to haggle. "Are you back to swindle me?" she thought, recalling how the magnet had clung to her mother's bracelet, her expression darkening. "It's a mutual agreement, not a scam," the wiry man retorted, his urgency palpable as he scrutinized her, finally recognizing her. "You're the girl who bought the magnet." His memory was likely due to her striking appearance and the vivid green hair she had sported during their last encounter. Sure, she clenched her teeth, recalling his claim that the magnet was a treasure from the tomb of the Qin dynasty. The man insisted, "I didn't profit from you last time. I paid 20 for that ring." Sure, she thought, "I wouldn't trust a single word from him." He continued, "This pink diamond bracelet was imported from abroad. It retails for 188,000, but for you, it's just 180. Let us say 100. He offered in a tone of camaraderie. Sure, she examined the bracelet. Encased in a cheap plastic bag, the silver band adorned with sparkling faux pink diamonds, clearly artificial, yet aesthetically pleasing. With a flicker of cunning, she proposed, "How about 10? The man hesitated. "At least 20. 15, she countered. "This is the QR code," he said, producing it. Sure, she pondered. Despite the back and forth, did I still overpay? After making the transaction, he handed her the bracelet, stating, "Your ride has arrived." Upon entering the vehicle, she pulled out the bracelet she had purchased for the hefty sum of 15 yuan. Just as she was about to remove it from its packaging, she noticed a label affixed to the bag. "Pink diamond bracelet, 10R. Below, a small note read, "Produced in Yiwu." Sure, she groaned inwardly. How did dyeing my hair lead to a decline in my intellect? Fuming, she donned the bracelet. However, as the car took a sharp turn, the largest and most dubious pink diamond struck against the door, producing a sharp crack. The faux gem fell, and Shi Xi lamented as she retrieved it, realizing that 9 out of the 10 yuan spent on the bracelet were essentially wasted on this single diamond. Although the plastic gem had appeared obviously fake, its loss rendered the bracelet entirely worthless. With a heavy heart, she returned both the bracelet and the diamond to the plastic bag she had yet to discard, vowing to return the fraudulent item to the weaselly man upon their next encounter. In Chapter 105, she mused that the only fitting fate for this item was the trash bin. Upon returning to the Shi household, she stepped into the living room to find Xia Yunzhou seated on the sofa. "What brings you here?" she inquired, puzzled, as she recalled that the Shi family had minimal interactions with him. Even at her previous birthday celebration, he had not been invited. His presence was certainly unexpected. As she approached, Xia Yunzhou's gaze was drawn to her newly dyed hair. "Did you change your hair color again?" This time, she had chosen a cherry blossom pink, interspersed with hints of gold, glimmering under the sunlight, a dazzling sight that accentuated her porcelain skin. "Indeed, do you find it appealing?" she queried, playfully flipping her hair with a smile. "I even got a card, should you wish to dye your hair," she began, only to halt abruptly, realizing that while she could indulge in such whims, a formidable figure like him would never venture into the depths of such frivolity. "It's lovely," Xia Yunzhou replied, not delving into her unfinished sentence. "The previous color was also quite nice. Regardless, you always look splendid." Hearing his compliment, Shi Xi beamed, her earlier displeasure over the scam dissipating. However, the thought of being swindled returned her expression to one of concern. "Do we have any glue?" she asked the servant. "Watering the plants?" "The lawn was already watered today," the servant replied. Shi Xi produced the broken bracelet, clarifying, "I mean adhesive glue. I will fetch it immediately," the servant assured. As she waited, Shi Xi settled onto the sofa and instructed, "By the way, please serve tea to our guest. I have already had 2 cups." Xia Yunzhou responded. So you've been waiting quite a while?" she inquired. "Traffic was congested on the way here." "I see," Shi Xi said as she retrieved a box of snacks from beneath the coffee table. "Would you like a treat?" Xia Yunzhou glanced at the assortment of small snacks, pausing for a moment before politely declining, "Thank you, but no." Shi Xi had no choice but to indulge in a cotton candy. "What do you want to stick it to?" Xia Yunzhou inquired.
This.
Shi Xi held the cotton candy in one hand and lifted a sealed plastic bag with the other, presenting it to Xia Yunzhou. He accepted it, falling into deep contemplation. He could not fathom the necessity of adhering such an item. Its destined abode was undoubtedly the trash bin. "Who gifted you this bracelet?" Xia Yunzhou asked, considering only the significance it might hold. "I just bought it," Shi Xi replied. Xia Yunzhou pondered once more, noting the price tag attached to it. To lose a gem so soon after purchase was indeed fitting for a trash bin. "Do you like this bracelet?" Xia Yunzhou queried. "It's all right," Shi Xi admitted, not overly fond of it. She merely thought it complemented her newly dyed pink hair. In a moment of impulsivity, she had made the purchase. At that moment, a servant arrived with the shoe adhesive. "This bracelet requires a special glue to be properly affixed," Xia Yunzhou said as he took the bracelet, adding, "I will assist you in repairing it and return it to you." Upon hearing this, Shi Xi replied, "It's too much trouble. The bracelet isn't expensive. If it's lost, so be it." She felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, primarily from feeling cheated. "It's fine. It's not my responsibility to fix it," Xia Yunzhou stated as he tucked the bracelet away. Such matters would be effortlessly handled by those he commanded. Seeing her bracelet now in his pocket, Shi Xi could only express her gratitude. After all, it would be unbecoming to retrieve it from his pocket. That could indeed be a solution. Chapter 106. Thanking my own beauty, I have worked so hard. Fortunately, Shi Xi returned just in time to interrupt their conversation. "Brother!" Shi Xi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "I'm back to pack. I'm heading to Yanjing today. Aren't you recording tomorrow?" Shi Xi frowned and asked, "Why leave today?" "They requested that I arrive tonight, as recording starts tomorrow," Shi Xi explained, shaking his arm. "I want tea wait for Mom and Dad. Please inform them." Shi Xi affectionately ruffled Shi Xi's hair. "What if Mom and Dad see your dyed hair?" Shi Xi stuck out her tongue. Although her parents did not oppose her dyeing her hair, seeing such a striking color would likely disturb their conservative sensibilities. "Go ahead. I'll have the driver take you to the airport shortly," Shi Xi said, his eyes filled with affection for his sister. "No need. Han Chuan will pick me up soon," Shi Xi replied. "I'll head upstairs to pack." After watching his sister skip upstairs, Shi Xi turned to Xia Yunzhou and said apologetically, "Sorry to keep you waiting." "No harm done," Xia Yunzhou replied, glancing upstairs. "What is Shi Xi going to Yanjing for?" "To record a program," Shi Xi replied with a gentle smile, providing no further details. As Shi Xi was under his company, he would ensure her safety and well-being. Xia Yunzhou withdrew his gaze, determined to uncover the details Shi Xi chose to withhold. After packing her belongings, Shi Xi embarked on her journey to Yanjing. At this stop, she was determined to debut in the coveted center position. To this end, she had diligently watched every talent show, resolving to cultivate a persona of a striving beauty. With her striking looks, a bit of family wealth, and her company's influence, she planned to purchase a few trending topics and have Shi Xi promote her. Surely, securing the center position would be a certainty. Shi Xi envisioned herself triumphantly claiming the center stage, delivering her acceptance speech. "Thank you to my parents. Thank you to my brother. Thank you to my sister, and thank you to my own beauty. I have worked so hard. Wake up, we've arrived in Yanjing." Han Chuan nudged Shi Xi, pulling her from her reverie. Rubbing her eyes, she murmured, "We're here. I can only stay with you for 2 days." Han Chuan said seriously, "Once you're on the show, remember to tread carefully with your words and avoid any missteps." Shi Xi nodded, reassuring him, "Don't worry. I will certainly watch what I say." Han Chuan observed Shi Xi's vibrant hair, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Her striking hair color, paired with her enchanting face, was quite fitting for the airport appearance. "Let us take the VIP passage," Han Chuan suggested regretfully, "and put on your mask. This recording must remain confidential." We cannot afford any leaks. As they exited through the VIP passage, they evaded the watchful eyes of paparazzi. However, while avoiding them, they encountered two unfamiliar men. The man in white stopped, fixated on Shi Xi's profile.
What are you looking at?
The man in black asked. She resembles Xiaogu, the white-clad man replied. Xiaogu? The man in black turned to see the pink-haired girl, exclaiming, Are you referring to the one with pink hair? Xiaogu wouldn't be so trendy as to dye her hair in such an anime-inspired pink. Perhaps she just looks similar. Xiaogu's hair isn't that long. It might be a wig? Shut up, Xiaogu is on the phone. The man in black answered the call, effectively ending their conversation. After a few gentle inquiries from Xiaogu, he hung up. The man in white could not help but remark, She really looks like her. I think you resemble someone with a lower IQ, the man in black retorted. Chapter 107. The program is full of girls. Where are the boys? After arriving at the hotel, the crew welcomed Shi Xi with drinks and guidance, showing great attentiveness. Once inside the hotel elevator, Shi Xi asked, Are the other trainees staying here as well? Yes, they generally reside on the 14th and 15th floors, while you are on the 16th, the staff member replied. Special treatment. Indeed. C position is secured, Shi Xi mused, grateful to whoever had paved the way for her. I will perform well. Thank you, she said as she accepted her room card, delighted to find it was a single room. Was this the privilege bestowed upon those with wealth and influence? Pure bliss. Han Chuan reiterated a few reminders, emphasizing the importance of performing well on the show and being mindful of her words. And for heaven's sake, do not get too close to any boys, he stated seriously. Shi Xi almost retorted that the show consisted solely of girls, but then recalled that the mentors were likely male, so she simply said, Rest assured, I will avoid any pitfalls. Han Chuan nodded. You should rest now. I'll go speak with the director. Call me if any issues arise. Shi Xi waved casually. See you later, Hanga. At dinner time, Shi Xi had intended to dine at the hotel restaurant to meet her future companions. However, the arrival of room service disrupted her plans. She could only apply a facial mask in preparation for the challenges ahead. The next day, Shi Xi rose early to apply makeup and change her attire. With a departure at 9 o'clock, she finished her preparations by 8:30.
Perfect.
A quick breakfast at the restaurant, and then they would be on their way. A knock resonated through the air, and Shi Xi, believing it to be Han Chuan, opened the door. Xia Yunzhou? Upon seeing the figure standing outside, Shi Xi exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? I brought you breakfast, Xia Yunzhou replied, holding a bag filled with morning delicacies. And I also took the liberty of returning the repaired bracelet. Shi Xi stepped aside to let him in, feeling a twinge of guilt. It was unnecessary for you to make this trip for such a trivial matter. Wait, ISNT Xia Yunzhou in Fengchen? When did you arrive in Yanjing? Shi Xi asked in astonishment. Last night, Xia Yunzhou answered, discerning her thoughts. I'm here on business. Oh, I see, Shi Xi said, not questioning further. Her father or brother might also go on business trips, lasting anywhere from 3 to 5 days or even a week, so it was not unusual. Let's eat, Xia Yunzhou suggested, placing the breakfast on the table. It consisted of Shi Xi's favorite soup dumplings and soy milk. As she sat down, her beautiful eyes curved into a smile. Thank you. I won't be polite then. Xia Yunzhou was a friend of Shi Xi's brother, Shi Su, which made him somewhat of an older brother figure to her as well. How long will you be in Yanjing? Shi Xi queried. About half a month, he replied. And what about you? How long will you be recording? I'm not sure yet, but it should be at least a month, Shi Xi calculated. Even if it were a round of eliminations, she should be able to last a month. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me, Xia Yunzhou offered. As Shi Su was far away in Fengcheng, and Xia Yunzhou was much closer. Shi Xi nodded eagerly. That sounds wonderful. If I can rely on the support of a formidable figure like you, I couldn't ask for more. After finishing breakfast, Xia Yunzhou handed back the bracelet. Here is your bracelet. It has been repaired. Shi Xi received it, her mouth twitching in disbelief. Was this truly the cheap bracelet she had bought for 15 yuan? How could it have transformed from a trinket into a genuine piece overnight? Chapter 108. Could she possibly be the fabled royalty? What had once been a simple bracelet was now unrecognizable, having undergone a day's meticulous restoration by Xia Yunzhou. The plastic chain had been transformed into a lustrous silver, adorned with scattered diamonds and gemstones. Most astonishingly, the central plastic pink diamond had metamorphosed into a genuine pink diamond, glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. Is this truly my bracelet? Sure, she could scarcely believe her eyes. Indeed, Xie Yunzhou replied without a flicker of hesitation. I merely added a few enhancements. Enhancements? This is no mere enhancement. Aside from the plastic bag I provided, everything else is new. Shi Xi expressed her mixed emotions. Could there have been a mistake? None at all. Your original diamond lacked brilliance, so I replaced it, Xie Yunzhou stated. Shall I help you put it on? Shi Xi extended her hand, murmuring her thanks. Xie Yunzhou unclasped the bracelet and adjusted it on her wrist. As she gazed at the man so near, she caught the faint scent of sandalwood emanating from him, a subtle fragrance. Was it from his own sandalwood bracelet? She found herself studying his wrist.
Shi Xi.
I must apologize for interrupting, Han Chuan announced as he pushed the door open, his eyes landing on the sight of Shi Xi and a man leaning closely together, their posture reminiscent of a kiss. With remarkable tact, Han Chuan turned away. You saw nothing, Shi Xi waved her hand dismissively. He was just putting a bracelet on me. Indeed, Xie Yunzhou had been leaning down to clasp the bracelet on her wrist, which did resemble the act of kissing from a distance. Go on with your recording, Xie Yunzhou suggested, ruffling Shi Xi's hair. I have to get to work. Shi Xi could not evade his large hand and hurried to the bathroom to check her hair for any disarray. By the time she returned, Xie Yunzhou had already departed. What is your relationship with him? Han Chuan inquired, his gaze intricate.
Huh?
Me and Xie Yunzhou? Shi Xi was bewildered. Han Chuan glanced at the breakfast spread on the table, clearly 2 servings, and asked, Did you spend the night together? You're overthinking it, Shi Xi replied with exasperation. He came for business and returned my bracelet. Han Chuan continued to scrutinize the breakfast. So, the breakfast was just a coincidence? Perhaps? Shi Xi pondered, uncertain why Xie Yunzhou was being so considerate toward her. Maybe it was because he was collaborating with her brother and wanted to curry favor? As thoughts of Xie Yunzhou's recent actions filled her mind, she nodded thoughtfully. That could be it. Never mind, let's head to the recording studio and not keep them waiting. Han Chuan decided, choosing to think no more on the matter. As long as Shi Xi had no romantic inclinations, he was satisfied. Shi Xi followed Han Chuan to the vehicle bound for the recording site. Inside the car, she continued to contemplate the dance she was to perform on her debut stage. She had practiced diligently in the dance studio, and there was no way she would falter. She was determined to leave a lasting impression. She would not merely be a decorative figure. Upon arriving, Shi Xi stepped out of the vehicle with her head held high and made her way confidently into the recording venue. A staff member led her to a private dressing room, where her hair and makeup were attended to anew. As she surveyed the compact dressing room, Shi Xi asked, Am I the only one using this? The makeup artist smiled and replied, The director has instructed that this dressing room be exclusively for you. Such exceptional treatment. Shi Xi mused. Could she truly be the fabled royalty? Would she be criticized? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. After her hair and makeup were complete, Shi Xi gazed into the mirror, unable to tear her eyes away. The girl reflected back was simply stunning. Chapter 109. Praying for the beauty and grace of her fellow group members, may they be gifted in both song and dance, with minimal troubles and abundant rewards. Her pink curls were intricately woven with silver threads, sparkling and vibrant, while a diamond hairpin adorned one side, making her radiate brilliance. Strands of hair framed her forehead, accentuating her porcelain complexion. Her large, beautiful eyes sparkled with life and allure. The makeup artist nodded in satisfaction and asked, Miss Shi, is there anything you would like to adjust? Shi Xi took a few beautiful selfies in the mirror and replied, No adjustments needed. You may attend to the others. This makeup artist was genuinely talented. Miss Shi, I am your exclusive makeup artist, here solely for you. He introduced himself with a smile. My name is Shi Xi. If Han Chuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the renowned magician of the makeup industry before him. After Shi Xi introduced himself, he anticipated a flurry of compliments from Shi Xi. He was the most sought-after makeup artist among female stars, with countless individuals willing to pay a premium for his services on the red carpet, yet he had always looked down upon such offers. To be able to work on Shi Xi was an honor. However, Shi Xi, oblivious to his reputation, simply smiled and stated, Thank you, your makeup skills are truly exceptional. Is that all? Shi Xi asked, puzzled.
No surprise? No excitement?
She doesn't recognize me? Even if she did not know him personally. Surely she had heard of his name before? Shi Xi gazed at his hands, lost in thought. Had he fallen out of favor? At that moment, a staff member knocked on the door and announced, Miss Shi, it's time to prepare for the recording. Shi Xi rose gracefully from the makeup chair and replied, All right. The staff member gestured for Shi Xi to follow, saying, "Just walk down this corridor and enter through the door at the end. Inside, you'll find the cameraman and equipment." Shi Xi nodded. Having thoroughly reviewed various domestic and international talent shows, she was determined to present her most beautiful self. With her head held high and chin slightly raised, Shi Xi confidently pushed the door. However, it wouldn't budge. After a couple more attempts, she glanced at the doorknob above, pulling it outward. The door swung open. Shi Xi thought to herself, it would have been helpful if the production team had put up a push-pull sign. Once she composed herself, she stepped inside, only to discover that it was not a grand recording studio with a stage and 100 chairs, but rather a simple round table with 5 chairs and a display screen.
Huh.
Are we dividing into groups already? Shi Xi pondered. While she understood that talent shows typically followed a similar format, each season's director often introduced unique twists, embellishing the rules or the presentation. Remaining calm was imperative. She couldn't appear inexperienced. Approaching the table, she inquired, "May I take a seat?" No one responded, the only sound emanating from the recording equipment. Shi Xi speculated. Perhaps they were to be grouped early. Was it for the initial stage or the first performance? "Oh, I hope some lovely sisters join me." She silently wished, hoping her fellow group members would be both charming and talented, with minimal demands and generous rewards. Shi Xi obediently sat down. As the camera zoomed in, the girl appeared flawless, captured from every angle. Behind the scenes, the director gazed at the screen, exclaiming, "With a face like that, I could watch her endlessly." The editor nodded in agreement, acknowledging, although Shi Xi currently lacks notable works, her popularity remains consistently high, with stable metrics across all fronts. "We just need to assess her personality." The director picked up the intercom, stating, "Let us allow the others to enter. We cannot keep beauty waiting." Consequently, 2 individuals were ushered in. Shi Xi was momentarily lost in thought when she heard the door swing open and politely rose to greet the newcomers.
Hi.
She greeted with a sweet smile, only to be taken aback when the 2 who entered were men. Her unfinished greeting transformed into, "What are you 2 doing here?" Chapter 110. It turns out to be a boy group. The individuals stepping through the door were not the sisters Shi Xi had longed for, but rather 2 eccentrically dressed male artists. "What are you 2 doing here?" The girl's voice was soft and sweet, laced with disbelief. Upon hearing Shi Xi's words, one of the boys, sporting blue-dyed hair and earrings, replied with confusion, "Aren't we supposed to have a meeting here?" "Yes," the other, who appeared to be slightly plump and familiar, smiled and added, "This must be our first meeting, right? I'm AIE, but you can call me AE. Nan," the blue-haired boy introduced, glancing at Shi Xi's hair with curiosity. Shi Xi felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Shi Xi. Though they exchanged introductions, they were all aware of each other's existence, merely meeting for the first time. AIE stepped forward, smiling, "Please take a seat. There should be more people arriving shortly." Surely there would be more. Shi Xi had perused the script and knew that the initiators were Shun Hongquan, the vocal mentor Zheng Feizai, and the dance mentor Nan, the very boy with blue-dyed hair, along with rap mentor AIE. But how could she be in the same space as them?
Wait.
Shi Xi finally realized something was amiss. If she were a contestant, how could she have access to so much information within the script? How could she have a private hotel room, a separate dressing room, and even her dedicated makeup artist? Before Shi could ponder further, the door opened again, and 2 more people entered, the initiator Shun Hongquan and vocal mentor Zheng Feizai. With all participants present, Shun Hongquan declared, "Let us first take a look at the information on this round of Star Selection Idol trainees." Upon his words, the room's screen lit up instantly, revealing a trainee's resume. Shi Xi thought, "This is so different from what I imagined." She had come to audition, not to become a mentor. Everyone present were accomplished seniors in the industry. What did she have to offer? All she possessed was beauty. No, how could she possibly qualify to be a mentor? She felt increasingly restless, as if sitting on needles. Yet, having experienced grand occasions before, she maintained a smile, ensuring no flaws were detected. However, the resumes displayed on the screen only served to heighten her disinterest. It was indeed a boy group. Each name listed on the screen was unfamiliar to Shi Xi. Does Mentor Shi have any knowledge about boy groups? She found herself questioned. Nan regarded her with a slightly provocative smile, asking, "I heard you studied dance. What style did you learn?" "Ballet," Shi Xi replied, meeting Nan's gaze, and playfully inquired, "What about you, Mentor Shi? What styles have you studied?" Nan smirked, his expression exuding arrogance. "I've dabbled in all styles." It was no wonder he could secure the position of dance mentor at such a young age. Sure, she inwardly cursed. This person is truly narcissistic. More so than I am. Clearing her throat, she suggested, let us continue reviewing the resumes. The affable AI interrupted their banter. With a slightly plump physique and a cherubic face often adorned with a warm smile, he appeared earnest and reliable. The next resume presented was that of Pei Kai. Shi Xi's eyes lit up. Pei Kai, 20 years old, served as the leader of the Flying Leap Boy group and was also the dance representative. As Shuanen read the information aloud, he remarked nonchalantly, I know this person. He works hard and has commendable dance skills. Shi Xi mused, he certainly has a temper. To her surprise, they would all find themselves in a variety show together. Moreover, Pei Kai had landed in her group. Truly, the tides of fortune do turn. Chapter 111. The Mentor's Opening Performance. Shi Xi finally felt a flicker of interest, continuing to peruse the subsequent resumes. There were a total of 109 individuals, and it didn't take long to finish reviewing them. Shun Hongquan announced, all trainees are now seated. It's our turn to take the stage. Shi Xi recalled the information in the script, but couldn't quite remember this segment. Was it possible that everyone had received different scripts? With a polite, albeit artificial smile, she followed the group out of the meeting room. Shun Hongquan led them to the recording stage. 109 crystal chairs, 109 youths carrying dreams. The lights dimmed as Shuanen stepped onto the stage, a sly smile gracing his lips. A beam of spotlight illuminated him as he sauntered forward with a nonchalant swagger, exuding the unique bravado of youth. The trainees in attendance quickly recognized Shuanen, erupting into cheers. Clearly, he held significant popularity among this group of hopefuls. Shi Xi began to grasp the flow of the proceedings. It was the mentor's grand opening show. As the music resonated, Shuanen immediately entered the zone, his gaze focused. Each step impeccably synchronized with the beat, his arms guiding his body in rhythmic motion. Shi Xi concentrated on the stage, her cherry lips slightly pursed. It was no surprise that at the tender age of 19, he had already become a dance mentor, drawing forth such enthusiastic applause. He truly possessed exceptional talent.
What?
Mentor Shuanen. So handsome. Brother is so charming. Perfect score. Lights out. The trainees watching seemed to transform into infatuated fans, cheering for Shuanen on stage. Could you all tone it down a bit? Shi Xi interjected. The stage was ablaze with dazzling lights, and Shuanen's dance steps quickened, culminating in a complex pirouette that brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Listening to the thunderous cheers from below, Shuanen subtly tugged at his collar, casting a languid glance at the camera for his final pose. The applause erupted even more fervently, the audience seemingly eager to clap their hands raw. Shi Xi's initial admiration for Shuanen plummeted to new lows the moment he displayed his flair. After stepping off stage, he gasped for breath. The performance had drained his energy, and he had exerted himself to appear effortless, only daring to exhale once he was off stage. Shi Xi observed everything keenly. Next, it was Ai Yi's turn to take the stage. With a slightly plump build, he exuded an amiable demeanor, resembling a quintessential nice guy. However, once he grasped the microphone, he transformed into a formidable force, delivering a fierce rap. Shi Xi, unfamiliar with the genre, nonetheless grasped the arduous nature of an artist's profession after witnessing Ai Yi's performance. The trainees erupted in jubilation. What boy doesn't he adore rap? As Ai Yi concluded his performance, applause resonated throughout the venue. Sure, she clapped enthusiastically. Having heard Ai Yi's rap before, experiencing it live was an entirely different sensation. Following him was the vocal mentor, Zheng Feizai. Nearly 40, yet impeccably maintained, she remained a beauty with a vocal range that spanned several octaves, her low notes tender and her high notes effortless. Upon finishing her song, the lingering echoes were enchanting. Finally, it was Shun Hongquan's turn. In contrast to the previous performers, Shun Hongquan embodied the essence of a versatile artist. With an idle background, his striking features, sleek black hair, and commanding gaze exuded charisma. He excelled in both singing and dancing, delivering a complete performance that left the trainees captivated. Shi Xi watched, utterly enthralled, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, incredible, to sing and dance simultaneously, without a hint of tremor. Standing beside Shi Xi, Shuanen chuckled. Shun Hongquan's fame is well-deserved. He undoubtedly possesses considerable talent, unlike some, who rely solely on their looks to attain desired status. Upon finishing, Shuanen cast a lingering glance at Shi Xi. Shi Xi discerned the dissatisfaction in Shoanan's tone, likely stemming from the fact that while the mentors were all exceptionally skilled, she alone seemed to rely on her appearance. There was no reason to feel inferior for lacking conventional beauty. After all, life is fair in its own way. Shi Xi tilted her head and offered him a faint smile. Though the heavens may not have bestowed upon you striking looks, they certainly granted you exceptional talent in dance. Shoanan gritted his teeth. What did you say? With a playful smile, Shi Xi replied, I said there is no need to envy my looks. I bear the weight of the pressures that come with beauty. Aie interjected, gently restraining Shoanan. All right, what is the point of arguing? The cameras are still rolling. Indeed, if one is already less than pleasing to the eye, any further lack of expression management could render them positively fearsome. Shi Xi quipped with a bright smile, I'm off to touch up my makeup. As Shoanan watched her retreating figure, a pent-up frustration simmered within him. And he turned to Aie, am I unattractive? Of course not, Aie reassured him. She's just trying to provoke you. Indeed, Shoanan was undeniably handsome. And it was not merely his dance talent that earned him the role of dance mentor on Star Idol, but also his strikingly chiseled features, which were immediately captivating. This was the first time he had ever been called unattractive. He couldn't fathom why the production team had invited her. What could an unqualified flower vase contribute as a mentor? Did they not fear ridicule? Enough with the complaints, Aie advised. You shouldn't speak like that on camera. I know, Shoanan mumbled in response. Meanwhile, Shi Xi found a secluded spot to check her makeup in a small mirror, ensuring everything was in order as she prepared to take the stage. Little did she expect to be the last to perform. Indeed, superstars typically make their grand entrances last. She couldn't afford to disappoint. As Shi Xi prepared to take the stage, the entire auditorium lit up. A resounding voice announced, Please welcome the initiator of Star Idol, Shun Hongquan. Shi Xi thought, I haven't even performed yet.
Hey.
I'm technically a mentor too. The voice continued unabated. Now introducing our vocal mentor, Zheng Feizai, rap mentor Aie, dance mentor Shoanan, and our popular mentor, Shi Xi. Upon hearing her name, Shi Xi could only smile as she stepped onto the stage. Apparently, no performance had been arranged for her. What a letdown. Her sole opportunity to prove herself had vanished. Popular mentor? More like aggravating mentor. While her face bore a cheerful smile, her heart was filled with exasperation towards the production team. Pei Kai, seated in the audience, regarded the mentor showcase with a serious expression. He realized he needed to excel even further to capture the mentor's attention. After the showcase concluded, the mentors appeared one by one. Popular mentor, Shi Xi. Upon hearing her name, Pei Kai looked on in astonishment, immediately spotting the pink-haired girl stepping onto the stage. Her hair, interwoven with silver strands, framed her bright eyes that sparkled like stars. With a gentle smile, she was utterly captivating. Hello everyone, I am Shi Xi. The trainees, brimming with youthful exuberance, were spellbound by her beauty. Is that Shi Xi? Wow, she looks even more stunning in person than in photos. Like a fairy, how beautiful. I think I'm falling for her. She looked at me. She smiled at me. Clearly, she was smiling just at me. Shi Xi's appearance sent ripples of excitement throughout the venue. Amidst the commotion, Pei Kai felt only two words resonate in his mind. I'm doomed. He regretted having crossed Shi Xi. Due to his youth and inexperience, Shonan occupied a position at the edge of the panel. Each of the 5 individuals in attendance had a stack of documents before them, meticulously organized according to the order in which the trainees were to perform. Shi Xi casually flipped through the pages, which contained notes from the directing team, indications of which trainee required a re-audition and which ones were to be questioned. Trainees marked with 5 stars were to be given special consideration, while those with no stars were deemed unworthy of further discussion. Shi Xi mused, well, this is essentially an automated talent show, isn't it? Yet the mentors beside her maintained their composure, seemingly accustomed to the scripted nature of such auditions. Shun Hongquan announced, Please welcome the first group of trainees to the stage. The initial pair of trainees to step forward were 2 handsome young men. Among the general populace, their looks would indeed be considered remarkable. However, having been in the presence of high-caliber individuals like Xia Yunzhao, Shi Su, and Leng Qianquan, who excelled not merely due to their appearances, but through sheer talent, Shi Xi had become somewhat immune to the allure of good looks. Upon arriving at Star Selection Idol, she was further confronted by the striking visages of Shun Hongquan and Shonan, solidifying her immunity to handsome faces. After their self-introductions, the duo commenced their initial stage performance. Shi Xi, armed with a pen, attentively observed their presentation, striving to fulfill her role as a commendable mentor. However, as soon as they began to sing, she couldn't help but frown. Pitchy from the outset, she thought, "Bro, this simply won't do." With the in-ear monitor amplifying their off-key notes, a bewildered expression crossed her face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I listening to? By the time the chorus arrived, Shi Xi finally recognized the song. Having witnessed the previous mentor's dazzling showcase, their performance felt akin to watching a kindergarten graduation ceremony. As the lights dimmed and the music faded, the two trainees struck their final poses on stage, only to be met with sparse and polite applause from the audience. Their performance was, indeed, quite mediocre, especially following the vibrant mentor showcase. Shi Xi felt a pang of sympathy for them. Shan Hongquan seized the microphone and remarked, "It seems there were some nerves." The two trainees nodded anxiously in agreement. Naturally, stepping onto the stage right after the mentor's spectacular display would be nerve-wracking. Zheng Feizai, critiquing their vocal performance, stated sternly, "You were off-key from the very beginning, only regaining your pitch by the chorus. In my opinion, that is unacceptable." Shi Xi took the microphone and interjected, "It's evident that their foundational dance skills are commendable. They made no errors in that regard." Shonan and Shi Xi were positioned too far apart to see each other's movements, and they spoke almost in unison. Shonan completed his thoughts first and then turned to Shi Xi, smiling as he asked, "Do you have any advice for us, Mentor Shi Xi?" Shi Xi understood that Shonan did not address her with respect. Rather, he did so to highlight her lack of authority, as if mocking her. Their performance was indeed lively. And while Shi Xi shared a similar sentiment to Shonan, that despite their nerves, the dance was executed flawlessly, Shonan had already voiced his opinions. Thus, she could only offer a compliment about their energy. "I thought Mentor Shi Xi would praise them for their handsome looks," Shonan teased, his smile tinged with sarcasm, insinuating that she only appreciated appearances. Shi Xi retorted, "Neither too harsh nor too soft. They are undeniably handsome. Anyone with eyes can see that." "What? Does Mentor Shonan not perceive it?" Being mindful of the cameras, Shi Xi softened her remark about Shonan's ability to see. The atmosphere was charged with tension. In Chapter 114, she candidly stated, "With all due respect, everyone present is rather mediocre." Clearing his throat, the ever-amiable AI stepped in to mediate, saying, "Let us discuss the ratings." The initial performances were rated by the mentors, with each writing down the level they wished to assign. Typically, the majority would prevail. If there were significant discrepancies, a discussion would ensue. For this group, there was little dissent. The ratings were predominantly D, with only Zheng Feizai assigning an F due to their pitch issues. Shen Hongquan then called for the next group of trainees to take the stage. The subsequent performances were largely lackluster, devoid of noteworthy highlights. As Shi Xi observed them, her confidence swelled. Half an hour prior, she lamented, "Why on earth do I deserve to be a mentor?" Yet half an hour later, she thought, "With all due respect, everyone present is rather mediocre." However, opportunities for Shi Xi to provide feedback were rare. Most of the commentary was delivered by Shen Hongquan and a few others. Shi Xi grew disinterested in speaking, as the script left little room for her input, clearly detailing which trainees required re-auditions and what questions to pose. The 5 mentors on stage were merely facilitators. Shi Xi relished this opportunity. Appreciating the prospect of earning without much dialogue, she wished for more such engagements. After several underwhelming low-star trainees had performed, the moment finally arrived for a 5-star trainee to take the stage. Shi Xi lazily raised her gaze, eager to see what caliber of trainee warranted such high regard from the production team. As the stage lit up, a confident quintet entered, each bearing radiant smiles. Their performance was indeed impressive. While it paled in comparison to the mentor showcase, it stood out among the trainees as a high-scoring display. Among them, the center position was occupied by Songyang, who was not only handsome but also displayed fluid dance moves and satisfactory vocal skills. He performed an original rap for his re-audition, igniting excitement within the audience. It was no wonder he was regarded so highly. His talent was truly exceptional. Following discussions among the 5 mentors, Songyang was awarded an A rating. Shen Hongquan announced, "Congratulations, Songyang, on your rating." The stage lights flickered, accompanied by the celebratory background music reserved for A-ranked performances. The first A rating of the day. Songyang's face radiated with a mix of exhilaration and disbelief, as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Shi Xi twirled her pen, contemplating that he likely had no idea he had been marked with 5 stars. Otherwise, with such talent, He could have bypassed being a trainee altogether and pursued a career as an actor. Shen Hongquan called for the next group of trainees to take the stage. Shi Xi turned to the next page of the resumes, her eyes brightening. Finally, it was Pei Kai's turn. This group comprised 3 individuals, originally part of an 8-member ensemble. Now reduced to 3. Pei Kai, the leader, had no annotations beside his name, while his teammate Li Jinfan was marked with 4 stars, indicating a cue for a singing re-audition. A smirk played on Shi Xi's lips as she glanced at Pei Kai, feeling a blend of schadenfreude and pity. Despite rigorous practice sessions, the production team had chosen not to promote him. She certainly did not intend to deliberately put Pei Kai in a difficult position. Pei Kai exuded a cold and handsome demeanor. Even his smile was tinged with a cool detachment. In stark contrast, Li Jinfan radiated warmth when he smiled. His large eyes nearly closed, and his bright grin exuded a cheerful exuberance, resembling a playful neighborhood puppy. As their group performance commenced, Shi Xi noted that the choreography was simpler than what Pei Kai had practiced alone, allowing his teammates' vocal prowess to shine through. Particularly impressive was Li Jinfan as high notes, which, despite his youthful appearance, were delivered with the steadiness of a seasoned performer, leaving the audience in awe. As the performance concluded, applause erupted throughout the venue. Zheng Feizai, visibly surprised, called for Li Jinfan to undergo a singing re-audition. Chapter 115. Your teammate is a 4-star trainee, while you are merely a 0-star fodder. Pei Kai stood aside, secretly delighted for his teammate. Shi Xi discerned the expression on his face and thought to herself, what on earth are you so happy about? Your teammate is a 4-star trainee, and you're just a 0-star expendable. As a trainee who received special attention from the production team, Li Jinfan indeed possessed remarkable talent. He selected a challenging song and executed it exceptionally well. Sure, she clapped genuinely, appreciating the beautiful singing. Zheng Fei Kai remarked, whether in terms of technique or emotion. It was executed with precision. I eagerly anticipate your future performances. Shen Hongquan also offered a few compliments and posed several questions to Li Jinfan. With a lively personality, Li Jinfan made even the Q&A session feel joyous. I'd like to see Pei Kai's additional performance. Shua Nen finally found an opportunity to interject. Shi Xi turned her head in his direction. To her surprise, Shua Nen seemed to truly value talent. He brought up something that wasn't even in the script. Shen Hongquan nodded slightly. Then let us take a look at Pei Kai's additional performance. Although their entire process adhered to the script, deviations were not overly concerning. As long as the designated person performed their additional segment, it mattered little whether others did or not. Shi Xi twirled a pen in her hand, leaning back against her chair as she gazed at Pei Kai.
TSK.
They wouldn't let her watch more in the dance room, yet now he had to perform for her? A smile danced in Shi Xi's eyes. She found great joy in the mentor's actions. Pei Kai stepped into the center of the stage, making a conscious effort not to look at Shi Xi. As the music began, he lifted his gaze, his expression fierce and commanding. Pei Kai's performance was outstanding, free from the burden of his teammates. He unleashed the fruits of his relentless practice. His powerful dynamism elicited cheers from the audience. Even though Shi Xi had witnessed Pei Kai's dance numerous times, she couldn't help but admire. His dancing is truly impressive. As the song reached the chorus, Pei Kai's movements became grander and more forceful. Standing on the stage, he exuded even more charisma than in the dance room. The music abruptly halted, and Pei Kai struck a pose, taking a half-step back, inadvertently catching sight of Shi Xi clapping. A hint of bashfulness crossed his face. He had anticipated that Shi Xi would ridicule him. Instead, he had underestimated her character. Shen Hongquan was equally surprised. This seemingly introverted trainee possessed such explosive talent, exclaiming, "That was spectacular." Pei Kai let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you." With the performance concluded, it was time for evaluations. For Li Jinfan, all 5 judges unanimously awarded an A rating without dissent. However, when it came to Pei Kai, differing opinions emerged. "I think AB rating is more appropriate. His singing skills are mediocre," Zheng Fei Kai asserted firmly. AIE concurred. There are many dancers who excel. His additional performance was solely dance, not vocal prowess. You can't discern his singing skills from that song, but his dancing undoubtedly surpasses most. Shua Nan insisted. Shen Hongquan also awarded an A, as both he and Shua Nan had studied dance and recognized Pei Kai's high performance level. It all hinges on Shi Xi now. 2 A's and 2 B's. Shi Xi smiled subtly, realizing her vote held significant weight. Shi Nen cast a bewildered glance at Shi Xi, his expression akin to having swallowed a fly. Why must the final evaluation hinge on Shi Xi's judgment? Shi Xi knows nothing about this. Her opinion is irrelevant. Shi Nen dismissed her, contending with AI to secure his votes. Surely you can sense Pei Kai's explosive dance talent. He absolutely deserves an A. Though AI was well-meaning, he held firm principles. In terms of dance, you're the expert, but I will rate based solely on my standards. His vocal performance is a B in my book. Chapter 116. While other managers worry about their artists saying the wrong thing, Han Chuan fears his artist getting beaten up. Zheng Fei Kai, being a singer, would not alter her rating standards. Shi Xi, with a glimmer in her eyes, playfully remarked, "It seems my crucial vote is of utmost importance." Shi Nen was left speechless in his frustration. Shi Xi pressed her finger against her rating sheet, grinning mischievously. "Shi Nen, are you not curious about my rating?" Shi Nen gritted his teeth. What rating could you possibly give? Shi Xi revealed her rating sheet. A. Although she was not fond of Pei Kai's arrogant demeanor, she had to admit that his dance skills were impressive and he worked diligently. Upon seeing Shi Xi's rating, Shi Nen exhaled in relief, yet stubbornly retorted, "I didn't expect you to possess some discernment." He had been worried that Shi Xi would deliberately give Pei Kai a low rating out of spite. Shi Xi hinted, "Rest assured, I have more professional ethics than some. I will approach the recording seriously." Shi Nen, who are you implying lacks professionalism? Shi Nen's momentary fondness for Shi Xi crumbled. "I am referring to those who attempt to alter others' standards," she replied softly, a smile gracing her face. The ever-kind AI quickly restrained Shi Nen and turned to Shen Hanquan. "Hanquan, it's time to announce the ratings." Shen Hanquan, exasperated by the childish bickering between the two, proclaimed the results of this group as evaluations. With 2 A ratings in one group, the audience was taken aback. However, recalling their performances, the trainees felt they were indeed deserving. In this realm, talent prevailed above all. The initial stage evaluations proceeded smoothly. Subsequently, a series of one-on-one battles ensued, leading to the selection of 9 members for Class A. Among them, Bai Songyang and Pei Kai successfully retained their positions in Class A, while Li Jinfan was eliminated and relegated to Class B. The young and spirited Li Jinfan, though disappointed, maintained a smile for the cameras, exclaiming, "I will definitely return to Class A." Shi Xi placed a hand over her heart, thinking, such a person must surely attract fans. Casting one last glance at the aloof Pei Kai, she mused that he deserved his obscurity. Shen Hanquan rose to announce the upcoming rules. The initial stage evaluations conclude here. You have 3 days to learn the theme song for Star Idol. After 3 days, there will be an assessment of the theme song. Based on the results, classes will be restructured. Strive hard and pursue your dreams. You are all Star Idols. The recording of the initial stage came to a close amidst the enthusiastic chants. The trainees were to select dormitories and practice the theme song in seclusion, while the mentors enjoyed their freedom for a brief respite. Shi Xi stretched lazily, feeling that the money was earned effortlessly. Indeed, with a system in place, she was the leading lady. As long as she smiled at the camera, the money would flow in abundantly. Joyous. Just as Shi Xi reveled in her happiness, she heard Shi Nen's cold scoff. Some people have it easy as mentors. They need not say a word or do anything. Shi Nen, hands in pockets, sneered, "Unlike us, who must still teach the trainees the theme song tonight." The ever-kind AI was absent, and Shen Hanquan smiled as he remarked, "Different mentors have distinct responsibilities.
Now,
let us hasten to the practice room." Shi Nen, feeling disgruntled, could only snort coldly and cast a glare at Shi Xi before turning away. Shi Xi turned to Han Chuan and inquired, "What should I do later?" Han Chuan replied, "You may leave for the day." He had watched the recording with bated breath, fearing that Shi Xi and Shi Nen might come to blows. Indeed, while other agents fretted over their artists potentially misspeaking, Han Chuan worried about his artist being physically assaulted. In Chapter 117, Ningyu wept, begging to marry Sheng Yan. There were several moments when Han Chuan thought that had it not been for AI intervening, Shi Nen would have resorted to physical confrontation, for Shi Nen seemed rather dim-witted. Upon hearing Han Chuan's words, Shi Xi frowned in confusion, asking, "The other mentors are going to the practice room, and I can leave? Surely, this money cannot be too easily earned?" Han Chuan, with an impassive demeanor, responded, "They're teaching the theme song."
can you do that?
Shi Xi replied, "No." Han Chuan continued, "Then that settles it." Shi Xi protested, "But I wasn't taught it beforehand." Feeling aggrieved, You are not a functional mentor. Let us go, Han Chuan stated lightly. A functional mentor could offer assistance to trainees and impart their experience, while Shi Xi, fixated on the title of a popular mentor, was merely an ordinary guest. Once in the car, Shi Xi pondered, why would this program invite me to be a mentor? Is it solely due to my looks? I have no connection to the idol world. Han Chuan replied coolly, originally, the popular mentor was Quan Gao Yi. Shi Xi paused, realizing, isn't that the one who is divorcing because his wife just gave birth to a daughter? Han Chuan nodded, explaining that after his scandal, all endorsements and contracts were terminated, including his participation in star selection. Due to the negative repercussions, the program was now strictly scrutinizing popular stars, which is why they sought her out. Shi Xi still did not comprehend, questioning, but that does not mean they would choose me, right? Am I to receive the same appearance fee as Quan Gao Yi? Han Chuan found it perplexing how this young lady was so money-minded, saying, because of Quan Gao Yi's incident, the production team had to withdraw investments and could not afford a more famous star. However, your background is untarnished, and you have just enough notoriety and buzz to complement the program. Shi Xi, with a blank expression, remarked, I never realized that compliment could be used in such a manner. Han Chuan was at a loss for words. By the way, may I learn that theme song? Shi Xi inquired again. Feel free. I am only accompanying you for today as recording, Han Chuan said, as he escorted Shi Xi to the hotel entrance, adding, I will return to Fengqing tonight. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. Shi Xi replied, okay. Han Chuan dropped her off at the hotel and did not exit the car, heading directly to the airport. Upon returning to her hotel room, Shi Xi opened her phone, overwhelmed by the multitude of messages. Before she could even click on WeChat, Tao Yuxuan's messages popped up. Tao Yuxuan, when did you go to Yanjing? You didn't even inform me. I didn't get to throw you a farewell party. By leaving, aren't you just handing over the Shi family shares to others? When will you ever be more mindful? And that Ningyu, I see her having ill intentions toward Xingyan, constantly trying to seduce your fiancé. You better get engaged soon. Looking at these futile messages, Shi Xi felt an urge to delete her friend. She had gone to great lengths to distance herself from the protagonists, while Tao Yuxuan seemed determined to lead her astray. However, had Ningyu truly been seducing Xingyan? Shi Xi asked, what exactly did Ningyu do to seduce Xingyan? Tao Yuxuan replied almost instantly. When Xingyan came to your house, it was Ningyu who attended to him. Shi Xi retorted, what does that prove? Tao Yuxuan immediately called, exclaiming, sister, you need to be more aware. Xingyan is so handsome and comes from a good family. How could Ningyu, coming from a small town, not be attracted to him? Shi Xi thought to herself that, in fact, Ningyu did not like him, although her uncle and aunt favored him. Ningyu was their biological daughter. What if Ningyu cried and insisted on marrying Xingyan? Tao Yuxuan, exasperated, said, just imagine if that happens. Shi Xi imagined it for a moment and replied, I would actually like to see what Ningyu looks like when she cries. In chapter 118, you can't possibly have developed feelings for Xia Yunzhou, right? I heard he hits women. It was hard to envision the typically composed Ningyu in tears. Tao Yuxuan was left speechless. When Xingyan is snatched away, it will be you who ends up crying. Tao Yuxuan was infuriated. Let them take him. I don't like Xingyan anymore. Shi Xi had opened her phone's speaker and began removing her makeup. Then who do you like? As it was Tao Yuxuan's favorite gossip time, she excitedly speculated. Could it be that you fancy Ling Qianquan? Was it the fireworks he set off for you that moved you? He is utterly devoted to you. Choosing him would be fine too. Xingyan is just too aloof. Shi Xi was speechless, thinking she had assumed Tao Yuxuan was a fan of the pairing between her and Xingyan, constantly urging her to get engaged. One might mistake Tao Yuxuan for her mother. You are my best friend. I am certainly on your side. Tao Yuxuan continued to pry. Do you truly not like Xingyan anymore? Or did you two have a quarrel? What did he do to upset you? Shi Xi had no answers that Tao Yuxuan wanted to hear. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them. Shi Xi ignored her friend and rose to open the door. Xia Yunzhou? She exclaimed, surprised to see him. What brings you here? I live next door, Xia Yunzhou replied, holding takeout from Jianglu. My assistant bought extra late-night snacks. Would you care to join me? Shi Xi's gaze dropped. The program's dinner had been a boxed meal, which she had not touched. It was not due to pickiness but because Han Chuan had monitored her and forbade her from eating dinner. She was starving and, upon catching a whiff of the food, felt her appetite surge. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you. Shi Xi stepped aside to let Xia Yunzhou enter, her eyes twinkling. Xia Yunzhou's assistant was indeed thoughtful. As Shi Xi returned to her room, She noticed the phone call had not been disconnected. Tao Yuxuan's voice came through. You can't possibly have developed feelings for Xia Yunzhou, can you? He is not a good person. I heard he hits women. If you choose him, you might as well pick Ling Qianquan. Shi Xi, upon hearing this, dared not look at Xia Yunzhou's expression. After all, he was the antagonist. Shi Xi hurriedly stepped forward and hung up the call, unhesitatingly throwing her friend under the bus. Those were all things Tao Yuxuan said. They have nothing to do with me. When faced with uncertainty, one often resorts to shifting blame. Shi Xi is far from being a virtuous individual. Xia Yunzhou fell silent for a moment before stating, I do not strike women. Shi Xi paused, replying, I believe you. You do not strike women. You merely toss them into the river to feed the fish. Shi Xi's mood soured. She genuinely wished to distance herself from the unfolding narrative. Let us have a late-night snack first. Shi Xi assisted in setting up the meal, inquiring, will you be staying beside me for the next few days? Xia Yunzhou nodded. Indeed. Shi Xi's eyes sparkled with delight. What a coincidence. It is not mere happenstance. Xia Yunzhou proceeded to unbox his chopsticks. He was aware that Shi Xi would be residing in this hotel and had deliberately arranged for her to be on this very floor. On this floor, they were the only two occupants. After finishing their late-night feast, Shi Xi reclined in her chair, feeling both physically and mentally rejuvenated. Upon meeting Xia Yunzhou's gaze, she instinctively sat up straight and began clearing away the remnants of their meal. What would you like for breakfast tomorrow? Xia Yunzhou inquired. Shi Xi, puzzled, responded, tomorrow? What? Is the villainous overlord planning to deliver my breakfast? My assistant will procure the meals, and I shall have him bring you a portion as well, Xia Yunzhou clarified. Shi Xi cautiously remarked, I recall that the hotel provides breakfast. The hotel's breakfast is rather unpalatable, Xia Yunzhou retorted without hesitation, tarnishing his own hotel's reputation. Well then, let my assistant handle it, he concluded, rising to his feet. What time do you leave for recording? He asked. We depart at 9, Shi Xi replied. Get some rest. Xia Yunzhou said as he exited the room, conveniently taking the trash with him. Shi Xi settled back down, pondering aloud to the system. With Xia Yunzhou treating me so well, could it be that he has developed feelings for me? The system scoffed. Do you expect a solitary machine to provide you with profound insights on such complex emotional matters? Reflecting on this, Shi Xi opened her phone and stumbled upon the emotional guru, Tao Yuxuan. Never mind that, perhaps she should focus on learning the dance for the theme song instead. She felt unworthy of delving into emotional quandaries. Shi Xi requested the production team for the video of the theme song, preparing to study it. After all, she couldn't afford to squander these 3 days, could she? Earning money was far too effortless. She felt guilty about receiving this appearance fee. Shi Xi clicked on the video. In the Shi family study, Shi Su declared, I wish to postpone the engagement banquet for Shi Xi and Sheng Yan. What? Shi Mu was the first to object vehemently, rising from her seat in opposition. I do not agree. Shi Xi and Sheng Yan are childhood friends, and the news of their engagement has already spread. If they do not get engaged, how will Shi Xi face others in the future? Shi Fu nodded slightly, gravely stating, the engagement was our proposal, and the Sheng family has already consented. Now you wish to delay it. What reason do you have? Shi Xi is still young. If she were to meet someone she truly loves in the future, what then? Shi Su replied calmly and rationally. Moreover, Sheng Yan is gradually taking over the Sheng family and is not lacking in various types of women around him. Shi Xi will be studying in Haicheng and will inevitably be busy with her work and studies, which will likely lead to a long-distance relationship after their engagement. If their feelings deteriorate post-engagement, it could severely impact our relationship with the Sheng family. Shi Mu, exasperated, retorted, they're childhood friends. A future marriage is inevitable. Getting engaged now means that once Shi Xi graduates, she can directly marry into the Sheng family. Shi Xi's pursuit of a career in the entertainment industry is merely a phase. After a few months of playing around, she will return. As for Sheng Yan, we have watched him grow up, and we know his character better than anyone. If he dares to wrong Shi Xi, his parents will not let him off the hook. Shi Su sighed, and what if Shi Xi were to fall for someone else? Shi Mu was taken aback. This. Father, mother. The fireworks at Shi Xi's birthday banquet were set off by Ling Qianquan, which got him arrested. The rain of roses was scattered by Xia Yunzhou. Shi Su glanced at them, exasperated. Shi Xi is exceptionally talented. She is not lacking in suitors. Is it not somewhat hasty to settle her marriage now? Shi Fu inquired. Is the postponement of the engagement banquet your idea or Shi Xi's? It is my suggestion, Shi Su clarified. Let us consult Shi Xi tomorrow and decide whether to hold the engagement banquet. Shi Fu concluded decisively. Shi Mu coldly remarked, "Ah, I knew it. The moment you saw Ningyu return, you began to favor her. Though Shi Xi is not our biological daughter, she is a fine child, and marrying into the Sheng family would provide her with some support." In the study, Shi Mu continued to ramble on, clearly under the impression that Shi Su intended to dismantle Shi Xi's engagement in favor of marrying Ningyu into the Sheng family. After much effort, Shi Su clarified the situation and assured her that he would not harm Shi Xi's interests before escorting her back to her room. Upon returning to the study, Shi Su pressed his temples, sighing internally. He had already collaborated with Xia Yunzhou, yet he had yet to fulfill his promise to postpone the engagement. Why did he suddenly wish to delay Shi Xi and Sheng Yan's engagement? Shi Fu observed Shi Su, his gaze probing. He considered matters more deeply than Shi Mu. Confident in the heir he had nurtured, Shi Fu was aware that while Shi Su doted on his sister, he would not allow the nebulous bond of familial affection to delay the engagement. An alliance with the Sheng family would yield nothing but benefits. Canceling the engagement at this juncture would undoubtedly strain the relationship between the Shi and Sheng families. Shi Su, adopting a serious demeanor, produced a contract and handed it over, stating, "This is the collaboration proposed by Xia Yunzhou." As Shi Fu perused the contract, he remarked, "Xia Yunzhou proposed this? We have never collaborated with the Xia family. Why would he suddenly suggest a partnership?" Before Shi Su could respond, Shi Fu's eyes widened in astonishment as he comprehended the contract's contents, exclaiming, "In this case, Xia Yunzhou is relinquishing all profits?" Shi Su nodded. What are his conditions for relinquishing such a substantial profit? Shi Fu, no naive fool, grew solemn. He desires Shi Xi. Impossible, Shi Fu frowned. The Shi family does not engage in the trade of daughters. Shi Su explained, "I rejected him." But he subsequently proposed altering the terms, to postpone Shi Xi and Sheng Yan's engagement. Upon hearing this, Shi Fu fell silent for a moment. "Did you agree?" "Yes." Shi Su affirmed. Shi Fu set the contract down, declaring, "Tomorrow, I will approach Shengping to discuss the postponement of the engagement banquet." Shi Su breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his father consented, the matter would be manageable. "Have you discussed this with Shi Xi?"
Shi Fu inquired.
Shi Su hesitated, shaking his head, no. He had intended to keep it from Shi Xi, as this arrangement seemed far from honorable. "Then let us keep it from her. We will say she is still young, and that we wish to keep her with us for a couple more years," Shi Fu suggested. "In this time, observe these individuals closely." Shi Su smiled. "I will certainly keep Shi Xi's marriage in mind. After all, she is my sister." Having settled matters with their parents, Shi Su contemplated for a moment before dialing Shi Xi's number. "Brother? Why are you calling me so late? Is something the matter?" The girl's voice was soft and sweet, endearing enough to inspire a desire to cherish her. "There is something I wish to discuss with you," Shi Su replied gently. As Shi Xi was preparing to retire for the night, she was suddenly greeted with exhilarating news, exclaiming, "The engagement banquet has been postponed." Shi Su responded, "You are still young. My father also believes it's best to wait a couple of years before your engagement. Thus, I wanted to inquire about your thoughts." What thoughts could Shi Xi have? Naturally, she wholeheartedly supported the idea. That sounds splendid. Her joy was nearly uncontrollable. She would welcome not only a postponement, but even the cancellation of the engagement. "You've been engaged since childhood. How could it be casually annulled?" Hearing Shi Xi's lack of dissent, Shi Su let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then you should rest well. Tomorrow, Dad will visit the Sheng family to discuss the postponement." "All right, good night, brother."
Good night.
Shi Su listened to his sister's soft, sweet voice and felt immensely grateful for having such an adorable sister. Chapter 121. Are you so concerned about my actions because you like me? After hanging up, Shi Xi placed her phone on the bedside table, ready to indulge in a delightful slumber. The engagement banquet with Sheng Yan had been postponed. How delightful. It's merely a postponement of the engagement banquet, not a cancellation of the engagement. The system suddenly chimed in, reminding her, "Don't rejoice too soon." Shi Xi thought of this troublesome system and retorted, "Am I not allowed to feel happy?" The system replied, "You may." The system's interruption had made her lose her initial enthusiasm, prompting her to ask, what other plot points are forthcoming? When she had read the novel, she had skimmed through many parts, hardly remembering the intricate details as she had not truly engaged with them. The system informed her, "There are currently no plot points concerning you. You may record at ease." Shi Xi exhaled, preparing to lie down and sleep. It seemed she could enjoy a period of peace. As for whether Tao Yuxuan and Leng Qianquan would face repercussions, she was utterly indifferent. They were free to seek their own demise, and she could not intervene. She slept soundly through the night until dawn. As usual, Xia Yunzhou brought breakfast. And Shi Xi treated him as a mere breakfast delivery person, calmly enjoying her meal. Upon leaving the hotel, she noticed an even larger crowd gathered outside, taking photos. Shi Xi was taken aback. Why were there so many people? Could they be here to photograph her? But she was barefaced. She rummaged through her bag for a mask to wear. They must have heard that CY was staying at this hotel and were eager to catch a glimpse of him. Shuo Nan's teasing voice came from behind her, mocking, "They're not here to photograph you, you don't need to rush to put on a mask." Upon hearing Shuo Nan's voice, Shi Xi turned to assess him, smiling, "Are you so concerned about my actions because you like me?" Shuo Nan staggered back in surprise, exclaiming, What are you saying?" Her bright, dark eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she leaned closer to him, adding, "If you're not fond of me, why do you always engage with me and seek me out? ISNT to catch my attention?" Shuo Nan clenched his fists, retreating another 2 steps, muttering, "Don't say such nonsense." In broad daylight, standing so close. What if the paparazzi catches us? How would we explain that? I'm not talking nonsense. Sure, she had long wished to put this irritating Shuo Nan in his place, deliberately elongating her words. These petty tactics to attract the attention of a crush are so outdated. You should find a better way to capture my interest. Shuo Nan gritted his teeth, thinking, "Who has a crush on you? Don't flatter yourself." Sure, she blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "Then why do you always oppose me?" Shuo Nan glanced at the striking girl before him, suddenly turning away, stubbornly declaring, "I'm not opposing you." "Is that so?" Sure, she was about to press further when AIE appeared from the side. Shuo Nan strode towards AIE, urging, "Why are you so slow? Hurry and get in the car." After evading Shi Xi's inquiries, Shuo Nan finally felt relieved. Once in the car, AIE asked, "What were you just discussing with Shi Xi?"
Who was talking to her?
Shuo Nan's eyes darted away. "The little dog was just talking to me." Shi Xi got into the car and sat in the front. Shuo Nan exclaimed, "What?" AIE held Shuo Nan down, suppressing laughter. "Why are you provoking her? You two sound like bickering elementary school students. You have no idea how overboard she can be." Shuo Nan ground his teeth, wanting to report Shi Xi's misdeeds. But just then, the culprit turned her head, asking, "How overboard am I?" Shuo Nan was left speechless. Chapter 122, Shi Xi, the #1 in domestic talent shows. Shuo Nan fell silent, choosing to ignore Shi Xi altogether. AIE glanced between Shi Xi and Shuo Nan, asking, "Did you two have a fight?"
No.
"Not at all." Shi Xi smiled sweetly. "Instructor Shuo Nan is just shy." AIE was taken aback. "Shy? She's talking nonsense." Shuo Nan protested. "He really doesn't like Shi Xi. He just can't stand the production team shoving an incompetent vase as a mentor, which is why he targets her at every turn." Suddenly, there was a commotion outside.
Sigh.
CY has appeared. "Quick, take a picture."
Ah.
CY is so handsome. I want to bear your children." The voices outside reached a fever pitch. Sure, she couldn't help but glance outside, only to see a figure in a hat entering the hotel. She asked who was CY. Shuo Nan wanted to say something but held back, remembering it was in response to Shi Xi's question. CY is a master player of the game Jiang Hu Meng. And it was rumored that the game was hosting an anniversary celebration, inviting CY. All these people were here for him, AIE remarked. "I never expected him to be staying in the same hotel as us." "Oh, I see." Sure, she pondered and returned to her seat. Shuo Nan suppressed the urge to speak, closing his eyes to rest. Sure, she suddenly had an idea and asked the system, "Is that CY Ningyu?" The system confirmed, "Indeed." Sure, she thought, "I knew it. As an important supporting character, how could I possibly miss such a significant plot?" Why was she still encountering Ningyu even after escaping to Yanjing? Sure, she was on the verge of tears. The system reassured her, "Don't worry. This plot is unrelated to you." Sure, she replied, "I don't believe you unless you tell me the plot." The system explained, Ningyu is playing a male character, who is suspected of being gay online and is framed by gang members. Ningyu personally makes an appearance to refute them. "I see." Sure, she sighed in relief. As long as it had nothing to do with her. Shun Hongquan and Zheng Feizai also got into the car, and the vehicle set off. Sure, she greeted the two, and began to play on her phone. She was not well acquainted with them, and didn't know what to talk about. So she opted for her phone to ease the awkwardness. Star Selection Idol was being recorded and aired simultaneously. Once the initial stage recordings were complete, the first episode would be broadcasted. However, the first episode featured performances from 4 mentors, all discussing Shi Xi's role as a mentor.
Why?
Why should Shi Xi be a mentor? What accomplishments does Shi Xi possess? What qualifications does she have to serve as a mentor to this group of trainees? It's infuriating. Disgusting. Does this terrible production team not know how to choose their cast? Who wants to see a woman in a boy group audition? I want to watch as long as Shi Xi is involved. Let us boycott Shi Xi. After the first episode aired, the most discussed topic was not Shen Hongquan or the first A-tier by Songyang, but rather the popular mentor Shi Xi. Popular mentor? I see her more as an aggravating mentor. I'm so upset, I can't even eat. I'm begging for a version without Shi Xi.
Huh?
Does Shi Xi even understand singing and dancing? Does she know what it means to be an idol? Does she? Out of 5 mentors, she is the only one without a mentor showcase. Can't she see why? With her mere presence, dragging down the quality of the production, Shi Xi truly is the #1 in domestic talent shows. Various insults and criticisms rained down, all aimed squarely at Shi Xi. Naturally, her fans would not stand idly by. And there were haters furiously raging. It's hilarious. Shi Xi has become a popular mentor. And yet so many people are losing their composure. Chapter 123. The heiress of a conglomerate and a pretty face in the entertainment industry. Shi Xi's resources are simply outstanding. Who could be so infuriated? It turns out it's the jealous ones. Indeed, as a popular mentor, Shi Xi is effortlessly sending the show trending. It's laughable. Shi Xi spent the entire episode comfortably seated, content to play the role of a flower vase, hardly speaking a word, and yet she is still being criticized? During this phase, Shi Xi indeed spoke very few words. Whenever the camera focused on her, she always looked exquisite. Her pink hair cascaded down her chest, and beneath her long lashes, her bright black eyes were filled with seriousness. With a pen in hand, she diligently took notes, her wrist adorned with pink diamonds that sparkled with her movements. The girl was inherently fair and beautiful, her bright eyes shining more brilliantly under the dazzling lights. Setting everything else aside, Shi Xi is truly stunning. Let me live a day with this face, and I could die content. The backing behind Shi Xi is astonishing. How long has she been in the entertainment industry before she became a mentor? Look at her companions. Who among them lacks a representative work? Isn't she ashamed? Yet, rather than feeling shame, Shi Xi grows increasingly assertive. After the first episode aired, the majority of those participating in discussions were fans of the mentors. Aside from the mentors, the ones who garnered the most attention were the first A-tier by Songyang and the clear-voiced singer Li Jinfan. Bai Songyang excels in singing, dancing, and rap. With a cheerful personality and striking looks, Li Jinfan possesses a pure vocal tone, despite falling into the F class due to a PK failure. He attracted a substantial wave of fans. Both are members that the production team intends to focus on, and after the show aired, they predictably gained significant attention. However, the one who truly stole the spotlight was Shi Xi's beauty. The discussions surrounding Shi Xi among fans were filled with screenshots and GIFs from her fan posts, achieving a remarkably high readership. Many even changed their avatars to Shi Xi's fan post style. Yet aside from this, the overall discussion surrounding the first episode was rather sparse. The director team, observing the data from the first episode, felt it had not met their expectations. They desired more fans to be attracted by the trainees rather than by Shi Xi.
Oh well.
Let us wait until the initial stage performance concludes before assessing the situation further. The director felt quite helpless about this phenomenon. In the first episode, a discussion arose between Shi Xi and Shuo Nan regarding Pei Kai's ranking, which was edited for broadcast. Oh, 2As and 2Bs. Shi Xi smiled lightly. It seems my vote is crucial. Shi Xi mentor, Shuo Nan argued persuasively. Pei Kai has remarkable explosive power in his dance. He absolutely deserves an A. Shi Xi, with a smile in her eyes, declared A level. The sharp banter exchanged between the two was entirely cut out, leaving only their amicable discussion. The audience was filled with excitement.
How sweet.
Heiress of a conglomerate and a pretty face in the entertainment industry. It's a ship that has set sail. Shi Xi gazed at Shuo Nan with such fondness. Oh, how I adore this beautiful sister. Despite their seating distance, Shuo Nan would actively seek Shi Xi's support for votes instead of approaching the closer AIE, with whom he has a better relationship. AIE is merely a tool in this scenario. Haha. AIE. Are you being polite? Their interactions drew waves of CP fans. Because Shi Xi has powerful backing, the production team dared not maliciously edit her, instead portraying her as the beautiful vase. As for the snide remarks directed at Nan, not a single one was included in the final cut. The CP fans can indulge in their fantasies. There's no need to seek attention everywhere. Shi Xi merely treats everyone with politeness. Nan, at just 19, is not in the mood for romance. A certain female artist should keep her distance. Chapter 124. The more extravagant the dream, the more obstacles one faces. A certain female artist? Why not just say it's Shi Xi? It's laughable, Shi Xi. A wealthy heiress and school beauty is supposed to be interested in a male artist who hasn't even graduated high school?
Huh?
The two are simply ordinary colleagues. The CP fans should temper their fantasies and take care of my Shi Xi. Huh? A certain female artist who knows nothing about singing and dancing dares to enter this profession without fear of backlash. The fan wars among the three factions only serve to elevate the popularity of Star Idol. Following closely behind the two, by Songyang Li Jin fan, and others also enjoyed significant attention. Their performances were commendable, yet there are only 9 debut spots, and each fan group is doing their utmost to undermine the others, hoping to push their favorites into those coveted spots. In the practice room, Shi Xi repeatedly watched the theme song's choreography on her phone, having already mastered the dance. She learns quickly. With a bit of practice before bed, she grasped the essence of the routine. However, the director team did not require her to teach the trainees the dance. In the program, aside from the initiator Shun Hongquan and dance mentor Nan, there are 2 dance instructors specifically tasked with teaching the trainees. Additionally, the trainees can learn the choreography on their own. This is the allure of talent shows. There are 5 practice rooms, but the teaching staff is limited, resulting in varied learning progress. Members who learn quickly can earn significant goodwill by proactively teaching others. Bai Songyang did just that. Class A, Bai Songyang, having stayed up all night perfecting the dance, helped his friends who hadn't team mastered it the next day, rallying Class A with a slogan to remain there. Other classes also had similar leaders who guided their entire class in practice. Shi Xi observed as the other mentors followed instructions to different classes, leaving her with only Class F. The worst class. Initially intending to chat with her old friend Pei Kai, Shi Xi reluctantly opened the door to Class F. Hello, mentor. Hello, mentor. Mentor Class F had over 20 members who stood up to greet Shi Xi upon her entrance. Hi, Shi Xi smiled gently, asking, how is your practice going? The members of Class F exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. Most of those entering Class F were trainees with poor singing and dancing skills. Shi Xi surveyed the room and changed her question. What have you learned so far? One trainee replied, we're still learning the choreography. Even the dance instructor prioritizes teaching the earlier classes. In Class F, with over 20 students, there exists but a single tablet for choreography practice. Shi Xi declared, let us dance along with the music once. I wish to see how well you can follow. A group of vigorous trainees, taller than Shi Xi, found their spirit firmly subdued by her commanding presence. Positioned at the forefront, she played the music. Break the shackles of the starry galaxy, advance without retreat. A fervent fire blazed within, consuming the endless abyss of despair. The trainees of Class F expressed their inability, many faltering to keep pace and coming to a bewildered halt. Yet, a few had already mastered the routine and continued to dance. Shi Xi did not cease the music, but instead observed those who persisted. If you are a star, shine brightly. If you dream, venture forth alone. The more extravagant the dream, the more the world seeks to impede it. Out of a total of 22 in Class F, only one completed the entire routine, Li Jinfan, Pei Kai's teammate. As the music halted, Li Jinfan struck the final pose. When he smiled, an aura of joy radiated from him. His dark, glistening eyes sparkled with innocence, reminiscent of a naive puppy. His smile pure and untainted. Chapter 125. The eyes of mentor Shonan truly ought to be examined by a physician. Shi Xi initiated applause, praising. I recall your singing is quite exceptional. I am pleasantly surprised by how swiftly you've grasped the dance, despite some minor errors. To have learned the entire routine in just one night was commendable. Thank you, Sister Shi, Li Jinfan replied, his gaze towards Shi Xi bright, his address markedly less distant than others. Shi Xi mused, as expected of a 4-star trainee, excelling in vocals and quickly mastering dance. I observe that most of you remain unaccustomed to the movements. Thus, I shall teach from the beginning. Standing at the forefront, Shi Xi announced, I will break down the choreography. Follow along. shall we? The trainees of Class F regarded Shi Xi skeptically, pondering whether she could indeed dance. Yet, she had already commenced her instruction, and it was remarkably meticulous. Shonen had first visited Class A, where most students learned swiftly. Not only did Bai Songyang learn rapidly, but he also instructed others in his class. After merely observing and correcting a few movements, Shonan concluded the teaching session for Class A. Is one of your members absent? Shonan inquired, surveying the 8 students of Class A. Where is Pei Kai? Bai Songyang chuckled. Pei Kai is in Class B. Another explained. Several of his roommates are in Class B, and they pulled him to teach. Shonan proceeded to Class B, where he indeed found Pei Kai instructing the students. Amidst a group clad in blue, Pei Kai stood out in his Class A attire. Shonan nodded slightly. With Pei Kai, a dancer of remarkable talent, present in Class B, he merely offered a few pointers before moving on to the next class. The workflow was seamless. It was not until Shonan opened the door to Class F that he was met with the sweet, melodious voices of young girls. Everyone practiced well. Shall we dance together?
All right.
A resounding male voice nearly lifted the roof off. Shonan. He had never witnessed such vivacity among trainees. Mentor Shonan? Hello, mentor. Upon entering, the trainees of Class F greeted him enthusiastically. All right, how has your practice progressed? Shonan, ignoring Shi Xi, directed his questions towards the trainees. They replied, it's going well. It's not bad. We're getting there. Only then did Shonan glance at Shi Xi, as if noticing her for the first time, and inquired with surprise. Mentor Shi Xi is here too? What are you teaching? Shi Xi smiled. Anyone with eyes can see. I am teaching the theme song. Shonan's eyes widened in disbelief. You are teaching the theme song? The atmosphere between them grew tense, the blunt exchange, leaving the Class F trainees bewildered. Had they truly begun to argue? The cameras were still rolling. Truly a mentor. What? Is the theme song only permitted for you to teach, and not for others? Shi Xi raised her chin slightly, her gaze haughty. The girl was already strikingly beautiful, her pink curls cascading around her, adorned with a single diamond hairpin that sparkled brilliantly. Her fair skin, exquisite makeup, and the starry sequins under her eyes gave her an ethereal air. Standing by the window, backlit, she radiated light when she held her head high. Shonan realized he could never outwit Shi Xi, and turned to the trainees, stating, You all dance at once. I wish to see how well you have practiced. Shi Xi, disinterested in the altercation, simply took a seat and sipped water. The trainees breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared as though the relationship between these two mentors was rather strained. Chapter 126. The Script of the Perfect Goddess, the Script of an All-Encompassing Mentor. As the music played, the trainees of Class F danced the theme song in unison. Shonan observed their movements with a hint of astonishment. Upon coming from Class A, he had noted that there were a few sloppy actions among those learning choreography, or following the instructor. However, the trainees of Class F exhibited remarkably standard movements. When one forgot a step, they glanced at their peers and continued dancing. Overall, they appeared to perform even better than those in Class B. Quite impressive. Shonan applauded, exclaiming, Practice diligently, and don't forget the movements. A few more repetitions should suffice. Especially you, Li Jinfan. You dance splendidly. Li Jinfan, upon receiving praise, beamed with sunshine and replied innocently, Sister, she taught us well. Sister Shi? Shonan's expression stiffened. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Shi Xi. Are you saying Shi Xi taught you? Li Jinfan nodded vigorously. Sister, she has been patiently teaching us all along. Shi Xi lifted her chin slightly, stating, It is my duty. Shonan thought to retort, You?
Dance?
However, glancing at the nearby cameras, he restrained himself. He couldn't allow Shi Xi to jeopardize his own reputation. Although the second episode had not yet aired, to maintain momentum, the previews were swiftly released. Among the scenes were Bai Songyang leading dance practice, Li Jinfan burning the midnight oil, and mentors teaching choreography. Wait. Shi Xi is teaching the theme song. Viewers were taken aback by the preview showing Shi Xi at the front of the practice room instructing the theme song. Although she appeared for merely 3 seconds, it was unmistakably her, teaching the theme song. Am I blind, or has the production team lost their minds? Shi Xi is teaching the theme song? Can she dance? Is this even a talent show? Or are they paving the way for Shi Xi? The first episode featured the perfect goddess script, and now the second episode showcases the all-encompassing mentor script. Is the production team her doting parent? Why such favoritism towards Shi Xi? I hope the production team understands that we want to see a boy group talent show, not a melodramatic debut. It's utterly disgusting. If Shi Xi is so capable, why not participate in the talent show herself? Why come to the boy group for attention? Shi Xi doesn't require grading. She is wasting the trainees' time. She is unable to teach effectively, and while her own reputation remains unscathed, the future of the F-class trainees is at stake. The situation for the F-class was already precarious. How pitiful it is that they have been delayed by Shi Xi for so long. Li Jin fan, who is also an F-class, might face elimination in the next round. Won't Shi Xi feel any guilt? In an instant, a torrent of negative reviews enveloped Shi Xi. Fans were taken aback by the preview shot. Ji Ean replayed the preview dozens of times, still unable to discern its intended message. The production team is deliberately editing Shi Xi maliciously, seeking to gain attention. After much speculation from the support group, they ultimately directed their ire towards the production team. Shi Xi was meant to be a popular mentor, not just a dance instructor. They implore the production team to recognize Shi Xi's role. They plead with the production team not to treat Shi Xi merely as a tool for attracting views. Shi Xi has been criticized since joining the program. Scorned even when she did nothing, the plight of such a beautiful woman is truly tragic. Yet, regardless of what her fans say, netizens are relentless in their pursuit of Shi Xi. If she won't teach, can the production team really force her to? Why not address the impact on F-class's progress? Shi Xi is both foolish and malicious. I heard Shi Xi aims to assume the persona of an all-round mentor, leaving the production team with no choice but to have her teach F-class. What a shame, as their time to learn the theme song is already limited. And now F-class has lost another day. It seems Shi Xi is teaching incorrectly. The F-class trainees are suffering. Chapter 127 at 4 in the morning. The prime time for work, Shi Xi's mere 3 seconds of teaching preview sparked an uproar online. Discussions about Shi Xi eclipsed those about the entire production team. Shi Xi's detractors criticized the production team for neglecting the trainees. Meanwhile, her fans condemned the chaotic arrangements and editing by the production team. Even Han called the production team to subtly inquire about their intentions. Why was Shi Xi subjected to such malicious editing? The production team, feeling wronged, insisted, "We did not maliciously edit. We even cut out Shi Xi's sarcastic dialogues." And yet they were still criticized? The production team, in frustration, declared, "Let those who wish to edit do so." They sent the footage of Shi Xi's teaching to Han Chuan, which was originally not meant to be shared before the official airing.
Now,
in a bid to clear their name, they shared it with an outsider. After viewing the video, Han Chuan fell silent. Shi Xi truly can dance. While the production team wallowed in their grievances, the director noted, "Oh, viewership is rising again. Are investors showing interest?" Several investors? The production team, rejuvenated, resumed their work, believing that as long as there was money involved, everything could be negotiated. What did it matter if they faced criticism? With only a few days left until the second episode airs, the trainees devoted themselves entirely to practice. They had learned everything that could be taught. Now it was up to their own diligence. Hard work can compensate for shortcomings. Shi Xi stretched, feeling content that there was no recording today. As she opened her phone, she encountered an entertainment news notification. Shi Xi teaches the wrong theme song, causing trainees to collapse in tears. Shi Xi. She was aware that after the preview of her teaching the trainees was released, a number of haters would mock her. However, she never anticipated that the phrase misinformation would come to life so vividly in her case. Clicking on the news, she found a multitude of derogatory comments directed at her. Anyone who dared to defend her was met with scorn from the trolls. It was dismal. Han Chuan had previously messaged her, advising her not to speak recklessly and to wait for the production team to release the official footage. The harsher the criticism now, the greater the contrast effect when the official episode aired. The production team shared this sentiment as well. Shi Xi lazily got out of bed, preparing to head to the hotel's restaurant for a meal. Initially, she believed Xie Yunzhao had moved in next to her to pursue her. However, in recent days, he had been busy with work, only occasionally inviting her to dinner. Thus, she concluded that he was indeed just on a business trip. With this realization, she felt considerably relieved. Why would the villainous figure take an interest in her? Just when Shi Xi thought she could relax today without any recordings, Han Chuan knocked on the door and entered. "Get up, we are filming." Shi Xi sniffed. "Wasn't today a day off from recording?" Han Chuan replied, "For star selection. We are not recording today, but you are to film the promotional video for Jianghu Dream." Shi Xi scratched her head, confused. "What?" Han Chuan continued. "I sent you a message last night. Did you not see it?" Shi Xi picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and saw Han Chuan's message sent at 4 in the morning, instructing her to prepare for filming the promotional video for Jianghu Dream. Last night? This was sent at 4 in the morning. You were still up? Shi Xi was astonished. Han Chuan maintained a stoic expression, stating, 4 in the morning is the prime time for work. Shi Xi expressed her bewilderment over Han Chuan's work schedule. Why would Jianghu Dream ask me to film a promotional video? Is this a resource you fought for on my behalf? Shi Xi inquired. No, it was initiated by the game's promotional team. Han Chuan hesitated before adding, I heard it was recommended by a prominent figure in the game. Shi Xi, puzzled, asked a prominent figure? Han Chuan responded, I think their name is Sai. Something like that. Ningyu recommended her? Shi Xi's eyes widened in surprise. How could Ningyu possibly recommend her for filming the promotional video for Jianghu Dream? The Sheng family. Shi Xi's father and Shi Xi arrived with gifts and proposed to postpone the engagement by 2 years. After hearing this, Sheng's father's expression darkened. Sheng Yan bluntly stated, Oh. You say you want to hold an engagement, and now you say to postpone? Sheng's father shot him a glance and calmly replied, Is that how you speak to your elders? Am I wrong? Sheng Yan stood up, fastening his cufflinks, and said, I do not agree to cancel the engagement banquet. There are matters to attend to at the company. I must excuse myself. Chapter 128. Can a fairy not dye her hair? With that, Sheng Yan strode out, providing no opportunity for others to retort. Shi Xi frowned slightly. Previously, Sheng Yan had shown no interest in Shi Xi and should have been eager to dissolve the engagement. How did it come to this? Sheng's father cleared his throat and stated solemnly, Shi Xi, it was you who proposed holding the engagement banquet. Now you say to postpone it. We cannot agree. Shi Xi's father sighed, admitting he had not considered everything thoroughly. Given that Shi Xi was about to go out for recordings and Sheng Yan was busy with company operations, both were so occupied that it might be better to give them more time. No matter how busy they are, they can always find time for an engagement, can't they? Sheng's mother scoffed from the side, saying, The engagement is a matter for the two children. Sheng Yan's stance reflects our family's view. The discussion regarding postponing the engagement banquet ended on an unpleasant note. Outside the Sheng family residence, they refused to agree to the postponement. Shi Xi's father looked at Shi Xi. Indeed. Shi Xi sighed, believing this matter would be straightforward. He never anticipated that the Sheng family would oppose. What will you do? Shi Xi's father asked. The timeline has already accepted Xie Yunzhao's contract and promised to postpone the engagement, yet it has not been fulfilled. Let us take one step at a time. Shi Jun pondered. I will summon Xing Yan and inquire about his thoughts. Shi Jun's father nodded in agreement. As long as Sheng Yan consents, the other members of the Sheng family should not pose an issue. At this moment, Shi Xi had just arrived at the filming studio for Jianghu Meng. The director, clutching the script, explained the scene to Shi Xi, stating, Our promotional video contains no dialogue. We merely require Miss Shi Xi to perform a few actions. Have you played Jianghu Meng before? I have, Shi Xi responded, stifling a yawn. That is splendid. The director beamed. This time, Miss Shi Xi will portray Ling Shuer. Shi Xi's yawn was abruptly halted. Who? Ling Shuer. Shi Xi exclaimed, her surprise palpable. You want me to play Ling Shuer? Aren't you afraid of backlash? Ling Shuer is the most beloved character in Jianghu Meng. The director quipped. How should we deal with an artist who is too earnest? Miss Shi Xi has a relatively good reputation online, he added with a forced smile. Shi Xi mused. You are indeed brave. The director found for the first time that brave was not a compliment. Ahem, Miss Shi Xi, please proceed with your makeup. He decided to change the subject, summoning the makeup artist to attend to Shi Xi. Upon seeing Shi Xi, the makeup artist gently touched her hair and remarked, Miss Shi Xi, your hair is exquisite. Shi Xi suppressed the impulse to snatch her hair back and replied, Thank you, but please refrain from touching it. The makeup artist responded, It complements this look splendidly. Shi Xi raised an eyebrow. ISN, Ling Shuer, supposed to have white hair? In Jianghu Meng, Ling Shuer is a fairy who commands the snow, often referred to as the snow fairy, draped in white garments that exude an air of icy aloofness. The makeup artist replied, Shuer has a new skin, featuring pink hair, a purple dress, and stylish boots. Shi Xi could not help but exclaim, Isn't she a fairy? The makeup artist paused thoughtfully. Can a fairy not dye her hair? Shi Xi conceded, Indeed, and white hair is easier to dye. Ling Shuer is the most cherished female character in Jianghu Meng, originally the carefree daughter of the city lord of Yuan City. However, when the realm of desire invaded, it unleashed the blazing Mingli fire, threatening to reduce Yuan City to ashes. The flames raged, beyond the reach of human intervention. Ling Shuer, sacrificing her remaining lifespan, summoned a torrential downpour. Thunder rumbled and rain cascaded, yet it could not extinguish the fierce Mingli fire. Chapter 129. Refund. With her lifespan exhausted, Ling Shui knelt in the downpour, vowing to share life and death with Yuan City. As long as the city stands, so do I. If the city falls, I perish. Ling Shui gazed at the blazing flames and staggered into the inferno. Yet, upon contact with her blood, the flames were extinguished. Realizing that her blood could quench the Mingli fire, she slashed her wrist, allowing her blood to coalesce into red snow, falling upon Yuan City until the last drop was shed. Touched by Ling Shui's sacrifice, the Heavenly Emperor stabilized her soul with a jade of eternal ice and appointed her as the Snow Fairy, granting her dominion over the world's snowfall. However, due to the loss of her blood and lifespan, Ling Shui's body became lifeless, her dark hair transformed into snow, and her demeanor grew as cold as ice. In the game, the scene of Ling Shui lying in the red snow moved many newcomers to tears. Regardless of the number of female characters released, Ling Shui remains the eternal white moonlight in the hearts of players. Shi Xi also admired Ling Shui, yet she felt incapable of embodying her ethereal grace and purity. After the makeup was completed, Shi Xi beheld her costume. It's stunning. Her eyes sparkled. Ling Shui had always been portrayed in white garments, and although she had previously donned new white outfits adorned with intricate patterns, this time, the promotional team had designed a striking purple dress with exquisite accessories. The director chuckled. The content we are about to film depicts Shui's carefree days in Yuan City. Ling Shui was initially a carefree heiress, forced to mature only due to the invasion of the realm of desire. Shi Xi exhaled in relief. That's wonderful. The director continued. If Miss Shi Xi is ready, we shall commence filming. Initially apprehensive about the acting abilities of the cast, the director had refrained from crafting a complex plot while writing the script. After all, this scene would be filmed against a green screen, with backgrounds added in post-production. News of Shi Xi filming a promotional video for Jiang Humeng leaked from an unknown source. Upon learning that Shi Xi would portray Ling Shui, the gaming community erupted in outrage. Let Shi Xi play Ling Shui? The planner must be out of their mind. What a ludicrous proposal. Promoting with Shi Xi? Does she even have more fans than Jiang Humeng? Hilarious. Who is promoting whom? If they dare, let Shi Xi promote. I'll quit the game. Refund. The gaming community rallied against what they perceived as an affront, believing Shi Xi, a mere celebrity, was unworthy of the character Ling Shui. When Shi Xi's fans became aware of the news, they too found themselves in a quandary. Anyone who played games knew the fervor of game fans. After all, in the gaming realm, players are paramount. They criticize games, officials, and planners, who must heed their complaints and optimize the game. Yet, in the entertainment industry, fans dared not act similarly. They bore the title of XXX fans, but if they uttered a single insult, they would be accused of poor fan conduct. Ji Yin, a former loyal fan of Qian Gao Yi, was somewhat knowledgeable about the gaming community. After reviewing the online discourse, Ji Yin swiftly issued instructions: report any abusive comments and refrain from engaging in a back and forth. Focus on promoting beautiful images of Shi Xi instead. Treat it as if there were no promotional material for Jiang Humeng. Under no circumstances should they engage in arguments or criticize the game officials. In the coming days, they would concentrate on sharing beautiful images and reporting negative comments. Ji Yin led the charge in feigning ignorance, stating, "My dear Shi Xi is currently recording Star Selection Idol, and we are unaware of any unannounced resources." Chapter 130. A clear breeze and a bright moon, a dream of red snow. No unauthorized announcements, no listening to rumors, no discussions on unannounced resources. Shi Xi is still recording Star Selection. When would she have time to shoot a game promotional video? I could fabricate 10 of these false rumors in a day. Shi Xi's fans outright denied the claims. This straightforward evasion left the gaming players feeling as though they had struck a punch into cotton. Regardless of their taunts and insults, Shi Xi's fans remained reticent. Gradually, however, some gamers began to notice something amiss. Why had their accounts been reported and banned? Ji Yin observed the diminishing vitriol aimed at Shi Xi and reassured the fan club. See, the gamers are quite reasonable. Once clarified, no one continues to insult. Banned gamers lamented. Damn it, I still want to curse, but I keep getting reported. Just as everyone thought this matter would pass as a misunderstanding, the official Weibo account of Jiang Humeng unexpectedly posted a message. Jianghu Dream Official. A clear wind and a bright moon. A dream of red snow. Promotional video. Subsequently, A lengthy Weibo post was released, announcing the changes following this game update. With trembling fingers, the crowd eagerly clicked on the video. Shi Xi. Oh no! Shi Xi's detractors and certain disgruntled players began to unleash their vitriol. This game is trash, I'm quitting. Lousy game developers.
Wow.
A new skin is coming. Shue's new skin is stunning. Shue's new skin is truly beautiful. I want to buy Shue's new skin, but the fact that it's promoted by Shi Xi makes me feel nauseated. Just think of Shi Xi as a cosplayer. Her portrayal is quite faithful. After all, it is an official cosplay by the game. Shi Xi is undeniably exquisite. This promotional video is crafted with such finesse. I could spend another 100 years on this. Do not stop me. I must obtain this outfit. However, what remains the essence of the game, as some players have turned Jianghu Dream into a mere dressing-up game. Following the official announcement, discussions erupted. How could someone with such a plastic face like Shi Xi possibly perform well? Plastic surgery? Do elaborate. I've heard that she started altering her face back in school. For those claiming Shi Xi is undeserving, could you spare a glance at the video? It's laughable. Are we to judge plastic surgery merely by hearsay? Jianghu Dream promotional video. The topic gained immense traction, swiftly ascending to trending status. With the girl on the cover, adorned in pink hair and violet attire, her smile captivating enough to draw even non-fans in for a look. Yuan City, Qiqiao Festival. A branch protruded from the wall of the Lord's mansion. Subsequently, a girl, with the branch atop her head, peeked out, her clear eyes darting about. Seeing no one to hinder her, she leaped from the wall and dashed toward the bustling marketplace. The streets were alive with activity, throngs of people bustling about. Vendors lining the sidewalks calling out their wares. Carefree, Ling Shui strolled through Yuan City, her gaze flitting about, sparkling with vivacity. Suddenly, a woman cried out, "Thief!" Ling Shui, upon hearing this, looked over and spotted a pickpocket fleeing. Without hesitation, she pursued, but the thief was swift. Ling Shui chased him all the way to the city gate, where she hurled a gold ingot, striking the pickpocket on the back of the head. The thief, scrambling to his feet, was met by the watchful gaze of a guard.
Captured.
Ling Shui instructed the guards to take the thief away and prepared to return to her playful escapades when she encountered the Lord's father. The girl offered an awkward smile and attempted to flee, only to be seized by the collar and dragged back to the Lord's mansion. Inside the mansion, goblets clinked and laughter echoed. Observing the adults partaking in wine, Ling Shui discreetly poured herself a cup, her eyes curving in delight as she took a sip. Chapter 131 Ningyu. I think Shi Xi is quite alright, though she seems somewhat lacking in intelligence. The bitter taste of the wine made the girl grimace. While the adults erupted in laughter, suddenly, a firework burst forth in the sky, followed by a spectacular display. During the Qiqiao festival, wishes were made and blessings sought. The grand fireworks gradually faded, their sparks coalescing into vivid red snow. The red snow fell, and the flames in the city slowly extinguished. Yet, lying on the ground, the girl's face was pale, her eyes shimmering with reminiscence, as all her cherished memories shattered within her gaze. The camera pulled back, revealing a once thriving city now in ruins, reduced to crumbling walls. Flecks of red snow drifted through the air. The screen gradually dimmed. In just a few minutes, the video encapsulated Ling Shui's joyous moments in Yuan City. Shi Xi's performance was lively. Her carefree smile convinced all that she was indeed the most carefree daughter of the city lord. The poignant beauty of the final scene tugged at the heartstrings. The tide of comments began to shift positively. How beautiful! Shi Xi is truly stunning. When she lay on the ground, she truly resembled Shui. Woe is me! My tears seem trivial. I never expected it to be Shui's memories. Such a sudden emotional blow is truly heart-wrenching. Although Shi Xi bears no resemblance to Shui, her portrayal is undeniably beautiful. I would call it the most formidable cosplay. Shi Xi lied and acted arrogantly on the show. How can such a person still be part of Jianghu Dream's promotion? It's revolting. She probably doesn't even play games. Yet she comes to reap the benefits. Surely someone is backing her up? Seeing her sudden rise to fame, it's evident she must have someone supporting her. Who knows how many wealthy patrons she has had to please to garner so many resources. I represent the players of Jianghu Dream in boycotting Shi Xi. Boycott Shi Xi. If the promotional video isn't removed, I will never play this wretched game again. Detractors incited players to resist Shi Xi. Rallying on Weibo and within the gaming community, Ningyu entered the game, only to be met with a flood of messages urging the boycott. Boycott Shi Xi. If the promotional video isn't removed, I will never spend money again. I will start the boycott against Shi Xi. Ningyu, observing the barrage of anti-Shi Xi sentiments, felt puzzled. What has Shi Xi done? She ventured onto the forum for clarification and soon grasped the situation. The players of Jianghu Dream were displeased with Shi Xi. Ningyu posted in the forum, I think Shi Xi is quite alright, though she seems somewhat lacking in intelligence. Immediately, she was met with backlash. Someone attacked Ningyu. Are you a mindless fan of Shi Xi? What are you pretending to be, a gamer? Who could possibly like someone like Shi Xi? Ningyu. Who are you to represent all players of Jianghu Dream? Ningyu glanced at the forum ID of the accuser, her fingers deftly retrieving their IP address. She had encountered such tactics of discrediting others too many times. Ningyu promptly created a separate thread, exposing the IPs of those who had been disparaging Shi Xi in the forum. 20 accounts, all from the same IP. All content aimed at maligning Shi Xi. The post contained numerous screenshots for corroboration, not only of the IP, but also of their comments, most of which incited conflict and insulted Shi Xi. Wow, what on earth did Shi Xi do to provoke such animosity? Is it necessary to create multiple accounts for this? I merely defended Shi Xi once, and suddenly I'm labeled a fan. How amusing. Can't one simply appreciate her beauty? One individual does not represent all players. How laughable. Disliking Shi Xi doesn't mean one should refrain from purchasing Shue's new skin. Does missing out on a single skin lead to one's demise? Besides, with so many cosplayers portraying Shui, why aren't they chasing after her demanding the removal of the video? Chapter 132, the only signed photo of Shi Xi was drawn by Ningyu. As for the draw for Shue's new skin, whether she would win was another matter altogether. Wait, the one defending Shi Xi in the post seems to be the renowned CY?
Sigh? How could that be?
The illustrious CY wouldn't be a fan, would they? Indeed, it's CY. During the previous forum dispute, CY had used this account to clarify that they hadn't stolen anything from the guild.
Wow.
CY has changed their ID. What ID did they change to? The name has been changed to Shi Xi Baby.
What?
The onlookers on the forum hastily opened the game to check the leaderboard of Dream of Jianghu. The top spot, once fiercely contested by various factions, has been firmly held by CY ever since her entrance into the game. The system prohibits identical names, and CY has never altered hers. Yet now, she boldly utilized a name change card to become Shi Xi Baby. In an instant, her friends inundated her with messages, questioning whether her account had been hacked. Ningyu leaned back in her chair, gazing at her interface in silence. She had originally intended to change her name to Shi Xi's sister. But upon discovering it was already taken, she attempted various alternatives like Shi Xi Brother and Shi Xi Fan, all of which were similarly unavailable. Thus, in a moment of desperation, she haphazardly typed Shi Xi Baby. System notification. Your name change was successful. Ningyu stared at her ID, feeling a twinge of regret. Is there no justice? How could none of Shi Xi's fans have claimed this name? She contemplated changing her ID once more. System notification. You may only modify your nickname once every 30 days. You have 29 days, 23 hours, and 15 seconds remaining until your next change. Ningyu. This was soon followed by a flurry of friends inquiring if her account had been compromised. Ningyu pondered her somewhat dim-witted sister, sensing she had been infected with the same folly. How could she have committed such an act? A prominent figure stepped forward, and the announcements following the promotional video were duly released. After all, this promotional video was intended to showcase Ling Xue's limited edition skin for the Qixi festival. Critics on the forum proclaimed they would not purchase it, yet once it was released, nearly everyone dove into spending money to obtain Xue's new skin. Even Ningyu altered her character's appearance to showcase Ling Xue's Qixi limited edition skin. Consequently, speculations arose on the forum that CY was an ardent fan of Shi Xi. Ningyu. Adding to her dismay, the prize will include not only clothing, experience points, and game currency, but also a signed photo of Shi Xi. To her astonishment, she won the sole signed photo of Shi Xi. While she initially dismissed it, such a unique prize triggered a world announcement. World. Congratulations to Shi Xi Baby for winning Shi Xi's autograph at Yuehe Palace. Luck is on your side. Shi Xi's boyfriend. Wow, I'm so envious. Truly a master at gaming. Bubble. CY must be ecstatic, right? You a master indeed, winning the 001 probability. Ningyu remained silent as she read the messages flooding the world chat. Bubble. Is CY so overwhelmed that she can't find her words? Zhongshan Maran, of course. Who would have thought even a master could falter in the presence of beauty? Ningyu's in-game disguise had not fully dissipated, leading many to believe she was male. However, after her name change, suspicions vanished. A week later, Ningyu received a signed poster of Shi Xi sent by the game team. Ningyu. Hua family. Hua Hengzhe reclined on the sofa, launching the game Dream of Jianghu. Chapter 133. The relatives of my aunt are our relatives too? Upon opening, he was greeted by Shi Xi's promotional video. Hua Hengzhe exclaimed, "Brother, come quickly. This is the star I mentioned before, who resembles our aunt. Isn't she beautiful?" Hua Xuanhe glanced over, frowning. "With that pink hair, how does she resemble her?" "I'm referring to her eyes. Look how similar they are," Hua Hengzhe insisted. After scrutinizing, Hua Xuanhe conceded, "There is a resemblance. Shi Xi is indeed stunning." Hua Hengzhe stroked his chin, finishing the entire promotional video, and mused, "Brother, since she looks so much like our aunt, could she be related to her? The relatives of our aunt are our relatives too, right?" Hua Xuanhe scoffed, "You should play fewer games. If you get scammed in an online romance again, I won't lend you any money." "Brother, you are my own brother. Just let me this last time so I can have Schwer's new skin, please." Hua Hengzhe wept. "Go earn your own money." At the recording site of Star Idol, Shi Xi returned to the conference room to assess the trainees' ranking based on their recorded theme song videos. Shua Nan, upon seeing Shi Xi, felt a mix of disdain and avoidance, choosing to sit diagonally across from her, fearful of any association. After greeting everyone with a smile, Shi Xi noticed Shua Nan's odd behavior, raising an eyebrow slightly. She wasn't oblivious to the online commentary about her, especially with a 5G friend, Tao Yuxuan, relaying the malicious remarks, a relentless barrage of insults and disdain. How can Shi Xi be a mentor? No wonder this season's audition is flopping. Lacking talent and virtue, the higher they are elevated, the harder they fall. She can't even dance and is wasting the trainees' time. How does such a person deserve to be a mentor? Shi Xi, I am not only capable of being a mentor, but I am also an excellent one. All right, let us commence the ranking of the trainees. The cameras rolled, and Shun Huanshuan methodically began rating the theme songs. The large screen displayed each trainee's performance of the theme song. Upon hearing the first performance, Shi Xi wore a puzzled expression. The dancing was decent, but the pitch had soared to the Himalayas. Some sang well, but danced poorly. When it was Li Jinfan's turn, Shi Xi sat up straight, eager to see this trainee's performance. Within Class F, he had performed the best. Li Jinfan did not disappoint Shi Xi. His singing and dancing were impressively stable, even winking and flashing a sunny smile at the end. Wow, he is definitely an A-class, Zheng Feizai remarked with a smile. He sang steadily and danced fluidly, showing immense improvement since the initial stage. Shun Huanshuan nodded, noting his diligence during practice. He was always the last to leave Class F, Shua Nan, A-class. Both Shi Xi and AIE awarded him an A, passing unanimously. Following that, Pei Kai and Bai Songyang also excelled, successfully earning A grades. With 109 trainees, grouped into fours, they would have to watch the theme song performances over 20 times, leaving Shi Xi's eyes weary. Being a mentor is no easy task. Work is challenging, sighed Shi Xi. Just as the theme song evaluations concluded, the second episode finally aired. After a long wait, the second episode of Star Idol was finally broadcasted. The anticipation was palpable. Chapter 134, The Elegant Mentor Meets the Puppy-like Trainee. The second episode mainly featured the rehearsal of the theme song and the guidance from the mentors. Among them, Shun Huanshuan and Shua Nan taught the dance, while Zheng Feizai and AIE instructed in vocal performance, with varying degrees of success among the trainees. Jiin, I'm going to fast forward to find Shi Xi. At the very last minute, Shi Xi finally made her appearance. The comments flooded in. Progress bar, danger. What can happen in just 1 minute? Jiin took a deep breath and switched the playback speed from triple to normal. Shi Xi entered Class F, smiling cheerfully. Hi, how is your practice going? The trainees of Class F responded, We are still working on the dance. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled lightly as she maintained her gentle smile, encouraging them. Let us dance along to the music once. I'd like to see how well you can do. The image on the screen froze, and the next moment, bold letters appeared. Next episode preview. In this preview, Shi Xi was seen practicing dance with the members of Class F. Shua Nan arrived in Class F, applauding. You danced wonderfully. Li Jinfan responded. It's thanks to Sister Shi's excellent teaching. The scene then shifted to the next segment. A major reshuffling in Class A. With the theme song's center position revealed, the camera flashed through several trainees, laying the groundwork for the excitement in the upcoming episode. The comments read, "I don't need this bit of traffic, just keep playing. I couldn't care less about who gets the center position. I just want to see how Shi Xi teaches them." After waiting a week, I got nothing. No center position, no ratings, and no teaching from Shi Xi. I'm so frustrated I could cry. Li Jinfan personally vouched for Shi Xi's teaching prowess. There was no need to continue disparaging her. Right? But Li Jinfan is just a dance novice from Class F. What does he know? Shi Xi's fans don't need to defend her. She's inherently lacking in both singing and dancing. As a popular mentor, she should just remain a pretty face. Ji-in felt a surge of frustration at the comments about Shi Xi. However, this episode's content was almost entirely unrelated to her. The fans could only capture beautiful stills as consolation. Just when the fans had settled down, Shi Xi trended once again. Li Jinfan praised her teaching skills. Although Shi Xi appeared for only a minute, that very minute was captured and uploaded to Weibo. The comment section was remarkably harmonious between the two fan bases. Thanking mentor Shi Xi for her guidance, they believed Jinfan would only improve. Shi Xi's girlfriend wished the handsome Li Jinfan success in his debut. One was a mentor, the other a trainee, with no conflicting interests, hence the pleasant atmosphere. Until certain fervent shippers began to splice together CP videos of the two. Shifan CP, the alluring mentor x the adorable trainee. One must admit, the combination of handsome and beautiful was truly a sight to behold. This niche pairing went largely unnoticed. Beneath the trending topic, aside from mutual compliments and blessings from the fans, were the jeers of haters and bystanders. Useless, useless. This is what it means to be lacking in both singing and dancing. Now that Li Jinfan is in Class F, the production team is going to great lengths to promote him. It's practically scripted in my face. Shi Xi teaching Class F? Ha, what a fitting match. A flawed mentor teaching a group of flawed trainees. I really hope the audition show changes its tactics. If you get into Class F, just eliminate them outright. Trainees lacking in both singing and dancing are just dragging the team down. Shi Xi fell into silence upon reading the comments trending online. These fans had keen eyes, recognizing the scripted nature of Li Jinfan's role. Yet, Li Jinfan's performance was undeniably commendable. Chapter 135, The Alluring Beauty, Online Instruction. Moreover, this trending topic seemed genuinely crafted for Li Jinfan. She merely rode the coattails of the hype. In silence, Shi Xi chose to ignore the negativity, allowing the haters to garner attention. A couple of days later, the second episode of Star Idol aired. Fans from all sides prayed before clicking play, hoping their idols wouldn't be maliciously edited. This time, the production team finally acted responsibly, directly launching into the theme song, SMV. The audience was astonished. The center position was actually Li Jinfan. The very same Li Jinfan from Class F. Wasn't he deemed lacking in both singing and dancing? As the main episode aired, the topic of Li Jinfan's center position swiftly trended. Aside from Li Jinfan's fans, everyone else believed he was unworthy of that position. The mentor fans, however, were not concerned with such matters. They only cared about their idol's screen time and whether they were edited poorly. Ji-in skipped the MV, jumping straight into the main episode. The episode opened with the members of Class F attempting to dance to the theme song. It could only be described with one term: chaotic. Amidst this, Li Jinfan persevered, showcasing excellent expression management, earning praise from Shi Xi.
Following this,
Shi Xi meticulously broke down the movements, teaching the members of Class F step by step. The comments read, "Wow, Shi Xi teaches with such precision. I think I can do it too. Shi Xi's movements are so standard. She truly knows how to dance, doesn't she? All the mentors must have learned this theme song, otherwise, Shi Xi wouldn't be teaching them. This theme song isn't difficult. As a mentor, Shi Xi must have learned it beforehand to teach the trainees. It's all scripted. Disperse, disperse." Upon witnessing Shi Xi's genuine dancing skills, the online crowd fell silent. They had assumed she was merely a pretty face, but it turned out she possessed real talent. This was truly surprising. The most satisfying part was for Shi Xi's fans. What about those who said she couldn't dance? Haha, your sister, she truly has the ability to teach trainees. It's laughable. There's no need to doubt the production team's choice of mentors, right? Without some real talent, how could one become a mentor? Sure, she had studied dance. Being a beautiful and wealthy academic, it was well known she wouldn't be lacking. Reviewing Shi Xi's previous Weibo posts revealed her status as a wealthy heiress. Such simple choreography was so easy for her. Can we say it? I believe Shi Xi's rendition of the theme song looks far better than the trainees. I earnestly request the production team to release the segments of Shi Xi teaching. I want to learn. Many echoed this wish. The barrage of requests for the segments was so great that it even reached the official Weibo. After consideration, the production team commented, as long as the barrage exceeds 50,000, Shi Xi's teaching video will be unlocked. Fans and viewers rushed back to the second episode, flooding the comment section. 10 minutes later, the barrage surpassed 50,000. 50,000. Hurry and release Shi Xi's teaching video. The post-production team has gotten to work. 60,000. I advise you to take heed. The production team. My goodness, how many hands do you all have? This is too fast. Official Weibo. We're editing. The editing team has been notified to work overtime. An hour later, Shi Xi's video teaching the theme song was finally edited and released. The production team intentionally titled the video with an eye-catching headline, Alluring Beauty, Online Instruction. Within 10 minutes of being posted, the video's views and shares surpassed 100,000, far exceeding the trainees' video views. Beauty teaching, indeed a terrifying phenomenon. Chapter 136. The one you are engaged to should be Ningyu. Upon encountering the second issue's release, Shoan clicked to view its contents. His astonishment grew as he observed Shi Xi's instructional video. He had always presumed Shi Xi to be merely a pretty face. But to his surprise, she could indeed perform the theme song. The girl in the video taught with utmost seriousness, meticulously breaking down each movement with more patience than a dance instructor, her execution as precise as a textbook example. After watching, Shoan could not resist replaying the video, searching for any missteps. To his disbelief, there were none. Not a single error. Following the main video, Shoan noticed a recommended video titled, Sensational Beauty, Online Instruction. Seeing the cover featuring Shi Xi, he clicked on it, initially expecting something peculiar, only to discover it was a legitimate instructional video. Shoan thought to himself, what a miscalculation. Shi Xi's teaching video was a comprehensive breakdown of her performance of the theme song while teaching in Class F, with every action explained in great detail. Her voice was sweet, yet her movements were powerful and precise. Each time she danced, her long pink hair flowed gracefully. Her poise was undeniably captivating. As Shoan watched the girl in the video, his heart raced uncontrollably. Then came frustration. Why, with such talent, did she pretend to be incapable of dancing? Observing Shi Xi's movements, it was evident she possessed a solid dance foundation. Shoan, however, did not reflect on his own failure to give Shi Xi the opportunity to explain herself or to ascertain her true capabilities regarding the theme song. In hindsight, he realized that his understanding of Shi Xi had been superficial at best, a beautiful vase, pleasing to the eye, with a melodious voice, yet possessing a sharp wit hidden beneath her gentle demeanor. As for her skills and training, he was utterly oblivious. Shi Xi arranged to meet with Sheng Yan, engaging in a casual conversation that eventually led to the crux of the matter. You are still young. Why the rush to get engaged? Shi Xi teased Sheng Yan. With a calm demeanor, Sheng Yan replied, if you are suggesting postponing the engagement, let's not discuss it. Leaning back against the sofa, Shi Xi maintained a gentle smile. Yet his words were direct and piercing. Your previous attitude toward Shi Xi did not resemble that of someone who wishes to marry her. Pondering over his actions, Sheng Yan questioned, did I? Shi Xi retorted, what do you truly think? Why ask me? Clearing his throat, Sheng Yan responded, this matter is between Shi Xi and me. If we are to delay the engagement, let her be the one to approach me. Shi Xi fell silent, scrutinizing Sheng Yan. Could it be that he genuinely harbored feelings for Shi Xi? Sheng Yan, with a smile, inquired, do you have any further advice, Brother Su? Shi Xi shook his head, stating that he would let Shi Xi communicate with him regarding the postponement. This left Sheng Yan contemplative. He knew that Shi Xi had always liked him, yet recently, she seemed to have transformed completely, avoiding him. Previously, she had messaged him almost daily, but now, they had not spoken in ages. Had she perhaps developed feelings for someone else? While Sheng Yan's thoughts spiraled, Shi Xi's mind was equally turbulent. How to handle a sister who was so endearing? Wait a moment, sister? Shi Xi suddenly recalled he had another sister, Ningyu. Their two families had established an engagement once. With a sudden smile, Shi Xi remarked, however, you know that Shi Xi is not my biological sister. Ningyu is. Thus, The one you are engaged to should indeed be Ningyu. Chapter 137. If the engagement is not delayed, will you marry me? Sheng Yan's expression darkened. The person I am engaged to has always been Shi Xi. Are you suggesting a change? I am merely clarifying the facts, Shi Xi replied with a gentle smile, appearing entirely non-threatening. What a cunning fox. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Sheng Yan reiterated, I stand by my statement. My fiancé is only Shi Xi. Whether we postpone the engagement or dissolve the engagement, I will only discuss it with her. Seeing Sheng Yan's steadfastness, Shi Xi sighed inwardly and decided to shift the topic. He anticipated that Sheng Yan would prove even more stubborn than he had imagined. Yet, he had already promised Xia Yunzhou to postpone the engagement. Upon returning home, Shi Xi called Shi Xi to relay Sheng Yan's words.
Huh?
Sheng Yan wants to talk to me? Shi Xi responded in confusion. What is there to discuss? Hasn't he always disliked me? Shi Xi clarified. He said that whether it is to postpone the engagement or dissolve it, he will only speak with you. Shi Xi sat up in bed, her eyes filled with bewilderment.
Why?
Didn't he used to find me bothersome and avoid seeing me? Shi Xi, unsure of the answer, asked. Would you like to talk to him? But I can't return recently. I'm busy recording here, Shi Xi replied, glancing at her schedule. Have the invitations for the engagement been sent out? Not yet, but both families have already made a grand announcement to prepare for the engagement, Shi Xi added. The venue has even been selected. Shi Xi scratched her head, pondering. Is there anyone's birthday coming up? Perhaps we could relinquish the venue?
Si su responded, no.
Forget it. I'll call Sheng Yan and see what he is thinking, Shi Xi decided, unable to come up with a better plan. After hanging up, Shi Xi dialed Sheng Yan, exchanged pleasantries, and then inquired, My brother mentioned that you do not wish to postpone the engagement? Hearing her question, Sheng Yan felt a twinge of displeasure. You say you are engaged, then you say you wish to postpone. Doesn't that make me seem ridiculous? Shi Xi proposed, how about this? You suggest the postponement. Sheng Yan was taken aback. You truly are quite the clever one. Why the sudden desire to postpone the engagement? His heart felt constricted. Because you are the male lead. And I am merely the female supporting character. Shi Xi thought, yet she could not voice it directly. Instead, she said, if we don't postpone the engagement, will you marry me? Aren't you supposed to prefer Ningyu? Sheng Yan countered, not providing an answer. I will reconsider the engagement matter. Shi Xi was taken aback. What else is there to consider? But Sheng Yan had already hung up, leaving no room for her inquiries. Staring at her phone, Shi Xi asked the system. Isn't Sheng Yan supposed to like Ningyu? Shouldn't he be eager to dissolve our engagement? Why is he now reluctant to even postpone the engagement? The system replied. You say you are engaged, then you wish to postpone. Sheng Yan is a person too, of course he would be irritated. Shi Xi placed herself in Sheng Yan's shoes and fell into contemplation. The actions of their families did indeed seem rather unfair. So, did she truly want to be engaged to Sheng Yan? Shi Xi's expression turned troubled. System. Uncertain, let us take it step by step. The world's narrative has yet to unravel, and we shall address that when it does. The system has opted for a state of repose. Chapter 138. Xia Yunzhou's birthday. Observing the system's indolence, Shi Xi decided to recline as well, thinking that Xia Yunzhou would most likely refrain from casting her into the river to feed the fish. System. Each individual at peace, content to embrace a leisurely existence. A knock echoed through the air. Shi Xi rose to open the door, only to find that it was Xia Yunzhou's assistant. Hello? What brings you here? Shi Xi inquired softly. The assistant, with a smile, replied, Good day, Monsieur. While I was at the cake shop, I thought you might enjoy a cake. So, I brought one for you. Upon seeing the chocolate cake in the assistant's hands, Shi Xi's eyes sparkled. How thoughtful of you. Thank you. No need for thanks. The assistant hinted. Mr. Xia's birthday is approaching, and I was actually there to order his birthday cake. Xia Yunzhou's birthday? Shi Xi asked, intrigued. When is it? The assistant, noticing Shi Xi's keen interest, promptly responded, It's next weekend. Do you have time, Monsieur? Considering that she and Xia Yunzhou had become somewhat of friends, she replied. I should be free. Where is he holding the birthday celebration? Mr. Xia will be attending an international conference that day and will only invite a few friends to celebrate. The assistant explained. Next weekend at 7 in the evening, at the Marriott Rotating Restaurant. It is imperative that you attend, Monsieur. Shi Xi nodded. All right, I understand. With the assistant's task accomplished, they mentally celebrated the prospect of a doubled year-end bonus. After bidding farewell to the assistant, Shi Xi returned to her bed, pondering what gift to bestow upon Xia Yunzhou. As a formidable figure in both wealth and power, he seemed to lack for nothing. What could she possibly gift him? Shi Xi searched. What birthday gifts are suitable for male friends? Answer. Gift him yourself. Shi Xi. A male friend, not a boyfriend. As she scrolled down, all she found were gifts meant for boyfriends. Forget it. She would think of something herself. With a substantial amount of money at her disposal, she could afford something more extravagant. The second episode of Star Selection Idol had sparked considerable discussion. Preparations for the third episode's recording were in full swing. This time, they would take the stage for their inaugural performance. The first performance would be divided into 14 groups, each led by a mentor, competing against other groups. The victorious group members would each receive an additional 10,000 votes. The member with the highest popularity within their group would earn an extra 50,000 votes. Upon hearing Shen Huanquan's introduction, the trainees were filled with anticipation. Additional votes. Now that was a truly enticing reward. For the top contenders, 10,000 votes might seem trivial, but for those in the middle ranks, it could mean the difference of mere hundreds of votes to advance to the next round. And gaining the top spot in their group would yield an extra 50,000 votes. Who wouldn't be tempted? Instantly, the trainees' eyes sparkled with excitement. Shen Huanquan smiled and continued. Now, regarding the grouping rules, the mentors will select a suitable C-position leader from classes A and B to lead their group. And the selected C-position leader will choose their teammates from the remaining trainees. If a trainee is selected by multiple mentors, they will enter a selection phase. There were a total of 14 songs. Everyone was asked to first view segments of these songs. The large screen lit up, showcasing a series of practice room clips. Each trainee fixated on the screen, missing no detail. Shi Xi observed them fervently discussing their song choices and mused, do they have any self-awareness? They wished to select vocal parts while being off-key? They aspire to join the dance group despite their lack of coordination? They can't even speak Mandarin correctly but want to rap? Chapter 139. 5 mentors vying for a single trainee. Though most of the trainees lacked strength, it did not deter their lofty aspirations. After viewing all 14 practice rooms, it was time for grouping. Shen Huanquan scanned the room and said, let us invite mentor Zheng to make the first selection. Although Zheng Feizai was not the most popular, her extensive experience made her the most suitable to lead the first selection. Zheng Feizai looked towards Class A and declared, I choose Bai Songyang. Bai Songyang was widely recognized as an all-rounder in singing, dancing, and rapping. He was the guardian of Class A and a candidate for the ultimate C position, currently topping the popularity charts. Bai Songyang rose. At that moment, AIEG raised her hand and said, I also wish to select Bai Songyang. Mentor Zheng, would you allow me? I believe he is perfect for rap. Shuo Nan, Bai Songyang excels in dance. Why not join my group? You can choose any 3 songs. 3 mentors scrambled for Bai Songyang, and the envious and jealous gazes of the other trainees seemed as if they would devour him whole. The part-time host, Shen Huanquan, remarked, Bai Songyang, multiple mentors are vying for you, and you have the option to choose among them. I must add, I would love for you to join my group.
Wow.
The trainees were even more envious. 4 mentors were competing for Bai Songyang. Everyone turned to Shi Xi, wondering if they would witness all 5 mentors contesting for Bai Songyang. They did not. Shi Xi smiled politely, pondering how intriguing this script was, given the audience's enthusiastic response. Indeed, the scene of 4 mentors vying for Bai Songyang was scripted to add intrigue to the program. However, Bai Songyang was genuinely exceptional. So much so that all 4 mentors were eager to guide him. Shi Xi had inquired with the scriptwriter as to why she was not included in the competition. 5 mentors, vying for a single trainee. What a captivating spectacle. Yet, the scriptwriter's single statement thrust her back into the cold reality. We are concerned that Bai Songyang may actually choose Miss Shi's group. Shi Xi, it's just that I don't believe she can lead. This script was provided to the mentors, while the trainees were blissfully unaware of its existence. Lacking stage experience, Shi Xi was not given a script, allowing her the freedom to select trainees for grouping as long as she did not choose 4 or 5-star trainees. Shi Xi sighed. After a moment of deliberation, Bai Songyang ultimately chose Shen Huanquan. He bowed to the other mentors, saying, I apologize. I believe Mentor Shen's song selection suits me better. Zheng Feizai sighed and proceeded to select the next person. There were 14 groups in total. Shi Xi led 2 groups, while each of the other mentors led 3. Zheng Feizai headed the vocal group, Shuo Nan the dance group, AIEG the rap group. and Shun Huanchuan directly led the singing and dancing group. Shi Xi was in charge of the original group. Moreover, she was the last to select trainees. It was merely a matter of who would be the most unfortunate. Meanwhile, Zheng Feizai chose Li Jinfan. Li Jinfan possessed a wonderful vocal quality, and the program's designation for him was as a major vocalist. If he were to enter Zheng Feizai's group, it would undoubtedly be a boon. The other mentors did not contest this, all implicitly acknowledging that Li Jinfan would join Zheng Feizai's group. Li Jinfan looked toward Shi Xi, his face adorned with a sunny smile, and inquired, "Sister Shi, aren't you interested in selecting me?" Shi Xi was unexpectedly called upon, glancing at Li Jinfan with a look of confusion. "Big brother, with such formidable vocal prowess, it is only natural that you would join Zheng Feizai's group. The script indicates as much. I would love to select you, but I fear I have nothing to teach you." With a faint smile, Shi Xi responded with eloquence, "I believe your strengths would be better showcased in Mentor Zheng's group." Chapter 140. The original group is in need of such talent. Li Jinfan chuckled softly and addressed Zheng Feizai. "Mentor Zheng, I look forward to your guidance." Zheng Feizai sighed in relief. Shi Xi was aware that the trainees in Class A were exceptionally skilled, thus she chose a member from Class B, Sun Zihong, a creative singer who had been eagerly gazing at Shi Xi ever since she mentioned leading the original group. Under such fervent scrutiny, Shi Xi decided to select him. The original group indeed required such talent. After 2 rounds of mentor selections, nearly all members from Class A had been chosen, leaving only Pei Kai unselected. Initially eager to join either Shoan's or Shun Hanchuan's group, by the final round, Pei Kai merely hoped to be chosen by any mentor. Yet, the mentors preferred to select from Class B rather than him. Amidst a throng of trainees, he remained the sole unselected member from Class A. After 3 rounds, nearly all mentors had secured their central team leaders, leaving only Shi Xi to choose the last one. Pei Kai lowered his gaze. He had no rapport with Shi Xi. He had been rather brusque with her in the dance studio. Indeed, the dance teacher's words rang true. In an industry like entertainment, having more friends leads to more opportunities. Had he befriended Shi Xi back then, he might not have found himself in such a predicament now. Other trainees were also keenly observing the selection for the final central team leader. Shi Xi was to lead 2 original teams, one requiring self-composed songs and the other self-choreographed dances. Pei Kai was an exceptional dancer, yet there was another trainee from Class B who had previously worked as a choreographer. The trainees held their breath in anticipation of Shi Xi's decision. Even the mentors were fixated on her, eager to see whom she would choose. Shi Xi found herself in a quandary. She had initially intended to select the choreographer from Class B. However, she was taken aback to discover that Pei Kai had not been chosen by others. Was Pei Kai merely a background player in Class A, consistently overlooked? Pei Kai's dance skills were indeed remarkable, with a commanding stage presence and, to be fair, he was quite handsome. If he were in the central position, the group's chances of success would be significantly heightened. Shi Xi had never intended to snatch a trainee from Class A, but now that one had fortuitously presented itself, her spirits lifted. "Pei Kai, would you like to join my group?" Shi Xi asked with a gentle smile. Upon hearing his name, Pei Kai was momentarily taken aback. The trainees beside him, noticing his silence, urged him, "Hurry, go. Say you're willing." Pei Kai raised his gaze. The girl's smile was serene, her eyes sparkling.
I
am willing." He suppressed the exhilaration swelling within him and strode forward confidently. Had he misjudged Shi Xi's intentions? Seeing Shi Xi select Pei Kai, Shoan also breathed a sigh of relief and continued with the selection process. Next came the choice of teammates. Shi Xi had assumed the choreographer from Class B would join another mentor's group, but to her surprise, he was eager to join hers. How moving! Although Shi Xi had gathered several talented individuals, many still preferred to work under other mentors. After all, despite being a mentor, her stage experience was virtually non-existent compared to the assurances offered by other mentors. Moreover, the original concept represented uncertainty and challenge, far less secure than the known. After the group divisions, Shun Hongguan announced the first public performance will take place this Saturday, live-streamed in its entirety. I urge all trainees to prepare diligently. With only 5 days of practice, this was particularly daunting for the original group. Chapter 141. The wealthy are indeed unfortunate, having raised another's child for 18 years. Following the group divisions, each team quickly allocated practice rooms and commenced learning new performances. Sun Zihong instructed those who could arrange music to compose melodies, while those who could not were to write lyrics, encouraging extensive contributions for final selection. Pei Kai, already a strong dancer, paired with another talented individual to choreograph, aiming to finalize their dance by Wednesday. The two groups, operating outside the constraints of the program's script, exhibited remarkable unity. After observing for a while, Shi Xi realized her presence was entirely superfluous. She could neither compose music nor choreograph. Never mind, I'll clock out. After spending 2 hours in the practice room, feeling utterly redundant, she left with tears in her eyes. As she exited, Shi Xi passed by other practice rooms and couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, the popular mentors seemed to have it the easiest. Following the broadcast of the second episode of Star Selection Idol, Shi Xi's popularity surged, drawing numerous new fans. As her fame escalated, some began to unearth her true identity. On Dubon Forum, a post emerged, 818 The popular mentor Shi Xi is a fake heiress. Is the tale of mistaken identity unfolding right before my eyes? Shi Xi had long marketed herself as a wealthy, privileged young lady, her social media brimming with designer clothes and bags. However, last month, the Shi family discovered that Shi Xi was not their biological daughter. She was, in fact, the daughter of a poor couple from Longquan village, having lived a life of luxury for 18 years as a false heiress. The true heiress had endured a life of hardship for 18 years and had only recently returned to the Shi family. The comments below the post were rife with shock. What a dramatic twist. Has Shi Xi stolen another's life? Wasn't this already common knowledge? The wealthy matron had given birth during a visit, and the child had been switched. The fake heiress had occupied another's place for 18 years, only to brazenly emerge to profit, while the true heiress had endured hardships. How shameless of Shi Xi to market herself as a wealthy young lady. The real parents of the true heiress were the most malicious, having sent their daughter into affluence while allowing the true heiress to suffer. The wealthy are indeed unfortunate. They raised another's child for 18 years. In an instant, discussions about Shi Xi intensified online. The trending topic of the fake heiress dominated the charts, surpassing all entertainment discussions. With further revelations, some even uncovered the true identity of the heiress. The real heiress, named Ningyu, was a top science student from Fengcheng. Despite her humble origins, she excelled academically. How inspirational. Truly, excellent genes yield excellence regardless of circumstances. A dragon begets a dragon, and a phoenix begets a phoenix. The true heiress is a phoenix, who, even if born in a mouse hole, remains a phoenix. No matter how much Shi Xi received an elite education, she could never rise to such heights. The emergence of this real-life case of mistaken identities captivated the public. Rallying support for the true heiress Ningyu and demanding that Shi Xi return the life she had unlawfully appropriated. The sensational revelations have left Shi Xi's fans in a state of disarray. They admire Shi Xi, yet it appears that she has indeed usurped a life that rightfully belonged to another. Just as public opinion rallied in support of the true heiress, Ningyu made her appearance. Ningyu stated, "Please focus on Shi Xi's new drama and pay less attention to me. Thank you." The comments erupted. Is this Ningyu, the true heiress? What does true heiress even mean? Supporting Shi Xi on Weibo? Hilarious. Even if lives have been swapped, what do these two girls know? They're just sisters supporting each other. Do they really need netizens to act as mediators? Chapter 142, calling for Ningyu's support. It must be an act. The true heiress must have been coerced into posting such a Weibo. The true heiress is so pitiful. Ningyu, do not fear. We stand behind you. A daughter of a wealthy family is still a daughter of a wealthy family. A hill chicken can never transform into a phoenix. This particular comment was fortunate enough to receive a reply from Ningyu. You are the beast. I am human. Hilarious. Ningyu truly exudes charisma. The true heiress seems entirely unfazed by such remarks, never resorting to self-pity. Ningyu is the top science student of Feng City and has already been accepted into Yenjing University. For her, entering a wealthy family is of no consequence. She has entirely relied on her own efforts to attain everything she desires. Moreover, the affluent family is quite wealthy. Adopting another daughter is hardly a burden. Netizens are merely meddling in affairs that do not concern them. Did Shi Xi truly do anything wrong? She too is a victim. Having been pampered in the wealthy family for 18 years, can she still be considered a victim? I wouldn't mind being a victim myself. The online discourse escalated. Yet it did not alter the sentiments of Shi Xi and Ningyu. Ningyu seldom peruses Weibo. It was only while logging into a game that she noticed people discussing the matter, prompting her to speak up for Shi Xi. In Ningyu's eyes, Shi Xi is merely a naive and simple-minded girl, someone who would be bullied in the entertainment industry. The Shi family's wealth is immense. Yet most will be inherited by the eldest son, Shi Xi. The portion allocated to Shi Xi is merely a fraction. Ningyu is indifferent to this wealth. She can easily earn money through her own diligence. Were it not for the ties of blood, she would never have returned here. From Shi Xi's perspective, everything she currently possesses rightfully belongs to Ningyu. Only her endeavors in the entertainment industry are truly her own. Upon witnessing Ningyu standing up for her, Shi Xi was overwhelmed with gratitude and called Ningyu to express her thanks. Is there anything else? If not, I will hang up, Ningyu replied, maintaining her usual cool and detached demeanor. Shi Xi responded, nothing else. Wishing you happiness every day, her tone reminiscent of a salesperson. Meanwhile, some sought to exploit the situation of the true and false heiresses, yet the two individuals at the center of the controversy remained unconcerned. Some speculated that the Ning couple had switched the children in hopes of facing legal consequences. However, the Shi family had already clarified that the incident was merely a misunderstanding. The two girls born on that day were placed together for bathing, and the small hospital from 18 years ago had subpar management. The attending physician had passed away, and the nurse had moved away and changed professions, leaving their memories of the past quite vague. Ultimately, the matter of the swapped children faded into obscurity. The Shi parents had once suspected the Ning couple, yet upon investigating, they discovered that the Ning couple genuinely adored Ningyu, fulfilling her every wish and treating her as if she were their own daughter. Seeing how well they had nurtured her, the Shi family ceased their inquiries. Accepting the situation as simply gaining an additional daughter, public opinion could no longer stir any waves. Nevertheless, some individuals covertly ventured to Longquan village, seeking out the Ning couple. The Ning parents, carrying carefully prepared local specialties, awaited the arrival of Shi Xi at the location she frequented for recording. When Shi Xi arrived, she looked upon the mud-stained Ning couple with disdain, asking, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 143. Just considered a dream. Upon seeing Shi Xi, the Ning couple desired to approach their daughter, yet Shi Xi repulsively pushed them away. "Stay away from me. You are not my parents. I am Shi Xi, the young lady of the Shi family." Security. Quickly, have these two people removed. The security personnel, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Shi Xi stood behind them, insisting that she did not recognize the couple. However, the Ning couple claimed, "Shi Xi is our daughter." The security personnel found themselves in a dilemma. At that moment, a swarm of reporters suddenly emerged, approaching Shi Xi to inquire whether she was snobbish and unwilling to acknowledge her biological parents. Upon seeing so many reporters, Shi Xi panicked, unable to respond to their questions. The Ning couple, witnessing Shi Xi being besieged, immediately shielded her, further emphasizing the greatness of parental love. All of this was captured on camera and swiftly disseminated online. In an instant, malicious comments about Shi Xi flooded the internet. Who would have thought Shi Xi was such a person? I was truly blind to ever think well of her. She flaunts the persona of a wealthy beauty daily. Yet at her core, she is so disdainful of the less fortunate. Alas, a hill chicken can never become a phoenix, constantly feigning delicacy. All she knows is how to market her beauty. Her acting skills are lacking, her emotional intelligence is inadequate, and her singing and dancing are nothing to boast about. Aside from buying trending searches, what else can she do? The deluge of negative reviews targeted at Shi Xi was overwhelming. Some even privately messaged her, telling her to exit the entertainment industry and wishing her dead. The production teams she collaborated with hastily sought to terminate contracts, demanding compensation for the losses incurred. In such circumstances, no one was willing to work with Shi Xi any longer. The entertainment industry had effectively blacklisted her. The alarm clock rang. Shi Xi sat up in bed, feeling as though she had just awakened from a dream. Yet upon waking, the scenes from the dream slipped her mind. Unable to recall, she chose not to dwell on it and prepared to rise for today's recording. Although two production teams no longer required her, Shi Xi felt a pang of conscience regarding the fee she received for her appearances, so she continued to show up for work punctually. Even if it meant treating the trainees from the production team to milk tea and fried chicken, it counted as her small contribution as a mentor. At breakfast time, when Shi Xi opened her door, she was greeted by the formidable antagonist, Xia Yunzhao. True to his villainous nature, he exuded a chilling elegance. His stature as straight as bamboo. Despite carrying breakfast, his sharp demeanor remained unmistakable. Shi Xi had grown accustomed to sharing breakfast with Xia Yunzhao, thanks to his assistant. She had developed the commendable habit of waking up early to eat, and her stomach felt much better than before. However, Xia Yunzhao had been exceptionally busy lately. Often, when she returned from recording, his meetings were still ongoing. Indeed, the CEO seems busier than the stars. Yet among those CEOs, some merely engage in romance without any other responsibilities. While eating breakfast, Shi Xi's gaze fixated on Xia Yunzhao's wrist. He followed her gaze and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much. Your watch is quite exquisite," remarked Shi Xi. She then inquired, "Didn't you used to wear a string of sandalwood beads frequently?" "The cord of the sandalwood bracelet has become somewhat frayed, so I instructed my assistant to replace it," he replied. Pondering this, Shi Xi lowered her head to continue her breakfast. Xia Yunzhao observed her demeanor and mistakenly assumed she admired his watch. After stepping outside, he instructed his assistant to procure a matching women's version of his watch. Chapter 144. At present, Shi Xi still sported her vibrant pink hair. Unfortunately, this model does not have a women's counterpart, the assistant informed him. "In that case, arrange for a customized similar piece," Xia Yunzhao commanded. "Understood," the assistant responded. Meanwhile, after finishing her breakfast, Shi Xi boarded the vehicle heading to the recording studio. Her interest in Xia Yunzhao's watch wasn't due to admiration. Rather, she had originally intended to buy him a watch as a birthday gift. However, she was taken aback by his impeccable taste. The watch he wore was remarkably beautiful. Would he dislike the one she had chosen? Thankfully, she had refrained from purchasing it, affording her the opportunity to select another gift. Yet as Xia Yunzhao's birthday approached, she pondered what to give him. Lost in thought, she soon arrived outside the recording venue. As she prepared to enter, her peripheral vision caught sight of two familiar figures. Were those not her biological parents from Longquan village? What could they possibly be doing here? The Ning couple hesitated to approach her upon seeing Shi Xi, particularly since her current appearance featured striking pink hair. Shi Xi took the initiative and asked, "What brings you here? Did you come to find me?" Stepping back a bit, they held items in their hands, concerned about soiling Shi Xi's attire. "Shi Xi, we heard you were being bullied, so we came to check on you and brought some local specialties," Ning's mother said, scrutinizing Shi Xi. "How have you been? Who's been bothering you? Are you eating well? Sleeping properly?" A barrage of questions left Shi Xi bewildered. "I'm doing just fine. Who could possibly have led you to think otherwise?" she replied, glancing around before quietly asking, "Who told you I was being bullied?" The Ning couple, with limited entertainment in the village, were unfamiliar with Weibo and entertainment forums. And scarcely anyone knew Shi Xi was their biological daughter, let alone gossip about it. Furrowing her brow, Shi Xi suspected that some meddlesome paparazzi had disturbed the Ning couple, prompting them to seek her out. "This isn't the place for conversation. Please come inside," she urged, guiding them into the recording venue. Having hurried over, the Ning couple carried wet bamboo baskets, feeling somewhat embarrassed upon seeing the shiny floor. "We want tea intrude. You should take these back to eat," they insisted. Curious about the contents of the bamboo baskets, Shi Xi casually inquired, "What do you have in there?" With a hearty smile, Ning's father replied, "These are the renowned hairy crabs from our Longquan village. They are absolutely delicious." Shi Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. "This basket holds far more than just a dozen crabs. Let us go in through the back and head directly to the cafeteria. It's perfect timing for lunch. We can enjoy crab together," she suggested. Initially reluctant to disrupt Shi Xi, the Ning couple relented upon seeing her insistence and their lingering concern for their daughter. The production team had a cafeteria, and once Shi Xi informed them, she escorted the Ning couple there. Each of them carried 2 baskets filled with nearly 100 live hairy crabs, tightly bound together. With a grand gesture, Shi Xi decided to treat this as an additional meal, asking the cafeteria chef to prepare them for lunch so everyone could partake. After handing the ingredients to the chef, Shi Xi settled down with the Ning couple in the cafeteria to continue their conversation. Chapter 145. Today, we have hairy crabs, Shi Xi exclaimed. "Why didn't you call me before coming? I could have sent someone to pick you up." Pouring water for them, she probed, "How did you find your way here? This is Yanqing, yet you traveled such a long distance to bring me crabs. It seems quite peculiar." Moreover, Ning's father ran a small clinic, although modest. The long journey would surely hinder his ability to attend to patients. Once seated, Ning's father remarked, "A man told us you were being bullied and urged us to come check on you. He insisted we come directly, without calling you, so we followed his advice." Ning's mother added with a hint of guilt, "Your father wanted to call ahead, but I feared you would only share good news, so I didn't let him. Seeing you well now puts our minds at ease. Next time, we will definitely give you a heads up before visiting." The Ning couple transitioned from initial concern to self-reproach, anxious about causing Shi Xi any trouble. "It's quite alright if you miss me, just call, and I'll come visit." The journey is too far for you. Shi Xi replied with a gentle smile. It's been too long since I last visited. Once my work here concludes, I'll return to the village for a few days. I can't wait for you to make me your chicken and mushroom stew. Absolutely. Ning's mother beamed. By the time you return, the jujube tree at the entrance will be ripe. I'll make sure to pick some for you. By the way, did you deliver crabs to Sister Ningyu? Shi Xi inquired. Of course. We took 2 baskets to her before coming here, Ning's father confirmed. 2 baskets for her and 4 for you. Oh, my parents are truly wonderful. Shi Xi exclaimed. Glancing at the time, she said, you should rest here for a bit. I need to check on the practice room. Don't leave. We'll eat lunch together and I'll drive you home in the evening. After Shi Xi departed, the Ning couple lingered in the cafeteria for a while but, feeling restless, they went to assist with the crabs in the back. Returning to the practice room, Shi Xi observed the progress of the teams. Both original music groups were advancing rapidly. The song group had completed the composition and lyrics, and they were now rehearsing. Meanwhile, the choreography group was already in the midst of their practice. Though Shi Xi had little experience in singing and dancing, she was eager to learn and often sought guidance from other mentors to help her trainees. While the rules dictated that mentors lead different groups in competition, the reality was far less rigid, with mentors striving to support trainees from other groups as well. In addition to the mentors, the production team provided various behind-the-scenes instructors for assistance. Similarly, other groups would invite Shi Xi to observe their routines, seeking her feedback on their performances. Although she was not a dance mentor, Shi Xi was a young woman, and the program's audience largely consisted of young females, making her opinions highly valued among the trainees. From the first group to the last, Shi Xi reviewed their progress and offered constructive suggestions before inviting everyone to lunch. Today we have hairy crabs. Hurry, or you'll miss out. At the mention of this, the trainees became animated, eagerly rushing to the cafeteria. The cafeteria's meals are rather mundane, and as trainees, they must meticulously regulate their diets, refraining from indulgence. Thus, when the opportunity for an additional serving arises, it is only natural for them to be the first to seize it. Chapter 146. Whether Shi Xi is truly popular. These individuals are far more aware than the online trolls. The group of trainees joyfully feasted on hairy crabs before returning to their rehearsals. Meanwhile, Shi Xi escorted the Ning couple to the airport, watching them depart before receiving a call from Han Chuan. Your parents came looking for you?
Han Chuan stated bluntly.
Shi Xi clicked her tongue. Where did you hear that? A paparazzo recorded a video on Weibo. Han Chuan paused momentarily, then remarked, you handled it well. He had worried upon viewing the video that Shi Xi might disown them and send them away. Can someone remove the video? I would prefer that others do not disturb my parents, Shi Xi requested. That can be arranged, Han Chuan assured. The Ning couple, being outsiders, need not live under public scrutiny. Upon returning to the production team, the director warmly invited Shi Xi to a gathering over the weekend, acknowledging the hard work everyone had put in leading up to Saturday's performance. Suddenly, Shi Xi recalled that it was Xia Yunzhao's birthday that day. I won't have time, as I have a friend's birthday celebration. The director expressed regret. Then we shall have to gather another time. Next time it is. The show still has a long way to go. While they conversed, Li Jinfan happened to pass by the corner, catching snippets of the discussion about the weekend birthday. Shi Xi's mentor has a birthday this weekend? He pondered thoughtfully. The 3rd episode of Star Selection Idol aired, primarily focusing on group formations and rehearsals. Amongst the highlights was the scene of the 4 mentors competing for by Songyang, which proved to be quite captivating. Another segment that sparked considerable debate featured Shi Xi leading the original group. What qualifications does Shi Xi have to lead the original group? How dare she? I'm baffled. Can Shi Xi compose lyrics or music, or even choreograph? How can she lead these 2 original groups? Give those boys in the groups a break. Can Shi Xi exhibit some self-awareness and withdraw from the show? What popularity as a mentor? She's simply infuriating. Every time I see her, it annoys me. They claim it's an original group, yet the trainees expect the mentor's assistance in creating original work? What does that even mean? In a 2-hour program, Shi Xi received merely 5 minutes of screen time. How can that be criticized? A popular mentor is indeed a popular mentor, every time an episode airs. Shi Xi trends on social media. The fans of the group trainees remained silent, while righteous bystanders stepped up to defend them. The rules clearly state that trainees unwilling to join a group can decline the mentor's offers. I have observed that they are quite eager to join Shi Xi's group. Those in the know understand that the trainees have entered the original group, while the uninformed might assume the mentors are crafting original content themselves. After numerous battles, Shi Xi's fans have developed hearts of steel. What righteous bystanders? They are merely hiding behind their keyboards, spewing malice. Responding to them even once feels like tarnishing one's account. Yet the haters persist, adamantly believing that Shi Xi is unfit for the mentor role, demanding that she withdraw from the competition. The production team simply pretended not to see. They were indifferent to the negative comments, focusing instead on viewership and sponsorship investments. Numerous sponsors have approached Shi Xi, eager for her to endorse their products. Have they not noticed that Jianghu Dream, thanks to Shi Xi's promotion, achieved record-high download numbers in a single day, with monthly revenue reaching its peak and promotional videos garnering over 10 million views, maintaining impressive figures on international platforms? The question of whether Shi Xi is truly popular is one that they understand better than the online detractors. Han Chuan receives calls from sponsors daily, all seeking to have Shi Xi as their spokesperson. Chapter 147. The all-rounder AC, who would dare to believe such an image? Saturday arrived swiftly. Star Selection Idol, cloaked in the banner of fairness, broadcasts each performance live. The first performance was set for Saturday evening. Viewers prepared their fried chicken, cola, sunflower seeds, and chips, gathering before their screens, eagerly anticipating the inaugural stage performance. Just before the live broadcast commenced, the screen rolled with footage of the members' initial stages and the theme song's MV. At 7:30, the live stream began punctually. In the enveloping darkness, the scattered glow sticks in the audience revealed a packed house. The quiet stage lights gradually illuminated, the camera slowly zooming in on the center of the stage. In an instant, all lights shone brightly, revealing the girl at the center. With pink hair tied in a single ponytail, her long, fair neck was exposed. Her petite face radiated a gentle smile, and her dark, sparkling eyes resembled a shattered lake, glimmering boundlessly. The girl's delicate brows arched gracefully, her bright eyes and pearly teeth enhanced by sequins reflecting the stage lights. Dazzling and captivating, her beauty could easily serve as a screensaver. Even the most critical of observers found her visage beyond reproach. As the theme song of Star Selection Idol began to play, the girl smiled softly and began to dance to the music. The comments section overflowed with ecstatic exclamations. Ah, Shi Xi is opening. She's absolutely stunning. Wife. Shi Xi, let's South get close. Who's glowing? Oh, it's my wife, Shi Xi. Shi Xi's admirers furiously closed the comments to focus solely on her captivating opening performance. The boy group's choreography was bold and powerful. Yet Shi Xi matched them with equal vigor, her singing prowess also remarkably impressive. Breaking free from the shackles of the starry system, I forge ahead without retreat. With fervent ambition burning within, I ignite the endless descent. After countless hours of practice in the dance studio, Shi Xi had mastered when to exert force and how to execute movements more gracefully. Her voice, sweet and soft, had also captured the song's intensity after rigorous training. Sweet and beautiful, she sang with the force of breaking free from constraints. If you are a star, shine brightly. If it is a dream, embark on the journey alone. The more extravagant the dream, the more the world will oppose. As her body moved rhythmically to the music, the camera focused on her. Shi Xi flashed a gentle smile and winked playfully, eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd. Shi Xi. Most of the audience present were fans of the trainees. However, who could resist a charming girl? After completing her final pose, Shi Xi took a moment to catch her breath and waved to the audience below. The crowd erupted. Ah. Shi Xi. Shen Hongquan, holding a sign, stepped onto the stage from the side, smiling. As expected of a popular mentor, Shi Xi's popularity is truly remarkable. The audience responded, ah.
Shen Hongquan.
So handsome. Your popularity is quite high as well, Mentor Shen, Shi Xi replied. Did everyone enjoy Shi Xi's opening performance? Shen Hongquan inquired. The entire audience responded enthusiastically. We did. The fans in the comments section were fervently expressing their admiration, exclaiming, oh my goodness, I can't believe how stable Shi Xi's singing and dancing are. If she were to participate in a talent show, she would undoubtedly debut in the center position. The versatile visual AC, who would dare to doubt such a persona? It has finally become clear why the production team chose her as a mentor. Her prowess is undeniably worthy of this esteemed role, let alone that of a popular mentor. Chapter 148. She appears to be merely a decorative vase, yet possesses formidable skills. The live broadcast had scarcely commenced when Shi Xi's opening performance surged to trending status. The girl in the video, with her ethereal beauty, captivated viewers with every smile and frown, rendering them unable to tear their eyes away. I was mistaken. Shi Xi is indeed deserving of this mentorship. Initially, I thought she was merely a pretty face, but I never anticipated her immense talent. She embodies the type that seems like a mere ornament, yet possesses genuine capability. The comments beneath the trending topic were overwhelmingly laudatory. Bystanders are not blind. They can discern quality. Previously, without a stage to showcase her talent, they had yet to witness her brilliance. But Shi Xi's flawless rendition of the theme song has proven she merits the position of mentor on Star Idol. Given her exceptional singing and dancing skills, one might wonder why she did not perform during the mentor showcase. A question was posed, and soon thereafter, an explanation emerged. The original popular mentor, Quan Gao Yi, encountered a scandal, leading to the investors withdrawing their support, which prompted the production team to seek Shi Xi as a last-minute replacement, leaving no time for her to prepare a mentor showcase. At that time, Shi Xi was still on set, having just wrapped filming. As the crowd unraveled the situation, their analysis was astute, yet misguided. Indeed, the production team sought Shi Xi as a stopgap, but her initial designation was merely that of a decorative, popular mentor. It was only when Shi Xi was guiding the trainees through the theme song that the production team recognized her singing and dancing prowess, prompting them to have her prepare an opening performance. Nevertheless, detractors remained steadfast. Even if Shi Xi's abilities were commendable, she lacked experience as a mentor, and her group would surely be outperformed by others. On stage, Shun Hongquan and Shi Xi took on the role of hosts. Announcing the rules for this performance, 14 groups would engage in positional PKs, with the victorious group receiving bonus votes. Positional PKs imply that only one group can triumph within categories such as dance, vocals, rap, singing and dancing, and original groups. The trainees, upon hearing the rules, were taken aback. They had anticipated pairwise competitions, only to discover that 3 groups would compete simultaneously, leading to a mere 33 chance of victory. Furthermore, Shi Xi was only leading 2 groups, giving her a 50 chance, higher than the others. The first group to perform was the dance group led by Shoanan. Shi Xi and Shun Hongquan took their seats as mentors, eagerly watching the trainees' performances. In Longquan village, a sneaky paparazzo arrived, intent on interviewing the Ning couple, hoping to uncover some dirt on Shi Xi. "This place is so remote," he lamented, stepping out to relieve himself while smoking, discarding the cigarette but carelessly as he prepared to return to his vehicle. In the next moment, the flickering embers of the cigarette were extinguished beneath the polished shoe of a bodyguard clad in black. The bodyguard seized the paparazzo by the collar, forcefully throwing him to the ground.
Who are you?
"What do you want?" the paparazzo exclaimed in anger. The bodyguard, dressed in a tailored black suit and donning dark sunglasses, looked down at the fallen figure. The paparazzo gulped nervously, stammering, "Killing is against the law." The bodyguard scoffed. "Get out of Longquan village." The paparazzo, sensing the gravity of the situation upon noticing the gun holster at the bodyguard's waist, had long since developed a knack for reading people's intentions in this line of work. He understood who could be provoked and who could not. This imposing figure before him was certainly not to be trifled with. I'm leaving," he nodded submissively, quickly getting back into his car and driving away from Longquan village. The bodyguard returned to the shadows, continuing to safeguard the tranquility of the village. Chapter 149. Imagining Shi Xi as a girlfriend. During a live broadcast of Star Idol, after the dance group determined their outcome, it was time for the vocal group. The live stage lacked auto-tuning or backing tracks, resulting in some trainees cracking their voices and going off-key, dragging down the entire group's performance. Conversely, Li Jinfan's group delivered a rendition of the end that was pure and clear, with each member's vocal technique and emotion perfectly on point. Unsurprisingly, Li Jinfan's group claimed the top spot. Next up was the original group led by Shi Xi. "Oh, I'm so nervous. I'm really worried they might falter in their performance. Original compositions are bound to be unique. I hope they shine. Wah, I wish the boys could exceed expectations. Please don't let us down. Di Han, go for it. Mommy loves you." The first to take the stage was the original song led by Dan Zihong. Sure, she straightened her posture, anxiety coursing through her. Though she had heard it many times before, this was the most crucial performance yet. As the crystalline notes of the piano filled the air, the harmonies flowed gently, and the young boy sang softly, as if pouring out the secrets of his youth. Memories of streets once walked together, parting at the corner, unexpressed passions now bottled up. It was only upon growing up that the desire to escape became more pronounced. The lights dimmed, casting a cool, somber glow, and the boy's expression conveyed the weight of 1,000 heartbreaks. As the chorus approached, Dan Zihong's high notes soared into the heavens, breathing life into the song. The piano ceased, and the heartbroken soul hid within a shell, afraid to emerge, fearful of further pain. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Zheng Feizai, ever generous with her praise, remarked, "This is truly an outstanding original composition." I was astonished the first time I heard it. Even the vocal transitions were executed perfectly, making it a flawless performance. After receiving the accolades, Dan Zihong expressed gratitude while also pulling Shi Xi into the conversation. "Thank you. It's all thanks to mentor Shi Xi's guidance." Chapter 149. Shi Xi hastily replied, "It is your hard work that truly matters. I have merely made a small contribution." Shen Hongquan, ever the instigator, chimed in, "I heard that when you were struggling to write lyrics, you imagined mentor Shi Xi as your girlfriend?" Shi Xi's eyes widened in alarm as she admonished, "Don't say such nonsense.
How could I not know about this?
This is a talent show, for goodness sake." Shen Hongquan laughed. "I am simply stating the truth." Shi Xi glanced at the young performers on stage. Dan Zihong blushed, admitting, "None of us have much romantic experience. And this is a love song. I merely suggested that everyone could envision a scenario where mentor Shi Xi and you were in a relationship, only for her to break your heart." At that moment, the backstage screen displayed this segment, showing the trainees scratching their heads in frustration, unable to produce lyrics. Dan Zihong had proposed this rather far-fetched idea. Shi Xi. Shen Hongquan continued to stir the pot, asking, "What type of boy does mentor Shi Xi prefer?" To which Shi Xi replied, "I have no thoughts of romance. My sole focus is on making money and living. With so many trainees present, is there not a single one who fits mentor Shi Xi's type?" Shen Hongquan pressed on. Shi Xi smiled and said, "I prefer boys who are slightly older than me, who possess a touch of maturity." Mentor Shen embodies that type perfectly. Shen Hongquan exclaimed, "How did we end up back on my subject?" Zheng Feizai, intrigued, chimed in, "Isn't Xiao Xin still single?" "Ahem, mentor Zheng, please refrain from teasing me," Shen Hongquan replied with a helpless smile. Shi Xi added fuel to the fire. "Is it only permissible for mentor Shen to jest with me while mentor Zheng cannot gossip about you?" Chapter 150. Men should speak less and act more. Shen Hongquan. "Did you hear that?" My fault, Shen Hongquan surrendered, redirecting the conversation towards the trainees. "Let us inquire what type of girls the trainees prefer." Zhang Zihong responded. And Shen Hongquan jested, "Have you encountered any creative bottlenecks during your compositions?" As the mentors interacted with the trainees, the votes had already been tallied. The next group showcased original choreography. Pei Kai and another trainee presented a choreography that broke conventions and boldly redefined norms, rooted in K-pop yet meticulously synchronized. They even choreographed a solo sword dance for Pei Kai, embodying the spirit of a man. The valiant spirit spans mountains and rivers, a single sword chilling across 14 states. The audience was left in awe. It wasn't until the group performance concluded that they regained their composure, some applauding while others cheered. The two groups led by Shi Xi had no standout contestants, yet their performances shone brilliantly. Whether it was Zhang Zihong's original lyrics and vocal prowess or Pei Kai's solo sword dance, each was worthy of repeated admiration. Unfortunately, fate had placed these two groups in direct competition. Choosing between them was indeed a daunting task. Please cast your votes for your favorite trainees. Shen Hongquan moderated the voting and inquired of Shi Xi, "I recall that the sword dance was suggested by mentor Shi Xi, correct?" Shi Xi nodded. The music arrangement was profoundly stirring. I felt that interpreting it through K-pop wouldn't highlight its brilliance, hence I recommended that Pei Kai learn this sword dance. Shen Hongquan regarded Shi Xi thoughtfully. Mentor Shi Xi appears to have a profound understanding of various dance forms. Shi Xi replied, "Mentor Shen and mentor Shuanan have delved into it even more deeply." Did mentor Shuanan enjoy their performance? Shen Hongquan then glanced at Shuanan, who picked up the microphone and praised their choreography and hard work, lauding them from top to bottom. Listening nearby, Shi Xi couldn't help but wonder if Shuanan had undergone a transformation. What had caused such unexpected kindness? After the mentors' evaluations, the victorious group was to be announced. The screen flickered, ready to reveal the votes for the two groups. Advertisement countdown. 120 seconds. Take a break. We'll be right back. The comment section erupted. Just when it was getting exciting, an advertisement? Seriously, at least announce the votes first. The production team seemed to have finally secured some sponsorship, revealing that they must have made some investments. Watching the performances had been exhilarating. There was a palpable fear that if the original group underperformed, Shi Xi would face criticism. Now, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The original group had truly excelled. Once the live broadcast concluded, they would certainly want to rewatch their stage. Li Jinfan's group also performed admirably, eagerly anticipating a quick release of their footage. Why hadn't Bai Songyang appeared yet? Would he really be the last to take the stage? Pei Kai's sword dance was incredibly impressive. Had anyone noticed how handsome he was? Are you referring to the taciturn, action-oriented dance master, Pei Kai? In just 2 minutes, the online community engaged joyfully in the comments, exchanging insights, recommendations, and speculating on which group would emerge victorious. At long last, the lengthy 2 minutes came to an end. Welcome back. This is the live broadcast of the first performance of Star Idol Selection. Shun Hongguan looked towards the camera, continuing his role as host. The comments read, We know. Please announce the results. Men should speak less and act more. Shun Hongguan, did you hear that? Chapter 151. Let us not allow Leng Qianquan to seek out Ningyu. Even Shun Hanchuan's fans found his verbosity tiresome. Fortunately, since this was a live broadcast, Shun Hongguan remained oblivious to the comments. In the original group showdown, the victorious group was announced. As background music played, Shun Hongguan declared, the original dance group. Upon hearing the results, Pei Kai's face brightened as he embraced his teammates in congratulations. Shi Xi felt a pang of disappointment for the original song group. The stage was meant to dazzle and captivate. Lyrical songs did not hold the same advantage. However, the original piece Heartfelt later ascended to the top of numerous music app charts, maintaining impressive streaming numbers. Yet that was a tale for another time. In the subsequent performances, the rap group delivered an electrifying and charismatic performance, energizing the entire venue. The dance group exuded power and majesty, with Bai Songyang's ensemble successfully defeating their opponents. The first public performance of Star Idol Selection concluded triumphantly. In Fengcheng, Leng Qianquan hosted a banquet aboard a newly launched cruise, inviting many friends to celebrate. Tao Yuxuan donned an exquisite mermaid gown, and upon boarding the cruise, she immediately took out her phone to capture the moment. After snapping a few pictures, she promptly shared them with her friend, Shi Xi. Tao Yuxuan. Guess where I am? Shi Xi. Is Leng Qianquan's cruise launching? Tao Yuxuan. Indeed. There are so many people here. I even spotted Sheng Yan and Su Ge. TSK, that country bumpkin also made an appearance. Shi Xi. That country bumpkin is Ningyu. Shi Xi. Don't provoke her. Tao Yuxuan. Rest assured. It's Leng Qianquan's banquet today. I won't stir up trouble. Shi Xi thought to herself, so it's only at my banquet that you create trouble? Shi Xi. Tell Leng Qianquan not to seek out Ningyu. And also extend my congratulations to him. I need to get back to recording. Tao Yuxuan. Just tell him yourself. You have his WeChat. With no further replies, Tao Yuxuan reluctantly put away her phone and took 2 glasses of wine to find Leng Qianquan. Unexpectedly, she encountered Ningyu first. Oh, are you lost? Wandering around the cruise? Tao Yuxuan couldn't help but mock. The banquet is ahead. This is not a place for you. Of course. Someone like you would never fit into our circle. Ningyu cast her a glance, feigning ignorance as she walked past Tao Yuxuan. How dare you ignore me? Tao Yuxuan considered reprimanding Ningyu, but with 2 glasses of wine in hand, she couldn't free up her hands. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. But next time you'll see. As Ningyu walked away, she adjusted her earpiece and said, I found the item. It's on the cruise. A voice on the other end responded, I'll apply for a search warrant right now. What is one doing here alone? Tao Yuxuan searched around and finally spotted Leng Qianquan on the deck. Admiring the moon? Leng Qianquan inquired, what is Shi Xi busy with? Recording, Tao Yuxuan replied, handing him a glass of wine with a smile. What is this? Missing her? Leng Qianquan did not respond, took the wine, and downed it in one gulp. Tao Yuxuan leaned against the railing and said, Shi Xi mentioned congratulating Yunxiang for taking the plunge.
Please thank her for me.
Leng Qianquan glanced at Tao Yuxuan and replied, You need not stay here with me. Go to the banquet. Tao Yuxuan had always relished lively gatherings. Very well, I have already conveyed Shi Xi's message. With a playful smile, Tao Yuxuan turned back. After a few steps, she added, By the way, Ningyu is also aboard the yacht. Shi Xi suggested we refrain from bullying her. Leng Qianquan merely acknowledged with a grunt, not taking it to heart. Tao Yuxuan pondered momentarily, contemplating whether to enlist someone to toss her into the water. I noticed her alone earlier, over on the first deck. Chapter 152. Are diamonds also prohibited items? A thought crossed Leng Qianquan's mind. His fingers tightened around the wine glass. His gaze darkening as he inquired, What is she doing on the first deck? I'm not certain. Perhaps she is lost. Teo Yuxuan replied enthusiastically. Should I find someone to throw her overboard? A country girl should be able to swim. She won't drown. Shi Xi would be angry. Leng Qianquan remarked coolly. Very well. We shall spare that rustic girl this time. Teo Yuxuan stretched languidly, hoping she wouldn't linger before her. Leng Qianquan tapped the empty wine glass, contemplating for a moment before casting it into the water. After a while, he returned to the banquet. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with clinking glasses and lively conversations. Suddenly, several yachts accelerated towards them. Good evening, Mr. Leng. I am Officer Qingyue from the Special Police of Huaguo. The female officer, exuding confidence as she disembarked from the yacht, displayed her credentials and stated, I received a report that there are prohibited items hidden aboard your yacht. Please cooperate with our inspection. The arrival of the Special Police cast a pall over the festivities. Unperturbed, Leng Qianquan maintained an air of calm, asking, Do you have a search warrant? Officer Qingyue produced the warrant. Leng Qianquan glanced at the time inscribed upon it, stepped aside, and said, Please, Officer Qingyue, expedite your search. Do not disrupt my guests. Seeing his unflappable demeanor, Qingyue frowned slightly. However, her superior had already located the items. Commence the search, she commanded, gesturing for her subordinates to begin their examination. The banquet was reluctantly put on hold. Holding his wine glass, Shi Xi lightly tapped the rim with his finger, scanning the room's occupants with a contemplative expression. It appeared that this young man from the Leng family had engaged in some serious transgressions while away. Xingyan, munching on a Portuguese tart, seemed utterly indifferent to the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Teo Yuxuan furrowed her brow, anxious that Leng Qianquan might find himself in trouble again. This is not the same as getting caught for setting off fireworks. Teo Yuxuan contemplated asking Shi Xi what to do. However, as she reached for her phone, a special police officer intervened. Apologies, but contact with the outside world is prohibited during the search. Teo Yuxuan noticed the handsome officer blocking her path, and her eyes brightened. Could we exchange WeChat? The officer replied in silence. The search proceeded methodically, and Qingyue arrived at the location Ningyu had described, yet found nothing. Observing Qingyue's grave expression as she returned empty-handed, Ningyu's brows knitted together. How could nothing be found? After half an hour of searching, Qingyue had yielded no results. With piercing eyes, Leng Qianquan remarked, Officer Qingyue, it seems you have uncovered nothing at all. Qingyue inhaled deeply, preparing to conclude the operation when a special police officer hurried over. Officer Cheng, we discovered a substantial quantity of diamonds in a package. The officer held out a package roughly the size of a palm. Qingyue inquired, Whose are these? Leng Qianquan glanced at it and replied, These are not mine. The officer whispered something in Qingyue's ear. Qingyue then addressed the owner directly, Mr. Xian Kaiqing. Are these your diamonds? Xian Kaiqing, upon being named, appeared flustered. Why yes, they are mine. Qingyue pressed, Why are you carrying so many diamonds? Xian Kaiqing stammered, I. Officer Cheng, are diamonds considered prohibited items? Leng Qianquan interjected. If they are not prohibited, may I not inquire? Qingyue retorted, lifting the bag. Suddenly, she noticed something amiss, extracting one diamond and examining it against the light. This diamond appears to be fake. Chapter 153. Qingyue handed the fake diamonds to Leng Qianquan. Leng Qianquan merely glanced at the diamonds and stated, They are indeed fake. Qingyue was speechless. Among the crowd, Ningyu signaled discreetly. Qingyue handed the fake diamonds to Leng Qianquan and declared, Withdraw. Holding the fake diamonds, Leng Qianquan smiled sinisterly, asking, Officer Qingyue, you arrive at will and depart at will? Qingyue halted, took a glass of wine, and said, My apologies. This time it was an error in my intelligence. I shall drink to that. After downing the drink, she set the glass down and turned to leave. With the special police gone, the banquet resumed, but few were in the mood to continue. Guests retreated to their rooms to rest. Ningyu returned to her room, pondering where things had gone awry. After discovering that box of items, she had alerted Qingyue to inspect. In less than half an hour, the items had vanished. Reflecting on her encounter with Teo Yuxuan, Ningyu's brow furrowed. This matter had grown complex. Surely that box of items had been discarded into the water. They would have to await Leng Qianquan's next transaction. However, this incident had startled him, and his subsequent actions would likely be more clandestine. Indeed, this was troublesome. Teo Yuxuan confronted Leng Qianquan, questioning, Are you involved in any illegal activities? Leng Qianquan replied, No. His prompt and decisive denial left Teo Yuxuan at a loss for words. She understood her naivety, Confronting him so bluntly would yield no confessions, even if he were indeed up to no good. You've returned to your homeland with great difficulty. Do not land yourself in trouble again, Teo Yuxuan implored earnestly. Minor mischief may be tolerable, but should things escalate, we won't be able to save you. Lung Qianquan lit a cigar, assuring her, rest easy. Teo Yuxuan, feeling her concerns were falling on deaf ears, wearily departed. Shortly after her exit, Xin Kaiqing approached Lung Qianquan. Mr. Lung, are you proposing to trade a package of fake diamonds? Xin Kaiqing questioned. Mr. Lung, I brought something, yet your yacht holds none of the items I seek. Lung Qianquan's gaze turned chilling. The desired items had all been tossed into the water. Teo Yuxuan returned to her room and recounted the day's events to Shi Xi. After concluding her recording, Shi Xi replied, then refrain from involving yourself in such matters. Teo Yuxuan responded, Lung Qianquan wasn't like this before. I never imagined he would engage in illegal activities. It's my first encounter with the special police, and one of the officers was so handsome. I asked him for WeChat, but he refused. Upon reading Teo Yuxuan's messages, Shi Xi fell into deep thought. In just 3 sentences, Teo Yuxuan had turned into a smitten admirer. Shi Xi recalled Ningyu's identity as the head of the Special Police's Zero team. Had she indeed tracked down Lung Qianquan? As Shi Xi settled into the car heading back to the hotel, a nagging sensation arose within her. Had she forgotten something? The birthday gift for Xia Yunzhou. She had yet to purchase it. Well, she would buy it tomorrow. The live stream had stretched until 10 o'clock, and with a myriad of trifling matters to attend to, Shi Xi found herself back at the hotel just shy of midnight. After removing her makeup, she collapsed onto her bed, slipping into a dreamless slumber. The following day, during breakfast, Xia Yunzhou casually reminded her, keep your distance from Lung Qianquan. Shi Xi nodded, acknowledging his words. She was well aware of the situation. After the special police had inspected Lung Qianquan's boat, Tao Yuxuan had promptly shared the riveting details of the previous night with her. Subsequently, both Shi Xi and Shang Yan had cautioned her against further interaction with Lung Qianquan. Even Ningyu had sent her a message advising her to steer clear of him. Chapter 154. Happy birthday, Mentor Shi Xi. Yes, happy birthday. The realization struck her that today was indeed Xia Yunzhou's birthday, prompting her to extend her heartfelt wishes. Xia Yunzhou smiled and replied, thank you. No gift? Shi Xi responded, your gift will be presented tonight. She still hadn't bought it. Understanding her recent busyness, Xia Yunzhou replied, see you tonight. He was genuinely looking forward to their evening rendezvous. The so-called birthday gathering was merely a facade, while his birthday was real. The luxurious revolving restaurant atop the Marriott had been exclusively reserved for the two of them. What else could it be but a date? In high spirits, Xia Yunzhou found his work efficiency notably enhanced. Meanwhile, as Shi Xi arrived at the practice room, she was unexpectedly showered with a cascade of confetti. Happy birthday, Mentor Shi Xi, exclaimed the exuberant voices around her. Shi Xi, momentarily taken aback, was greeted by Li Jinfan, who held a cake adorned with candles. Sister Shi, make a wish. Despite her instinct to assert that it was not her birthday, the words remained unspoken. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands in prayer, and silently wished. The melody of the birthday song resonated in her ears. Once the song concluded, Shi Xi opened her eyes and extinguished the candles. What prompted this celebration? She inquired, bemused. It was Li Jinfan who overheard your conversation with the director about celebrating your birthday tonight, which inspired us to prepare this surprise. Bai Songyang chuckled. Shi Xi recalled her dialogue with the director, wondering just how much Li Jinfan had misheard. Her gaze swept across the practice room, where her two groups were present, accompanied by Li Jinfan and Bai Songyang. Bai Songyang raised his hand in confession, stating, I share a dorm with Li Jinfan, so I am aware of everything he does. I just followed him here. Shi Xi then glanced at Pei Kai. If her memory served her correctly, he should have known about her birthday as well. Why had he not reminded Li Jinfan? Pei Kai averted her gaze, looking elsewhere. Shi Xi decided to let it slide, thinking of it as simply another birthday celebration. Thank you all, she said, her eyes sparkling. Now let us cut the cake. The cake was modest in size, with each person receiving only a small slice. Yet, everyone relished the moment. Aren't you all supposed to be practicing? Shi Xi inquired. In a few days, we'll be recording the first round of rankings, Li Jinfan explained, sitting beside her. So, everyone is taking a little breather. Shi Xi understood. The first round would eliminate nearly half of the participants. Rest assured, you all will certainly advance to the second round, she affirmed, looking at everyone with confidence. You are all exceptionally talented. Li Jinfan, with an innocent smile, asked, Sister Shi, what songs will be featured in the second public performance? Can you share any details? Shi Xi replied, I am not privy to that information either. Will Sister Shi still be leading the team? Li Jinfan gazed eagerly at her, filled with anticipation. I wish to be in Sister Shi's team. Regardless of which team it is, I will approach it with utmost seriousness. As Shi Xi enjoyed her cake, she cautioned, do not become complacent. However, Li Jinfan countered, I think Sister Shi treats her team exceptionally well. Sister Shi even taught Pei Kai sword dance, and we have yet to witness Sister Shi's sword dance. Pei Kai glanced at Li Jinfan before lowering his head to eat his cake. Do you want to see it? Shi Xi asked. I do. Li Jinfan nodded eagerly, his eyes shining with excitement. Shi Xi smiled slyly. Then you may wish for it. Li Jinfan exclaimed, Sister Shi has become mischievous. I have always been this way. Shi Xi replied after finishing her cake. All right, time to practice. Zhong Zihong, sprawled on the floor, protested. The songs for the second public performance have yet to be released. What are we supposed to practice?